The invasion of Blue Star by myriad clans. Dragon Country conscripted millions of soldiers overnight. Just as everyone eagerly signed up to rush to the battlefield, I chose to stay behind as a logistics support, serving as a miscellaneous soldier among the elderly. Seeing this, the entire nation of 1.4 billion people mock me as a coward afraid of death and greedy for life. Even my girlfriend looked at me puzzled and asked why I did this. I didn't explain much. Instead, I silently left the recruitment site. All because I failed to awaken during the awakening ceremony, deemed a rare waste once in a century. Just as I was utterly lost, not knowing how to face the future life, I unexpectedly awakened a check-in system which could make me stronger just by checking in. Moreover, upon my failed awakening, I obtained the top-level skill Divine Elephant Imprisoning Strength. At that moment, I closed my eyes to embrace the training method of Divine Elephant Imprisoning Strength, unknowingly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into my body. Subsequently, my cultivation level broke through from an ordinary person to the peak of the first stage and did not stop until it reached the late third stage. All the way home from school, I heard rumors about my failed awakening. But I ignored them, returned to my small broken house, sat down on the spot, operated the Divine Elephant Imprisoning Strength, gradually condensing a giant elephant above my head, its breath turning rivers and seas. After a while, I suddenly remembered that next Wednesday would be the next check-in time, meaning I had one more week. With this thought, I closed my eyes and operated the Divine Elephant Imprisoning Strength again. I continued to practice until the morning after tomorrow, lighting up a total of 50 giant elephant particles. My physical body and strength underwent a qualitative leap, but my realm remained unchanged. After practicing, I recalled a conspiracy against Kyushu from a previous life. In my past life, Tianhai City had suffered an attack from the myriad clans, slaughtering countless elderly, weak and sick to set up the Blood Soul formation. As expected, they would appear today to slaughter the vulnerable. Then I put on a mask, stepped out of the small broken house, and walked on the street waiting for the prey to arrive. The next moment, humanoid goshawks carrying secret treasures flew over Tianhai City. Seeing this, some of the people who had returned from the 5th battlefield moved to attack the humanoid goshawks, while others stayed by the children and reported the matter to the powerhouses stationed in Tianhai City. Despite their numbers, each one was injured and couldn't perform at their peak, easily defeated by the humanoid goshawks. At the critical moment, I arrived in time and repelled the humanoid goshawk with a punch as fast as lightning. Seeing this, the humanoid goshawk sensed my realm and said in a panic, "Your realm is clearly much lower than mine. Why is your power so much greater than mine?" Hearing this, I threw another punch as if a giant elephant was charging, saying, "Why should a dying man speak so much?" The power of one punch directly blasted the humanoid goshawk away, breaking a dozen vertebrae, and it fell into a pool of blood. Then I stepped forward and pulled 2 treasures from the corpse of the humanoid goshawk, a storage bag and a stealth amulet. Before the crowd could react, my figure disappeared from their sight and my presence was concealed. Within seconds after I left Su Qianshan, a powerful figure stationed in Tianhai City arrived. By asking people nearby, Su Qianshan learned the whole story and exclaimed, "I didn't expect Tianhai City to still hide such a powerful person." The 5th battlefield, the chieftain of the Goshawk clan was furious. Damn it! The goshawk dispatched was slain by the pride of Tianhai City. Then a terrible laughter followed. Then we must expand the battle to gather enough blood for the arrangement. After I killed the goshawk with one punch, for a while the whole of Weibo was talking about the mysterious man. If he went to the 5 major battlefields, his strength could definitely turn the tide of the battle. As the person involved, I had no idea about this and just walked up to the home of the class monitor Zhang Qihua and gently knocked on the door. An elderly and weak voice came from inside the house, followed by hurried footsteps. Zhang Qihua's parents opened the door. Seeing Zhang Qihua's parents again, my eyes flickered with a faint light, and then I said, "I am here to bring a message from your son Zhang Qihua, to fight for Kyushu. No regrets in this life. In the next life I wish to be a person of Kyushu." Zhang Qihua's mother, as if she had known all along, was already crying inconsolably. After saying this, I turned and left with a heavy heart. Soon I returned home, adjusted my state and operated the Divine Elephant Imprisoning Strength. Under the immense spiritual energy and the support of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, my realm finally broke through, rapidly ascending. With the resources, the speed of lighting up the giant elephant particles was much faster than before, lighting up 20 giant elephant particles. Chen Tong couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, having ample resources makes a significant difference. It's just a pity that my access to resources is so limited. I won't be able to improve my realm in the short term, which means I can't proceed to the 5th battlefield. As of now, his strength wasn't strong enough to break the rules and take action. So with the remaining 5 days, Chen Tong had to keep activating the giant elephant particles. The human body is composed of 840 million particles, and he had only activated 70 giant elephant particles. The journey of cultivation is long and arduous, he thought as he continued his relentless search for improvement. Cultivation knows no time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. It was time for the second check-in. The day for the Eagle tribe to target the 5th battlefield had arrived. Check-in, ding, check-in successful. You've obtained the path of the slaughter god. Time until next check-in, 29 days 23 hours 58 seconds. Path of the slaughter god. Slaughter arises from the heart, fearless in killing, remorseless in action. This is the way of the slaughter god. The more you kill, the more your strength increases. Harness the aura of slaughter and the energy of blood. The path of the slaughter god. A gleam flashed in Chen Tong's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a slight, cold smile. This suits me well, and it's perfect for the upcoming battle. In this life, I aim to wage war across the myriad tribal battlefields and storm the ancient strongholds of countless tribes. If possible, I wish the karma of my actions to bind me to stand alone against the ages and protect the lands of Jiuzhou. With these thoughts, Chen Tong closed his eyes and absorbed the memories related to the path of the slaughter god. To stop killing with killing, to curb violence with violence. Merely absorbing the memories of the path of the slaughter god made the murderous intent in him run wild, transforming him into an avatar of the slaughter god. Hoo. Reigning in his murderous intent, Chen Tong stood up, put on his mask, and set off for the 5th battlefield. Time was not on his side. He was confident that this mission would be a success. Deep down, Chen Tong felt a premonition that his innate talent would awaken during this battle and he would emerge as a peerless prodigy, unique throughout the ages. Stepping out of his shabby hut, he hailed a Didi car. Master, I need to go to the 5th battlefield. The 5th battlefield, huh? Alright, no problem. An hour later, he arrived at the outskirts of the 5th battlefield, where the air was thick with gunpowder and the stench of blood. How much for the ride, master? There's no need for payment. You're heading to the 5th battlefield, contributing to Jiuzhou. I can't take your money. Regardless of whether Chen Tong agreed or not, the old driver pushed him out of the car and drove away. Watching the departing Didi car, Chen Tong took a deep breath. I won't let you down. Today I shall cleanse the 5th battlefield with blood. Let countless tribes come, I shall slay them all. At the 5th battlefield, Suwei, enhance my power with your aura, Su Xiaowen roared. Alright, Suwei raised his hand, and an aura of power descended upon Su Xiaowen, amplifying his strength. Kill. Su Xiaowen's eyes were bloodshot, his hands transformed into leopard claws, fiercely grasping at the knife ants in front of him. Clang, boom. Under the enhanced power aura, Su Xiaowen easily overpowered the knife ants, piercing through their bodies with a single swipe. Scum of the myriad tribes, come on. Countless knife ants surged like a tide, assaulting the defensive line of the 5th battlefield. I'll defend this line to the death. Ha, what a joy to slaughter again. Slay my kin and I demand a blood debt paid in blood. Kill, for Jiuzhou. At this moment, outside the 800 Li battlefront, groups of 5 people from the 9 provinces charged at the swarms of blade ants. The blade ants, one of the most common demonic beasts of the myriad tribes found on the 5th battlefield, troubled 9 provinces for many years due to their strong reproductive abilities in vast numbers. Despite this, they were among the demonic beasts that the warriors of 9 provinces preferred to face, as they were not difficult to kill and each provided a blade as a trophy. On the front line of the 5th battlefield, there was a team that coordinated with each other seamlessly, furiously slaughtering the blade ants. Swords and blades surged like a torrent. Wang Han's armor box at his waist sprung forth countless swords and blades, transforming into a tidal wave that slaughtered the oncoming tide of blade ants. Blades glinted, and swords flashed, instantly cutting down dozens of blade ants in front of them. Wang Hu's hands turned into tiger claws, each swipe killing a blade ant. While the two unleashed their skills and massacred the blade ants with a frenzy, their focus wavered, and several blade ants almost succeeded in a sneak attack. At the critical moment, several man-eating flowers sprouted from the ground and devoured the blade ants attempting the ambush. Thinking of ambushing? Did you ask me? The controller, Kai Wenwen snorted coldly. A controller has strong control over the battlefield and can effectively ensure that the team members are not attacked. A roar echoed, accompanied by a blade ant that was 1.5 times larger than the regular ones charging out. It was a peak 3rd-tier giant blade ant. Sizzle! As the giant blade ant charged forward, a man with black hair appeared above its head, his sword piercing through the brain of the giant blade ant. Well done. The next moment, a blade ant went berserk, it burst out with astonishing speed, breaking through the sword torrent and the blockade of the man-eating flowers and struck Wang Han. Bang! Wang Han was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wang Han! The others widened their eyes and cried out in alarm. They saw a blade flying from the top of the blade ant's head toward them. Is this the end? I'm not ready to die. I still want to continue fighting. Wang Han closed his eyes, unwilling to give up. However, he never felt the blade hit. When he opened his eyes, he saw a man wearing a mask crushing the blade with his bare hands. It was Qianlong. Wang Han struggled to his feet, wiping the blood, and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. Qianlong nodded slightly, stepping forward, tearing a gap in the blade ant tied with just his fists. This scene stunned the 5 people behind him. Wang, who swallowed hard, stuttering, Is he even human? Kai Wenwen narrowed her eyes, staring deeply at Qianlong's retreating figure. This guy must be above 4th tier. Wang Han gasped, feeling that Qianlong was far more formidable than the dazzling star of the 5th battlefield, Xiao Huahua. More than that, even Xiao Huahua with his fire skills couldn't tear open a gap like that. Alone, Qianlong advanced into the blade ant tide, his thoughts myriad. In his past life, the blade ant tribe had allied with the Grey Eagle tribe, the former launching the blade ant tide to distract the vision of 9 provinces. In the shadows, Zhangjiu meticulously set up the blood soul array, slaughtering tens of thousands across the 9 provinces. He witnessed the deadly scene at Tianhai City's first middle school. This death only by slaughtering through both clans. Could Qintong's past life demons be quelled? You brat, stop playing the hero, come back. Yang Yu, the person in charge, shouted at the masked man. Although he didn't know who the masked man was, it didn't stop Yang Yu from rushing to the rescue. This was the jewel of the 9 provinces, the future force against the proud children of myriad clans. Nothing could go wrong. Just as Yang Yu was about to set off, he sensed trouble outside the battle lines. His pupils contracted slightly, and he used his spiritual power to shout, all units return immediately, retreat inside the battle lines. Despite their confusion, the people outside the 5th battlefield's line quickly obeyed the command and retreated. The knife ants were supposed to hold these people back, but the appearance of Qintong, an unexpected variable, left him alone, trapped in the blood soul array. Yang Yu's eyes reddened, a long spear gripped in his hand, thrown with all his might. Boom, a peak 5th tier full force strike, yet it couldn't shake the blood soul array. Yang Yu's face turned ugly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he said each word with a pause. Scum of myriad clans, you truly deserve to die. He was powerless to turn the tide, only able to pray that the masked man trapped in the array could hold on a bit longer. Qintong twisted his neck, his expression indifferent as he watched the knife ant tide and the blood soul array spawn blood souls. In his past life, the knife ant tide was nothing. The real issue lay with the blood souls, a form of psychic attack. Ordinary people on the 5th battlefield couldn't even get close, let alone resist. But Qintong was different. His divine elephant jail force touched on the psychic level, and his reborn spirit was far stronger than anyone else's. Watching Qintong operate the divine elephant jail force, a giant elephant phantom emerged behind him, its breaths turning rivers upside down. The knife ant tide felt the presence of the giant elephant behind Qintong and shuddered in fear. Inside the front line of the 5th battlefield, Wang Han swallowed a healing elixir. Like countless others watching the man trapped in the blood soul array, which prestigious family's proud son was he? The giant elephant behind him was terrifying. They were all peers, yet the gap was so vast. Stop comparing, it will only blow your mind, someone solemnly said. A prestigious family's proud son, so what? He still has to stand with us against the myriad clans, only his foes are stronger. They are the proud children of the myriad clans. After years, Li Wanqing solemnly spoke. Xiao Huahua, granted the title of Flame Messenger at the 5th battlefield, had a very solemn expression. Who is this guy really? He can make the myriad clans fear him. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was greatly shocked, not forgetting to take out a communication talisman to report the incident. The 5th battlefield almost fell into the trap of the myriad clans, saved by a masked top-tier individual who himself was caught in the array. Request for strong reinforcements. At the base, 5 powerhouses received the support signal and stepped onto the teleportation array to the 5th battlefield. As they arrived, they were immediately shocked by the scene from afar. Trapped in the blood soul array, Qintong, relying solely on his fists, crushed through the knife ant tide. His offensive was fierce, like an unstoppable, overwhelming giant elephant. Any form of attack launched at Qianlong proved futile against his sturdy frame. Even the blood soul was immune. Such a level of spiritual assault could not harm him. as time passed, half of the blade ant swarm had been annihilated by Qianlong, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Simultaneously, he absorbed all the blood energy from the blade ants, further strengthening his physical body and lighting up 50 giant elephant particles. This exhilarating surge in power thrilled Qianlong to the core. The feeling was simply too exhilarating. He did not forget the purpose of his journey, sensing deep within his soul a tremor and awakening imminent. Qianlong's eyes burst with a fierce light, determined to annihilate the remaining blade ants to fully awaken his innate talent. At that moment, he would truly stand invincible among his peers. Meanwhile, the blade ant and vulture tribes who had jointly orchestrated this plan were left dumbfounded. The leaders of the blade ant tribe, their eyes red with blood, watched as their numbers dwindled disastrously within the Blood Soul formation and roared in anger. Vulture tribe, you've betrayed us, damn it! I didn't betray you, I simply didn't foresee that such a formidable prodigy would emerge from Jiuzhou. The Blood Soul has no effect on him at all, damn it! Quickly open the Blood Soul formation. Reluctantly, the Vulture tribe's leader activated the formation. The Blood Soul formation crumbled without resistance. In an instant, the remaining blade ants started to flee. How could Qianlong allow them to escape? Thinking of running now, too late. With a single step, Qianlong burst forth with astonishing speed, blocking the path of the fleeing blade ant swarm. You almost die. Behind Qianlong, a colossal elephant shimmered brilliantly, its killing intent and blood energy coalescing into a blood sword. With one slash, the sword cleaved through the remaining blade ant swarm, annihilating them completely. The pain of his past life gone. A rare smile appeared on Qianlong's face. Following this, a violent tremor surged from the depths of his soul, his aura chaotic. This was a sign of his talent awakening. To avoid exposing his talent, Qianlong circulated the divine elephant subjugation force, suppressing the signs brought about by the awakening. His talent was a dark-bodied bird with blood-red eyes, known in his previous life as the Emperor Bird, a unique and ominous beast feared by all tribes for bringing calamity, capable of devouring various negativities to rapidly grow stronger. Old friend, you're as noisy as ever. Only this time the divine elephant subjugation force managed to suppress it. The reinforcements blinked in surprise. Yang Yu, are you sure you need our support? Yang Yu swallowed hard. I really didn't expect this prodigy to be so powerful. He's practically not human. This truly fits the title of a prodigy, each one more monstrous than the last. Isn't it good that Jiuzhou has such successors? Have the blade ant and vulture tribes finally lost their patience? Should we? No, let's wait and see how things unfold. If he can't hold on, then we'll step in, but it's not too late then. Witnessing representatives from two clans, both pinnacle 5th-tier warriors, intent on nipping the masked prodigy of the heavens in the bud, Qianlong stood alone against these peers without falling behind, even dominating them in battle. The astonished eagles widened their eyes in terror. How is this possible? We are of the same rank, yet you are so much stronger. It's almost as if you're not human, but a pure-blooded monster. The blade atop the ant's head was futile no matter how it slashed. When did such a formidable prodigy arise in Jiuzhou? With 2 punches, Qianlong sent the 2 5th-tier peaks flying, blood spattering everywhere. Cursed be, other clans, how long will you just watch? Why not join forces and eliminate this prodigy right now? Less mouths to feed, isn't that obvious? A voice from the shadows called out. Qianlong squinted and looked up to the sky, sensing more from myriad clans lurking. What he despised the most were those hidden in the darkness, striking at crucial moments. The spear of the underworld god, formed by the mighty whirlwind aura of the divine elephant's prison-suppressing force. Qianlong grabbed the spear with his right hand and hurled it into the sky, piercing through the spying myriad clans along with the flung ant and eagle. 1 spear, 3 kills. Outside the 5th battlefield, corpses were strewn everywhere with only 1 man standing. This scene left everyone within the 5th battlefield utterly shocked. This was too formidable, a single man overpowering 3 peers. The prodigy of the heavens, truly beyond words. So powerful, if only I had even 20% of the masked man's strength, why would I worry about dying at the hands of the myriad clans? Afraid of death? No, I'm just afraid I won't be able to kill enough of the myriad scum. Sui clenched his fists, his voice exhilarating. Qianlong, did you see that from behind? This is the prodigy of Jiuzhou. Alone, he annihilated a whole wave of blade ants. Even 3 peer clans could not match him. This is what I've always wanted. Alas, my talents lack offensive power. I can only be a support. Meanwhile, the deeds of the masked man were recorded by war correspondents and went viral. On Weibo, masked man conquers 2 clans with bare fists. Masked prodigy appears on the 5th battlefield. a lone warrior against thousands, the undisputed prodigy, the masked man, so formidable, one man slaughtering a wave of blade ants and two pure strong ones, awesome, fifth tier considered strong, you're giving them too much credit, haha, this is our JoJo's prodigy, the measly myriad clans are nothing, ancestors, do you see? This is the prodigy of JoJo of our time, too. See such a powerful prodigy in my lifetime, I die without regrets. The rise of JoJo, haha, if only there were tens of thousands like the masked man, the pressure on the 5 battlefields would be much less, yes, a pity it's not realistic, impossible. Outside the 5th battlefield line, Chen Lang, hands behind his back, strode forward. Are there no more people from the myriad clans, or are they just afraid? Humph. I never expected that Kyushu would produce such a favored son of heaven like you shouldn't have appeared on the 5th battlefield, disrupting the rules. A voice boomed from afar as a giant serpent approached Chen Tong. Rules? I'm just working within them, Chen Tong said earnestly, spreading his hands. Either step back and stay out of the 5th battlefield, or let the myriad tribes wash your Kyushu 5th battlefield in blood. An 800-li front line, you alone can't hold off so much cannon fodder. Chen Tong twisted his neck, his expression cold, staring fixedly at the giant serpent. Are you threatening me, indeed? Without another glance at the serpent, Chen Tong decisively activated his divine elephant imprisoning strength, and the hellish vortex of spiritual energy formed the spear of the underworld which he threw. The giant serpent's eyes widened, unable to block the spear which mercilessly pierced the ground. Listen up, myriad tribes, bring as many as you have, I'll slay them all, Chen Tong roared, his blood energy boiling. For a moment Chen Tong alone deterred the myriad tribes on the 5th battlefield. What a remarkable prodigy from Kyushu, but you might be underestimating the myriad tribes. Do you really think the myriad tribes would fear you? As the voice fell, a figure flew from the distance, an angel from the angel tribe with 2 wings, appear at Chen Tong's level. Chen Tong frowned slightly. 2-winged angel. The butterfly effect I've caused seems a bit large. The 2-winged angel gathered a light sword in one hand and charged at Chen Tong. Clang, clang, clang. The blood sword and the light sword collided repeatedly. To stand on par with me, you should be proud. Chen Tong's expression unchanging, he silently operated the divine elephant imprisoning strength, and a giant elephant phantom emerged behind him. With the giant elephant's blessing, he broke the 2-winged angel's light sword with one stroke and cleaved the angel in half. The holy and inviolable 2-winged angel knelt, his expression filled with disbelief. How is this possible? We are both prodigies, why is the gap so big? This can't be, coughing up blood. Just as Chen Tong was about to finish, the 2-winged angel, hundreds of figures arrived in an instant, forcefully pushing him back a step, proving just how terrifying the boost from the divine elephant imprisoning strength was. Chen Tong scanned the hundreds of figures that appeared. The myriad tribes couldn't hold back anymore, finally coming all at once, these peak 5th-tier fighters. Meanwhile, Yang Yu and others who came to support exchanged glances and then moved to support the masked man. Yang Yu, aren't the myriad tribes going too far? Hundreds against 1 inch, have you no shame? Shame? What's the use? Can it ensure our survival? Till now, it's still strength and tactics that count. Chen Tong turned to look at Yang Yu, a sparkle in his eyes, a touch moved. In his past life he was nurtured by Yang Yu, unable to repay the favor before Yang Yu devoted himself to the 5th battlefield and ultimately died at the hands of the myriad tribes. In this life, having risen earlier, he would surely change everything and prevent the tragedy from repeating. Chen Tong took a deep breath, his eyes no longer masking the murderous intent as he stared directly at the hundreds of powerful figures from myriad clans before him. Arrayed before him were mighty warriors from countless races, though what stood here was but a fraction of their number. The myriad clans were not merely 10,000 races, they were numerously uncountable, with no one knowing just how many there truly were. This was the conflict of myriad clans. The losers would be eliminated, becoming mere food for the other races. His action instantly enraged the powerful warriors present. Damn it, it seems our myriad clans have been too long without waging a great war. You people from JoJo have grown too arrogant. Enough talk, kill them and taste human flesh. Ha ha ha. Yang Yu nodded at the man in the mask, ready to fight unhesitatingly. Even if it meant fighting to the death, he wouldn't hesitate. Such was the trust among JoJo. I'm coming. Xiaohua, who had shone brilliantly in the 5th battlefield, shouted as he hurled a strange fire towards the myriad clan warriors. You brat! You dare to come to such a place? Yang Yu scolded sternly. Lord you, although I am not a peak 5th order, I am still a mid 5th order prodigy, not much less than the man in the mask. Yang Yu retorted, that's not just a little difference, that's a whole trench apart. There are distinctions in strength among prodigies, and clearly the man in the mask is among the strongest, far beyond what Xiao Huahua could match. However, prodigies do not easily admit defeat to each other. Only through comparison will they willingly accept their loss. Meanwhile, one after another 5th order cultivators from Jiuzhou stood up from behind the 5th battlefield to provide support. Fight ye, fight ye, fight. On the other side, the war correspondent, tears streaming down his face, spoke with a voice both passionate and trembling. This is the mettle of our Jiuzhou. If the myriad clans want a battle, then battle we shall. Behind Jiuzhou, countless people were moved to tears filled with relief. Ha, this is the rise of our Jiuzhou. If the myriad clans want a battle, then let's battle. When has Jiuzhou ever been afraid? Even if it means death, we cultivators have never been fearful. Kill, kill, kill. On the 5th battlefield, more and more 5th order strong warriors from Jiuzhou joined, and the myriad clans sent an equal number in response. The 100 warriors from the myriad clans' faces grew uglier. Humph, Jiuzhou is as insane as ever. When mad, they bite like the myriad clans. What a nuisance. What, are you afraid now? Ha ha ha, the myriad clans afraid? Jiuzhou is nothing but a stubborn ant. Apart from showing strength on the 5th and 4th battlefields, they are just paper tigers elsewhere. Faced with the myriad clans' warriors' mockery, the murderous intent in Chen Tong's eyes grew even stronger. Say what you will, but never speak ill of Jiuzhou. Chen Tong gritted his teeth, fully activating the divine elephant imprisoning force, with a giant elephant manifesting behind him whose breaths could turn rivers and seas upside down. At this moment, Chen Tong no longer suppressed the power within him. He aimed to annihilate the myriad clans' warriors before him in one fell swoop to make his final contribution to the 5th battlefield. Chen Tong knew that once he made his move, he could no longer stay in the 5th battlefield, his power far exceeding those of his level, even stronger than the 7th order. The myriad clans would not tolerate him staying in the 5th battlefield. With this thought, Chen Tong mobilized all the giant elephant particles in his body, swinging his blood sword towards the myriad clans' warriors, a terrifying wave of energy emanating from the sword. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You are merely at the peak of the 5th rank. How could you possibly unleash such power? Even the unparalleled geniuses of the ages couldn't achieve what you have. Well played, Jiuzhou. Well played indeed. You are truly inciting the wrath of myriad clans. Just wait for the fury of the myriad clans to descend upon you. Countless powerful beings from myriad clans, unable to contain their anger, could not withstand a single sword strike from Qianlong. With one sword, he swept away 720 peak 5th rank warriors of the myriad clans. Using the blood and chi of the fallen warriors, Qianlong activated 30 massive elemental particles, his power now several times stronger than before. Behind Qianlong, everyone's eyes widened, their gazes filled with disbelief. Yang Yu's lips quivered, so shocked by the might of Qianlong's sword that he couldn't utter a single word. After a long moment, Yang Yu and the others recovered from their shock. One man, one sword sweeping away so many warriors of the myriad clans? Am I sure I'm not seeing things? The might of the masked man with a single sword, terrifying indeed. Is this even a human? Isn't this too monstrous? One sword annihilating so many warriors of the myriad clans? Is this masked man truly just a peak 5th rank? How do I feel he's even more formidable than warriors of the 7th or 8th rank? The pressure on the 5th battlefield of the myriad clans has lessened significantly, but the next resurgence of the myriad clans will surely be more fierce than ever. Perhaps we could still harness the last of our strength to dissolve. No, they have already sacrificed too much for Jiuzhou. We cannot let them sacrifice anymore, but it's only a matter of time. Initially, the 5 battlefields nearly fell. It was our ancestors who, with their broken bodies, went down together with the myriad clans. In the crowd, Xiao Huahua lowered his head, fully recognizing the reality. The gap between himself and the masked man wasn't just a little bit, it was like a chasm. I'm not content with this. One day, I will become as powerful as you, masked man. Xiao Huahua was confident. His ancestral techniques were incredibly powerful, and with enough strange fires, he could quickly become stronger. War correspondents recorded all these events in real time, watched by the people in the rear of Jiuzhou, including those resting at the other 4 major battlefields. Ha, this is the rise of Jiuzhou. The rise of Jiuzhou. This sword strike has my blood boiling. Masked man, masked man, masked man. With this, it's likely that even those powerful geniuses of old could not compare to the masked man. More than that, perhaps the masked man is now the #1 genius of JoJo. I'm really looking forward to what will happen when the masked man arrives at the 4 major battlefields. Sweeping away the Myriad Clan's warriors with one sword is exhilarating, and afterwards the pressure on the 5th battlefield will be much less. But when the Myriad Clans make a strong comeback, it will surely cost us. With so many peak 5th rank warriors gone, the Myriad Clans cannot possibly produce more such warriors in a short time. The arrival of the Myriad Clans warriors in JoJo is not a trivial matter, otherwise JoJo would have been destroyed by the Myriad Clans long ago. In the land of Kyushu Kyoto, among the 5 great clans, each harbors a yet-to-be-born prodigy. Juga Jun, after calculating with his fingers, opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the 5th battlefield. Unexpectedly, a nameless prodigy has arisen in Kyushu. What's more astonishing is that the divine calculations of the Juga family could not predict this person's destiny. When I am born into this world, I must meet him. Xianyuan Tian, holding the imperial Xianyuan sword, bestowed only to the most talented in each generation to fight against myriad clans throughout their lives. The quality of this sword is enhanced with each passing generation, achieving the status of an imperial weapon, and one day it may even become a divine artifact. When I am born, blood must be spilled, and I too will make myriad clans tremble. The prodigies of the other clans, Shangwan, Nangong and Jiang, felt moved by this. This marks a great rise in Kyushu. At the 5th battlefield, shortly after Qianlong swept away a host of powerful warriors from myriad clans with a single sword stroke, a projection of the myriad clans descended. Kyushu really played a good hand this time. This time the myriad clans admit defeat. The fierce gaze of the projection stared at Qianlong. You leave the 5th battlefield quickly, or don't blame the myriad clans for being ruthless and unrighteous. If you dare interfere with the battlefield affairs again, the myriad clans will not let you off lightly, and once the 5th battlefield is destroyed, I want to see what Kyushu can defend with. Facing the projection's threat, Qianlong was not afraid but instead memorized the appearance of the projection. I remember you. Beside him, Yang Yu was completely unsettled. Being able to project onto the 5th battlefield, the strength must surely be of a king's realm. Masked man, anything you say is fine, but you just had to provoke the myriad clans. Isn't this just seeking death? As expected, the projection flew into a rage, raising its hand and launching a sharp blade. Qianlong did not retreat but advanced, fully operating the divine elephant suppression technique, catching the projection's attack with his bare hands. You're just a projection, not the true body descending. Do you think I would be afraid of you? You can only perform a few combat skills before your spiritual energy is exhausted and collapses. In the next second, Qianlong crushed the blade. Bastard! The projection of the myriad clan's warrior was furious. Its strike blocked, and even with all its might, it was in vain. Kyushu, very well. As the voice fell, the projection dissipated into the heavens and earth as if it had never appeared. Seeing the projection leave, Yang Yu's hanging heart was relieved. May I know the esteemed name of this prodigy? Qianlong looked deeply at Yang Yu, meaningfully patted his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, Lord Yang, my name is not important. What matters is the contribution I make to Kyushu. The 5th battlefield is now yours to manage diligently. If you encounter insurmountable foes, do not act recklessly. When necessary, you can also use the few remaining hot weapons. As he spoke, Yang Yu's eyes widened. How could the masked man know about Kyushu's remaining hot weapons? This was known only to the high ranks of Kyushu and the leaders of the 5 battlefields. Outsiders shouldn't know. How could you? Yang Yu started to speak, then stopped, eventually falling silent. Qianlong turned around and began scavenging resources from the bodies of myriad clans warriors. Then, step by step, he walked back to the front line of the 5th battlefield. Wherever he looked, there was worship and even fanaticism. Masked man, I want to have your children. Have you even checked if you had a child with the masked man? That's ridiculous. Woo, my goddess is all over the masked man. I'm crying to death. It hurts so much. The masked man is too powerful. Listening to everyone's comments, Qianlong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Whether in his past life or this one, the cultivators of JoJo have always been the same. His gaze fell on Su Wei and others, his eyes filled with joy. By his own strength, he had rewritten the pain of his past life. In this life, I will become the strongest, to become the guardian of JoJo. After the 5th battlefield, it's all up to you. Keep it up. Dropping these words, Qianlong walked to the teleportation array with familiar ease, transporting himself to Tianhai City and returned to his humble abode. Once relaxed, he could no longer suppress the surging blood and spiritual energy within him. Qianlong sat cross-legged, took out the resources he had gathered, and began to operate the divine elephant imprisoning strength. Crack, crack, crack. Qianlong's realm sword breaking through from the 5th order peak to the 9th order peak in succession. The power that had been suppressed for so long was finally released. What a relief! Feeling the robust spiritual energy and blood within him, Qianlong clenched his fists. The divine elephant imprisoning strength has significantly improved me. My spiritual energy and blood far exceed those of the same realm by too much. I can still become stronger. It's time to use my innate abilities. Old buddy, with you, I don't need any more cultivation resources. Qianlong's talent is that of the Emperor Bird, making him a beast soul master. His talent devours all negativity. Since the myriad tribes invaded Jiuzhou, the negativity has been immeasurable. Emperor Bird embody. As Qianlong activated the Emperor Bird to devour negativity, the outside world underwent earth-shattering changes. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds as if heralding a calamity. Kyoto, the Zhuge family. The head of the Zhuge family frowned, looking up at the dense clouds, his expression solemn. This is an omen of great misfortune. I hope no great terror befalls Jiuzhou. Divine Realm, the ancestral land of the Yi Tian divine clan, the ancient ancestor of Yi Tian, who had lived for 1,000,000 years, opened his eyes from seclusion. This feeling, it's the Emperor Bird. The calamity of the myriad tribes. Why does the Emperor Bird appear at this time? The voice of the Yi Tian divine clan's ancient ancestor was loud, his expression filled with panic and unease. Demon Realm, the ancestral land of the Blood Demon. The ancient ancestor of the Blood Demon crawled out of his coffin, his eyes filled with dread and fear. This feeling is unmistakable. The Emperor Bird has appeared. This is the calamity of the myriad tribes, not just these two ancestral figures, but all ancestors of the myriad tribes, without exception, had experienced the dark years under the Emperor Bird's dominance, each one of them filled with dread and fear. They all feared the days of being dominated by the Emperor Bird once again. Unbeknownst to Qianlong, his mere action had caused the myriad tribes' ancestors to tremble in fear. Dark clouds shrouded the 5 battlefields, reflecting the ominous premonition. Wang Han looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed. This oppressive feeling, I always feel, it's not a good sign. Wang Hu nodded, signaling his agreement. Yes, in the near future the myriad clans will return with a vengeance more ferocious than ever before. But don't worry, there won't be any problems. No matter what, the 5th battlefield can hold its ground. This time, several smaller clans will support the 5 major battlefields, not to mention the Zhuge clan has deployed 10,000 war machines, which should alleviate some of the pressure on the 5 battlefields. The geniuses of the smaller clans are stronger than ours, but they still can't compare to the masked man. Who is this masked man? Is he a genius that can be mentioned in the same breath as those from the smaller clans? The 10,000 war machines from the Zhuge clan are the real deal, each one nearly as powerful as a common genius. Even if the myriad clans return with full force, it will be difficult for them to break through the defenses of the 5th battlefield. In the city of Tianhai, in a small, dilapidated house, Qianlong was surrounded by negativity, his whole demeanor turning sinister. As he continuously absorbed the negativity, his realm soared to the early stages of the 10th level. Opening his eyes, Qianlong exhaled a breath of turbid air. With the divine elephant imprisoning strength and my talent, it's almost impossible for my realm not to steadily increase. In the coming days, I need to immerse myself for a while. Being too high profile makes it easy to expose my whereabouts. I'll reappear when no one remembers me anymore. After speaking, Qianlong took out his phone and opened Weibo, his lips twitching slightly. Ugh. I've really made too big of a splash this time. I alone have taken over the top 10 trending topics. It's hard not to become famous. His eyes deepened as he recalled memories from his past life. Kyushu fought valiantly for over 1,000 years, where each secret realm was created from the extinction of a clan by Kyushu Strong, later refined by the mightiest into training grounds for future generations of Kyushu. I remember the terrifying secret of the Wasteland realm. Back then Kyushu was unaware and apart from the clan geniuses and myself who managed to escape. No other Kyushu cultivators survived the ordeal in the Wasteland realm. This caused an unprecedented uproar, and the strongest of Kyushu personally exterminated the Great Terror. This life, knowing beforehand about the Great Terror in the Wasteland realm, I won't let the tragedy repeat itself. With my current strength, I can't match the Great Terror of the Wasteland realm, but I still have 2 months, which is enough time. The most important point is, after another month, Chen Long will be able to check in again, and he is very much looking forward to what he might get next month. The previous 2 times with the divine elephant imprisoning strength on the path of the Slayer God, his enhancement was a qualitative leap. Chen Long adjusted his state and continued cultivating the divine elephant imprisoning strength, activating the giant elephant particles. Meanwhile, an intense battle was unfolding on the 4th battlefield. Report: bad news. The 5th defense front line has been breached by the Myriad Clan's Beast Army. Casualties number 1,205. Report: bad news. The 4th defense front line has been breached by the Myriad Clan's Beast Army. Casualties number 3,500. Report: the 32nd defense front line has also been breached by the Myriad Clan's Beast Army. Casualties number 6,921. Battle report after battle report reached the ears of Tang Ge, the person in charge on the 4th battlefield, each report signifying a breach in defense, signifying the death of many lives. Tang Ge's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Activate the city's protective array, hold the last line of defense. Yes, perhaps due to the defeat on the 5th battlefield, the Myriad Clans on the 4th battlefield were infuriated, and countless races of beast armies charged at the defense lines of the 4th battlefield. Not good, the city's protective formation is on the brink of being breached by the Myriad Clans. Damn it, hold the line. After their defeat at the 5th battlefield, the scoundrels of the Myriad Clans have gone mad, charging at the other 4 major battlefields. They're stirring up trouble despite being inferior in skill. Exactly. Without sending their equivalent prodigies, how could they ever hope to contend against our top prodigy from Jiuzhou, the masked man? Oh no, there's a breach in the protective formation. Brothers, hold it, fight for Jiuzhou. In this life I have no regrets joining Jiuzhou, and in the next life I would still choose to be a man of Jiuzhou. The monks from Jiuzhou used their flesh and blood to fill the gaps in the protective formation, blocking the first wave of assaults from the Myriad Clan's beasts. A fierce battle ensued at the breach, often a few men ganging up on a single beast, trying to outnumber them to minimize casualties. After all, these beasts are far stronger than the average Jiuzhou monk in many ways. If it were one-on-one, casualties among Jiuzhou's ranks would be inevitable. As expected, the monks of Jiuzhou continued to fall, but others immediately took their places. Hold the breach. We must not let the Myriad Clan set foot here. Fight. Tang Ge, in charge of the 4th battlefield, had a grave expression. Have the 3,000 war machines from the Zhuge family not arrived yet? Not yet. Tang Ge's eyes reddened as he sighed heavily, knowing the 4th battlefield had suffered great losses. Don't rush me, haven't I arrived just in time? Zhuge Ming appeared precisely on time at the 4th battlefield. Seeing Zhuge Ming, Tang Ge breathed a sigh of relief. Your family really likes to cut it close, huh? You might not be in a hurry, but we are. Zhuge Ming gave a slight smile, took out a storage bag and tossed it to Tang Ge. Don't get too worked up. Inside this bag there are 3,000 war machines, as well as a little something from the Zhuge family, hoping it will help the 4th battlefield hold on. Tang Ge's pupils dilated slightly as he probed the contents with his spirit. The storage bag contained 3,000 war machines, countless healing elixirs, and hundreds of formation diagrams. The Zhuge family excels in alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations, all of which are greatly beneficial to Jiuzhou, providing supplies to alleviate the pressure on the 5 battlefields. Tang Ge clasped his fists in gratitude. Tang is deeply thankful to the Zhuge family. Zhuge Ming looked towards the distant front line. Everything is for Jiuzhou. The Myriad Clan's relentless malice towards Jiuzhou must be carefully watched. Tang Ge nodded slightly, personally rushing to the front line, where he used a formation diagram to repair a gap in the formation. Subsequently, he distributed the 3,000 war machines along the front line to resist the assault of the Myriad Clans. Beasts, haha, brothers, the supplies from the Zhuge family have arrived. Your wounds can be healed now. You can rest for a while. What rest? Jiuzhou needs me. I'd rather die in battle than live a coward's life. The battlefield of the 4th was shrouded in gunpowder, mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, and the situation was dire. All of this was thoroughly documented by war correspondents, allowing the people of Jiuzhou back home to see with their own eyes. Scum of the Myriad Clans. One day the Myriad Clans will be trampled under Jiuzhou's feet. Stop boasting. It's not realistic at all. The 4th battlefield has suffered consecutive defeats. Without the support of the Zhuge family, it may well be breached. Come on, 4th battlefield, hold on, you can do it. If the 4th battlefield needs more people, we are willing to drag our battered bodies to the front. Why won't the masked man who was slaughtering enemies on the 5th battlefield assist the 4th? Perhaps the masked man has his own unspeakable reasons. In a small, dilapidated house in Tianhai City, Chen Tong consumes negativity, converting it into nourishment that speeds up the activation of the massive elephant particles of the divine elephant prison strength. Soon he realizes that much of the negativity originates from the fourth battlefield. Opening his eyes, Chen Tong immediately grabs his phone to check Weibo. A flood of information about the fourth battlefield fills his screen. Each piece of heavy news reddens his eyes with blood filling his heart with a tumultuous desire for vengeance. Curse those myriad clans, I swear they will pay a bloody price. I should have known, the vengeful nature of the myriad clans would inevitably cause one battlefield to pay a terrible price. Coincidentally, I too am vengeful by nature. At this moment Chen Tong's desire for vengeance solidifies, transforming him into a bloodthirsty Azura. I demand a blood-for-blood repayment from the myriad clans. Quickly he suppresses the rage in his heart. He cannot stay permanently in the 5 major battlefields, he needs to become stronger. Otherwise, even if he slaughters the myriad clans on the 4th battlefield, they will seek revenge on the 3rd battlefield. This is a vicious cycle. The only way to break this cycle is to become so formidable that the myriad clans tremble in fear. Only by dominating the 5 major battlefields alone can he truly protect the 9 provinces he wishes to safeguard. Chen Tong takes a deep breath, grits his teeth and says, everything the myriad clans have done to the 9 provinces I have remembered. Calming the unrest in his heart, he continues to cultivate the divine elephant prison strength, activating more giant elephant particles. Meanwhile, across the 9 provinces, battered bodies rush to the 4th battlefield, and 2 prodigies from the Kyoto clan have emerged. One possesses a unique eye and uses various combat techniques and grand spells to decimate the myriad clan's monster army. Instantly, the myriad clans dispatch a prodigy to engage him, preventing interference with their monster army. Another is a plant domain genius who, with a flick of his blue silver, controls the battlefield. With additional support from the battered bodies of the 9 provinces, the 4th battlefield is temporarily held. Tanggug, covered in wounds, sits on the ground running his energy to heal. The losses of the 4th battlefield this time are truly tremendous. Half of the Zhuge family's 3,000 war machines are damaged and sent for repair. The front line has changed hands 21 times with countless casualties. Cough, cough, cough. Thankfully, with the emergence of the prodigies from the 2 great families, the 4th battlefield was barely saved from annihilation by the myriad clans. Time flies fleetingly and a month has passed. Time to sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Talent gained. Time until next sign in. 2 months, 30 days, 23 hours. Time, mastering the power of time. The uses of time power are endless, accelerating the flow of time. The power of time, accelerating the flow of time. Chen Tong's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed at the moment. Ever since he started practicing the divine elephant imprisoning strength, he had felt that there was never enough time. He wished there were 48 hours in a day. The human body has 840 million particles that all need to be illuminated, and who knows how long that would take. This past month he had been illuminating the giant elephant particles and had only managed to illuminate 100,000 of them. Suddenly Chen Tong felt enveloped by a mysterious and mighty force, and memories on how to use the power of time flooded into his brain. Was this the power of time? Tracing back time, reversing time, the eternity of time equates to immortality. In an instant the flow of time in the dilapidated hut where Chen Tong was residing sped up tremendously. A day outside equated to 30 days in the hut. This was the limit to which he could adjust the flow of time. Pushing beyond this would require a higher realm of mastery. Ultimately it boiled down to Chen Tong being too weak. His day was equivalent to 30 days for others. Illuminating all 840 million particles no longer seemed an unachievable dream. Before delving further into this, he needed to check what had happened in Kyushu over the past month. Chen Tong stood up, his body cracking with a series of snaps. With every movement he felt an overwhelming surge of power like an inexhaustible void. However, he was not overly excited. In his past life, many races possessed powers far greater than his current ones, most importantly having great power but not being able to utilize it was useless. Chen Tong picked up his smartphone and opened Weibo. Half a month ago, the 5 major battlefields were constantly in conflict, and the descendants of noble families were forced to join the front lines to withstand the massive armies of demonic beasts from myriad races. After a long period of intense warfare, both sides negotiated, and to this day no large-scale battles had resumed, allowing time for recuperation. Chen Tong breathed a sigh of relief, his heart settling down. While the great battles had ceased, minor skirmishes between the myriad races in Kyushu occurred daily, though on a smaller scale. Chen Tong, accustomed to such occurrences from his past life, found it not unusual. It was perhaps a form of probing by both sides. This was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired time-related talent and see how powerful it could be, balancing cultivation and combat experience. Then Chen Tong thought of something: could his actions potentially trigger another major battle on the fourth battlefield? The last great battle was partly because he had made a significant move on the fifth battlefield, causing the myriad races to lose face. Considering this, Chen Tong stroked his chin. This time I can't be too high profile to avoid sparking another major conflict at the 5 battlefields and revealing my whereabouts. I shouldn't wear a mask either to prevent being recognized by the myriad races. This time I will only demonstrate my talent related to time. Having said that, Chen Tong used the power of time to alter his facial appearance, transforming into an unrecognizable face, and then headed to the teleportation array leading to the 4th battlefield. Lu Yong, guarding the array, saw Chen Tong approaching and smiled. Coming here alone, he must be a celestial prodigy. Currently what the 4th and 5th battlefields lacked the most was celestial prodigies. Please register your name and destination, he asked. Name. Chen Tong's eyes darted about and he replied, Shiryu, to the 4th battlefield. Chen Tong stepped onto the teleportation array and with a whoosh arrived at the 4th battlefield. Walking along a dark, decrepit street, he overheard the people of Jiuzhou chatting merrily. Have you heard? One of Jiuzhou's prodigies with heterochromia single-handedly slew 2 of the Qinglin tribe's champions, forging a deep blood feud with the Qinglin tribe. Haha, even the myriad tribes have their days. Indeed, it's a splendid sight. Our Jiuzhou prodigies are hardly inferior to those of the myriad tribes. Yes, it's just that the myriad tribes greatly outnumber us. Don't say that. Among the myriad tribes there are mysterious and terrifying major tribes who simply look down on us from Jiuzhou, deeming us unworthy of their attention. True, just the beast army from the myriad tribes not long ago caused massive losses on the 4th battlefield, with casualties reaching a staggering 300,000. Mentioning this, the speaker's eyes reddened with bloodshot. Recalling how countless people dragging their broken bodies had fought to the death against the myriad tribes to barely hold the last line of defense. We must not let down those who have passed away. We must defend the 5 battlefields and protect Jiuzhou. Listening to the conversations, Chen Tong left the ancient city with a heavy heart. Although the area outside the ancient city had been cleaned up, the ground was stained black and red with blood, carrying a faint scent of blood. The battle to defend the 4th battlefield had clearly been brutally fierce. Ah, you scoundrels! For killing my brethren, I demand your lives. Hu Han-san roared as 3 long swords flew from his side, piercing through the scar-ridden red flame lion. Witnessing the red flame lion die under his swords, Hu Han-san's face broke into a smile. Ah, brothers, I have avenged you. Just then an unexpected event occurred. A bloodthirsty wolf that had been lurking for a long time sprinted from behind a rock, its jaws wide open, about to pounce on Hu Han-san. At the critical moment, Chen Tong, who had been approaching from a distance, raised his hand, and a supreme force descended. Time arrow. A golden arrow formed from the power of time instantly pierced through the ambushing bloodthirsty wolf. With a mournful howl before its death, the wolf's eyes turned vacant, its fur aged instantly, and it finally collapsed into a pool of blood. Hu Han-san's pupils dilated. He quickly turned around and hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. I'm not old, just call me Shiryu, Chen Tong replied lightly. Hu Han-san, seeing the unfamiliar face, guessed the identity of his rescuer. Daring to venture alone to the outskirts of the 4th battlefield, he must be one of the prodigies. Shiryu, it must be your first time here at the 4th battlefield, right? Do you need me to show you the way? No need, I'll continue on my way. If I encounter any from the myriad tribes, I'll take action. Having known the situation of the 5 battlefields like the back of his hand in his previous life, why would he need someone to guide him? It was like revisiting old grounds. Chen Tong strode forward, and wherever he saw people unable to withstand the beasts, he would use his time arrows to pierce through them. Soon, the name Shiryu was spread by Hu Han-san and others, sparking small-scale discussions. Jiuzhou has produced another prodigy, haha, and the best part, Shiryu doesn't carry any airs of a prodigy at all, approachable. Yes, it seems he is intent on delving deep into the heartlands of the myriad tribes. Since the invasion of the myriad Tribes 1,000 years ago, few prodigies have managed to reach their heartland. Is it even possible? Whether it's possible or not isn't for us to say, all depends on whether Shiryu has the capability. Do you think Shiryu could break through the myriad tribes like the masked man did? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Tangood, the commander of the 4th battlefield, listening to his subordinates' reports, looked up at the sky and thought, Shiryu? I hope you prove stronger than the prodigies before you. Raised the name of Jojo. In the 4th battlefield, the heartland of the myriad tribes, Qianlong methodically made his way into the heartland, and from a distance he saw a prodigy from a past life battling fiercely with a prodigy of the myriad tribes. Is this another Jojo prodigy? You Jojo prodigies sure come often, go back. Su Feng, who was fighting the myriad tribes prodigy, shouted loudly, this place has a grand formation set by the myriad tribes which can suppress our powers. It's a trap designed to kill Jojo prodigies. Qianlong's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. The myriad tribes deserve to die. I've heard that line no less than 10 times, but you Jojo prodigies are always suppressed by us. You can't kill us. Can't kill you? Then let me do it. Murderous intent surged in Qianlong's eyes. Arrogant. Suddenly 3 beasts of different species attacked Qianlong. Time reversed. Covered by the power of time, the realms of the 3 beasts fell to the 8th, 7th, 6th, and finally to the peak of the 3rd tier. My power. Wait, why has my body shrunk? The 3 beasts looked at Qianlong in terror. What sorcery have you used? Sorcery? Qianlong, not bothering with words, shot time arrows that pierced through the 3 beasts. This bizarre and effortless killing of the 3 prodigies of the myriad tribes shocked the Jojo prodigies present. So strong. Does his power not get suppressed? No, his power might be suppressed, but his talent is more terrifying than we imagined. It seems to be time. What kind of heaven-defying talent is this? It's too terrifying. The realms of the 3 myriad tribes prodigies fell to the peak of the 3rd tier. None of you will escape, Qianlong said indifferently. Time locks the heavens. In an instant, this area was locked down by the power of time, allowing no one but Qianlong and the Jojo prodigies to leave. Go all out, break the lock. Okay, Crimson Flame Storm, Ice Spike, Seeing the myriad tribes prodigies working together, they couldn't shake the time locks the heavens. Damn it, what is this thing? It's impossible, so many of us working together and it has no effect. Damn you, you human brat, you're courting death. In a rage, the myriad tribes prodigy decisively offered up a seal. Su Feng, quick, stop them, we must not let them summon a stronger enemy. Qianlong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Bring as many as you like, I'll kill them all. Su Feng and other prodigies, are you kidding? The enemy the myriad tribes might summon could be of a king's realm. Still, bring as many as you like. Meanwhile, fierce winds rose in the distance. Who dared to challenge the prodigy of the Red Flame clan? The Comer was a king-tier red flame lion, spewing fierce flames from its mouth. The Red Flame lion found that not even the time seal Skylock could be broken by its fire. How is this possible? I am at the king tier. How can I not break through a mere 9th tier peak seal? The Red Flame lion, disbelieving, used the power of laws only accessible to those at the king tier, yet still could not break the time seal Skylock. Merely the power of laws, and you think to compare it with the power of time? In that moment, the king tier red flame lion was shaken. What kind of power is this? Even the laws mastered by those at king tier can't break it. Is this really something a mere 9th tier peak human can master? Wait, could it be the innate talent that all people from the 9 provinces can awaken? How heaven-defying is this talent? Who exactly are you? The red flame lion shook its head, its golden eyes fixed intently on the prodigy from the 9 provinces, landing on the unremarkable Qianlong. Boy, state your name. Shiryu, Qianlong said nonchalantly, spinning tails smoothly. Shiryu, this name, my Red Flame Lion clan will remember it, including Su Feng and other prodigies who also engraved the name Shiryu in their hearts. With such a prodigy emerging, their ignorance was profound. How deeply hidden was he? Su Feng took a deep breath. Perhaps only the masked man who slaughtered in the 5th battlefield and the prodigies from the 5 major families could be on par with him. Little did they know the masked man and Shiryu were the same person, merely unwilling to reveal his identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. If it were known that they were the same, it might provoke a great war among all clans. On the other hand, the prodigies trapped by the time seal Skylock were wide-eyed and disbelieving. How could this be? My father is at the king tier. How could he not break your seal? This can't be. It just can't be. I must be dreaming. It must be. The red flame lion driven mad banged its head on the ground until it knocked itself out. The poor creature was thus stupefied. Similarly, this also made Qianlong realize the terrifying aspect of his new time-related talent. A smile crept over his lips as he murmured, as expected. A product of the system, definitely top quality. Time really comes in handy. Qianlong looked up at the terrified prodigies of the myriad clans. I told you you'll be killed by me. Raising his hand, the power of time wrapped around his left arm, releasing streaks of golden light that struck the myriad clan prodigies. In an instant, the myriad clan prodigies aged and died. Outside the time seal skylock, the king-tier red flame lion gritted its teeth, frustrated with nowhere to vent its anger, and could only rage helplessly. Sure, you will pay the price. Price? What price can there be? There are rules in the 5 great battlefields. What can your myriad clans do to me? Humph. Even if you can't kill me, a great war will surely erupt again in the 4th battlefield. With these words, the dignified king tier red flame lion returned without success. A great war. Qianling had hoped to keep a low profile, but the pride of 10,000 races forced him to step into the spotlight. With deep eyes, he pondered whether his powerful time-sealing lock could serve as a secondary protective array for the city. After all, even kings could not break through the time-sealing lock, and with it guarding the 4th battlefield, there would be no fear of an onslaught by the massive armies of the myriad races. Beasts! Su Feng and other prodigies approached Qianling, bowing slightly to express their gratitude. Thank you, Shiryu, for saving our lives. We will repay this debt one day. Qianling waved his hand dismissively. No need, I saved you simply because I didn't want the JoJo prodigies to suffer losses. We shouldn't stay here long, you better leave. Aren't you coming with us? It seems like the myriad races are brewing another great war. Alas, I fear this 4th battlefield won't hold much longer. Damn it, if it weren't for the overwhelming numbers of the myriad races in the 4th and 5th battlefields and the lack of balancing power among races, we wouldn't be so passive. Unfortunately, the formidable racial powers are all concentrated in the first 3 battlefields, showing no interest in the 4th and 5th. Qianling had already thought of a strategy and said lightly, perhaps I have a method. The next moment he strode forward, venturing deeper into the territory of the myriad races. Su Feng and the others watched Shiryu's fading figure until he disappeared from sight. Let's go back. They returned to the ancient city on the 4th battlefield and informed Tengu of the myriad races' plans. What? The myriad races are initiating another round of great war. Tengu trembled, fully aware that the 4th battlefield could not withstand a second war so soon. How could he not be afraid? Su Feng sighed. It seems Shiryu has a plan. A plan? What can he do alone? Su Feng and the other prodigies exchanged glances, then shared Shiryu's achievements. Even Tengu, who had weathered many great storms, was shocked at this moment. A king's realm couldn't break the seal. Good. This is the rise of JoJo on the 4th battlefield, in the belly of the myriad races. Almost all along the way, we've hardly seen JoJo prodigies clashing directly with the prodigies of the myriad races, but instead countless beasts obstructing the path. Further ahead lies the very lair of the myriad races. Qianling said leisurely. He had visited the myriad races' lair in his past life. The forces there were mixed in strength, and their numbers were beyond imagination. His purpose this time was merely to showcase his temporal talents, and he could not afford to be high profile anymore. The lair of the myriad races. I will inevitably set foot there soon. Qianling believed that day wouldn't be too late. Afterward, he turned around and headed to the defensive frontline of the 4th and 5th battlefields, setting up the time-sealing lock. From then on, not even the 5 major defensive frontlines could be breached by the grand army of the myriad races beasts. Qianling also had a trick up his sleeve. The time-sealing lock would intentionally let in a portion of the myriad races' army, then shut the door. To trap them, this not only held them off but also inflicted losses on the myriad races' beast army, a double victory. With the task accomplished, Qianling no longer needed to worry about the 4th battlefield. It was time to return to the rear for some peaceful cultivation. Having said that, Qianling walked towards the ancient city, and just as he arrived, someone came looking for him. It was Tengu, a familiar face from his past life, and one of the rare moments Qianling showed a smile. Tengu, the person in charge of the 4th battlefield. Haha, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Of course everyone in JoJo knows of you and what you've done for the 4th battlefield. Let me get straight to the point. I wonder if the great Shiryujo has any way to help the 4th battlefield through this crisis. On behalf of everyone in the 4th battlefield, I Tengu thank you. The measures have already been taken. What measures? The time-sealing heavenly lock set up at the 5th defensive front line. Tang Ji's eyes lit up and he grasped Shenlong's hand with ecstatic gratitude, saying earnestly, "Thank you so much, Shiryu. Once again, on behalf of everyone in the fourth battlefield, I thank you." Shenlong shook his head. "As a citizen of Jiuzhou, it's my duty to contribute. The fourth battlefield is now in your hands. Yes, rest assured and go back. The fourth battlefield has us, and with your time-sealing heavenly lock we can definitely hold it." "Good, we can definitely hold it, but there will be casualties, more or less, it's inevitable, but we can only try to minimize them." Shenlong walked with heavy steps, teleporting back to Tianhai City, and his figure turned into a streak of time. Returning to his humble abode, time indeed has infinite uses. Adjusting his condition, Shenlong then started operating the divine elephant imprisoning strength, lighting up the giant elephant particles. With time acceleration, 1 day outside equated to a month in the humble abode, greatly enhancing the efficiency of lighting up the giant elephant particles. Meanwhile, the name Shiryu spread from the fourth battlefield, causing a buzz among the people of Jiuzhou, and it soared to the top of the Weibo hot search list. Another prodigy has emerged, turning the tide in the fourth battlefield. How so? This prodigy named Shiryu trapped the champions of myriad tribes alone, and even king-level powerhouses couldn't break his blockade. Is that so exaggerated? Even king-level powerhouses came and couldn't break the blockade? Truly terrifying. God bless Jiuzhou. With such a prodigy, Jiuzhou need not fear the myriad tribes. Trouble, big trouble. What's wrong? The myriad tribes have started a new round of war in the fourth battlefield. What? The fourth battlefield has already suffered heavy losses. This is adding insult to injury. It's over, completely over. Not necessarily. As far as I know, Shiryu has set up a second city defense array, located at the 5th defensive front line. Even king-level realms can't break it, let alone the massive army of myriad tribes monsters. Shiryu, impressive. Jiuzhou cannot be without Shiryu, just like the West cannot be without Jesus. With so many prodigies emerging to uphold the might of Jiuzhou, it's unfortunate that one without awakened talent, Shenlong, exists. In a short time, the name of Shiryu spread throughout Jiuzhou, and everyone admired him. Students who had not yet awakened their talents admired Shiryu as their idol. When I grow up and awaken my talent, I must also be as strong as Shiryu and defend the 5 battlefields of Jiuzhou together. Defending Jiuzhou is everyone's responsibility. Child, you have great ambition. Your teacher believes you can certainly do it. In the fourth battlefield, the hinterland of the myriad tribes, countless monsters surged out of their lairs, unleashing roars of fury. Jiuzhou has produced another supreme prodigy. Make Jiuzhou pay the price. Dare to kill our Scarlet Flame Lion's prodigy. We shall not easily forgive the fourth battlefield. Just as we pushed through the defense line in the last great war, we can do the same this time. Charge, avenge our fallen kin, roar. This great war is initiated by the 9 provinces. We the myriad clans are not afraid. This war will surely break the last line of defense. Let the fourth battlefield perish. The assembly of millions of demon beasts is complete and they surge towards the 5th defense line. Tens of thousands of people are stationed at the 5th defense line, their expressions grave. Can the Timeseal Skylock really hold them back? It must. Don't worry, look, the army of demon beasts is coming. Tens of thousands of demon beasts are stopped by the Timeseal Skylock. Looking up, dozens of mysterious chains protect the 5th defense line. Humph, a mere formation thinks it can stop us. Impossible. With Flame of Fury, Storm-Tearing Claws, Moonblade, millions of demon beasts display their divine powers, striking at the Timeseal Skylock, but they cannot shake it in the slightest. Impossible. This cannot be. All of us together can't even create a small breach. What kind of formation is this? Is this really something that the fourth battlefield could have? If it exists in the fourth battlefield, it must be within the rules. Damn it, this can't be. I refuse to believe it. This isn't real. Last time, the army of demon beasts steamrolled through defense lines, reaching the ancient city of the fourth battlefield. However, this time they can't even penetrate the 5th defense line. The disparity is too great. Countless demon beasts are shocked, unable to believe what they see. Come on, Demon Beast Army. Huan San gestures an international friendly sign to the demon beasts. Just then, the Timeseal Skylock autonomously reveals a gap. Huan San is dumbfounded. What is happening? This scene gives hope to the demon beast army. Ha, this formation is not invincible. Exactly. I knew it couldn't possibly withstand our army's continuous attacks. Attack. The demon beast army pushes forward, but alas, the gap is too small. Hardly many can get through. Those who do get through are trapped as the gap closes behind them. 3,000 demon beasts versus tens of thousands of people? No suspense, the 3,000 demon beasts are greeted by the relentless combat skills and talents of the tens of thousands from the 9 provinces, all slain. Hu Han San grins, haha, it feels great to trap and defeat them. The Myriad Clan's demon beast army is just like that, it's all thanks to Shi Tianjiao. Indeed, without Shi Tianjiao, the 5th defense line would have certainly fallen. Shi Tianjiao is not here, but what he left behind can defend the 4th battlefield. Everyone at the 5th defense line in the 9 provinces praises Chen Tong, and the war correspondent reports everything as it happens. This is the new generation. Hero of the 9 provinces, hardly inferior to the masked man. This is the great rise of the 9 provinces, 2 supreme talents. Let's see if the Myriad Clan still dare to look down on our 9 provinces. In Kyoto, at the Zhuge family's house, the head of the Zhuge family observes the celestial patterns, calculates and sees only a mist. Trying to clear it, he is instead repelled by a mighty force. The next moment, a spray of fresh blood burst forth, followed by a series of coughs. Shiryu, yet another heavenly secret obscured. Masked men, Shiryu, you two are truly mysterious. Outside the time seal skylock, the demon beast army exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Force their way through? Impossible. Break in? That would be like trapping themselves. Frustration. Such immense frustration. This was the first time in the history of all races that they had felt so stifled, all this thanks to the time seal skylock left by Qianlong. Dreadful heavens! Who exactly is it who has set up such a formidable array here? It was Shiryu. Shiryu, who is this divine figure? It is said that he is one of the prodigies of Jiuzhou. With his own hands he trapped the pride of 10,000 races with the time seal skylock. Even a King Realm powerhouse couldn't break it. What? How is that possible? Not even the King Realm can break it. The demon beast army was utterly stunned. Today had been the most shocking day for them. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it to be true. Is this really the Jiuzhou they knew, which they viewed as nothing more than ants? Shiryu, the demon beast army's heart-wrenching roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating over and over in the 4th battlefield. The name Shiryu was thoroughly spread among all races, and seeing that they could not break the time seal skylock, the demon beast army left without looking back. Thus, the battle of the 4th battlefield came to a close. In the divine realm, the ancestral land of the Tian divine clan, Shiryu, it's unexpected that Jiuzhou has produced so many prodigies in just a few days. The time seal skylock. Time. The power of time, unbreakable by anyone below the Emperor Honored. Only those above Emperor Honored can shake the river of time, and the 4th battlefield has been decided. Shiryu, he must be the child of fortune of this generation in Jiuzhou. If Jiuzhou is to be destroyed, Shiryu must first be eradicated. In the demon realm, the ancestral land of the Shuimo, Shiryu? Time, the time seal skylock. Unexpectedly, such a person has emerged from Jiuzhou. It's difficult for Jiuzhou not to rise. Below the Emperor Honored, no one can kill this child. If it weren't for the rules of the 5 major battlefields, I think even those above the Emperor Honored from the 10,000 races would be unable to resist entering the fray, vying to kill Shiryu and seize his blood and flesh. Lucky ones might even gain control of time. In Kyoto, the Awakening Association. This is an organization established by the Jiuzhou official to awaken talents and also to screen for those with powerful talents. Su Wangyang, with his hands behind his back, leisurely said, Shiryu, time, the time seal skylock. This is a realm touched only by those above the Emperor Honored. Even I feel wary of it. It seems the other races are having a headache. Shiryu's talent could possibly rank first on the talent list, followed by the masked man's talent. How many more prodigies has Jiuzhou yet to reveal? In Tianhai City, a small dilapidated house, the person in question, Qianlong, was wholeheartedly devoted to his cultivation, completely unaware of the outside world's evaluation of him. Even if he knew what, then they were talking about Shiryu. What does that have to do with him? Qianlong, time flies. Qianlong felt as if months had passed, but in the outside world only 10 days had gone by. At this moment he could feel the vigorous vitality and the burgeoning strength within his body. After 10 months of diligent cultivation, Qianlong successfully illuminated 10 million giant elephant particles, taking a significant step towards fully illuminating them all. Slowly opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of stale air, spread his hands wide, and his muscles, taut and outlined, traced a line of strength. Glancing at the date on my phone, my eyes slightly narrowed in surprise. Time had flown by so swiftly. 10 days had passed, or rather 10 months for me. 10 months, 10 Million colossal particles efficiency had indeed increased, yet it was still not enough. I picked up my phone to check the events that had transpired in the 9 provinces over these 10 days. The conflict at the 4th battlefield had settled thanks to Shiryu's time seal Skylock. At the 5th battlefield, a great war was initiated by myriad races, but alas, the high-end combat power was drastically reduced by the masked man, forcing reliance on sheer numbers to push through the 5th defensive line. The use of heavy weaponry at the 5th battlefield compelled the defeat of the monstrous beast army, masked man, Shiryu. The rise of 9 provinces, countdown of 20 days to the wasteland secret realm. At a glance everything seemed related to me, and a smile appeared on Chen Tong's face. My efforts were not in vain. The conflicts at the 4th and 5th battlefields were stabilized. With 20 days until the opening of the wasteland secret realm, I still had time to become stronger. In the depths of my soul, I felt that this journey to the wasteland secret realm would yield significant gains. Chen Tong slightly furrowed his brows, touched his chin, and muttered to himself, "Beyond the Great Terror, there indeed lies a bizarre area in the wasteland secret realm. Back then, my strength was too meager to step into that area, but now not only do I possess 2 great talents, but also the divine elephant imprisoning force, which should enable exploration of that region. I hope it brings me a pleasant surprise." Putting down the phone, Chen Tong belatedly realized that his realm had quietly advanced to the mid-phase of the 10th stage, the divine elephant imprisoning force. Terrifying as it is, after stretching his limbs a bit, he continued to cultivate the divine elephant imprisoning force. In Tianhai City, at the first high school, Li Yi was browsing the hot search rankings on Weibo, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Ha, the youth are indeed formidable. This great era will surely have a place for 9 provinces. It's just a pity that Chen Tong couldn't awaken his talents to participate in the grand era, only able to stay behind." Mentioning Chen Tong's name, Li Yi felt regretful. How could such a promising individual not awaken any talents? Once he had high hopes for him, but the outcome was disappointing. The next moment he stumbled upon a post about his student Chen Tong. How has someone who failed to awaken any talents vanished from sight? Beneath this post, everyone was discussing Chen Tong. People have their own aspirations. Perhaps he chose to escape and take up a clerical job. Ah, what a waste of youth! Devoid of any vigor. At the very least, he should have become a war correspondent. Fortunately, our new generation in 9 provinces isn't like him, lacking vigor. They are all fighting on the front lines. We in 9 provinces must strive against the current. Without effort, we would be eliminated in this conflict of myriad races. Seeing this post and its comments, Li Yi, as Chen Tong's teacher, felt quite unsettled. Everyone makes their own choices, and as a teacher, I will support you unconditionally. With 2 supreme young geniuses present, the situation on the 5 battlefields will develop positively, especially at the 4th and 5th battlefields. Major conflicts are almost unlikely to erupt now, only minor frictions and clashes between geniuses. Meanwhile, across Kyushu, all major media, news outlets, computers and mobile phones were momentarily blacked out. Everyone in Kyushu was astounded. What was happening? Could it be that another major event was about to unfold? It reminded them of the first year of the alien invasion, when spiritual energy revived and all electronic devices had failed. Could it be a resurgence of spiritual energy? However, that couldn't be possible, could it? The revival of spiritual energy had remained continuous to this day, and there was no shortage of spiritual energy in the world. As countless people were baffled, media, news sources, computers and mobile phones returned to normal. What appeared before their eyes was a middle-aged man, Su Wangyang, the president of the Kyoto Awakening Association, one of the strongest in Kyushu. What could such a powerful figure possibly have to say? The anticipation was palpable. It was unbelievable that they could witness the true appearance of one of the strongest in their lifetime. What an honor! Everyone quieted down, knowing that Su Wangyang must have something important to say to all of Kyushu. Su Wangyang, his expression indifferent and voice magnetic, declared that Kyushu was entering a new era. As one of the strongest in Kyushu and the president of the Awakening Association, he officially announced the public release of the Kyushu talent list, accessible on the official website of the Awakening Association. In his final statement, he expressed his hope that everyone in Kyushu would be as strong as dragons, defending the 5 major battlefields of Kyushu. With those words, Su Wangyang disappeared from public view. Those in Kyushu who had some free time immediately accessed the official website to check the talent list. The list was topped by Shiryu, known for his time talent. The second spot was held by the masked man, whose talent remained unknown. Following them were Shi Tian with the heavy pupils, Xian Yuan Tian with sky-slicing sword, Qi Zhuge Jun with the 8 trigrams, and Xiao Huohuo with the 9 mystical heavenly fire. 20 days later, as far as Chen Long was concerned, a whole year and 8 months had passed. He had activated 1 billion colossal particles, achieving a strength that surpassed even those races born with divine strength. His realm had peaked at the 10th level, but he had yet to break through. Chen Long sat on an old sofa lost in thought. With the power of laws understood at the king's realm and integrated into the body at the emperor's realm, and armed with the memories of his past life, he found comprehending the power of laws not too difficult. A single thought could propel him into the king's realm. However, it was because of the wasteland secret realm that Chen Long had deliberately not stepped into the king's realm. There were still 2 months left until his next sign-in. In this time, the 4th and 5th battlefields from his past life had frequently instigated wars, causing heavy losses to Kyushu. In this life, playing the roles of the masked man and Shiryu, he had shone brightly in the 4th and 5th battlefields, mitigating the losses compared to his past life. This journey into the wasteland secret realm was to annihilate the Great Terror and explore that region. Chen Long pulled out his phone and saw that the entire network was buzzing about the upcoming opening of the Wasteland Secret Realm, an unprecedented grand event. It seems that there was no major battle on the 5th and 4th battlefields, so more people joined the Wasteland Mystery this time. Under whose name shall I go? Chen Ling's eyes flickered, and he quickly made up his mind to go as the masked man. Let's see how much the time acceleration and the divine elephant's imprisoning force have improved me. Putting on the mask, Chen Ling walked openly on the main street. Perhaps it was too striking to walk on the street with a mask, as he immediately caught the attention of many children and the elderly and infirm. Masked man, a child about 7 or 8 years old exclaimed with wide eyes, "Daddy, it's the masked man, the great hero of Jiuzhou, the great hero, yes, the great hero." The young man called father by the child was exhilarated, holding the child's hand as they walked aside. "We must not block the path of the great hero. He must be going to participate in the Wasteland Mystery." Pedestrians on the street conscientiously made way for Chen Ling, allowing him to travel unimpeded to the teleportation formation heading to the assembly plaza of Tianhai City for the Wasteland Mystery. No sooner had he arrived than Chen Ling caused a sensation. "It's the masked man. The man who ranks second on the talent list has come. I never thought I'd see the masked man in my lifetime. The masked man has appeared again. Is it for the Wasteland Mystery? Of course. What else is there besides the soon-to-open Wasteland Mystery? Can he alone conquer the Wasteland Mystery? Hard to say. We don't know what the Wasteland Mystery entails. It's been 8 years since it last opened, and what has happened inside the Wasteland Mystery during these 8 years is unknown. Could there be powerful native creatures? What, are you scared? We cultivators should defy the heavens." No, I'm worried whether the Wasteland Mystery might bring forth enemies beyond our capability to handle." "Relax, this is my second time entering the Wasteland Mystery. There are not so many powerful enemies. Also, it's our concern." Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chen Ling felt helpless and was quite astonished that he was actually ranked second on the talent list. On reflection, he realized that it made sense. He had been exceptionally valiant in the 5th battlefield, soaring in spirit. Why wouldn't his rank on the talent list be high? He remembered when he first awakened the Emperor Bird talent and topped the talent list. Only now it was his other identity, Shiryu, who topped the list, but the difference was not significant. As Chen Ling was lost in myriad thoughts, an elderly man approached from afar, walking on air. "You are the cultivators from Tianhai City participating in the Wasteland Mystery. This is a moment of both opportunity and danger. You are crucial to the future of Jiuzhou. Remember to measure your strength and minimize casualties." Yes, let's set off." As his words fell, a large formation emerged in the plaza, transporting them into the Wasteland Mystery. When Chen Ling opened his eyes, he found himself in a desolate landscape utterly devoid of life. "Wasteland Mystery, here I am again." Recalling his past life in the Wasteland Mystery, Chen Ling felt quite emotional. Originally, like Jiuzhou, the Wasteland Mystery was a civilization of technology, but then a drastic change occurred, causing 70% of the population to turn into zombies. The remaining 30% of humanity eked out an existence amidst countless zombies and invasions from myriad races, in a precarious situation, eventually falling into the hands of Jiuzhou, according to memories of past lives. In the desolate wasteland, zombies and mutated beasts ruled the world with varying degrees of power. "What once could harm me is now insignificant." Qianlong murmured to himself as he strode forward. After walking a distance, he spotted 3 zombies with rotting bodies and an overwhelming stench. Sensing the scent of a living person, the 3 zombies turned around, their hollow eyes fixating on Qianlong. Roaring, they clawed their way towards him. Qianlong, with a calm and composed face, conjured a sword with his spiritual power and swept it across, felling the 3 zombies instantly. Too weak, the wasteland has become too simple for me. Only the Great Terror in that region can pique my interest. To eliminate the Great Terror swiftly, Qianlong utilized the power of time to accelerate himself. In just a moment he reached the depths of the wasteland, only to be blocked by a dark shadow. I am a powerful species born from the will of this world. I have lurked for many years undetected by you invaders. Today I have reached the realm of kings. I am the disaster that will annihilate you invaders. Facing a zombie king of the royal realm, Qianlong remained indifferent and silent. To others, this zombie king might be an insurmountable barrier, but for Qianlong, it was merely child's play. Invader, are you scared stiff? Die. The zombie king, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, arrogantly taunted him. Qianlong grabbed his spirit sword, stepped forward, and in an instant appeared before the zombie king, piercing its throat with a single stroke. Coughing, the poor zombie king struggled to speak, its eyes widening in disbelief as it stared at the peak 10th stage invader. Despite breaking its head, it couldn't understand how a mere 10th stage could injure it. A royal realm being? Don't think being of the royal realm makes you invincible. There are always greater powers, and besides, you're just a product pushed out by the world's will. What are you really? As his words fell, a sudden change occurred. The wasteland trembled violently, and countless zombies looked up to the sky, howling. The cultivators from Jiuzhou who had entered the wasteland were all bewildered, having no clue what was happening. What's going on? I don't know. This is my first time encountering this. There was nothing like this last time I came to the wasteland. Do you feel like the wasteland is collapsing? Impossible. There must be a great terror in the depths of the wasteland. I hope this trip isn't too dangerous. If it's too dangerous, we'll have to leave to reduce casualties. Right. Outside the wasteland, 10 royal realm elders guarding the place suddenly opened their eyes and stood up. What's happening? Why is the wasteland suddenly causing such a commotion? It's even affecting the outside world? Could it be that the wasteland sanctuary still possesses some power that hasn't been completely cleared? Impossible. The wasteland sanctuary has existed in Kyushu for 500 years. Such a situation should not occur. Just one look and you'll know. 10 ancient monarch-level elders glanced at each other and made a concerted effort to fathom the truth. However, they were repelled several steps back by the force of the wasteland sanctuary. How could this be? We can't investigate the internal situation of the wasteland sanctuary. This is terrible. There must be a serious problem with the wasteland sanctuary. Cohen, hurry to the Awakening Association and request Su Zun to investigate the wasteland sanctuary. There's no time to delay. You and I both understand the loss involved. All right, wasteland sanctuary. Qianlong narrowed his eyes and also looked up at the sky, finally unable to resist striking at me. A great terror. Oh no, should I call it the residual world will of the wasteland sanctuary? A profound and mysterious voice thundered unexpectedly. You, the newcomer, recognize me. I will destroy you first, then the other newcomers. You who have destroyed my world, you must pay with your blood. Qianlong remained calm, explaining. The wasteland sanctuary was not destroyed by Kyushu but due to the zombies inside and the myriad tribes outside. We merely took the wasteland sanctuary from the hands of the myriad tribes. Whether it's already too late is not important. What's important is that I must annihilate you all. If so, then there's nothing left to discuss. Kill. With a furious shout, Qianlong's murderous intent surged and he dispelled the spirit sword in his hand, operating the divine elephant imprisoning force. Behind him, a giant elephant appeared, its roars resounding in between breaths. The world will only felt a moment of dizziness, its mood immensely shocked, itself being the spirit of this place. How could it be affected by the roar of a giant elephant? How is this possible? Your methods reach the heavens, but how? This place is under my dominion. How could you be my opponent? Qianlong couldn't be bothered with the world's will anymore, turning the hellish vortex spiritual energy into a black spear of the underworld god. In an instant the world will felt trembling and fear throughout. Panicked, destroy. Destroy for me. The power of this place surged forth, seeking to annihilate the spear of the underworld god. The spear of the underworld god is the strongest method of attack, not something the incomplete world will could just annihilate at will. if it were a complete world will Qianlong's spear of the underworld god might really be annihilated. Too bad it's incomplete. No, this cannot be. The world will collapse, having waited for this day only to find itself returning without success, even risking destruction. Who can accept this? Go. Qianlong grabbed the spear of the underworld god and threw it into the sky, piercing a clump of world wool nailed to the firmament. Meanwhile, having received the news, Su Wanyang tore through space and instantly arrived at the wasteland sanctuary to discover the truth. Witnessing Qianlong's spear of the underworld god nailing the residual world will, Su Wanyang narrowed his eyes, not expecting the masked man to be so powerful, to be able to annihilate even the residual world will in one move. Kyushu truly has produced a peerless genius. This is the rise of Kyushu. Afterwards, Su Wanyang's spirit withdrew. How about it, Su Zun? What exactly happened to the Wasteland Sanctuary? Do you have any way to rescue the people of Kyushu inside the Wasteland Sanctuary? Su Wanyang smiled faintly. You need not panic. The Wasteland Sanctuary merely manifested the residual world will. What? The remnants of the world will? The elder's pupils shrank slightly, a calamity for those entering the Wasteland Secret Realm. Su Zun, alright, no need to panic anymore. The remnants of the world will have already been dealt with. Thanks to Su Zun's action, Su Wanyang shook his head. It wasn't me who dealt with the remnants of the world will. What? The elders were stunned. If not Su Zun, then who else could handle the world will? Even if it was just remnants, it's not something just anyone could manage. Suddenly one elder thought of someone and exclaimed, is it the masked man? Exactly. This. The masked man is too terrifying, isn't he? Yes, even we find the world will challenging, and yet at what level must he be to resolve even its remnants? If not terrifying, how could he be called a supreme genius? He is the hope for the rise of Jojo. Su Wanyang spoke indifferently, then tore through space to return to the Awakening Association, Wasteland Secret Realm. While Qianlong dealt with the remnants of the world will, he felt that he was being watched. So soon, my good brother? Qianlong's lips curled into a smile. He didn't need to guess to know that the visitor was Su Wanyang, his closest brother from a previous life. Qianlong looked up at the world will nailed in the sky, gradually turning into a source stone. A source stone, a product of the world will's demise, could enhance a person's potential in all aspects and even stimulate good mutations and talents. With a spiritual hand he grasped the source stone from the sky, perhaps because he had nailed the world. Well, the source stone instinctively resisted him. Humph! I can kill even the remnants of the world will. A mere source stone still wants to resist me. Take it. With an angry shout the source stone was forcefully seized by the spiritual hand. Qianlong sat cross-legged holding the source stone and operated the divine elephant imprisoning strength to absorb it. The continuous energy from the source stone flowed into his body, clearly feeling this energy streaming through his limbs and into his marrow. Chillingly cool. Using the remaining energy, Qianlong guided it to light up the giant elephant particles with surprisingly good results. In a moment 50 million giant elephant particles were lit. Qianlong opened his eyes and sighed lightly. It's a pity there's only one source stone, but it's not a small enhancement for me. If I could get a few more source stones to light up all the giant elephant particles, maybe they could all be lit. Perhaps due to the noise he made, several zombies nearby ran wildly towards him, roaring, roar. Qianlong didn't even glance at them, striking backwards with a sword mark, slaying the incoming zombies. With the great terror resolved, the people of Jojo and the Wasteland Secret Realm would no longer perish here, reducing the losses for Jojo. Qianlong was grateful that he could live again and have a system by his side changing the tragedies of his previous life. The fifth battlefield, the fourth battlefield. Wasteland's Secret Realm. Qianlong clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with brilliance. In this life I will change everything I can, pushing across all tribes, alone deciding through the ages. In this way I can protect the 9 provinces that I long to safeguard. All must be proven through strength. Without it you are nothing, merely fodder for the myriad tribes, a stepping stone. Qianlong suppressed the turmoil within his heart. That area lay deeper in the Wasteland Mystery Realm, and who knew what secrets it hid. Guided by memories of his past life, he twisted and turned to reach his destination. Upon arrival, he saw a stretch of land dyed black, starkly contrasting with the sandy soil under his feet. Qianlong took a deep breath and stepped forward, immediately feeling an overwhelming oppressive force. His pupils shrank slightly, his expression one of shock. This pressure, this aura, it was definitely that of an emperor. In his past life he had also reached the emperor level, holding back 100 emperors from the myriad tribes, buying time for the 9 provinces until he died from exhaustion. There was no mistaking this aura and pressure, no wonder I couldn't approach it in my past life. So this was the site of an emperor's battle. The wasteland mystery realm had existed in the 9 provinces for over 500 years. Only an emperor could maintain such fierce pressure after so many years. Was it just the emperor's pressure that wouldn't stop me? Qianlong's eyes sparkled as he straightened his back and strode forward. The further he walked, the more terrifying the oppressive force became, making him suspect it surpassed even that of an emperor. Huffing, Chen Long circulated his divine elephant suppression technique to ease his discomfort. After an unknown amount of time, a figure floated up from the ground and stared directly at Qianlong. Descendant of the future, I am gratified that you have come this far. Qianlong remained silent for a moment before speaking. I am not of this world. The smile on the floating figure's face stiffened, then he shook his head and chuckled. So it is the descended. Alas, you too cannot escape destruction, such is fate. Since you've made it here, it must be destiny. Well then, I shall tell you a secret. Qianlong raised an eyebrow. A secret? The figure continued without regard for Qianlong's reaction. Your world must have been invaded by the myriad tribes, right? There are 5 great battlefields, correct? At this, Qianlong's pupils dilated, his body trembling. How could he know? Could it be the secret the figure was about to reveal was related to the 5 great battlefields? Do you know the origin of the 5 great battlefields? They are the means by which the worlds will resist the myriad tribes, which is why the tribes are bound by rules. Once the worlds will weakens, the rules can no longer restrain the myriad tribes. This is why my world was destroyed. The myriad tribes see us as nourishment, consuming a part of the heavens and earth to gain destiny, and the products of the worlds will the source stones. The myriad tribes have all the time to scheme slowly. This is the secret. At this moment, Qianlong was shocked. He hadn't expected such a secret behind the 5 great battlefields. If this was true, what use was there in holding the battlefields? Once the worlds were weakened, the myriad tribes would swarm out. No matter how strong one was, there were limits. How could he face the myriad tribes swarming out alone? Even if he could dominate through the ages, the 9 provinces were too vast. He couldn't protect it all alone, and when he looked back, there was no one there. At this moment, Qianlong felt a chilling despair in his heart, but suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Reigniting hope. I still have the sign-in system. I still have a chance. I must defend the 9 provinces. Even without the 5 major battlefields, I can hold my ground. I can fight through thousands of races. How about you? How far has your world come? Qianlong lifted his head, his face brimming with confidence. Does it really matter how far I've come? I alone am enough to protect what I must. Laughing heartily, he continued, you're a lot like me, or rather we are cut from the same cloth. Back then I was the strongest in the world, yet there were stronger beings among the myriad races who could suppress me with a mere gesture. Dust to dust, earth to earth, all was lost. But Qianlong shook his head. I am not you, and you are not me. In this era, I am destined to be invincible. This is my belief. The future me will become a variable, unique throughout the ages, eternal and indestructible. Crack, crack. A dazzling golden light shone above Qianlong's head, and his realm broke through to that of a king. The figure trembled. Is this a brand new law? I never expected to encounter a genius who could create a new law. What a figure of this era, destined to be invincible. What a unique being for all eternity, eternal and undying. Ha, we are alike. I hope you can protect your world. This is also my last aspiration. Don't let it become a regret in your heart. I see that you possess terrifying strength within you, but you have not yet fully mastered it. Let me lend you a hand. This is the last help I can offer you. With these words, the figure dissipated into the universe, leaving only a storage bag floating down in front of Qianlong. He bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Clearly not from the same world, yet willing to share the secrets of the 5 major battlefields. Perhaps this is true selflessness. Catching the storage bag, Qianlong did not rush to inspect it. Instead, he sat down cross-legged, carefully feeling the new law he had created, the invincible law. Only with an invincible heart and will can one unleash the power of the invincible law, doubling the combat power. Am I not invincible? Who else can claim to be invincible? Later, Qianlong examined the storage bag and saw countless resources and a puddle of slightly golden blood. This blood must be from an emperor-level beast, a great supplement indeed. Alas, the god elephant prison strength has brought too great an improvement. Having practiced for over a year with the enhancement of time, I've never been able to properly adapt to the expanding strength within my body, taking advantage of being in The wasted secret realm. I should digest these recent advancements. Time acceleration. This time, the acceleration of time took a qualitative leap. One day outside, 4 months here. Qianlong stomped his foot, creating a huge pit and filled it with the golden blood from the storage bag, submerging his whole body in the golden blood pool. Day by day, month by month, Qianlong adapted to the terrifying strength contained within his body. Only when the golden blood was completely absorbed did he finally stop. A single particle of a colossal elephant corresponds to 10,000 caddies. I have activated 500 million such particles, which amounts to 5 trillion. Qianling shook his head, realizing something was off. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be possible to unleash such a terrifying force so casually, but at the very least, demolishing a peer in the same realm with a single punch wouldn't be a problem. My goodness, this is terrifying. Is this even human? He couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter, the standard essence of his national pride. If strength alone were the measure of realms, he would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier emperor. However, the level of a realm isn't solely determined by strength. There are fundamental differences. This journey has been immensely rewarding. It's time to return and inform Su Wanyang about what transpired in the Wasteland Secret Realm. The secret realm was open for a month, and while others might not have explored much, Qianling was different. He had dealt with the Great Terror and resolved the issues in this region. Exiting the realm, a beam of light enveloped him, transporting him out of the Wasteland Secret Realm back to its exterior. Qianling's reappearance caught the attention of the elders. The aura of the man in the mask has become even more stable. His strength must have greatly increased. Isn't that obvious? A man who single-handedly cleared what remained of the world's will is simply not human. I envy the man in the mask. If I had half his ability in my youth, we wouldn't be so stagnant, one elder mused. Ignoring the elders' discussions, Qianling nodded at them. Elders, I need to speak with Su Wanyang. These elders, who had bled and contributed to the 9 provinces, certainly deserved his respect. You need to speak with Su Zun. The 10 elders exchanged looks, slightly puzzled. Su Zun had visited once. Surely they couldn't keep summoning him. It felt somewhat improper for such a powerful figure to be called upon this way. But judging from the man in the mask's tone, it seemed like an urgent matter. All right, we'll go inform Su Zun right away. No need. Before they could move, Su Wanyang tore through the space and appeared before them. I've seen Su Zun. Su Wanyang nodded slightly, pulling Qianling into a separate space with a wave of his hand. Young man, I must admire your courage to call me by name directly. At my level, I can sense when anyone in the 9 provinces calls out my name. Qianling composed looked at his old friend, feeling quite pleased. I suppose Elder Su Wanyang won't mind. Ha, interesting, very interesting. Speak, it's just you and me here. What is it that you want to tell me? Qianling's expression turned serious and he spoke decisively. What I am about to discuss stems from what I learned in the Wasteland Secret Realm. Elder Su Wanyang, are you aware of the origins of the 5 great battlefields? This statement made Su Wanyang's heart skip a beat as he shared his views. The 5 great battlefields have been around since the invasion of the myriad tribes. Protecting the blue planet is part of the rules. Qianling shook his head. The 5 great battlefields are the protective mechanisms of the world's will against the myriad tribes. The world's will, that's not too far off from what I thought. Su Wanyang chuckled dryly. What would happen if one day the 5 great battlefields ceased to exist? The smile on Su Wanyang's face froze, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as the Imperial Majesty pressure tilted and poured out. There were certain things the man in the mask should not speak recklessly about. Faced with the Imperial Majesty pressure, Qianlong remained completely unaffected. I'm not speaking recklessly, he stated. Su Wanyang gave Qianlong a deep look, retracted the Imperial pressure and continued speaking. Once the will of the world weakens, the rules of the 5 major battlefields will no longer restrain the myriad races, and at that time they will emerge in full force. This is what I learned from the remnants of the strongest beings in the Wasteland Secret Realm. At this moment Su Wanyang's mind went blank, clearly shocked. You're telling me this to prepare me in advance? Exactly, the 5 major battlefields are unreliable. What's reliable is the steel wall built by the hands of the 9 provinces, Qianlong replied. A flicker of light passed through Su Wanyang's eyes. I will consider this matter carefully. Lastly, thank you for revealing the answer in your heart. With that, Su Wanyang waved his hand and the two returned to their original location. He scanned the group and spoke coldly. Pretend that what just happened never occurred. It must not be spread outside. Yes, Lord Su, even in death we will never speak of it, the elders responded resolutely. Su Wanyang nodded slightly and tore through space to leave. Following closely, Qianlong bowed to the elders and then used the teleportation array to return to Tianhai City. After the two left, the elders sighed in relief and started discussing the man in the mask. As a top prodigy, he doesn't put on airs at all. He's much better than those arrogant geniuses who think too highly of themselves. Indeed, both are geniuses, yet the difference is so vast. This is the rise of the 9 provinces. No sooner had Qianlong arrived in Tianhai City than he instantly returned to his humble abode. He couldn't afford to expose his whereabouts to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon returning, he adjusted the flow of time in his humble abode to match that of the wasteland. Secret Realm, Invasion of the Myriad Races, The Will of the World, the 5 major battlefields. Qianlong shook his head and chuckled. The pressure is really high. As the saying goes, no pressure, no drive. After speaking, Qianlong began to cultivate the divine elephant subduing prison technique earnestly. As he progressed, lighting up the giant elephant particles became increasingly difficult, requiring terrifying amounts of resources. Fortunately, he had a vast amount of resources given by the shadows of the wasteland secret realm, along with an endless supply of negativity. His Emperor Bird talent resolved the issue of insufficient resources quite thrillingly. After Su Wanyang returned, he secretly met with the other 3 supreme beings of the 9 provinces. Su Wanyang, what urgent matter do you have? We still have to oversee the 1st and 2nd battlefields. Come on, spit it out. Su Wanyang laid out the whole situation, causing the 3 supreme beings to widen their eyes in shock. What did you say? The 5 major battlefields will one day cease to exist? Are you joking? Wouldn't that be the ultimate disaster for the 9 provinces? Could it be that our lifelong efforts will end up in vain? No, Su Wanyang continued. The man in the mask also said, the 5 major battlefields are not reliable. What's reliable is the steel wall built by the hands of the 9 provinces. For a moment, the atmosphere became subtle and unusually quiet. Agreed, agreed, agreed. The 3 supreme beings finally reached a consensus, laughing just as I thought. And talking about the man in the mask, he's truly extraordinary, harboring great terror within him. Facing the imperial majesty pressure without flinching, this young man will surely achieve greatness. If I were in the same era as him, I would certainly be inferior to him. Ha ha ha, Wanyang, this is the first time I've seen you give such high praise to a junior. If I get the chance, I too would like to meet him and see just how terrifying this masked man is. Su Wanyang gave a faint smile. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. We need to head back and defend our positions, although we can't rely solely on the 5 major battlefields. Without them, Kyushu would have been long gone. Wanyang, the iron walls of Kyushu depend on you now. Within the territory of Kyushu, you are the only Emperor Supreme, the strongest force. I will do it. In an instant, the 3 mighty ones disappeared from Kyushu, returning to their respective posts to guard the 1st and 2nd battlefields. As for Su Wanyang, he issued a decree informing all of Kyushu, decided by the 4 mightiest of Kyushu. The Black Wall project is initiated, constructing an iron wall surrounding the territory of Kyushu. This is a project of the ages. We hope every citizen of Kyushu contributes their utmost effort to uphold the Black Wall. Once the decree was announced, discussions erupted throughout Kyushu. What is this about? The Black Wall project? Constructing an iron wall around Kyushu? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? I don't understand. With the 5 major battlefields outside, why build a new line of defense? You're not to question this. It's decided by the 4 mightiest. They must have their reasons. Correct. We will obey unconditionally. Everything is for Kyushu. I am old, I can't make it to the 5 battlefields, but now Kyushu needs me. I will contribute my strength to Kyushu. The 5 battlefields? Wanghu, the Black Wall project? What exactly is this for? There are hardly any battles at the 5th and 4th battlefields anymore. Why waste manpower here? Wang Han rolled his eyes, arms crossed. Regardless, I will always support Kyushu's decisions, but don't you find it strange? Clearly a great era is upon us. Could it be that the 4 mightiest have foreseen the future? Who knows? In Kyoto, the Zhuge family, the head of the Zhuge family stroked his beard, squinting his eyes, holding a bagua in his hand. The Black Wall project, it seems it could enhance the fortunes of Kyushu, vaguely hinting at maintaining peace for eons. Interesting, really interesting. The 4 mightiest must have profound reasons for their actions. My Zhuge family will fully cooperate in building this monumental project, the Black Wall. Paired with the Zhuge family's mechanisms and formations, it might even surpass the effects of the 5 battlefields, the hinterlands of the myriad clans. the Eagle Hawk clan was conspiring with various major clans against Kyushu. The 5th battlefield is practically ruined, with 70% of its forces wiped out by the masked man. Humph, if it weren't so difficult to enter this realm, we wouldn't be in such a situation. No matter, we myriad clans have time, we'll endure slowly, and eventually, when the world's will of this realm weakens, that will be the time for us myriad clans to overthrow Kyushu. Kyushu has proven to be incredibly resilient. While all others have fallen, it alone has stubbornly held out for many years. A chilling laugh echoed from afar, causing a shiver among the myriad tribes gathered. The undead tribe? Why had they left the 1st and 2nd battlefields to come here? Hehehe. It's because you all are too useless that I had to step in to help. Hehehe. After so many years of battle in the 5th battlefield, there must be many dead. A blue-flamed skeleton, its power constrained to the 5th order, raised its hand emitting a black mist, and with a ghastly open mouth, it called out, "O deceased spirits, heed my summoning, rise as undead." Instantly, every creature in person from Kyushu who had died on the 5th battlefield rose, their skeletons dragging as they transformed into members of the undead tribe. A Saker falcon swallowed hard. This was the power of the undead tribe, truly fearsome entities who dominated the 1st and 2nd battlefields with such tactics. This is the true strategy of overwhelming numbers. Go, conquer the 5th battlefield. A vast army of undead skeletons moved towards the defensive front of the 5th battlefield, their numbers unprecedented and unmatched in history. Such a massive disturbance was impossible for the defenders of the 5th battlefield not to notice. The myriad tribe's army is here again. Yang Yu, who was in charge of the 5th battlefield, furrowed his brows deeply, fully aware of what these undead skeletons signified. Why had the undead tribe from the 1st and 2nd battlefields come to the 5th? This was an unprecedented variable. Could it be that the myriad tribes could no longer wait? The next second, Yang Yu thought of the announcement made by the president of the Awakening Association, the Black Wall Plan. Could there be a connection between these events? Actually, it was not so. It was merely because Kyushu had produced 2 exceptional geniuses, the Masked Man and Shiryu, that the myriad tribes had resorted to this desperate strategy. Just as Yang Yu was lost in his thoughts, Sudali rushed in frantically. "Lord Yang, it's bad, it's really bad." Already in a foul mood, Yang Yu's mood worsened with the urgent news. "What's the matter? The 800-mile battle line can hardly be held." Yang Yu's pupils dilated, exclaiming in shock. The defense of the 5th and 4th battlefields differed greatly. The former was an 800-mile battle line, while the latter included 5 major defensive fronts and the ancient cities with protective formations critical to the survival of the 5th battlefield. Any slight mishap could plunge Kyushu into irreversible doom. Yang Yu's face twisted in anger and frustration. Why? Why has it come to this? Do the myriad tribes so desire Kyushu's destruction? How much fighting strength remains in the 5th battlefield? Yang Yu took a deep breath and asked calmly. It's estimated at 150,000 spread across the 800-mile line, but the line keeps retreating. The undead army is simply too vast, far surpassing our forces. Send the order. If we can't hold the 800-mile line, then we won't hold it. We fight a defensive city battle. This is the only way to break through the situation, no other. The undead army is too great enough to drown us with their numbers alone. To minimize casualties, we must fight a defensive city battle. At the same time, war correspondents on the 5th battlefield were reporting the truth. The 5th battlefield faced unprecedented challenges: an army of the undead, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and those necessary to stay behind in the 9 provinces all stopped their busy hands to watch the situation on the 5th battlefield. A dark mass of skeletal undead surged toward the 800-li front line, overwhelming it with unstoppable force. The number of the undead army was truly staggering, reaching into the billions. These were the undead that had been resurrected on the 5th battlefield for the first time in a millennium. Their numbers were bound to be immense. What to do? This was my first time seeing such a terrifying army of 10,000 races on the 5th battlefield. No, this was an army of the undead, belonging to the undead race. The undead race is the most warlike, with every slain being turning into an undead. If other races were involved, the 5th battlefield might not hold, alas. I had only left the 5th battlefield not long ago, and now I could return. Finally, I could fight a hardy battle, fight for 9 provinces until death. At the same time, the vice president of the Awakening Association issued an urgent notice. All those in the rear with the strength to fight were to support the 5th battlefield. People from all over the 9 provinces, the elderly, the weak, the sick, hurried to support the 5th battlefield, afraid of leaving anyone behind. leaving only a few to take care of the children and educate them. 7-year-old children, their eyes sparkling under the sunlight, they went to the fifth battlefield. The elderly beside the children look longing. They are the heroes of the 9 provinces. This journey, these people would contribute their last bit of strength to the 9 provinces. They deserve the respect of future generations in 9 provinces. The elderly bowed towards the direction of those departing, tears filling their eyes. The mountains and rivers of the sun and the moon will always be. The land of 9 provinces will always exist. Please proceed slowly. The children, learning from the elderly, also bowed, their tender voices shouting the loudest words. The mountains and rivers of the sun and the moon will always be. The land of 9 provinces will always exist. Please proceed slowly. Woo woo woo. They will die. Woo woo woo. The elderly face was kind, patting his head. Do not cry, you are a man of 9 provinces, you should stand tall and upright. The elderly, the weak, the sick left, and the children of noble families also went, all to support the 5th battlefield. In Kyoto, at the Juga family, the head of the Juga family, Juga Ping, stroked his beard. A chaotic world produces true heroes. I wonder who it will be? His hair was white, his forehead full of wrinkles, his hands covered with age spots, his vitality depleted, his face showing the signs of vicissitudes. In fact, Juga Ping was only 321 years old, having reached the imperial realm. His lifespan should have been over 10,000 years. Unfortunately, he had always been calculating the secrets of heaven, revealing them, and suffering from the karmic consequences day and night, which is why he had become this way. Dedicated to 9 provinces, he would bow and toil until his death. This was the mission of each generation's head of the Juga family, each living a short life. Without the Juga family, 9 provinces might have perished 100 times over. Cough, cough, cough. My life is nearing its end. I wonder if I shall ever witness the day when the 9 provinces triumph completely. With a lifeless gaze and dwindling vitality, Juga Ping knew that day was far, far away, beyond his remaining time. Such a sorrowful fate. Just then, a descendant of the Juga family rushed in and said, "Master, should we?" Juga Ping nodded slightly and with a grand gesture handed over a storage bag containing tens of thousands of war machines, the last reserve of the Juga family, to be urgently delivered into the hands of Yang Yu, the commander of the 5th battlefield. "Yes, master." Meanwhile, at the Awakening Association, Su Wanyang's brows were tightly furrowed, his arms crossed in concern. Why must the myriad races hastily send the undead to the 5th battlefield right when we are about to initiate the Black Wall strategy? Is this a coincidence or a deliberate act? Do they wish to prevent the 9 provinces from establishing a new line of defense so soon? He sighed heavily, predicting that the losses this time could be the greatest ever. On the 4th battlefield, the situation had been calm for quite some time thanks to the Timeseal Skylock set up by Shiryu. Huan San rallied his brothers with the Timeseal Skylock. The 4th battlefield hardly needs us anymore. I know what you're thinking. Let's support the 5th battlefield. Charge. Thousands of war machines still stationed at the 4th battlefield were redirected to assist the 5th battlefield as thousands volunteered for the cause, with Commander Tang not holding them back, murmuring to himself, "This journey is fraught with danger. Let there not be too many sacrifices." On the 5th battlefield, the 800-mile front was in complete disarray, unable to hold back the onslaught of the undead army that swallowed everything in its path. Those from the 9 provinces who couldn't escape smiled, waved their hands and said, "Do not weep, for we go ahead. Brother, if you make it back, tell my mother your son did not disappoint you. He was a true hero." Explosions resonated, pounding at the soul. No one knew how many of the undead were killed, but it at least bought a few seconds, covering the retreat of the main forces. This scene unfolded across the 800-mile line, with many sacrificing themselves. Frontline report: at least 3,000 have voluntarily sacrificed themselves in explosions to cover the main forces' retreat to the ancient city, reported Zhang Rong, his voice vibrant and his whole body trembling. Yang Yu, the commander of the 5th battlefield, stepped forward cautiously. "All right. I understand." Following this, Zhang Rong presented 2 storage bags. "Commander Yang, these are supplies and reinforcements from the 4th battlefield and the Juga family." Yang Yu nodded heavily. "Good, very good. With support from the rear and the 4th battlefield, I have no worries left. It's time to join this battle." "Commander, isn't this too risky? You are the commander of the 5th battlefield. Any loss to you would be a significant blow." Yang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "I've been through much like this before. It will be all right. Besides, defending the city is not as perilous." Holding the 2 storage bags, Yang Yu climbed atop the high wall. Looking out, he saw a dark mass of undead forces surging forward, continuously breaking the city's protective formation. Any breach was an opportunity for the 9 provinces' cultivators to strike back. It seems not very dangerous, but in reality, the city's protective formation requires a vast amount of spiritual energy to maintain. All cultivators in the city are providing their spiritual energy to support this formation, otherwise, the city would have already fallen to the undead army. Yang Yu took a deep breath and then released the war machines from his storage bag, also contributing spiritual energy to the protective formation to alleviate the pressure. It was a fierce battle, even the presence of prodigies made no difference. The undead army was too numerous, only the exceptional talents like the masked man ensure you could possibly turn the tide. On the first day of the city's defense, there were no casualties. On the second day, 1,200 people died from exhaustion. On the third day, 3,929 people died from exhaustion. After 20 grueling days of battle, a total of over 100,000 people had died from exhaustion. It was a brutal fight. People were dying every day, and every day there were reinforcements and a large number of people from Jiuzhou supporting the 5th battlefield. Of course, prodigies arrived, but they couldn't change the situation. In the small broken house in Tianhai City, Qianlong was completely unaware of the outside world. He was at a critical moment, just one giant elephant particle short of fully activating his potential. After 5 days of effort, Qianlong finally activated 840 million particles. Opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Finally, his divine elephant subduing prison technique had reached a minor achievement. Subconsciously clenching his fists, he felt a terrifying sense of power. He couldn't believe the might of his full-powered punch. So many days had passed and he was unaware of the happenings in Jiuzhou. Curious, Qianlong checked his phone and his expression drastically changed. How could this be? Why had the undead clan intervened in the 5th battlefield? This had not happened in his past life. Damn it! Could it be that he had changed too much, triggering a butterfly effect? At this moment, Qianlong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, his voice hoarse. The defense battle has lasted for 20 days and you all have suffered. Since the undead exceed the boundaries of the 5th battlefield, I will show no mercy. Standing up, his body crackled with sounds, his monologue emotionless. There's no need for me to focus on cultivating anymore. My divine elephant subduing prison technique has reached a minor achievement, and in this state, no one can match my divine power. Unknowingly, my realm has reached the peak of the king's realm. All clans, I am coming to be your disaster. Twilight. Then, Qianlong put on his mask and walked out of the small broken house towards the teleportation array to the 5th battlefield. The guards at the site, upon seeing the masked figure, were startled. The masked man. Qianlong nodded slightly and took the teleportation array to the 5th battlefield. Instantly, his peak king's realm was restricted by the rules suppressed to the peak of the 5th tier. Although his realm was suppressed to the peak of the 5th tier, the power of his 840 million divine elephant subduing prison particles was not suppressed at all. Qianlong's arrival didn't draw attention. Almost everyone was desperately supporting the protective formation with their spiritual energy. Moreover, the old, weak, sick, and disabled had already left, contributing their last bit of strength to Jiuzhou, even if it meant dying with the undead. They are the true heroes. For the heroes of the 9 provinces, step by step, Qianlong advanced to the ancient city gate. The people now are all channeling spiritual energy into the protective formation, yet Qianlong stood out conspicuously, hardly escaping anyone's notice. It's the masked man. The man has returned. After a long absence, the masked man is ready to make his move. How wonderful! With the masked man here, do we even need to defend the city? I admit the masked man is powerful, but against the countless undead armies he still seems insufficient. You have not witnessed the terror of the masked man. No matter how terrifying, it's hard to change the situation on the 5th battlefield. Standing atop the ancient city, Yang Yu smiled with relief. You finally came. If not, we might really have lost the 5th battlefield. As his words fell, Yang Yu's figure swayed and he fainted from exhaustion. Lord Yu. Zhang Rong hurried forward to check on him, relieved to find no serious issue, just sheer exhaustion. On the other side, Qianlong stopped at the city gate, his back to the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Gentlemen, you may rest now. I alone am enough from here. Qianlong walked out of the ancient city with regal authority, and the undead skeleton stepped back, seemingly deterred by the immense terror he emanated. He had done nothing, yet he made the undead dare not strike. Inside the city, the cultivators of the 9 provinces were utterly shocked. How is this possible? The fearless army of undead, afraid to confront the masked man, just like us from the 9 provinces, fearless in death, they are scared, ha, truly worthy of his second rank on the talent list. The 5th battlefield is saved, masked man, masked man. The cultivators of the 9 provinces chanted Chen Tong's nickname, unaware that Shiryu and the masked man were the same person. Chen Tong scanned around, shook his head and muttered, no guts to provoke, seeking your own destruction. With his fist clenched, devoid of any fanciness, he threw a punch that seemed like countless giant elephants charging, his terrifying power spreading out. Boom, boom, directly in front of Chen Tong. The undead army was split into 2 by his punch, extending to the very end of their ranks. His punch had split the undead army in 2. Behind him, the cultivators of the 9 provinces widened their eyes, their breathing hastened. Is this still a human? This isn't human, it's a demon, a freak. Damn it, seeing the masked man's achievements and then looking at mine, I'm just useless, nothing at all. Comparing people can really kill. No, we are just ordinary people, how can we compare with geniuses? Bullshit, even geniuses can't match up. Xiao Huahua cursed loudly, feeling that this was sullying the name of geniuses like himself. Is this what a genius looks like? Big mistake, it should be a supreme genius. Only a supreme genius is worthy of the masked man. Xiao Huahua took a deep breath, really wanting to know who was more formidable, Shiryu or the masked man, hoping for a chance to see these 2 supreme geniuses clash. Indeed, it's a pity one is on the 5th battlefield and the other on the 4th. We can't have both coming, can we? If both come, pushing the myriad clans to desperation, who knows what might happen? That makes sense. I hope the man in the mask can avenge the fallen heroes. Alas, when will this endless strife end? Kyushu's population has dwindled from 17 billion to 800 million. The news that Chen Tong split the undead army in 2 with a single punch has been spread by war correspondents. Huh? Fantastic, although I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I am proud of Kyushu. The mixed breeds of the myriad clans dare to annihilate the 5th battlefield. Wishful thinking. Enough said, let's continue building the Black Wall. Despite facing an unprecedented crisis on the 5th battlefield, the Black Wall project is still ongoing. Just in case, this conflict on the 5th battlefield has definitely affirmed that the masked man's proposal was correct. The 5 battlefields are unreliable, better to rely on oneself than others. At this moment, the Qing Scale clan paid a heavy price to project their presence onto the 5th battlefield, breaking the rules of the 5 battlefields. Masked man, you shouldn't have come. Beneath his mask, Chen Tong's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes icy and murderous. He saw through the projection's true identity in a glance. One day I shall step foot into Qing Scale territory. How dare you? I warned you once, do not set foot on the 5th battlefield. You broke your word. What about the undead clans intervening in both the 1st and 2nd battlefields? Now Chen Tong knows the true nature of the 5 battlefields. He fears no clan, the projection of the myriad clan's warriors. He doesn't care, he will annihilate them with a single punch. You argue absurdly. At a loss for words, the projection of the Qing Scale clan, furious and embarrassed, transformed its fingers into claws, lunging at Chen Tong. Qing Scale claw. At the same time, the warriors of Kyushu at the war base abruptly opened their eyes. A projection of a king's realm pinnacle? Do the myriad clans think Kyushu has no one? As these words fell, he instantly appeared in the skies above the 5th battlefield, just in time to witness a battle that shocked the heavens. Despite being suppressed, the power of laws is not affected, still able to exchange a few moves with the projection of the myriad clan's warrior. Facing the giant hand of the Qing Scale clan's projection, Chen Tong remained unflustered, activating his divine elephant infernal strength, deploying the 2nd absolute skill, Nether God Guard. A shadow of the Nether God emerged from the divine elephant infernal strength, enveloping his body securely. The Qing Scale claw struck the Nether God Guard to no effect, instead shattering upon impact. How is this possible? I am at the pinnacle of the king's realm, and you restricted by rules to merely a 5th-tier pinnacle. How could you block my full-strength strike, even shattering my divine skill? In Kyushu there are martial techniques, battle methods, great arts, etc., while the myriad clans use divine skills. At this moment, the Qing Scale clan's projection was utterly shocked, staring as if looking at a freak. The newly arrived warrior from Kyushu gasped in amazement, truly freakish. To block a pinnacle king's realm strike with just a 5th-tier pinnacle. The next moment he realized something. This isn't about realms, it's about the technique. Masked man, what kind of heaven-defying technique do you possess? Behind him, the monks of Kyushu cheered and jeered. Haha, what kind of rubbish projection, he's just a waste. can't even defeat the masked man at the 5th level peak. What a joke, the masked man is the pride of Kyushu. I hope that in my lifetime I can witness Kyushu's grand defeat of all clans, huh? Perhaps I won't see that day, but the younger generation will. Don't speak such disheartening words, let's witness it together. With the masked man around, there won't be major losses in the 5th battlefield anytime soon. A war correspondent inside the ancient city, trembling with excitement, captures it all on video. Crisis in the 5th battlefield. Masked man single-handedly stabilizes it. No matter how big the crisis, it's nothing before the supreme prodigy. In the darkest hour, the masked man is the dawn piercing the night. The long-absent masked man, upon reappearing, instantly tops the trending search lists, with all of Kyushu chanting his name. Masked man, masked man. Suddenly, the masked man becomes the hero admired by all. A great hero of the 5th battlefield. The Qinglin tribe's projection, coming back to its senses, seems to think of something and exclaims, "Masked man, you must possess a complete set of skills, you're so strong. It must be the skills, it must be the skills." At this moment, a bold idea flashes through the mind of the Qinglin tribe's projection. "Masked man, you're finished, ha." Beneath the mask, Qianlong remains indifferent. "Are you done? If you are, I'll send you on your way. You think you can catch up to me? Say that first." The projection of the Qinglin tribe spreads its wings and flies off. The wings of the demon. Qianlong rushes out, his back sprouting pitch-black wings instantly, blocking the path of the Qinglin tribe's projection. He clenches his fist, his arm veins bulging, as terrifying power spreads throughout his body. "How can this be? How can you?" The projection of the Qinglin tribe is shocked, questioning if such power could really belong to a human youth. Boom! The Qinglin tribe's projection is directly punched to the ground, creating a huge crater with the terrifying aftermath rippling and shattering all the surrounding undead skeletons. Hundreds of miles around, countless skeletons pile up like mountains. The Qinglin tribe's projection is dead. Masked man is mighty, huh? There's nothing the masked man can't defeat, that's right. No matter how many clans come, the masked man kills as many. Being cooped up in the ancient city was too suffocating. Masked man has vented a grievance for Kyushu. Thrilling, so thrilling. Brothers, let's charge out. The time for counterattack has come. Hey, 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 the masked man wants to go solo, let us rest. I almost forgot. But don't you forget, the people of Kyushu are united. How could they let the masked man fight alone? Kill. In the masked man and the Kyushu cultivators' joint battle, the undead army is completely annihilated. He alone destroys 70% of the undead army, a one-man force against tens of thousands. If not witnessed with their own eyes, the Kyushu cultivators wouldn't believe it's true. Their 1,000 words come down to one: the masked man is freakishly strong. Qianlong looks back at the Kyushu cultivators, a face of helplessness, clearly telling them to rest, yet unable to curb the nature of the people of Kyushu, sharing the blessings, facing the difficulties together. This is why Kyushu has stood strong for over 1,000 years. He looked up at the sky at the Kyushu warriors coming to aid and said lightly, "Go back with me here, the 5th battlefield will be fine, alright? Masked man, you are truly very strong, but remember to measure your strength. Kyushu cannot be without you." The Kyushu warrior spoke heavily, and then disappeared in an instant. Qianlong nodded slightly in response. With his divine elephant imprisoning strength cultivated to minor completion, any number of enemies from the myriad tribes would perish. Moreover, he had not yet deployed his invincible laws. His invincible prowess was something the myriad tribes could not block. His gaze then turned to the person in charge, Yang Yu, who was groggily opening his eyes, and exclaimed in surprise, "How is the masked man?" Zhang Rong, who had been by his side, gave a bitter smile and said, "Sir Yang, the crisis on the 5th battlefield has been stabilized by the masked man." Yang Yu was bewildered. "I fainted for a moment, and you're telling me the crisis on the 5th battlefield has been resolved?" After a while, Yang Yu accepted the fact and said, Good, that's great. It's a great fortune for Kyushu to have the masked man. I almost thought we would have to use our last resort." The 3 foundations of Kyushu Yang Yu mentioned were the few remaining advanced weapons, the yet-to-emerge prodigies, and the secret organization, which was the most dreaded by the myriad tribes, used sparingly because each use reduced their strength, never to be used unless absolutely necessary. In the heartland of the myriad tribes, the eyes of a skeleton flickered with blue light. The masked man, he is the variable predicted by the witch tribe. He is the son of fortune for this generation in Kyushu. Those who carry great fortune are destined for greatness, and in the 4th battlefield, sure, you both being sons of fortune, are bound to clash. This conflict among the myriad tribes is getting more interesting. Far in the third battlefield's heartland, a member of the blue-scaled tribe, a blue-scaled eagle, spat out fresh blood, nearly losing its life. The masked man of Kyushu possesses a heaven-defying technique. He could become a supreme prodigy. His technique is indispensable. Cultivating to the level of emperor is effortless. Deliberately spread, the entire myriad tribes knew the masked man of Kyushu possessed a heaven-defying, fate-changing technique. For a moment, the myriad tribes spared no expense to project their avatars to the fifth battlefield. All for the heaven-defying technique carried by the masked man. Taking advantage of others' misfortune, the blue-scaled tribe played a good game. Naturally, they also wanted to trap other tribes. If they were caught, other tribes wouldn't get off easy either. On the fifth battlefield, Qianlong was about to return to the ancient city when he sensed a terrifying presence approaching. His eyes deep, he said slowly, "The myriad tribes really dare to spend a fortune. So many projections have descended at once." As his words fell, hundreds of projections descended upon him, their gazes fixed on Qianlong. "Masked man, we've heard you have a heaven-defying technique. Hand it over if you don't want to suffer. Indeed, Kyushu has good techniques and should learn to share. Just hand it over to my nine-headed lion tribe, and my tribe is willing to help Kyushu." "Humph, the nine-headed lion tribe talks big. My giant tribe can also help Kyushu." You're all so hypocritical. Why not just take action?" None of the projections present had good intentions towards Qianlong's divine elephant imprisoning strength. Meanwhile, the Kyushu cultivators who were originally cheering in the ancient city all shut their mouths, their eyes dead set on the myriad tribe's powerhouses descending right in front of them. Wang Hu swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. With so many projections arriving, what do we do? Wang Han's forehead was slick with sweat as he exclaimed, "I believe the man in the mask will be fine. The mighty ones of Kyushu won't ignore this situation." Yes, masked man, you are the pride of Kyushu. Nothing can go wrong." The cultivators and people of Kyushu behind him all tensed up for the masked man, as the myriad clan's lineup was truly terrifying. Qiantong's gaze swept around. The realms of these myriad clan power projections were inconsistent. Some were at the peak of the kingly realm, others at the peak of the emperor realm, and some even a half step into the divine honor. The higher their realm, the greater the cost of descending to the fifth battlefield. Perhaps for them, the cost didn't matter as long as they could retrieve their heaven-defying technique, the divine elephant imprisoning force, to compensate. However, one thing was clear: they were taking themselves far too lightly. Did they really think that with so many myriad clans in their realm suppressing him, they could easily manipulate him? They thought too much. Just then, a voice thundered from afar, "Do you really take me for nothing? Guarding the boundaries of Kyushu, this is the first time I've seen so many myriad clan projections descend." The newcomer was none other than the president of the Awakening Association and one of the strongest in Kyushu, Su Wanyang. Su Wanyang won divine honor. "Oh no, your realm is restricted by the rules of the fifth battlefield only to the peak of the fifth stage. What can you do to me? Is that so? I dare to come because I have a way to circumvent the rules of the fifth battlefield. Thinking of moving against Kyushu's top prodigy? You're not qualified yet," Su Wanyang responded indifferently, not mincing his words. For a moment, the atmosphere turned delicate as both sides were at a standoff. Amidst the myriad clan's power projection schemes and Su Wanyang's protection, Qiantong laughed unrestrainedly. "Do you really think you have me cornered, Elder Su? Leave these myriad clan scum to me." "Boy, you think having a heaven-defying technique means you can do whatever you want? Such arrogance among Kyushu's top prodigies, ignorant of death." Su Wanyang narrowed his eyes, deeply glanced at the masked man, and finally nodded. "All right, let me see what you're capable of. I am Kyushu's foremost prodigy. When I slay all enemies." Qiantong's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he activated the divine elephant imprisoning force, and behind him emerged a golden giant elephant phantom. Perhaps it was the concentration of the killing intent that turned the giant elephant phantom into a mix of gold and crimson, its aura becoming even more terrifying and fearsome. At the same time, hundreds of myriad clan strong projections unleashed their divine abilities. The nine-headed lion thunder jailbreak, fiery nine heavens technique, radiant sunlight wave, spear of judgment, a variety of flashy divine abilities were deployed, tearing through space, causing spatial turbulence and wielding the power to destroy heaven and earth. Facing the myriad clan's power projections and divine abilities, Qiantong didn't retreat but advanced, clenching his fist, channeling the gigantic elephant particles within his body. Kill! A huge fist imprint was thrown out, consecutive sounds of tearing through the air echoing. As countless divine abilities collided with the fist imprint and the myriad clan power projections thought they had the upper hand, the fist imprint crushed through with an overwhelming force, striking directly at the core. How is this possible? This cannot be. This has to be fake. Fake. How can a mere 5th level peak fighter break through hundreds of divine powers with one punch? It's unbelievable. This is the improvement brought by your incredible technique, Masked Man. Truly terrifying. How could such a heaven-defying technique fall into the hands of the insignificant 9 provinces? Such a waste. It should be taken by us. Ha ha. I see that the races from the first and second battlefields can't resist joining the fray. Nevertheless, the projections of the mighty warriors from myriad races are not scared at all. They are even more eager to obtain Chen Lang's heaven-defying technique. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the ancient city within the 9 provinces are all wide-eyed, their expressions astonished. Watching this scene in disbelief, Yang Yu instinctively rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things and exclaimed, "Masked Man, you're really twisted." Other than this remark, he had no words to describe the masked man. The cultivators from the 9 provinces, having recovered from their shock, wore smiles on their faces. Masked Man, invincible, who else could achieve what the masked man has done? Shiryu, ha, 2 supreme geniuses, great joy for the 9 provinces. Little do they know Masked Man and Shiryu are just 2 different identities of Chen Lang. As the fist imprint approached, the projections of the mighty warriors from myriad races could feel the terrifying power emanating from it. This power, bloated to the extreme, could scarcely be matched by the young elites of myriad races. They strike. 100 projections of the mighty warriors try their hands at blocking Chen Lang's fist imprint. As expected, all were shattered, directly blasting the foremost projections of the mighty warriors. The might of one punch left the 100 projections helpless, even killing a dozen of them. This man must not be left alive. He will become a great threat to myriad races in the future. Said lightly, we are merely projections, not our true forms. Masked Man, don't get too cocky. You haven't even made it to the list of the young elites of myriad races. Retreat. Those projections at the peak of the king's realm wish to leave, not wanting to get involved with the masked man's heaven-defying technique. Beneath the mask, Chen Lang revealed a cold smirk. List of the young elites of myriad races? I'll be on it sooner or later. As for you, don't even think about leaving the 5th battlefield alive. Arrogant. You are strong, but can you really keep so many of our projections here at once? Oh, fools talk. The projections of the mighty warriors spoke profoundly, not denying that the masked man couldn't keep some of them, but all of them. That's too unrealistic. Among them, there are even those who are half a step away from being emperors. How could a heaven-defying technique achieve that? This point is indeed true, but Chen Lang still has some tricks up his sleeve. Invincible law. His eyes emitted invincible golden light, sweeping away the red light, and the gigantic elephant phantom on his back shone even brighter, intimidating all who saw it. The person who could feel most directly the strength of the invincible law was none other than Chen Lang himself. The terrifying power within his body had swollen to twice its size. He also vaguely felt some pain in his body. Clearly his physique couldn't fully bear this surge of power. Anyone else would have burst by now. Divine elephant imprisoning strength, terrifying as such. The projections of the mighty from all clans were shocked. What law is this? How come I have never heard of it before? Could it be, this is a law created by the man in the mask himself? Let's go. A projection of a nearly emperor-level figure decisively fled, fearing that staying in the 5th battlefield would bring disgrace upon his face. Leave, there's no chance now. Behind Chen Lang, demon wings appeared, and in his right hand he conjured a pitch-black spear from the swirling aura of hell, the spear of the underworld. Whoosh, the spear of the underworld shot forth, piercing through the air, causing space to tremble with its overwhelming divine might. The nearly emperor-level figure raised his hand, from which a mysterious power flowed out, and suddenly thunder appeared, creating the blade of thunder flash. Immense thunder descended from the sky, forming a blade with arcs of lightning flickering. Slash! The 2 forces collided fiercely, sending ripples in all directions. After a moment of deadlock, the spear of the underworld pierced through the blade of thunder flash, pinning the slow-reacting projection of the nearly emperor-level figure to the ground. Perhaps due to the resilience of the nearly emperor-level life force, he did not die immediately. Damn you, man in the mask, are you just going to stand there and watch? Won't anyone help? He laughed mockingly. The one nailed to the ground is you. Why should we save you? Taking advantage of the moment when A nearly emperor-level figure was nailed down. The cunning projections of the mighty from all clans quickly fled in all directions, trying to avoid being caught by the man in the mask in one fell swoop. Qianlong remained calm and composed, not in the slightest hurry, whereas the projections of the mighty from all clans were more frantic than ever. They had arrived full of arrogance, and now they were in utter disarray. All along, Su Wangyang, who had been witnessing everything, crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. Man in the mask, your cultivation technique is truly against the heavens. To display such power at this level is unheard of. An invincible law, a new force of law. Just as the man in the mask said, he truly had the potential to be invincible. It's just a pity that there was another top genius, not much less than you. He was convinced that sooner or later the man in the mask and Shiryuchi would come to a head-to-head battle to determine who was superior. Little did he know these two were the same person. The dominance of the many clans was over. It was time to leave. Su Wangyang, temporarily in charge of the area, spoke and then tore through space to depart. I have all the time to play with you. Slowly, Qianlong gave a wicked smile. Like a true villain, the former fled in all directions while the latter chased unhurriedly, clearly understanding the role of the villain. Unfurling his demon wings, Qianlong quickly caught up with each projection of the mighty from the clans, smashing them with a punch. Damn it! If the 9 provinces don't avenge this, where will the face of our 9-headed lion? Clan B? The 9 provinces are finished. Man in the mask, dare to come to the 3rd battlefield. Everyone was cursing the doom of the 9 provinces, but Qianlong was already used to it. The clans were all tough talkers, but in reality they were just cowards who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Be more careful in your next life. Within just a few minutes, all the projections of the mighty who had descended on the 5th battlefield were killed by Qianlong's fist. What a pity, these were just projections with limited strength. If their real bodies had come, they might have been able to clash with me head-on. Qianlong sighed inwardly. He was strong, but even strength has its limits. If their real bodies had come, he couldn't possibly have kept them all. At most he could have kept a few with a lower realm. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the 9 provinces in the ancient city and the people behind the 9 provinces celebrated the feats of the man in the mask. Man in the mask. The potential to be invincible. The number 1 genius of this age, destined to slaughter all enemies. There's nothing the man in the mask can't defeat. No matter how many from the myriad clans come, they will be annihilated. Even a half-step emperor is no match for the masked man. The main reason is that the strength of the projection is not even 2/10 of the original, plus the fact that the masked man is incredibly powerful. Indeed, the masked man is truly formidable. I hope that Kyushu can produce a few more peerless geniuses like the masked man. Insatiable, isn't this just wishing for a better Kyushu? After dealing with the projections of the myriad clan's warriors, Qianling stepped over the corpses and stopped at the entrance of the ancient city. It's not easy coming to the 5th battlefield. He ought to leave something behind. He took a deep breath and announced, my fellow Kyushu compatriots, I will leave behind an opportunity for you. I hope you can comprehend and gain insight from it. Magnificent is Kyushu. The cultivators inside the ancient city held their breaths, concentrating fully on the masked man, afraid to miss any detail. The battlefield reporters were fervently capturing this hard-earned opportunity, hoping to spread it far and wide. Qianling nodded slightly, turned around and faced away from the cultivators of Kyushu. He circulated the divine elephant imprisoning force, manifesting a giant elephant phantom behind him, its breaths turning rivers and seas upside down. Humming sounds filled the air. He knew the profundity of the divine elephant imprisoning force was not something ordinary people could comprehend, and even if they did, there wouldn't be enough time to illuminate it. Kyushu must act without delay, no time to waste. Thus Qianling chose to forge a new path. Suppressing the terrifying power within him, he threw a punch containing infinite mysteries. The huge fist imprint on the inner and outer walls of the ancient city did not shake the walls even slightly, but it added a profound charm to the city. This punch was not only a great opportunity for the Kyushu cultivators to gain insights but also to deter the myriad clans of the 5th battlefield, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Inside the ancient city, Xiaohuahua grew more suspicious as he watched, seeing a fist imprint evolving into a giant flame elephant. The flame elephant raised its head, roaring and charging towards Xiaohuahua with flames underfoot. As it approached, the giant elephant's body shrank, eventually diving into his eyes. In an instant, Xiaohuahua was enlightened and sat down to digest the experience. Yang Yu, on the other hand, saw something entirely different, a dark giant elephant. The two were merely representatives of the many cultivators in the ancient city of Kyushu. thousands of people, thousands of faces, each saw something different, each gained different insights. The Battlefield reporter uploaded the precious video to Weibo documenting this punch of the masked man. Even the Kyushu cultivators on other battlefields, even the Kyushu people at the rear could see it. To think that in my 60s I could still advance further and reach the Emperor realm. Masked man, I bow to you, to the second battlefield. Kyushu as the masked man, blessed are the 3 lives. Ha, the masked man will surely lead Kyushu to rise. Grandfather, rest assured Kyushu has produced an extraordinary person. Someone has fulfilled your wish. To the departed souls of Kyushu, your steadfast last stand at the 5th battlefield has been redeemed. Oh, I don't know why I feel a bit tearful, though it's indeed a joyous occasion. The Awakening Association. Su Wangyang continuously plays the video of Chen Ling's punch, his eyes sparkling with intensity, his face covered in smiles. This punch, even for him at the peak of Emperor's honor, felt extraordinary, transmitting martial skills. For the cultivators of Kyushu and the future generations seeking opportunities, the man in the mask, your great deeds are etched in the heart of Kyushu, worthy of praise for thousands of generations. Unlike the selfish myriad tribes who keep good fortune to themselves, the man in the mask shares his fortune. Magnificent Kyushu, such as the difference in stature. In Kyoto, the Zhuge family, Zhuge Jun stared at the punch mark left by Chen Ling, slowly saying, "This punch is the ultimate in masculinity and dominance, probably even Shen Yuan Tian cannot compare. Such a man will surely be a great ally in the battles against the myriad tribes." Shen Yuan family, Shen Yuan Tian holding the Shen Yuan sword, his sword aura formidable, his gaze sharp. "I almost thought I had to emerge ahead of time. Man in the mask, I rely on you. When I emerge, I will reign supreme, slicing through the myriad tribes. Then I must see who is superior." And the myriad tribes, defeated and spewing blood, clenched their teeth in anger. What a man in the mask, what a Kyushu! This enmity I of the myriad tribes must avenge. I was just one step away from ascending to the realm of Emperor's honor. I thought capturing the man in the mask's divine technique was almost certain, but I never expected to be wounded to the core. Man in the mask, I demand a blood debt paid in blood. All the mighty warriors of the myriad tribes obliterated by Chen Ling harbor deep resentment, wishing they could kill him swiftly. This time, the name of the man in the mask has resounded throughout the circles of the myriad tribes, with all tribes recognizing that a supreme genius has emerged from Kyushu, possessing a heaven-defying technique. At the 5th battlefield, Chen Ling stepped into the ancient city, his movements light, not disturbing those immersed in the punch mark. Just as he was one step away from entering the formation, Yang Yu hurriedly caught up. "Man in the mask, please wait." Chen Ling stopped, turned his head to look at the approaching Yang Yu, his gaze softening. In a past life, they were brothers through adversity, but in this life, their relationship was unclear and complicated. Truth be told, Chen Ling felt quite uneasy. Perhaps this is the loneliness of a prodigy. His journey is still long, and loneliness will be his longest companion. "Lord Yu, is there something else you wish to tell me?" Man in the mask, you've helped the 5th battlefield twice. You are a great hero of Kyushu. After much hesitation, Yang Yu finally spoke his mind. "I would like to invite you to a victory feast. Let's celebrate properly." Yang Yu's eyes were sincere, very much hoping the man in the mask would accept his invitation. Chen Ling's eyes twinkled slightly, recalling past events, his mouth slightly opened, unconsciously speaking out a promise from a past life not fulfilled. "All right, do you have wine?" At this moment, the hearts of the 2 men were completely different, one ecstatic, the other sorrowful. Yang Yu nodded excitedly. "Wine, yes, of course, I'll go prepare it." Man in the mask, just wait a moment. "Go ahead, I'll wait for you." Watching Yang Yu's departing figure, a smile appeared under the mask. In this life, the promises of past lives are fulfilled, albeit tragically so. Under the direction of Yang Yu, all the cultivators from Jiuzhou in the ancient city orderly cleared a large space. Chairs, wine cups and fine wines were all arranged perfectly in place. "Haha, I never thought I'd get to drink the fine wine offered by the stingy Lord Yang Yu. Well, it's all thanks to the man in the mask. I once thought there were no perfect people in this world, but today I've met one. Indeed, the man in the mask is a peerless genius, granting us great fortunes without any airs of arrogance, just like an ordinary person." Enough said. The man in the mask is here, the main guests of the celebration. Shenlong and Yang Yu walked forward side by side as the crowd parted to make way. "Man in the mask, I Yang Yu toast to you. Thank you for everything you've done for the 5th battlefield, Lord Yang and everyone here. You fought valiantly and shed blood for the Jiuzhou 5th battlefield. Cheers to you all." The Jojo cultivators exchanged glances, hastily raising their wine cups and drinking together, with Qianlong and Yang Yu signaling the official start of this grand celebration banquet. Among the crowd, Wang Han, after much difficulty, finally squeezed his way to Qianlong's side, simultaneously raising his wine cup, careful not to spill it inadvertently. "Man in the mask, do you remember me?" Qianlong turned his head and saw the very person he had saved on the 5th battlefield. He nodded and responded with a smile, "Of course I remember, I saved your team." Overjoyed, Wang Han raised his wine cup. "Man in the mask, I can't repay your great kindness, so let me toast to you, Wang." Han downed the spirit wine in his cup in one breath, his vision blurring and his head spinning slightly. He was drunk. This was no ordinary wine, but a 10-year-old spirit wine brewed from spiritual waters and precious natural treasures. In a bid to celebrate properly, Yang Yu had even brought out the last of his family's reserves. Wang Han staggered and clumsily sat next to Qianlong, his left hand on Qianlong's shoulder and his right hand clinking his wine cup against Qianlong's. "Brother Mask, come on, let's keep drinking." Drunk and devoid of inhibitions, Wang Han boldly continued to drink with Qianlong. The Jojo cultivators around them were slightly agape, unsure of what to say, but many gave Wang Han a thumbs up. Incredible, a drunk person really does have a big courage, daring to call the man in the mask brother. Qianlong didn't mind at all. In fact, he seemed rather pleased. Wang Han's presence filled a lonely void in his heart. "Everyone, the banquet is over, and it's time for me to leave. From now on, the defense of the 5th battlefield is in your hands." Qianlong bowed, stood up and walked towards the teleportation array, followed by the reluctant Jojo cultivators. "Man in the mask, take care. Just watch, the 5th battlefield will only get better with the fortune you brought. The great armies of myriad tribes are nothing. Man in the mask, we await your lead to break through thousands of tribes." Just then Yang Yu approached and asked the masked man, "Where are you heading this time?" Chen Tong gazed deeply at Yang Yu, then looked up at the gloomy night sky. "I'm off to the 3rd battlefield." "The 3rd battlefield?" Yang Yu's eyes lit up. "It's completely different from the 5th and 4th battlefields. The battles there are infrequent and there are several races friendly to the 9 provinces." "I know," Chen Tong replied. After glancing one last time at everyone present, he teleported to the 3rd battlefield, only feeling a blur before he arrived. The guard stationed there focused his gaze, his pupils dilated, his face shifting from shock to excitement. You are the masked man." Yu Feiyang could hardly believe that his shift change would allow him to actually meet the masked man in person. "Masked man, this must be your first time at the 3rd battlefield, right? Do you need?" Chen Tong waved his hand, cutting off Yu Feiyang's enthusiasm. "No need, I'm quite familiar with the 5 major battlefields. As a man of the 9 provinces for 2 lifetimes, how could he not be familiar? The 5th and 4th battlefields are just minor skirmishes for the myriad races, a place for casual play and mischief. Apart from the constant battles in those fields, the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st battlefields see far fewer conflicts. One reason is to gather strength without engaging in wasteful battles. There are many powerful individuals among the myriad races, but who wouldn't want to minimize losses? The most important thing is that the powerhouses above the king's realm are a clan's core strength, and losing even one is a significant loss. Second, the major racial powers have been balancing each other out for over 100 years, maintaining equilibrium without breaking it. They all want to consume the 9 provinces but don't want other races to have an easy time. Ultimately, it all comes down to profit. Without profit, no race would engage in a thankless task. It's all very pragmatic. Yu Feiyang circled around, resigned. "All right then." As Chen Tong walked out of the teleportation array's range and strolled down the ancient streets of the 3rd battlefield, he whispered softly, "Tianya City, I'm back." Tianya City, located in the eastern part of the 9 provinces and considered part of the 3rd battlefield, was garrisoned year-round by 210,000 King's Realm cultivators from the 9 provinces. Although it seemed like a large number, it was actually insignificant compared to the myriad races. For hundreds of years, there hadn't been any large-scale battles, and the fact that there were only 210,000 was truly few. 80% of the cultivators in the King's Realm were stuck without further progression, unable to advance further unless they encountered some rare opportunity. Should a large-scale battle occur, they would be the first to be hit and the death rate would skyrocket. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Tong was brought back to reality by the surrounding noise. "Look, isn't that the masked man, the famous prodigy of the 9 provinces? It's really him, the masked man himself. What perfect timing for him to arrive. The secret realm is about to open. I bet the masked man will shine in the secret realm and might even make it onto the list of prodigies of the myriad races." Alas, our past performances in the secret realms have always placed the 9 provinces at the bottom, but with the masked man we could definitely turn our disadvantage around and achieve a good ranking. Mighty 9 provinces, let's show our spirit and not be looked down upon by the myriad races any longer. Listening to the surrounding 9 provinces cultivators, Qintong finally understood. He had coincidentally stumbled upon a secret realm about to open, a realm he hadn't participated in. During his previous life, the formation of this secret realm was truly a delight for the heart, as the world's will seeking self-preservation had trapped the invading myriad races within it. Under the subtle influence of the world's will, it evolved into a local creature and finally established the point system, point rule. One accumulates points by defeating local creatures and snatching points from others. Points determine ranking, and the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. The point system will show the concept of using others to kill in full play. Likewise, the secret realm seems tailor-made for Qianling, exactly catering to his preferences. His favorite things are to kill all races and snatch the treasures of all races, never wishing them well. Qianling looks around and nods slightly to the people around him, all heroes fighting for Kyushu. Although there are no major battles, friction between races is inevitable. He opens his mouth and says emphatically, "Don't worry, as Kyushu's top prodigy I will surely participate in the secret realm, not to speak of slaughtering all races, but to shine for Kyushu and let all races know the name of Kyushu." The crowd, we believe you, Ghost. We know how ruthless you are. Any race that comes should not leave alive. They knew in their hearts that this time the secret realm would probably cause heavy losses to all races. Once the deeds of the secret realm are exposed, it's bound to affect the balance of the third battlefield, possibly sparking a major conflict, perhaps. Due to the influence of his identity as the masked man, the head of Tianya City, Jiang Qingwu, personally came out to welcome Qianling. Haha, I didn't expect Kyushu's top prodigy to rush to the third battlefield so soon. Jiang Qingwu greeted Qianling warmly. Looking at the old friend in front of him, a smile and a heavy look appeared under the mask. In his previous life he had good relations with the leaders of the 5 battlefields, all of whom were his guides, sparing him many detours, but without exception all died in battle, killed by all races. That day of parting was a farewell forever. Qianling swallowed and said slowly, "As far as I know, Lord Jiang once fought alone against 4 great kings of all races and still managed to retreat in one piece. You are the rise of Kyushu." Jiang Qingwu waved his hand. No, I can't bear this responsibility. Although I have guarded the third battlefield for over 500 years, it is my duty as a person from Kyushu. Let's not talk about this, it's getting late. Let me find you a place to stay. Thank you, Lord Jiang, we're all our own people, there's no trouble at all. Jiang Qingwu said with a laugh, personally taking Qianling to a deserted courtyard. This courtyard was once the residence of a prodigy of Kyushu who fought alone against all races for Kyushu and died in a foreign land. Under the mask, Qianling's expression was complex, looking at Jiang Qingwu and then at the courtyard in front of him. No matter the past or present life, Jiang Qingwu still brought him here. I'm telling you this not for anything else, just hoping you, as the masked man, won't repeat the same mistakes. Qintong gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." He looked up at the starry sky and declared, "I will lead Jiuzhou to rise, protect Jiuzhou, and become the source of fear for all tribes." Jiang Qingwu patted Qintong on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "That's the spirit of a Jiuzhou man, ambitious. I hope to witness your great achievements." "Yes, it definitely can happen." Qintong suppressed the heaviness in his heart secretly, resolved to protect Jiang Qingwu and to overcome the regrets of his past life. "I'm leaving, Maskman, you take a good rest." Watching Jiang Qingwu's retreating figure, Qintong turned and walked into the courtyard. Every plant and tree was familiar to him, reflecting the typical Sihiyuan style, simple and grand. Entering the house, he sighed, "Since my rebirth, this is the first time I'm going to sleep." Qintong shook his head with a smile and lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Outside the borders of Tianya City lay a vast expanse of brown sand, unknowing whether fierce beasts were buried underneath. This land belonged to no one and served as a friction point for various tribes. Each tribe had built cities on this sand, 1 city per tribe, somewhat reminiscent of ancient dynastic struggles. In the city of Moxie, within the Scorpion King's lair, a giant purple crab speaking human language cackled. He. According to the information my spies have relayed, Jiuzhou's top prodigy, the Maskman, has arrived at Tianya City. Spies, Scorpion 9-inch, you are not being honest. Arranging your own people to possess someone from Jiuzhou and still go undetected, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Isn't it just to prevent Jiuzhou's strategies? although there's almost no friction between the two tribes, the foreign tribes must still be wary. He must be here for the secret realm that is about to be opened. But I wonder how far his realm has developed. What, you want to deal with him? No, I'm thinking about how to avoid him. Our tribe in the third battlefield is relatively small. We cannot withstand the turmoil caused by the masked man. I think this news will surely excite the major tribes, right? Scorpion 9 may be wise, but not enough. Daring to possess someone from Jiuzhou Qintong will eventually settle this score. Soon news about the masked man will probably spread throughout the third battlefield circles of all tribes, and all the major races will start discussing him and plotting against him. The masked man has become famous in just a few days. It's hard for the myriad tribes to ignore him, especially knowing that the masked man possesses a heaven-defying technique. Everyone's mind is on that technique. In Hailan City, home to the sea tribes and backed by the vast ocean, various life forms in the sea have slowly embarked on the path of cultivation since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Eventually, they were conquered by the sea tribes among the myriad tribes and became a small part of the sea tribe. The city was populated by sea tribes in human form, each retaining their distinct characteristics. Jiuzhou has produced a top prodigy. Rumor has it that he has arrived at the third battlefield and will also participate in the secret realm that is about to be opened. What, are you scared? Our tribe has had characters who climbed the prodigy list of myriad tribes without ever experiencing defeat, so what if the masked man possesses a heaven-defying technique and is dozens of times stronger than pure-blooded beasts? Zhang Qian is truly adept at using softness to overcome strength. It makes sense. That masked man hasn't even made it onto the list of the pinnacle of thousands, so how can he compare with our Sea Clan's prodigy Zhang Qian? This is just blind worship mixed with overconfidence. It's true, after all, no clan would ever speak ill of their own. The next morning, Qianlong was unexpectedly woken by a ray of sunlight on his face, prompting him to open his eyes. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, the daily necessities of ordinary people had become almost redundant for him. The higher the realm, the less one needed even the most basic of necessities. Qianlong took out his phone, thankful for the convenience of a spiritual energy-powered device that worked anytime. Opening Weibo, he saw it was aflame with trending posts about him. Under this trending topic, discussions abounded about the masked man, all in praise of him. Qianlong stroked his chin, muttering to himself, so it starts today? What a coincidence. Well, it's a good chance for me to show off my skills in the secret realm. I hope to encounter some of these pinnacle prodigies. Otherwise, it would merely be a warm-up match, hardly exciting at all. Qianlong stood up, striding confidently out of the courtyard and onto the main street, where the cultivators of Jiuzhou respectfully nodded as he passed. Do you think Jiuzhou can make it into the top 50 this time? Are you kidding? With the masked man around, not just the top 50, even the top 10 would be a breeze. Isn't that exaggerating? The masked man is formidable, but so are the prodigies from other tribes. Their strength and tactics are not to be underestimated. Regardless, I believe unconditionally that the masked man can wreak havoc. Let's just hope Jiuzhou suffers minimal losses. As for the discussions among the Jiuzhou cultivators, Qianlong didn't pay much attention. Pinnacle prodigies, he had competed against them in his past life, and only a few with extraordinary bloodlines and exceptional abilities had left a deep impression on him. One such prodigy was Zhang Qian from the Sea Clan. Following the crowd, Qianlong found himself outside the city lord's mansion before he knew it. This secret realm is both an opportunity and a peril. You are the backbone of Jiuzhou. Measure your capabilities and act accordingly. Do you understand? Jiang Qingwu surveyed the 320 people present. Understood, Lord Jiang. Go. He watched as the group was teleported away, and only then did Jiang Qingwu realize he had forgotten to mention one last thing. Oh no, I forgot to say something. This wasn't even necessary to mention, but with the masked man here, it is. If anyone wants to withdraw, take the chance to give your points to the masked man to help him rank higher. Sacrifice their points for the masked man alone. Sighing, Jiang Qingwu shook his head helplessly. Little did he know the Jiuzhou cultivators would have done so regardless. As people of Jiuzhou, they all possessed a spirit of self-sacrifice. Whether it meant climbing mountains or descending into flames, they would not hesitate, all for the sake of Jiuzhou. Outside the secret realm, countless races were in view. The Jiuzhou cultivators stood to one side with the masked man at their forefront, silently awaiting the opening of the secret realm. I never expected so many people to come from the 9 provinces this time, and yet they didn't rank very high in the end. Xie Ling, accustomed to mocking, obviously forgot that the masked man still existed. Chen Tong's gaze was cold as he took note of the mocking Xie Ling before him. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Oh no, it should be. Not a single member of the Xie Ling clan will be spared once we enter the mystic realm. Speaking ill of the 9 provinces comes with a price. Of course, the same goes for other clans. They are all enemies of the 9 provinces. Taking advantage of this mystic realm, Chen Tong aims to weaken the number of clan kings as much as possible. His intuition tells him that it won't be long before a great battle breaks out on the 3rd battlefield. Yo, isn't this the Demon Scorpion clan? Why have only a few dozen Demon Scorpions arrived? Ha, always ranking at the bottom. Do you need to come in larger numbers? You at least have the self-awareness, unlike some clans that always bring so many people. Just then a frogman approached the cultivators of the 9 provinces. 9 provinces, long time no see. In this mystic realm our 2 clans must look out for each other. The frogman, one of the clans friendly with the 9 provinces. Roger smiled broadly, his hands clasped in a salute. Of course our 2 clans are allies. It's only right that we look out for each other in the mystic realm. Chen Tong remained silent throughout, not saying a word. The next second a blue passage appeared in front of all the clans, signaling the opening of the mystic realm. The mystic realm has opened. The major clans entered first, followed closely by the 9 provinces and their allied clans. Chen Tong only saw a blur before finding himself in a grassland, completely alone. He frowned slightly. Each mystic realm teleported the clans to random locations. One could only take it step by step. Along the way, Chen Tong encountered native creatures which he defeated with a single punch to earn points. In just a few minutes his score reached 300. Killing early-stage kings earned 10 points, mid-stage kings 20 points, and so on. Chen Tong didn't even know how many native creatures he had killed. It was a pity that he hadn't encountered any of the other clans along the way, missing the chance to kill and steal their points. He finally 50 points. The native creatures of the mystic realm are so easy to kill. This voice, this tone. Chen Tong's back sprouted demonic wings and he flew up into the air looking down. Isn't this the Xie Ling who mocked the 9 provinces outside the mystic realm? His eyes flashed fiercely. Scum of the clans. Whoosh, in an instant Chen Tong appeared in front of Xie Ling, who jumped in fright. You're the masked man. Xie Ling, terrified, quickly pleaded. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I can give you my points and my storage bag. You should never have mocked the 9 provinces. Remember that in your next life. No, Xie Ling roared, launching a psychic attack, but a shadow of a dark god appeared and blocked the mental assault. Seizing the moment, Xie Ling tried to escape. Thinking of running, you have no chance. Chen Tong clenched his fist, striking a blow that crushed the fleeing Xie Ling into a pulp. Stepping over the corpse, he seized the points and storage bag. I killed you, these are all mine. Did you really need to offer them? 5 miles away, a group of 9 provinces cultivators was intercepted by the Sea Clan's pride Zhang Xiaoqian. Kyushu monk, Roger barked a command. Go now, I'll buy you some time. Zhang Xiaoqian stood with his arms crossed, looking down from above at the Kyushu monks below. To him, these monks were mere ants, none of whom could escape. No, Roger, there are 7 of us. Together we can take on a champion from the myriad tribes. No, he's Zhang Xiaoqian, the Sea Clan's prodigy. We can't beat him. If you don't leave now, Kyushu will suffer great losses. Roger roared with anger. Brother Roger, take care. The other 6 tears in their eyes sped away at their fastest. Zhang Xiaoqian's expression remained cold and indifferent. Is it worth it? Killing you, I can quickly catch up to them. You're just wasting my time futilely. Roger shook his head with a wry smile, wagging his index finger. You don't understand at all. You have no idea what Kyushu means to us. In an instant Zhang Xiaoqian appeared in front of Roger, his tentacle piercing through Roger's body. A mere early-stage king dares to lecture me. Blood trickled from the corners of Roger's mouth as he forcibly removed the tentacle with sheer willpower. In this life, I can no longer protect Kyushu. In the next life I still wish to be from Kyushu. Before he could finish, Roger unleashed his last bit of strength, momentarily freezing Zhang Xiaoqian. Even a few seconds would do just to give the 6 some time to escape. Boom! Less than 2 seconds later Zhang Xiaoqian broke free from the ice, his expression furious, stomping fiercely on Roger. Damn it, even in death an ant tries to block my path. Zhang Xiaoqian stomped on the body until it was beyond recognition, only then satisfied. Meanwhile, the 6 who fled were heading straight towards Qianlong, encountering the man in the mask they had been longing to meet. Zhang Xiaofan, gasping for breath, shouted, Masked man, please go save Roger. He faced the Sea Clan's prodigy alone just to buy us time. On hearing this, Qianlong's pupils shrank slightly, a bad premonition stirring in his heart. Soon after, he sensed intense spiritual energy fluctuations from afar. Without a word, Qianlong proved himself through actions. Flapping the wings of a demon, he quickly reached the site of intense spiritual energy, only to see Zhang Xiaoqian standing on the mangled corpse. At that moment, Qianlong's eyes turned icy, his aura murderous, his rage boiling over. The Kyushu he vowed to protect now witnessed its people brutally killed before him. Zhang Xiaoqian, masked man. Zhang Xiaoqian, fixing his gaze on Qianlong, smirked maliciously, pressing down harder with his foot. How does it feel? Are you angry, Zhang Xiaoqian? You're courting death. Qianlong summoned the divine elephant suppression force. Behind him, a giant elephant phantom appeared, its breath capable of turning rivers, its presence overwhelming. So this is your heaven-defying technique? Truly extraordinary. Zhang Xiaoqian, watching the giant elephant behind Qianlong, felt a flicker of fear deep inside. Impossible, this cannot be. Zhang Qian roared with fury in his heart, disbelief coursing through his veins. Cracked tentacles, spear of the underworld god, a black spear formed from the swirling demonic energy of a hellish vortex emanating in overwhelming power. Qianlong, gripping the spear of the underworld god, pierced through the tentacles with a force that shattered the air around them. Boom! Zhang Qian's eyes reddened with blood, his scream hysterical. Ah, masked man, you deserve to die. Crack demon shot. Intricate patterns appeared all over Zhang Qian's body, quickly transferring around Qianlong, from where numerous beams of light shot out through the cracks. The demon wings on his back fluttered slightly, deflecting the cracked demon shot effortlessly. Zhang Qian, you dare to kill people from Kyushu? Qianlong's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stepped forward, appearing right in front of Zhang Qian. Die! He grabbed the spear of the underworld god, its terrifying power aimed directly at Zhang Qian. In a swift moment, several of Zhang Qian's octopus tentacles shot out, confronting the spear that had claimed countless lives. Boom! Oh, Zhang Qian's tentacles caught the spear. He. My speciality is using softness to overcome hardness. My true form is the cracked demon Zhang, and since my birth, no one has been able to break through. Just because you have immense strength that can dissipate 90% of an attack, what of it? Qianlong spoke disdainfully. The colossal particles within him once fully activated, even if the cracked demon Zhang could dissipate 90% of the force, would not withstand the remaining 10%. Zhang Qian's pupils trembled with shock, unable to believe as he stared at Qianlong. You, how do you know this? This is the secret of my tribe. How would an outsider like you know? Qianlong couldn't be bothered to waste further words with Zhang Qian, decisively activating a portion of the colossal particles, unleashing a force of billions of pounds. Without exaggeration, this force was enough to shatter meteors beyond the 9 heavens. Feeling the increasingly powerful force of the spear of the underworld god, Zhang Qian was terrified. Panic, complete panic. Impossible, this can't be possible. How can there still be such terrifying force after dissipating 90% of it? You know nothing of my power. The pride of the myriad tribes who consider themselves extraordinary will eventually pay the price. No, I can't die. I, Zhang Qian, am the pride of the Sea tribe. Masked man, you kill me over an ordinary man from Kyushu, sparking a conflict between two tribes. Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. An ordinary man. Qianlong's eyes filled with blood, laughing uproariously to the heavens. Ha! An ordinary man. He is a man of Kyushu. He sacrificed himself to buy time for 6 others. Do you call that ordinary? Is the life of an ordinary man not a life? If the myriad tribes dare to harm a person from Kyushu, I will seek revenge, blood for blood. Die! Qianlong enunciated each word, thrusting the spear of the underworld god forward, piercing through the pride of the Sea tribe Zhang Qian. Ah! Blood spurted like a waterfall and Qianlong's eyes narrowed, flapping his demon wings to instantly reach the bloodied Roger. He intended to protect Roger's flesh from being contaminated by the blood of the myriad tribe scum. Underworld god's protection. The shadow of the underworld god enveloped Qiantong and the blurred figure of Roger, shielding them from the tainted blood of countless tribes. The 6 approached solemnly, their silence heavy. Qiantong dispelled the protection of the underworld god and looked at the disfigured Roger on the ground, his voice choked with emotion. He was a hero of Jiuzhou. You must take him away and bury him well. We know. The 6 were unable to hold back their tears. They had been laughing and talking just before, but now they were left in such a state unbearable for anyone. Qiantong took the points and the storage bag belonging to the Sea tribe's prodigy Zhang Xiaoqian and silently turned to leave. Wait. He turned his head back to the 6. Is there anything else? They looked at each other and handed their points to Chen Tong. Masked man, we are not going to continue in this secret realm. Chen Tong's pupils slightly constricted, guessing what they intended to do. They were most likely going to give him their points before leaving, this way the 6 of them would leave with nothing. If they had taken their points with them, they could have exchanged them for some resources under the point rules, but they chose not to. They were sacrificing themselves to support the masked man alone. Indeed, the 6 gave a bitter smile. We are giving our points to you. You must achieve a good ranking on behalf of Jojo. Don't feel embarrassed. Our goal is the same. It's all for Jojo. Then the 6 handed their points to Chen Tong and left the secret realm with the battered Roger. Now his points totaled 700. The 6 points combined were only 120, while Zhang Xiaoqian had 380 points. Chen Tong sighed deeply, flapping his demon wings and swiftly flying forward. Everywhere he passed, whether native creatures or creatures from myriad tribes, all perished by his hand. With the flow of time, the number of native creatures and creatures from myriad tribes he had killed had reached over 100. These deceased, as well as the myriad tribes that had died by his hand, would turn into karmic forces entwining Chen Tong for life, affecting his future emperor and divine tribulations and making them terrifyingly formidable. In Hailan City, in the Hall of Lifeplates, where the lifeplates of late-stage King Realm powerhouses and Sea Tribe prodigies were kept, the lifeplate belonging to Zhang Xiaoqian shattered and fell to the ground. The half-fish guardian of the hall was shocked, picking up the broken lifeplate, and saw 3 big characters inscribed on it. Zhang Xiaoqian. For a moment the half-fish stood there stunned, the lifeplate falling from its hands again, its mind blank. How could this be? How could this be? Our tribe's prodigy Zhang Xiaoqian has fallen. How is this possible? What exactly happened in the secret realm? The half-fish looked terrified, hurriedly picking up the lifeplate from the ground and stumbling towards the Sea King's hall, crying out as it ran, disaster! Disaster! Our tribe's prodigy Zhang Xiaoqian's lifeplate has shattered. Disaster! Disaster! Disaster struck swiftly. News of Zhang Qian's shattered life token spread far and wide in mere moments. Within a short time, half of Hailan City knew of the calamity. What did you say? Our prodigy Zhang Qian's life token is broken. Elder Yu Qianma of the Sea Tribe widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming aloud, it's absolutely true, see for yourself. A merman handed over Zhang Qian's life token to Yu Qianma. Upon inspecting it, Yu Qianma nearly fainted, his eyes darkening as anger shook his entire being. He bellowed, who is it? Who is responsible? I demand a thorough investigation. I swear the murderer of our tribe's prodigy will pay with his life. Yes. Elder. The merman retreated, mobilizing the Sea Tribe's forces to surround the secret realm's exit, determined to capture Zhang Qian's killer. Fortunately, the 6 people had left the secret realm early, or they would have been caught by the Sea Tribe. After enduring countless hardships, they returned to Tianya City and buried the mangled body of Roger in the Heroes' Garden. The Heroes' Garden, where countless heroes of the 3rd battlefield were laid to rest, their spirits and great deeds immortalized forever to be witnessed by future generations of Jojo. Unforgettable. Tears flowed down from one of them, his voice choked with emotion. Rest easy, Roger. We will protect Tianya City of the 3rd battlefield. Perhaps it won't be long before we meet again in the underworld. If we live until this day next year, the 6 of us will come to visit you. At that moment, Jiang Qinggu approached from a distance, his expression solemn, bowing deeply to the deceased Roger. Enough of these morbid thoughts. Roger would not wish to see you like this. Sighing deeply, he added, the prodigy of the Sea Tribe Zhang Qian was killed by the man in the mask. The Sea Tribe will certainly not let Tianya City off easily. The situation in the 3rd battlefield is about to become incredibly complex and unpredictable. Who knows if this will lead to war? If it turns into a conflict between 2 tribes with other races waiting to take advantage, the outcome of the conflict is even more uncertain. After many years, Tianya City must enter into first-level combat readiness to face the imminent threat from the Sea Tribe. Nearly all the major racial powers in the 3rd battlefield are now aware of the fall of the Sea Tribe's prodigy Zhang Qian. The Scorpion of the Moxie Tribe laughed heartily. I knew someone would be unlucky, but I didn't expect it to be the mighty Sea Tribe who would suffer first. Losing a prodigy, the Sea Tribe must be furious. The Grey Wolf of the Silver Moon Wolf Tribe grinned. The battle is about to begin. It's time for my Silver Moon Wolf Tribe to seize the opportunity. Each racial power seemed to relish in the misfortune, all anticipating that the 3rd battlefield was on the verge of upheaval. Meanwhile, in the Sea King's Hall in Hailan City, the 9 great elders and the High Priest of the Sea Tribe gathered. The High Priest stroked his beard, speaking slowly, just as I expected, our prodigy Zhang Qian has fallen. High Priest, do you have any solutions? Asked Yu Qianma, whom I took Some precautions long ago. It's time to use our last resort. Elder Hugo was perplexed. Our prodigy has fallen. Can he possibly be brought back to life? The high priest calmly replied, Zhang Qian's true form is that of a cracked demon seal. His lineage is extraordinary, capable of rebirth through a single drop of blood, and with our race's ability to regenerate limbs, theoretically, it is possible to bring Zhang Qian back to life. What? This is almost unthinkable. Can it really be done? Whether it's feasible or not, we must try. Zhang Qian reborn was no longer the same person he had been before. The 9 elders looked at each other in bewilderment. They couldn't understand, but they were profoundly shocked. Had they not heard it from the high priest himself, they would never have believed that a fallen prodigy could be brought back to life. The whole thing seemed a bit preposterous. The high priest pulled out 2 jars from his robes, one containing Zhang Qian's essence blood and the other a tentacle of an octopus. Ha ha ha. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. Under the manipulation of the high priest, the essence blood was dripped onto the octopus tentacle, and with a massive infusion of spiritual energy the two began to merge. They waited for quite some time, but the tentacle showed no reaction. Could it be that it didn't work? Indeed, how could such a far-fetched experiment succeed? The high priest should save his energy and stop. Just when the 9 elders thought the experiment had failed, the high priest's fish-like face broke into a sinister smile. Ha ha ha, it worked. What? The high priest placed the octopus tentacle on the ground, and it began to wriggle violently, sprouting organs and gradually taking the shape of Zhang Qian. Ha ha ha, I Zhang Qian am alive again. Zhang Qian turned to look at the high priest. My other body is dead. The high priest nodded slightly. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have started this experiment. I didn't expect it to succeed on the first try. Well, it all comes down to the unique nature of your race that made this experiment a success. The 9 elders were initially stunned, then their faces turned to ecstatic joy. Fantastic! Fantastic! Our tribe's prodigy Zhang Qian has been brought back from the dead. High priest, what should we do next? Should we make it public? The high priest waved his hand dismissively. No, this matter must remain known only amongst us, no spreading the word. As for you, Zhang Qian, stay hidden for now, wait for the right moment to reappear and redeem your honor. Zhang Qian and the 9 elders bowed in unison. We will follow the high priest's arrangements. The high priest, holding the highest position in the Sea tribe, managed the tribe's rituals and fate. Deep within the secret realm, Qianlong had slain countless demons, continually flying forward, helping fellow cultivators from Jiuzhou whenever possible. Just then he spotted 2 female cultivators desperately fending off 2 late-stage king realm beasts. Seeing the women in a disadvantageous position, he quickly flapped his demon wings and appeared instantaneously beside them. His left hand grabbed the silver moon wolf's claw, and his right hand caught the titan ape's mighty fist, the silver moon wolf. Upon seeing Qianlong wearing a mask, got startled and began retreating hastily. Knowing he was no match for the masked man, he chose to flee. Sighed, why does every tribe flee upon seeing me? Am I that terrifying? More than terrifying, as every tribe and native creature he encountered was left with none spared. No wonder they are scared. In contrast, the titan ape on the right-hand side seemed completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Clearly, this beast was a native creature and hadn't heard of the notorious masked man. Sister, it's the masked man. We're saved. I thought we were going to die. Yeah. I thought I was headed for death, just narrowly escaped. Qiantong's expression remained indifferent as he lifted the titan ape, many times larger than himself, with his right hand and tossed it high into the air, punching it away with force. The direction he sent it flying perfectly intercepted the escape route of the silver moon wolf, squashing it into a pulp. The 2 beasts that the sisters had struggled against were easily subdued by Qiantong. Thank you, masked man, for rescuing us. Without you, we might have perished in this secret realm. Unable to repay the life-saving debt, the sisters began, but Qiantong swiftly interjected with a stern twitch of his mouth. Enough. I saved you because you're people from Jiuzhou, nothing else. Besides, you would have done the same if you saw a fellow Jiuzhou person in danger. Qiantong spoke the plain truth. Such mutual assistance was all too common among the people of Jiuzhou. Had it been another race, why would I save them? He scoffed. Why should I risk my life? Without comparison, there's no understanding. This is the biggest difference between Jiuzhou and the myriad other races, and one of the reasons why Jiuzhou has stood firm for over 1,000 years. Masked man, my name is Gongsun Wu, and this is my sister Gongsun Shui. Qiantong raised an eyebrow, sizing up the 2 women. From the Gongsun family? The sisters were beautiful and delicate, their every smile brimming with charm. The Gongsun family was Unique, led by women with very few men, almost all being females. We are indeed descendants of the Gongsun family, though not as prominent as the 5 great families of the capital, they explained. Chen Tong nodded slightly and turned to wave goodbye. Wait, Gongsun Wu called after him. I want to give you my points. This time he chose not to accept. You two are not weak, it's only that you were depleted of spiritual energy and couldn't fend off your enemies. Rest a bit and you can continue exploring the secret realm. There's no need to give me your points, it's okay, we want to give you our points. We can still continue exploring this secret realm. Chen Tong sighed internally. All the Jojo people he had met along the way insisted on giving him points, although Jiang Shengwu hadn't mentioned it. Every Jojo person understood. He shook his head. No need, I've already accumulated over 3,000 points. While I don't know if it's the highest, I think securing second place will be quite easy. Saying this, who would dare to take first place if not Chen Tong? Okay then, Gongsun Wu conceded, unable to argue with the masked man. Chen Tong turned back to the sisters, leaving them with a profound statement. The power of laws is ever-changing, integrated with your will and transform true intentions into manifestations. Understand this, and you can ascend to the Emperor realm. With that, Chen Tong unfolded his demon wings and disappeared from their sight. Sister, the masked man is so profound and mysterious, Gongsun Shui exclaimed, clearly puzzled. I don't understand a word he said. Gongsun Wu shook her head. Neither do I, but we must remember his words. Perhaps they are the key to our breakthrough. Gazing in the direction Chen Tong had left, Gongsun Shui mused, sister, the masked man is so cool and handsome. Silly sister, how can you tell he's handsome when he's wearing a mask? Gongsun Wu chuckled. I just feel it, someone as powerful as him must be a great-looking guy. Gongsun Wu laughed softly as they stood together in Tianyaking. Master Jiang, disaster has struck. The Sea clan has surrounded the secret realm's exit. They've detained everyone who came out early and are interrogating them about what exactly happened inside the realm. What should we do? Jiang Qingwu frowned deeply and asked, how have the other racial powers reacted? The person reporting the incident paused briefly before replying, no reaction. Jiang Qingwu gave a bitter smile and said, what else can we do but adapt as the situation evolves? We mustn't give the Sea clan any leverage over us. We can only wait for the appearance of the masked man after the secret realm ends to make our next move. Yes, and keep a close watch on their movements. Ensure the safety of the detained people from the 9 provinces. If their lives are threatened, you must appear and stop it. But what if we are exposed? Jiang Qingwu sighed deeply, looking up at the azure sky. So what if we're exposed? They are our people from the 9 provinces. I will not allow our people to die for no reason. If it weren't for the 9 provinces' weaker position among all races, we would have dealt with the Sea clan long ago. Ultimately, it's because our overall strength isn't strong enough. Time flies and 3 days have swiftly passed, 3 whole days. During this time, Chen Ling, with the wings of a demon, nearly ran through the entire secret realm, instilling fear in the native spirits who hid themselves tightly. He also robbed almost all points from the beasts and prodigies of the myriad races, slaying all the prodigies. Single-handedly, he monopolized the secret realm points, reaching a height unprecedented and unmatched. Without any surprises, Chen Ling is set to break the highest record on the secret realm scoreboard. During this period, Chen Ling also encountered and befriended a brother-in-arms from his past life who ultimately died from exhaustion at a young age. His name was Gu Jinwen, a prodigy like Chen Ling who had also created his own principles. As they were discussing, Gu Jinwen lamented, Brother Mask, why won't you listen? With all your ink, why aren't you killing the beasts of the myriad races? Gu Jinwen laughed mockingly. Brother Mask, you have the nerve to ask. You alone have made the native spirits and the myriad races beasts cry out in misery. Do I even have a chance to make a move? It's just a shame I didn't get to face the Sea clan's prodigy Zhang Xiaochen a few rounds before you killed him. The secret realm was supposed to last 10 days, but by the 5th day there was nothing left to do. So boring. Once we return to Tianya City, I must vent my frustrations, listening to Gu Jinwen's continuous complaints. Chen Ling's ears almost developed calluses as he secretly sighed. Indeed, a man who can create his own literary laws is truly a chatterbox. At that moment, Chen Ling stopped walking and Gu Jinwen, puzzled, asked, Brother Mask, why have you stopped? You said it yourself, it's boring. How about we spar a bit? Gu Jinwen's eyes lit up. Alright. Immediately he recalled the terror of the masked man, swallowing hard. Forget it, fighting you is just asking for trouble. 10 of me combined wouldn't match one of your punches. Beneath the mask, Chen Long's lips twitched slightly as he coughed lightly. How about this? I'll go easy on you and let's see if you can hurt me. All right, Gu Jinwen had been thinking along these lines but had dared not speak, each standing their ground. After a moment of standoff, he took the initiative to strike at Qianlong, like a stream cascading down 3,000 feet. Gu Jinwen used his hands as brush and ink, sweeping them through the air, and a roaring waterfall plummeted towards Qianlong's head as if his words were casting spells. Under the mask, Qianlong's lips curled into a slight smile. This familiar sensation brought him mixed feelings. Just as the waterfall was about to strike, Qianlong raised his left hand and effortlessly blocked Gu Jinwen's attack. Is that all you've got? Can you even put up a fight, Gu Jinwen? Qianlong taunted, knowing the man before him too well, his temperament clear as day from their past lives. And indeed, Gu Jinwen's hand movements quickened. It seems the Milky Way is falling from the sky. In an instant, a terrifying divine might began seeping from beyond the heavens, shaking the earth and shattering space, causing mountains to crumble and the ground to split. The native creatures and myriad beast races within the secret realm were terrified, utterly clueless about what was happening. Watching the meteor containing the power of the Milky Way approaching, Qianlong's pupils slightly narrowed. This move was Gu Jinwen's trump card. It invoked the celestial power of the Milky Way, its force no small matter. In a past life he had tasted this move's terror, sustaining injuries, but this life was different. Relying on this move to harm him was impossible. After all, there was a vast difference between having the divine elephant imprisoning force and not having it. Qianlong took a deep breath, circulated the divine elephant imprisoning force, and mobilized the billion giant elephant particles within his body, manifesting a giant elephant phantom behind him. As the meteor, infused with the power of the Milky Way, drew closer, he caught it single-handedly with ease. Boom! The ground beneath Qianlong cracked, bearing an unimaginable pressure. He spread his demonic wings and shot forward, arriving in front of Gu Jinwen and flicking him away with a finger. Gu Jinwen's body flew back like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, Gu Jinwen struggled to stand. Even with Qianlong holding back, it wasn't something he could easily withstand. A spar is a spar, taking it seriously means losing. Ah, wasn't it you who taunted me? Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the Sea Clan interrogated the emerging beasts one by one. Giant spirit sheep. Do you know how our clan's prodigy Zhang Xiaoqian died? Fish Xing asked fiercely. The giant spirit sheep shook its head. I don't know. I came out so as not to be killed by the masked man from Jiuzhou. The masked man again? It must have been you who killed our prodigy Zhang Xiaoqian. Fish Xing turned to the detained people from Jiuzhou. You all must die to accompany our clan's fallen prodigy. One of them stood out. Implicate us? Sea Clan, are you trying to start a war? Exactly. Do we have to bury you, the pride of the Sea Clan, Xiaoqian, with you? I spit on that. What are you worth? Yuxing grabbed one of them and brutally stomped on him. You, an early stage king realman, dare to talk big in front of me? Stop. Hidden in the shadows, Zhu Suwei stepped into the air and shouted loudly. Another person from Jiuzhou, you don't think I'd be afraid just because you're at the peak of the king realm? I advise you not to cause trouble. Don't involve these innocent people. You wouldn't want to see a battle break out on the third battlefield, would you? Aha, what about battle? My Sea Clan will pay any price to seek justice. What are you, a mere Jiuzhou compared to us? Can you command the Sea Clan? Yuxing roared, his body tense, and thrust his trident at Zhu Suwei. In a flash, Zhu Suwei turned his hands into dragon claws and caught the trident bare-handed. Does the Sea Clan think Jiuzhou has no one to stand up? Water Chaos Blade. Yuxing spat out foam, turning it into blades of water to strangle Zhu Suwei. Clang! The half-beast Zhu Suwei was unaffected, directly crushing Yuxing's trident and forcing him back. Zhu Suwei quickly helped up the person who had been stomped on by Yuxing. Go quickly, leave this to me. Take care, the wounded man said, dragging himself towards Tianya City. What are you all waiting for? A furious shout came and the half-fish around quickly surrounded Zhu Suwei. These half-fish were no match for him and soon half were defeated. Seeing the situation turning sour, Yuxing's eyes flickered, quickly devising a countermeasure, his face showing a sinister smile. Crushing my trident? I'll let you crush. Yuxing retreated, grabbing Lu Dong by the neck, who was in the early stages of the king realm. I advise you to stop. Or what if I accidentally strangle him? Zhu Suwei's eyes widened, trembling with anger, unable to speak. What, are you angry? Attack! To prevent Lu Dong from being strangled, Zhu Suwei silently endured the beating from the half-fish. Cough, cough, cough. The Sea Clan is truly despicable and shameless. If you can resort to any means, then do so. I'm doing this to prevent unnecessary sacrifices for the Sea Clan. What's wrong with that? We both serve our clans, wouldn't you do the same if you were me? Don't pretend to be so noble. Just then, two people emerged from the secret realm exit, Qianlong and Gu Jinwen, who had just finished their match and found it uninteresting. They were furious upon seeing the Sea Clan oppressing the people of Zhuozhou. Sea Clan, you are seeking death. Qianlong gritted his teeth. Masked man, you finally come out. Yuxing's face twisted. When you killed our prodigy Xiao Qian, you should have expected this day. Seeing the masked man's furious momentum, he immediately used Lu Dong as a shield. Masked man, if you take one more step, I'll strangle him. Lu Dong struggled vigorously, biting hard on Yuxing's hand. People of Zhuozhou still have spirit. I'd rather die than see the people of Zhuozhou suffer because I can't fight back. No, don't. Zhu Sui's eyes were bloodshot as he clawed a half-fish man to death. Qianlong's eyes emitted a fierce light, his heart filled with immense grief. Why can't I save the people of Zhuozhou every time? Even though I am strong enough, I still can't save everyone. In the secret realm, if Roger had found out earlier, Roger wouldn't have died. And now Lu Dong in the hands of Yuxing, drawing a line in the ground. Gu Jinwen waved his brush, isolating Yuxing and Lu Dong to ensure his safety. Mask brother, what about me? I can't bear to see the people of Zhuozhou die in front of my eyes. Yuxing's face was full of astonishment, unable to believe his own hands. How could this be? How could this be? I was clearly choking him. How could this happen? Yuxing was scared. With no Zhuozhou people to threaten, his life was in danger. Whoosh! Qianlong stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Yuxing, his fist clenched and punching him flying. Boom! With the might of one punch, the despicable Yuxing was killed. For a moment, the myriad tribes beasts present could not help but swallow their saliva, each shaking with fear or afraid for their lives. Qianlong looked around. Today none of you can leave. Mask man, you are too arrogant. Do you know how many racial powers are present? Mask man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. You've offended the racial powers of the third battlefield. You wouldn't want to see Tianya City suffer heavy losses. The giant spirit sheep threatened. Are you threatening me? Qianlong hated being threatened by the myriad tribes the most. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Buzzing. Suddenly, the space above Qianlong's head vibrated. The ninth elder of the Sea tribe, Yu Qianmo, personally took action. Mask man, what a great prestige! You killed our prodigy Zhang Xiaoqian and also killed Yuxing. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Water dragon overturning the sea. A water dragon flew across the sky, containing the power of laws and even a trace of the true meaning of laws. However, for Qianlong, having the power of laws or not made no difference. He could break all laws with his strength. Qianlong clenched his fist, his arms' veins bulging, terrifying power pouring out. Break! A dragon and a fist collided. Space shattered, the earth shook, and the aftermath swept all around. The giant spirit sheep swallowed saliva, trembling. This is too terrifying. Rumors say the masked man is a murderous lunatic. Today we probably can't escape a disaster. Damn it, if we had known, we wouldn't have sought resources at the expense of our future. Damn it. If it weren't for the Sea tribe detaining us, we wouldn't have died with the Sea tribe. After a standoff, the water dragon was blasted away by the fist mark, carrying the might of the gods, and the ninth elder of the Sea tribe, Yu Qianmo, was blown away thousands of meters, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Cough, cough, cough. How could this? Damn it, the true meaning of water, the sea of the universe breaks. Yu Qianmo gathered all his spiritual energy and the power of laws to perform his strongest divine ability. A towering wave rose from behind him, rushing towards Qianlong with a menacing momentum. Qianlong squinted his eyes, muttering to himself, the true meaning of water, a half-step emperor. Unfortunately, you still can't beat me, you know nothing of my power. Faced with the overwhelming tidal wave, Qintong remained unmoved. The giant particles within his body stirred, his vital energy turning seas and rivers upside down. He raised his hand, condensing a golden hand, and pushed forward. With the force of 10 billion pounds, the sound of breaking the air echoed continuously. Heaven and earth trembled and mountains crumbled. Sensing such mighty power, Yu Qianmo knew his magical abilities were no match. He looked around furiously and roared, how long will you all hide? Won't you avenge your prodigy? Ha ha ha, Yu Qianmo, are you giving up so soon? You can't handle it either. The masked man of Zhuozhou, the supreme prodigy, I've long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, your fame is well deserved. I didn't want to be your enemy, but alas, you killed our clan's prodigy. How could we not avenge this and still face our clan? We acknowledge your unparalleled divine strength, but do you still think you could defeat 10 with 1? A host of warriors from myriad clans unleashed their Magical powers intending to clash head-on with Chen Tong's golden hand. As expected, it was futile. Thunderous booms echoed, and various magical powers were mercilessly crushed under Chen Tong's overwhelming golden hand. Chen Tong shook his head. Too weak. You are too weak to even deserve the name of the strong. Disgraceful. In the midst of the warriors from various clans, a space worm with eyes flickering red light shouted, "Lend me your strength, I have a way to break through." Good. The strong warriors of various races joined forces to channel a vast amount of spiritual energy to the space worm, causing a spatial shift. A black hole emerged in front of the golden hand, forcibly diverting Chen Tong's casually formed strike to another location. Chen Tong stood alone in the air, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the warriors from various clans. Spatial rules, interesting. Finally, a decent beast has arrived. The space worm roared and thrashed. Masked man, you underestimate the myriad clans too much. Do you believe the great terror from the myriad clans will rush to the third battlefield? Great terror, bring as many as you like. I've lost count of how many times I've said this. Chen Tong's expression was indifferent, showing complete disregard for the myriad clans. Reaching his level, he truly feared nothing. Masked man, your arrogance knows no bounds. Before the words finished, a figure rushed from afar, vital energy surging, a fearsome aura approaching, always a formidable presence. Chen Tong squinted, stroked his chin. Another one? The Dragon Clan. I didn't expect the long secluded Dragon Clan to make a move too. No, you don't qualify as the Dragon Clan, just a hybrid subspecies. No wonder you're at the third battlefield. Chen Tong shook his head and laughed disdainfully, his words filled with scorn. Masked man, you go too far. The Dragon Clan warrior was furious. Split heaven, dragon claw. A dragon's roar sounded. Dragon might shook, tearing through space, a giant dragon claw reaching for Chen Tong. In a flash, Chen Tong clenched his fist and threw an ordinary punch. As the fist and claw collided, a huge explosion occurred. Except for Chen Tong and the hybrid dragon, the rest of the myriad clan warriors were sent flying, each spitting blood. Seeing that the situation was dire, the space bug decisively escaped into the void, vanishing without a trace. The other powerful beings from various clans wanted to flee as well, but they found themselves trapped by a naturally formed grand formation. What's happening? How could this be? When did a natural formation appear here? Damn it! Someone must have set up this formation in advance to trap us. Well played, people of Jiuzhou. We'll remember this. Jiuzhou has not faced a disaster from the myriad clans for too long. How dare they scheme against us like this? Little did they know all of this was orchestrated by Gu Jinwen alone. From Taiji arises the dual manifestations, from the dual manifestations come the 4 images, and from the 4 images arise the 8 trigrams. Formation activate. This move drained all his spiritual energy, leaving him slumped on the ground. Now it's all up to you, masked brother. Meanwhile, the Gongsun sisters stared intently at Chen Long. Big sister, the masked man is so powerful. In the future, I want to find a hero as formidable as the masked man. Gongsun Wu chuckled and shook her head. A hero as formidable as the masked man, you could count them on one hand in all of Jiuzhou. Would such heroes even spare a glance for common cultivators like us? Come on, masked man. Gongsun Shui cheered and danced, rooting for Chen Long. Then, suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly pulled out her phone from her storage bag and started a live stream to let the people of Jiuzhou witness the masked man's prowess. Chen Long twisted his neck, staring down the distant Yalong, a beast with a trace of dragon bloodline capable of withstanding his strike. A smile appeared on his face. Finally, a worthy opponent from the myriad clans. I hope you can warm me up. Ever since he practiced the divine elephant subduing prison technique, Chen Long had not had a proper warm-up, crushing the myriad clans without any resistance. This Yalong was far stronger than the projections at the 5th battlefield, simply because it possessed a trace of dragon bloodline and extraordinary law power. Dragon domination spell. The Yalong roared, its skin emitting red gases as its blood energy surged tumultuously. Chen Long saw through it instantly, his smile growing even wider. Strength doubled. Huh, not bad at all, masked man. Prepare to die. Rend Heaven Dragon Claw. This time, the Rend Heaven Dragon Claw, with a dragon cry that was deafening, shattered the space itself. The myriad clan powerhouses trapped in the 8 trigrams formation were ecstatic. Finally, the Yalong is getting serious. Haha, let's see what the masked man can do now. This is a dragon after all, even a Yalong is no small matter. But, rumor has it that the masked man possesses invincible prowess. Shut up, why boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige? Damn it, I don't want to die stifled like this. Why don't we give the masked man a big surprise? Inside the formation, the myriad clan powerhouses were scheming something, each revealing a sinister grin. Hee hee hee. Masked man, we're waiting for you, don't make us wait too long. Outside the formation, Spear of the Nether God, Qianlong activated his divine elephant subduing prison technique, condensing the hellish whirlpool of spiritual energy into a black spear held in his palm and hurled it forth. Whoosh! The sounds of tearing through the air rang out continuously, briefly clashing with the Yalong's rend heaven dragon claw before breaking through. The spear of the Nether God, carrying an unstoppable force, pierced through the Yalong's body, nailing it firmly to the ground. With twice the strength, Yalong's fate was still sealed. The intense pain struck, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Struggling, Yalong raised his hand and pulled out the spear of the netherworld that had pierced his body, blood uncontrollably spilling out, coughing. Masked man. Ha, you can't kill me, you've shattered the myth of your fatal blow. Watching Yalong stand up again, Qintong raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Truly, the dragon race is resilient. Even a hybrid like Yalong could withstand the spear of the netherworld and not die. You. Enraged, Yalong spat out blood, unable to hold on any longer, and collapsed heavily to the ground. Not killed by the spear of the netherworld, it was Qintong's words that had enraged him to death. It really proved the saying, not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Qintong shook his head speechlessly. Was it really just calling him a hybrid dragon? Such a temper. Besides, it was the truth. His mixed dragon lineage was not even acknowledged by the dragon race. Turning around, Qintong looked at the multitude of powerful beings trapped in the Bagua Formation. He looked at Gu Jinwen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Not bad, trapping a group of powerful beings from various tribes. Truly a peerless genius. Gu Jinwen arrogantly lifted his head, arms crossed. Of course, I am to spread the glory of my literary methods. Sadly, you're just a bit short when compared to me. Gu Jinwen, can't you stop undermining me? Can't you let me show off properly? Unfazed, Qintong manifested demonic wings on his back and flew into the Bagua Formation. It was time to end this. Is that so? Seeing the smiling faces of the powerful beings in front of him, his eyebrows furrowed. At such a time, how could they still smile? He masked man. How Jojo once treated the tribes will treat you. Qintong's pupils slightly dilated, as if realizing something. In the next moment, the multitude of tribes within the Bagua Formation surrounded him and exploded violently in a suicidal attack. Netherworld Guardian, a phantom of the netherworld, enveloped Qintong. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions destroyed the Bagua Formation, the aftermath ravaging all around. The Jojo cultivators raised energy barriers to avoid being affected. Gongsun Shui looked worried, staring at the smoke-filled scene. Masked man. You must be all right. Rewinding time under her live broadcast, people of Jojo were abuzz. So powerful. This is the masked man, truly the greatest prodigy of Jojo. With the masked man, Jojo will thrive. Finally, we've got our revenge on the tribes. So exhilarating indeed. But the third battlefield will face targeting from the tribes. What's there to fear? How formidable is the masked man? What are the tribes in comparison? No, with millions of king level warriors entering the fray, how could the masked man alone hold them off? If only sure you were here. Yes, the fourth battlefield with the time lock seal, completely severing the continual conflicts of the fourth battlefield. If the heavens time lock were in place, what would the realms of millions of kings from myriad tribes amount to? In the next second, they witnessed the masked man being overwhelmed by the self-destructive explosion of the mighty warriors from myriad tribes. Shocking. Since when did the myriad tribes adopt the tactics of our Jojo? It's over. Such a dense explosion, surely the masked man must have been injured. Damn it. A bunch of despicable, shameless myriad tribes. Amidst the billowing black smoke, Qianlong remained unharmed under the protection of the god of the underworld. Honestly, he hadn't expected that the warriors of the myriad tribes would choose to self-destruct. Thankfully, with the divine power of the elephant imprisoning force, how could he not suffer some minor injuries after such a wave of explosions? As the smoke cleared, Qianlong's figure emerged, much to the relief of the people of Jojo. That scared me to death, I thought. The masked man. What am I saying? Can't you see who the masked man is? A mere self-destruction cannot harm him. Ha! The self-destruction of the myriad tribes warriors is a joke. Glorious Jojo, glorious Jojo. Qianlong landed on the ground, his expression suddenly changing as if sensing something. You all go back first, quickly. The puzzled people of Jojo looked at each other, hesitating for a moment before hurriedly flying towards Tianya City. Sitting on the ground, Gu Jinwen also sensed it, quickly getting up. Brother Mask, a great terror is coming. Qianlong squinted his eyes, looking up at the azure sky. I know. Thunder rolled loudly, one after another. The clear sky was suddenly obscured by dark clouds with lightning flashing and thunder roaring across 3,000 miles, bringing down bolts of thunder. Above the thunder, the tip of an iceberg slowly appeared and a pair of blue eyes stared down at the cultivators of Jiuzhou and Qianlong. There will always be ignorant beings who dare to face the calamity of the myriad tribes. The calamity of the myriad tribes. Gu Jinwen swallowed hard, shuddering. In the 100 years since Jiuzhou was invaded by the myriad tribes, they had only faced the calamity of the myriad tribes once. Tens of thousands of Jiuzhou cultivators were annihilated in an instant. That time, by a stroke of luck, Jiuzhou obtained a product of a world civilization, the red armor. Wearing the red armor bestowed unparalleled strength. But it came at a cost. One could never remove the red armor in their lifetime. They are the silent protectors of Jiuzhou, only to be mobilized when Jiuzhou truly faces an existential threat. The more the red armor is used, the easier it is to die. They had only 1 or 2 chances left to turn into red armor skeletons. That time, during the calamity of the myriad tribes, Jiuzhou deployed half of its red armor wearers just to hold off that cruel and inhumane disaster is vividly remembered by everyone in Jiuzhou, unforgettable for a lifetime. For the first time, a hint of nervousness emerged in Qianlong's heart. In his past life, he had died because of the calamity of the myriad tribes. Unexpectedly, he had heard of the calamity of the myriad tribes from the mouths of the myriad tribes so soon in this life. If it had been in the past, he might have been afraid, but now, not at all. With the elephant imprisoning force, the gift of time, and the upcoming sign-in reward, why should Qianlong fear the calamity of the myriad tribes? Perhaps this was a road of no return. Perhaps when the time came, only Qianlong would be fighting with no one else behind him, yet he was willing. With a single thought, Qianlong looked up at those eyes in the sky. The calamity of the myriad tribes? What do I have to fear? The eyes in the sky, enraged by the thunder and lightning, sent down bolts of thunder that struck the ground, covering thousands of miles. Those Jiuzhou cultivators who failed to reach Tianya city in time were struck dead on their paths. Humph. Near ants, it seems like one of your people, too slow, got completely wiped out by a lightning strike. Qianlong's pupils shrank slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "What did you say?" "Just a few ants, not worth mentioning." His face looked terrible, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable desire to kill, which solidified into a fearsome azura. This is the attitude of the myriad tribes. In their eyes, the Jiuzhou region is nothing but an ant, insignificant. Such an attitude towards Jiuzhou as ants is what infuriated Qianlong. "You deserve to die. For harming the people of Jiuzhou, I will have my revenge." Unfurling the wings of a demon, Qianlong grasped the spear of the underworld and charged towards the thunderous eye in the sky. The rolling thunder sounded, thunder echoing between heaven and earth, the mark of a true powerhouse. A true powerhouse does not care about the insignificant ants, nor are they restrained by them. You are still far from it. Even if I carry Jiuzhou single-handedly and bear the burden of the myriad tribes, I remain invincible in this world. Arrogant, truly arrogant. But how would you know without trying? Qianlong grabbed the spear of the underworld and stabbed towards the thunderous eye above. As he drew closer to the thunderous eye, suddenly thunder burst forth in the sky. Boom, boom, lightning struck Qianlong, but it couldn't even harm a single hair on him. Since cultivating the divine elephant's prison strength technique, his power has not only leapt qualitatively, but his physique has also become stronger to an extent unreachable by the myriad tribes. This is the heaven-defying technique that the myriad tribes desperately want to possess. The thunderous eye squinted slightly, watching Qianlong intently. "With your heaven-defying technique, even the power of thunder cannot harm you." Noise. Qianlong's eyes filled with murderous intent, and with a whoosh he appeared in front of the thunderous eye, his spear thrusting forward. Crack, crack. The once invincible thunderous eye had no resistance, pierced by a spear. The next moment the thunderous eye dispersed, forming a terrifying net of lightning that trapped Qianlong. He, man in the mask, you didn't expect this, did you? You've fallen into my trap. Every step I took was to enrage you, to lure you into my trap." Along with the voice, a figure formed by the power of thunder appeared outside the lightning net, a thunder spirit. Indeed, only those who can wield the power of thunder to such an extent are mostly thunder spirits. Qianlong said indifferently, not the least bit flustered. "What does a thunder spirit confined to the king's realm count for? This isn't your home ground." Qianlong swung the spear of The underworld instantly breaking the lightning net, his strength supreme, one force breaking all laws. The thunder spirit, frightened, turned into thousands of thunders and fled. Stay, throwing the spear of the underworld, he precisely locked onto a bolt of lightning, pinning the thunder spirit to the ground. No, this can't be happening. How did you find my true form? The thunder spirit cried out, looking utterly terrified. Nothing is impossible. Chen Tong landed on the ground, striding meteorically towards the thunder spirit, ready to deliver the final blow to kill him completely. Lei Ling, the embodiment of the thunderous force between heaven and earth, was not easily defeated with a single strike. At that moment, as the Lei Ling pinned to the ground by the spear of the underworld, its eyes burst with the brilliance of thunder and began to float in the air, revealing chains of rules binding around its form. Chen Long, seasoned and knowledgeable, recognized this immediately. His pupils dilated in shock. The chains of rules. Ah, I didn't expect you would recognize this. This is the restriction imposed by the 5 major battlefields. Break them for me. With each snap, crack, 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 the chains on Lei Ling shattered one by one and its realm began to ascend. Early Emperor stage. Middle. Peak of the Emperor stage. Lei Ling twisted its neck, exhaling a long breath. How comfortable, how exhilarating. It feels so good to be free from the restrictions of the 5 major battlefields. My power has finally returned. From afar, the Gongsun sisters watched in shock. How could this be? How did he break the rules of the 5 battlefields? Masked man, you must be safe. At this moment, all of Jiuzhou watched this breathtaking scene. How can Lei Ling break the rules of the 5 battlefields? This isn't right. Historically, few among the myriad clans could break these rules. Damn it, the masked man has met a formidable enemy now. President Su Wanyang of the Awakening Association, go save the masked man. Su Wanyang, I've been keeping an eye on the masked man's fight in the 3rd battlefield. There's no need for me to appear yet. He can hold on. Masked man is stronger than we imagined, with invincible potential. Who among the myriad clans can stop him? Gu Jinwen frowned, stroking his chin. No, he hasn't truly broken the rules of the 5 battlefields. He won't last long. As long as the masked brother holds on, there won't be a problem. Gongsun Shui patted her chest, relieved. That's good. That's good. She clasped her hands together, shouting, go masked man. I believe you can defeat this despicable and shameless Lei Ling. The focus shifted to Chen Long, who remained indifferent and calm in the face of a Lei Ling that had broken the rules of the 5 battlefields. Masked man, how come you are always so unruffled? Are you not afraid? Lei Ling, frustrated and resentful, thought. It had hoped to see the masked man panic, but there wasn't a single ripple of fear. Afraid? I, the masked man, have never known fear to this day, even if you are at the peak of the Emperor stage. So what? You've only temporarily broken the rules of the 5 battlefields. Outwardly, that's what he said, but inwardly he was contemplating the increasingly large butterfly effect he had caused. In a previous life at this time, none of the myriad races could break the rules of the 5 major battlefields without cost. Clearly, the restrictions of the 5 great battlefields have weakened. It's likely that in the near future the myriad races will be able to invade Kyushu on a large scale. Thunder resonates through heaven and earth. With a furious shout, Lei Ling pulled Chen Lang's thoughts back. In an instant, Lei Ling transformed into a 100-foot-tall Dharma form, his body covered with the power of thunder, heavenly thunder punishment. Above the sky, a tremendous force of thunder gathered, poised to strike. Smart as he was, Lei Ling knew he could not defeat Chen Lang alone and would borrow the celestial thunder's power to enhance his own. Yet he still underestimated Chen Lang. The warm-up is over, it's time to end this. Activating the divine elephant, imprisoning strength, 840 million tiny elephant particles in his body stimulated at once. Chen Lang's veins bulged and unparalleled strength flowed from his body to his right hand. Break! With a thunderous yell, a massive golden fist imprint carrying divine might collided with the descending 9 strikes of heavenly punishment. Boom, boom. The 9 strikes of heavenly punishment were instantly crushed by the golden fist imprint, dissipating between heaven and earth. How is this possible? How strong are you, masked man? Lei Ling roared, unwillingly, unable to believe how powerful Chen Lang had become. He saw no limits to his strength. No, the golden fist imprint pierced through Lei Ling's Dharma form, utterly annihilating him. The battle concluded with this. Witnessing the fall of Lei Ling, Chen Lang exhaled a breath of turbid air and clenched his fist. I have avenged you. The next moment, he noticed a change in his body and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, battle is the quickest way to advance. Meanwhile, the lurking major clans nodded in unspoken agreement. the Etion divine clan remarked, such techniques are unimaginable, they must have reached the legendary divine level. The Blood Demon clan agreed, indeed, unmatched in the same realm and even capable of crossing a realm to defeat others. To seize this heaven-defying technique we must first join forces to break the restrictions of the 5 major battlefields. The will of this world is too resistant. A year at best, 2 at worst, we will surely break through the rules of the 5 major battlefields. Nope, a year is still too slow, considering the growth rate of a supreme genius. Who knows what realm he could reach in a year? By then, it might not be possible for our 2 clans to defeat him. With more races involved later, it will be even harder to seize the heaven-defying technique. Following this, the Etion Divine Clan and the Blood Demon Clan reached a consensus and left the 3rd battlefield. Gu Jinwen clapped his hands full of praise. Masked man, compared to you I pale in significance. Alas, I have a long way to go to reach the pinnacle of geniuses. Under the mask, Chen Lang's mouth curved slightly upward as he patted Gu Jinwen's shoulder. I believe you can do it too. Ha, thank you for your kind words. Afterward he exchanged all his points for cultivation resources, then left a message before disappearing. I'm leaving first. What? Before the Gong Sun sisters could respond, Chen Lang vanished without a trace. He unfolded his demon wings and flew swiftly towards Tianhai City, covering his tracks back to his humble abode. Chen Lang was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. He sat cross-legged on the ground, recalling a series of events from his previous life. In the past life, the myriad races' schemes against Kyushu would only increase over time. But this life, with his dual identities intervening in the 5 major battlefields, the actions of the myriad races were completely different. What happened in the past life did not occur this time. In a life where previous events had not occurred, they now unfolded. Sighing deeply, Chen Tong shook his head and chuckled bitterly. The butterfly effect I've caused is too vast. Most of the strategies from the past life are likely unworkable now. My fist print in the 5th battlefield is enough to deter all tribes, and in the 4th battlefield I left the time-sealing Skylock. My actions alone have disrupted strategies planned for these 2 major battlefields. The tribes must truly despise me now. Chen Tong shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. It's time to step into the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm. It marks the beginning of merging with the laws, understanding the true meaning of the principles, every move infused with the intent of these laws, embodying these principles within oneself. Understanding the true intent of the laws isn't difficult. The challenge lies in embodying these laws. This step is a vast chasm, halting many powerful beings in their tracks. My invincible law is self-created, derived from belief. Chen Tong muttered to himself, unknowingly closing his eyes. In this life I am destined to be invincible, that is my belief. If I am not invincible, how can I protect the Zhongzhou I hold dear in my heart? Rebirth, arduous cultivation, all for the beloved Zhongzhou, his home. Suddenly Chen Tong's eyes snapped open, bursting forth with a dazzling, invincible golden light. His vital energy surged and tiny gold particles floated around him, enveloping his body. Crack! As he wished, Chen Tong's realm broke through to the Emperor Realm. Embodiment of the laws within the Emperor Realm is not difficult for me. Although slow, the embodiment of the laws is expedited by time acceleration, where 1 day equals 3 months for others. Then Chen Tong slowly began to embody the human outline with his invincible law. Upon Chen Tong's return to his humble abode, Zhongzhou was abuzz with excitement and cheers. Ha ha ha, the youth are indeed formidable. It's a pity this old man can no longer travel to the 5th and 4th battlefields, where 2 supreme geniuses have left methods that deter all tribes. Old man, you have devoted your youth and passion to Zhongzhou. You deserve a good rest and to enjoy your later years. No, I am not old yet. I can still contribute to Zhongzhou. I'll help with the grand projects. A black Great Wall stands on the southern frontier. Speaking of which, has there been any movement in the 3rd battlefield? The masked man has killed so many tribal geniuses and strong beings. Wouldn't that provoke a large-scale war? Indeed, it's unusually quiet this time. Could they be plotting something? Ha ha ha. According to reliable information, the masked man has made it onto the tribal genius list. What, really? Which rank? The masked man is ranked 9th on the tribal genius list. My goodness, masked man is so powerful, and those ahead of him are even stronger. It's the highest rank ever achieved by someone from Zhongzhou, even higher than the strongest from Zhongzhou by 300 ranks, truly a supreme genius. How high might your use rank be? Definitely not far behind the masked man. Magnificent. Our Zhongzhou, the land of Kyushu, thrives. Beneath the realm of the deceased, our ancestors might witness the prosperity of Kyushu. Would they feel solace? On the third battlefield, Tianya City, Jiang Cheng's brows were tightly furrowed as he paced back and forth in his office. The myriad clans will not rest easy, he muttered to himself. There must be other schemes brewing. This is the calm before the storm. Alas, I can only hope that Tianya City will not suffer too greatly, he sighed deeply. Though the victory of the masked man over the myriad clans brought joy, it was clear as day that they would seek revenge. Given their vengeful nature, not retaliating would only mean they are biding their time for a greater attack. This was Jiang Cheng's greatest fear. At Hailan City, in the palace of the Sea King, chaos ensued. Damn it, what did you say? To disregard Tianya City for now, do you realize how great the losses to my Sea clan have been? A prodigy, a ninth elder, and you tell me not to provoke a war. Moreover, the masked man isn't in Tianya City now. This is the perfect opportunity. The divine Etion of the celestial clan, with a cold glare and a burst of brilliant golden light, sent the seventh elder of his own Sea clan, Yu Qianbai, flying. I came to this godforsaken place to speak to you, not to have my proposals rejected. Damn it, do not presume my Sea clan is without support. We still have forces in the first and second battlefields. With arms crossed and a cold snort, the Etion Celestial said, you disrupt the plans and another day passes without breaking the rules of the 5 great battlefields. With this statement, the Sea clan elders looked at each other in dismay. Were the myriad clans really planning to break the 5 great battlefields rules? Indeed, nodded the Etion Celestial. The storm that is the myriad clans' calamity is just the beginning. Ancient clans, far superior to us, are about to emerge. That will be the time to break the rules of the 5 great battlefields. The Sea clan elders exchanged looks and finally sighed in resignation. All right, let's leave Tianya City be for now. Let's unite our efforts to break the 5 great battlefields rules first. It won't be long before our Sea clan can cleanse Tianya City with blood. After the deed is done, do as you please. After finishing his piece, the Etion Celestial left the Sea Kingdom of Hailan City and moved on to the next racial power. Within half an hour, various racial powers had agreed to temporarily ignore Tianya City and opted to unite their efforts to break the rules of the 5 great battlefields. In the southern frontier of Kyushu, a massive black wall stood tall, a joint construction by the cultivators of Kyushu from the rear in the 4th and 5th battlefields at a significant cost. In order to build the Black City Wall, Su Wanyang's projected avatars searched for new minerals across Kyushu to create a true steel fortress capable of resisting the invasion of the myriad clans. After many days of hard work, only one wall had been erected in the southern frontier. Xiang Jingtian, responsible for the Black Wall project, looked up at the giant wall and sighed. 14 days for just one wall. Covering the entire frontier of Kyushu was no easy feat. This single wall alone stands 1,000 feet high and 3 meters thick. How much manpower, resources and capital have been spent? Xiang Jingtian couldn't understand why such a monumental project was necessary. Could it be that the 5 great battlefields really wouldn't hold much longer? Shaking his head, he decided not to ponder further. Well, if the 4 supreme beings have decided, there must be a reason behind it. It had been almost 15 days since the last meeting. At the soonest, it would take a year and a half. Just then, a figure appeared silently behind Xiang Jingtian. As he turned, his pupils dilated, his mouth agape, his expression one of shock as he stuttered, Suzun, why have you come yourself? Su Wangyang with a smile waved his hand dismissively. We're all family here, no need for such nervousness. I came to see how the Black Wall project is progressing. Xiang Jingtian's heart skipped a beat as he explained the ins and outs of the project to Su Wangyang. With furrowed brows, Su Wangyang noted, the progress is too slow, we must accelerate. But these new minerals are so difficult to process into bricks, it's hard to speed up. Taking a deep breath, seemingly making a significant decision, Su Wangyang said, all right, I understand. I will arrange for 50 King Realm and 10 Emperor Realm experts to assist. With their involvement, the speed of processing the bricks will greatly increase. This isn't that problematic. They are the powerful ones from the Jiuzhou preparation base. Don't worry, it will be fine. We don't have much time left. All right then, let's go. With that, Su Wangyang's projection dissipated into the ether. With the addition of 50 King Realm and 10 Emperor Realm experts, their power of laws made processing the bricks a breeze. The amount processed in one day could now equal 10 days' work. The myriad races joined forces to break through the rules of the 5 major battlefields, while Jiuzhou carried out the Black Wall project, striving to build Massive walls with all their might, both sides were racing against time, competing to see who could be faster. A faster pace meant a strategic advantage. If the myriad races were fast, Jojo would fall. If Jojo was fast, even if the myriad races broke the rules of the 5 battlefields, they would struggle to breach the black wall. In a small world, the armies of a trillion myriad races monsters pointed their swords at the will of the world above. World will stop your futile resistance. You will eventually be devoured by our myriad races. Why struggle in vain? Do you willingly sacrifice your life and path to protect the beings of this world? The personification of the world will, bearing a face of all beings indistinct, neither sad nor happy, had been guarding this place for over 1,000 years. I'm really not up to it anymore. I'm tired. Finally, a remarkable person emerged from Jojo, hoping to truly protect it as he promised. I can only offer my modest help to buy you time to become stronger. The world will muttered to itself, continuing to engage in the grand battle with the myriad races. Harnessing the forces of nature like fierce winds, tsunamis and thunder, it instantly obliterated tens of thousands of the myriad races' army. This was a war of attrition, a prolonged battle. It knew that as time passed, its strength would dwindle, weakening the rules of the 5 battlefields and making them easier for the myriad races to break. Perhaps after a long period of exertion, the myriad races sent a being stronger than their emperor, who simply pointed a finger. Spanning billions of kilometers, piercing through space, transcending time and the river of life, it blasts through the manifested human form of the world's will. Boom, boom. The world's will manifests itself in human form again. You have blasted through me millions of times and I can always reassemble, it declared. With 3,000 great paths at my disposal, you are still too naive to think you can harm my origin. You should be more generous and send someone of a deity slaying level or higher. Unfortunately, you are too afraid to die. This is why the world's will has been able to withstand the myriad tribes for so long. To obliterate a world's will is almost an impossible feat for any being. Meanwhile, the Awakening Association's Su Wang sits cross-legged, his brow furrowed, sensing some terrifying impending doom. He also vaguely perceives a mysterious place where an unprecedented great battle is unfolding. Why hasn't the myriad tribes on the 3rd battlefield taken action after the masked man has killed so many of them? Are they brewing some conspiracy? Su Wangyang shakes his head puzzled and decides not to think about it anymore. I need to go into seclusion and cultivate, aiming to reach the divine realm soon. With a thought, he holds the time orb and instantly the flow of time in his room accelerates. Outside, a day, here a year. The 4 strongest beings of Kyushu coincidentally obtained a time orb, which uses up 1 opportunity with each use and will eventually run out, unlike Qianlong, who never has to worry about it running out. Day by day, month by month, in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed in the outside world, while Qianlong has spent a long 15 years. During these 15 years, he has solidly formed his body of laws, achieving completion and stepping into the late emperor realm. This pace is much slower compared to his previous life. In his previous life, after displaying his astonishing talent, he received great support from Su Wanyan, who gave him the time orb, and it took him only 10 years to form his body of laws. Perhaps it's because of the laws he created himself that it has been so difficult to form his body of laws. Qianlong opens his eyes, emitting a golden light, wondering what has happened in Kyushu after all this time. As usual, he takes out his phone and frowns upon noticing that the myriad tribes on the 5 battlefields are unusually quiet. Strange. After so much time, the myriad tribes have still not made a move. That's 2 months of inaction. Wait, not just the myriad tribes on the 3rd battlefield, but those on the other battlefields are also inactive. Suddenly realizing something, Qianlong's pupils dilate and he abruptly stands up. Could it be the myriad tribes are plotting against the rules of the 5 battlefields? More precisely, they might be scheming against the world's will. He clenches his fist, sighing deeply. I don't have much time left. Then Qianlong checks the progress of the Black Wall project. In just 2 months, 3/4 of the Black Wall project has been completed. At this rate, it won't be long before the project is finished. Qianlong nods slightly, only regretting that the efficiency of the Zhuge family's descendants in drawing the array is a bit slow. Just then, a long-awaited system notification sound rings in his mind. Ding! Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Qianlong shouts expectantly. After 3 months, he is finally greeted by his 3rd sign-in. He is very curious about what the sign-in reward will be this time. Ding! Sign-in successful. He had obtained the talent for formations. Time until next check-in, 5 months, 30 days and 23 hours. Formations. mastering a variety of formations when combined could unleash greater effects. Proficient in the art of formations, everything in the world could be used in an array, and destroying the stars in the nine heavens was not an issue. Attack formations, defense formations, illusion formations, support formations. Each type of formation consisted of thousands upon thousands of patterns, all of which now flooded into Chen Ling's mind. It took him about 10 minutes to come back to his senses, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Formations, huh? This is exactly what I need. I was wondering how to strengthen the Black Wall to completely resist the myriad tribes. All he needed to do was to travel to the borders of Kyushu, place small formations on each brick, and set up a large formation on a huge wall. Small formations stacked upon each other, with small formations within a large formation interconnected and creating Kyushu's strongest defensive line, the Black Wall. Not only would this significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of the Black Wall, but it would also endow its bricks with lethal power. With this thought, Chen Ling used the power of time to transform his appearance and strode out of his humble abode. He traveled via a teleportation array to the southern border, where from a distance he could see a tall wall standing in the far, offering a great sense of security. Approaching it, he saw the descendants of the Zhuge family engraving formations on a small piece of brick. At first glance, the efforts of the Zhuge family's descendants seemed commendable. Unfortunately, having acquired the talent for formations, he could see at a glance that each formation was flawed and poorly engraved, far too large. You're engraving the formations too slowly. When will you finish? The descendants of the Zhuge family were baffled. What's going on here? Zhuge Yu turned his head, his brow slightly furrowed. Who are you? Do you know what you're talking about? We are descendants of the Zhuge family. No one understands the path of formations better than us. The formations researched by our Zhuge family for thousands of years may not be the first in Kyushu, but surely they rank second. Zhuge Yu's words were filled with pride and confidence, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Chen Ling looked at Zhuge Yu with a smile. In his past life, he had dealt with members of the Zhuge family who were proficient in mechanisms, formations, and alchemy. They did not seek fame or profit, preferring to live hidden away in the city, always silently protecting Kyushu. Whenever Kyushu faced difficulties, the Zhuge family would step forward. They truly embodied the spirit of devotion and sacrifice until death. Every member of the Zhuge family deserved respect and to be remembered by future generations of Kyushu. Why don't you point out what's wrong with the formation I'm engraving? Zhuge Yu asked. Chen Ling gladly accepted, stepping forward and pointing his index finger at the koan position of the formation. This position should be set as the second formation I used to mislead the myriad tribes. A formation does not only have one function, it can derive multiple uses. Zhuge Yu held his breath, took a deep inhalation and exclaimed, right, how did I not think of that? Chen Ling shook his head with a smile. This is your habitual thinking, assuming that a formation has only one use, but that's not the case. Zhuge Yu and the descendants of the Zhuge family around him bowed deeply, respectfully saying, we greet the master of formations. Zhuge Yu swallowed nervously, thickening his skin to ask, Senior, could you possibly offer me some more guidance? I wish to learn the art of formations from you. Chen Long smiled and nodded his approval. Sure, you all can learn by watching. He then demonstrated in front of the Zhuge family's younger generation how to compress a formation, engraving on each stone brick. The formation he created contained elements of offensive, defensive, and illusionary tactics, incredibly exquisite. Master, you are truly a master. May I know your esteemed name? Chen Long's eyes twinkled as he revealed a meaningful smile, saying leisurely, Chen Long. Chen Long. Zhuge Yu's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, trying to recall any mention of the name Chen Long, but nothing came to mind. He thought to himself, this person must be a newly risen prodigy, no more than that, a supreme prodigy. Just by his mastery of formations, each stroke perfect and natural as if the formations were formed by nature itself, his skill is almost on par with our family head. Terrifying indeed. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by a war correspondent who had arrived at the scene. What's going on? A member of the prestigious Zhuge family seeking guidance from an outsider. And who is this person? He looks quite young. Could he be another prodigy emerging? Within minutes, Chen Long's reputation skyrocketed to the top of the trending searches. I'm at a loss for words. Indeed, Kyushu is a land brimming with talents. Previously, we had the masked man and Shiryu, and now a master of formations. Each has made significant contributions to Kyushu. This is the rise of Kyushu, the revitalization of Kyushu. It's everyone's responsibility in Kyushu. Hopefully Kyushu will continue to produce more prodigies. This is a great boon for Kyushu. Meanwhile, Qianlong was completely unaware of the buzz, wholly focused on his art of engraving formations. As he continued, his speed of engraving increased dramatically, almost to the point of creating shadows, leaving Zhuge Yu and the others struggling to keep up. In just a few minutes he had engraved 78 formations, even merging them into one large formation. Such speed was simply breathtaking. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that engraving formations could be done so swiftly, exclaimed Zhuge Yu, his expression filled with awe. Master Chen, you truly are a sage. Qianlong gave a modest smile. If you are willing to put in the effort, reaching my level is not impossible. Hearing this, Zhuge Yu waved his hands repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. We are aware of our limits, our talents are not as great as yours, Master Chen. We can't compare with you. It takes us minutes of exhausting effort to carve one formation, but it takes you only seconds, Master Chen. Our formations are full of flaws, while yours are flawlessly exquisite. Alas, comparisons do bring out the hurt. With a long sigh, Qianlong replied, step back now. Despite his astounding speed, he felt it was still too slow. Using his hands as brushes, he inscribed formations on the bricks floating in the air, his speed reaching new heights. This left Zhuge Yu and the others completely astounded, their minds going blank. Is this even humanly possible? Their expressions changed from admiration to looking at him as if he were some kind of freak. Not just them, but also the war correspondents nearby were similarly shocked. The next moment, Qianlong's astonishing maneuver stunned them once again. Perhaps feeling that the efficiency was still too slow, Qianlong with a single thought inscribed formations on millions of bricks. Finally, it was time to set up the grand formation. I harnessed the power of the earth veins for the Qin position of the Bagua, the supreme Yang energy for the Li position, and the supreme Yin energy for the Qin position, he declared. As he spoke, the forces of heaven and earth were drawn into the formation, making it even more perfect and closer to the natural grand formation. Master Chen, are you harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to inscribe this formation? This. Only those who have reached the pinnacle in legends can harness such power. Zhuge Yu burst into laughter, his eyes filled with excitement. With you and Jiuzhou, what do we have to fear from the myriad tribes? Seeing Zhuge Yu nearly going mad, Qianlong was speechless. Don't get too excited. No, I'm not excited. Zhuge Yu suddenly knelt down before Qianlong, startling him. Qianlong quickly helped him up. What are you doing? Zhuge Yu's gaze was firm. Master Chen, please take me as your disciple. Hearing this, Qianlong twitched his mouth. They were close in age and Zhuge Yu was even younger. Is this appropriate? Without a second thought, Qianlong refused. Sorry, I don't take disciples. Zhuge Yu was about to say something but swallowed his words, standing up dejectedly. I was presumptuous. Looking at Zhuge Yu, Qianlong couldn't help but smile inwardly. Typical of the Zhuge family, always so cunning. They try the hard approach and then the soft one. The reason Qianlong refused to take disciples was that from the beginning he planned to pass on his knowledge of formations to the Zhuge family. His abilities were limited alone. Better to pass them to the Zhuge family, who silently contributed to Jiuzhou. They were experts in mechanisms, formations and elixirs, the best choice. With this thought, Qianlong smiled. All right, enough with your tricks. While I don't take disciples, I can still teach. Teach? Oh, Zhuge Yu was initially puzzled, then realization dawned and he gasped, teach. Behind him, the members of the Zhuge family were equally shocked, all bowing their hands in respect. On behalf of Jiuzhou, we thank you, Master Chen. No need for thanks, everything I do is for the betterment of Kyushu. Chen Tong raised his hand and touched Zhuge Yu's forehead, transferring his profound understanding of formations directly into his mind. This was different from a system's direct infusion of knowledge. The former required personal insight, while the latter was simply handed over without need for comprehension. Chen Tong turned to look at the people behind Zhuge Yu and said, when he awakens, tell him to transcribe the insights on formations I passed to him into a book and distribute a copy to each member of the Zhuge family. Should anyone from outside seek this book, make sure to provide it. Yes, follow the arrangements of Master Chen. With a slight nod, Chen Tong continued to trace symbols in the air as he flew, inscribing formations on the black city walls along the southern border. Meanwhile, news of Chen Tong's deeds rapidly climbed to the top of the trending list on Weibo within minutes, surpassing even the head of the Zhuge family in fame. The rise of Kyushu. The Black Wall was likely to become the strongest defensive line in the history of Kyushu. Isn't that obvious? Look at the 5 major battlefields which one can compare to the Black Wall. Each stone brick is inscribed with a formation unmatched by others. I wonder what expression the myriad clans will have when they see this. This remark sparked a bit of anticipation. Haha, me too. I should be able to live to see that day, right? Don't speak such disheartening words. Ever since the emergence of the two peerless geniuses, fewer and fewer have fallen. If only this could continue forever, but unfortunately, that's not realistic. Just as Chen Tong was about to head to the eastern border, a figure tore through space and appeared before him. It was a clone of Su Wanyang. Seeing the sudden appearance of Su Wanyang, Chen Tong raised an eyebrow. A clone? I wonder what Su Zun wants with me? Su Wanyang, with a smile on his face, said cheerily, I came to see if Kyushu was about to witness the rise of another supreme genius. He looked Chen Tong up and down, full of satisfaction. Such achievements at a young age, you will surely become a great figure. For some reason he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the man before him, like they had met before. Could it be the man in the mask? The thought crossed Su Wanyang's mind but was quickly dismissed. The man in the mask and Chen Tong being the same person? That was absurd. One a ruthless killer emanating a murderous aura, and the other a master of formations, a scholar-like figure. How could they possibly be the same person? Little did he know the masked man Shiryu and the formation master Chen Tong were indeed the same person. His triple identity was too shocking and was maintained to prevent the myriad clans from ruthlessly pursuing him. Should the myriad clans learn they were dealing with a single individual, they would stop at nothing to send their true forms to kill him and eradicate future threats. Chen Tong bowed slightly. Su Zun flatters me. I am merely serving Kyushu. I would hate to see the black wall built with all of Kyushu's might destroyed by the myriad clans. With nothing further to discuss, he added, I must leave now. I still have to inscribe formations on the other black wall. Su Wanyang nodded slightly. Go then, having you as a blessing for Kyushu. Watching Chen Tong's departure, he sighed. Jojo, it's really developing better and better. In the future each of them could become a pillar of Jojo, relieving some of the pressure on us. But why is there no movement from the myriad tribes in the 5 major battlefields? What are they brewing? The 5th and 4th battlefields are somewhat understandable, with the fist imprints left by the masked man and Shiryu's time lock sealing the tribe's capabilities, but the 3rd, 2nd and 1st battlefields are eerily calm. As the saying goes, there must be a demon when things are abnormal. Su Wanyang shook his head, thinking that perhaps by then the 5 major battlefields would no longer exist, but with better battle lines in place it would be even harder for the myriad tribes to break through. In the heartland of the myriad tribes in the 4th battlefield, the Fiery Lion commented, nowadays the 5th and 4th battlefields hardly allow Jojo to suffer any major losses. Thunder Leopard agreed, yes, Jojo's foundation is not deep, but each of their talents is not bad. Given some time, dozens more of 5th and 10th tier peaks could emerge. Should we circle around to the rear of Jojo and start a massacre? Circle to the rear, are you an idiot? Don't you know that Jojo has built a high wall on the border? It's impassable, but we can't let Jojo have it so easy, can we? So what's your plan? None. Suddenly the atmosphere turned subtle and no one took the initiative to break the silence. After a while one of the beasts tentatively suggested, why don't we try attacking the high wall Jojo has established and see how it goes? Good, we can afford the cost of bypassing the 5 major battlefields. At the eastern border of Jojo, Chen Tong flew to the high wall, and like before he began carving formations into the stone bricks. His figure appeared at the borders of Jojo's north, south, east and west, inscribing formations on the black wall. After finishing the inscriptions, 4 hours had passed. Chen Tong sighed deeply. Finally, it wasn't easy to carve formations on every single brick of the black wall. However, the western border wall was not yet complete, only half built. After some time he would need to complete the formations there too, to inscribe these formations. He had flown around the entire border of Jojo. Although he hadn't been killing enemies in the 5 major battlefields with his identity, everything he did was for Jojo. Every person in Jojo should remember his efforts in their hearts. Chen Tong habitually took out his mobile phone, looked at it intently and found himself topping the trending search list once again. Seeing every Jojo citizen praising him and marveling at the grandeur of the black wall, a smile appeared on Chen Tong's face. Isn't the thriving state of Jojo something to be happy about? The next moment the pleasant atmosphere was shattered by a sharp voice. It's bad, the myriad tribes are attacking. What? The myriad tribes, long inactive, finally made their move. The attacking force was not large, only a few thousand, with the highest realm being 10th tier peak. Chen Tong narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, the myriad tribes bypassed the 5 major battlefields, only a few thousand? This is just to test the black wall that Jojo has established. Then let them come and never return. Chen Tong stood confidently atop the black wall, convinced that even without any formations, the mere height of the wall was enough to block the myriad races. He soared into the sky and landed atop the wall, joining the other cultivators from the 9 provinces who looked down at the approaching horde of demon beasts. Among them, Zhang Kong respectfully asked Master Chen, "Should we activate the formations?" Chen Tong waved his hand dismissively. "Let's wait and see. The myriad races are merely testing the reality of the black wall. We should not use the formations unless absolutely necessary." Zheng Kang's eyes lit up, thinking they were setting a trap for their enemies to fall into. When the demon beasts finally faced the wall 100 meters tall, they froze in place, overwhelmed by its sheer size. How can we climb this? They wondered. Climbing it would be a direct path to death. A mere wall cannot stop the advance of our races. Impossible. They shouted defiantly, unleashing their powers: Icebreaker, Flame Blast, Celestial Fire, Swift Wind Slash. Their attacks bombarded the black wall, but only resulted in minor tremors felt by Chen Tong and the others atop it. Our long efforts have finally paid off. The black wall is mighty. Chen Tong laughed heartily. Did the myriad races really think they could breach the black wall? No way. I've never felt so exhilarated. This is far more thrilling than any of the 5 great battlefields. Of course, the Black Wall was built by us, the people of the 9 provinces, with our very hands. It's our precious baby. Chen Tong slightly nodded in agreement. The defense of the Black Wall was formidable. Even he would need to use several giant elephant particles to break through it, not to mention every brick of the Black Wall was engraved with formations, making its defenses incredibly strong. Below, the demon beasts stared in shock, their eyes as wide as bells at the unscathed wall. How did it withstand so many divine powers without a scratch? Damn it, how did the 9 provinces erect such a massive structure out of nowhere? Did they somehow anticipate our motives and build this new defensive line in advance? Impossible, that can't be. The Flame Lion roared in anger. This is our secret. How could the 9 provinces know? It's possible, another beast countered. The 9 provinces have an ancient family capable of divining the heavens. We came here just to test the waters, and since we can't break through, it's time to retreat. But before they could retreat, Chen Tong's voice echoed from above. "Since you're already here, why not stay?" With a gesture, he activated the 10 Flames Annihilation formation, trapping thousands of demon beasts below. Flames shot up from the ground, swiftly incinerating the unprepared beasts, causing heavy losses to their army. What kind of formation is this? It's so powerful. I remember the 9 provinces have formation masters, but rarely do we see such deadly ones. What more does the 9 provinces have hidden? The antennae on the forehead of the sword ant twitched as they picked up intelligence passed by its kin, its expression one of shock. "I knew it. He is the prodigy born from Kyushu known as Master Chen, an expert in the art of formations." Chen Long gently landed on the ground, squinting his eyes, and said coldly, "So you found out so quickly? You must have possessed quite a few people from Kyushu. The myriad clans truly deserve death. After I deal with you, I will root out each and every one of those possessed by you from Kyushu." Previously, he hadn't had the time to deal with the people of Kyushu who had been possessed by the myriad clans, but now was the time to root them out. Indeed, everyone in Kyushu knew that there were individuals among them who had been possessed by the myriad clans, all well hidden, making it extremely difficult to find them all. Even the Zhuge family, who could calculate fate, could not foresee them due to the obscured fates. But Chen Long was different. As a reborn individual with memories of his past life, finding those possessed in Kyushu was not too challenging for him. You are not worthy of rooting out the myriad clans from the possessed people of Kyushu. Kyushu will eventually be destroyed by the myriad clans. We'll take our leave first, waiting for you in the netherworld. Boom. With a furious shout, the surviving demon beast chose to self-destruct, its terrifying power breaking the 10 Flame Incineration formation. Chen Long remained composed, his foot stepping on the Xuanjia formation to block the incoming shockwave. The cultivators on the city walls swallowed hard, amazed. "So strong. I used to think that formations could only be prepared in advance, never realizing they could be applied on the spot. Don't you see who Master Chen is? Even the descendants of the Zhuge family are willing to bow down to him and become his disciples." Alas, the myriad clans always managed to grasp our information first. Damn it! They've been possessing our people and hiding in Kyushu for years, making it incredibly hard to root them out. Did you hear that Master Chen wants to root out the myriad clans who have possessed the people of Kyushu? Yes. Do you think he might not only be proficient in formations but also able to calculate fate? seems unlikely. Under the witness of the Kyushu cultivators, Qianlong flew into the air and landed in a small courtyard, making sure no one was around before leisurely saying, "Su Zun, have you seen enough? Ha, those who follow the path of formations all have a spirit far beyond ordinary people." Su Wangyang's clone stepped out from the space, getting straight to the point. "You specifically chose this place to ask me for power, right?" Qianlong smiled and nodded. "Correct." Su Wangyang looked at him with a mix of anticipation and disbelief. "Do you really have the confidence to root out the myriad clans who have possessed the people of Kyushu?" "Yes, absolute confidence. To capture all the myriad clans in Kyushu in one fell swoop." "Good, I will grant you the authority to enforce law in Kyushu, but remember not to harm the innocent." At the same time, social media was abuzz discussing Qianlong's intention to root out the myriad clans from the possessed people of Kyushu. "Do you guys think Master Chen can really do it?" "I don't know, but I will always believe that people from Jiuzhou would not deceive their own." Yes, I don't ask for much." Catching one or two is good enough. All of them, that seems too far-fetched. Alas, I still hope to root out all the Wanzu, and the Wanzu who have taken over bodies in Jiuzhou are each brimming with confidence. Just by relying on Qianlong they dream of rooting us out. Jiuzhou has been searching for thousands of years and hasn't rooted us out yet. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." "Exactly, I am still the person in charge of this area. Would he dare to execute me on the spot? I give him 10 times the guts to not dare lay a hand on me." A mere Qianlong is not worth mentioning. Just then Su Wangyang released the latest news. "I will grant Qianlong enforcement authority to root out the Wanzu within Jiuzhou." In an instant, all of Jiuzhou was in uproar and shock. "Is this for real? One of the 4 mightiest in Jiuzhou, Lord Su himself, has spoken. This changes the nature of things completely. I really want to see how many Wanzu Qianlong will be able to root out." "Qianlong, come on, I have high hopes for you." Inside a small courtyard, Qianlong bowed his hand solemnly and said, "I will not let everyone down. Go." With a slight nod, he flew towards Tianhai City, his hometown, hiding a Wanzu. On the outside, a model teacher, upright and honest, but in reality a Wanzu who has taken over a body. To better hide himself, he had put in great effort. If it weren't for a plan getting exposed to the Wanzu in his former life, Qianlong wouldn't believe that someone who appeared so upright could be overtaken by the Wanzu. Minutes later, Qianlong arrived at his destination, Tianhai City's Blue Light High School. His arrival caught the attention of all the teachers and students at Blue Light High School. "Look everyone, there's someone in the sky, SSS. Isn't that the famous Master Chen? If he's here, doesn't that mean there's a Wanzu among us? That can't be right. I've been studying here for 4 or 5 years and haven't noticed anyone like that. You know as well as I do how cunning the Wanzu that have taken over bodies in Jiuzhou can be." Pang Boyong, the principal of Blue Light High School, bowed his hands. "Master Chen, you've arrived. I've long admired your name." Qianlong landed steadily in front of Pang Boyong Sr. "I dare not accept such honor. I merely serve as a principal in the background. I don't deserve to be called a senior, especially since your realm is far beyond mine." Qianlong smiled and shook his head. "You all are heroes of Jiuzhou. Without your sacrifices, how could there be the Jiuzhou and me of today?" "Alright, I'm short on time, let's not dwell on this. Please, senior, gather the teachers." Pang Boyang's pupils slightly narrowed. "Alright." Soon the teachers at Blue Light High School were gathered together. Qianlong's gaze swept over each teacher, eventually locking onto one who was loyal, honest and upright, Yu Liang. Meanwhile, as Yu Liang was being stared at by Qianlong and heard his own name called out, panic struck his heart. To avoid exposure, he forced himself to remain calm. "Master Chen, you don't think that I am the one taken over by the Wanzu, do you? That's impossible. Yu Liang has been diligently teaching and guiding students at the school. How could he possibly be overtaken by the Wanzu?" "Yes, we have been classmates with him for such a long time. We know his character very clearly. Someone else might be a Wanzu, but he definitely is not. Teacher Yu Liang has been too good to us. How could he possibly be a Wanzu?" Facing the disbelief of the teachers and students, Qianlong had anticipated this reaction. He crossed his arms and remained indifferent. "Alright, then I'll ask Yu Liang a few questions." Yu Liang put on a serious face and asked, "What questions?" "As long as I know, I'll answer honestly. To prove I haven't been possessed by the Wan tribe, 5 years ago, in a defense battle at the 5th battlefield, you were the only survivor. What exactly did you encounter? What did you see?" At the mention of this, Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat. This was precisely when he had been possessed. While panicking inside, he managed to keep a straight face and said deliberately, "I've spoken about this many times. I passed out from exhaustion covered in bodies and luckily wasn't discovered by the Wan tribe." "Is that so?" Qianlong looked at Yu Liang with a grin and suddenly grabbed his shoulder, startling him and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. "Qianlong, what are you doing? Don't mess around." Shenlong smiled lightly. "Yu Liang, I'm just asking you questions, you don't need to be so serious, no need to keep such a stern face." Yu Liang's suspended heart relaxed slightly and he forced a laugh. "Aha, I'm just used to it, that incident has become the regret of my life." Though he said this, he felt so nauseous inside that he almost vomited. Qianlong sneered inwardly. "Don't worry, the show is just about to start, you can't hide your true colors for much longer." "Alright, second question, what are your impressions of the Wan tribe?" Shenlong asked, purposely wanting to discuss the Wan tribe who had possessed you Liang and also to set a trap, the Wan tribe. Yu Liang's eyes narrowed and he spoke emphatically. "The Wan tribe has invaded our Jiuzhou for thousands of years and we are irreconcilable. The Wan tribe took my family and I hate them to the bone. If I have another chance to go to the fifth battlefield, I will shatter their bodies into 10,000 pieces." Qianlong smirked and without giving Yu Liang time to react, he shouted angrily, "And you dare call yourself a member of the Wan tribe? Slandering the Wan tribe? That's an additional crime." Yu Liang gasped in shock. "I didn't. His voice suddenly stopped and his expression drastically changed. Instantly, the surrounding teachers exchanged glances and quickly stepped back, distancing themselves from Yu Liang. "Yu Liang, you really have been possessed by the Wan tribe. Master Chen was it wrong, you really have been possessed. The Wan tribe members know how to hide their identities. I really didn't expect you to disguise yourself so well." One of the students couldn't believe it and shook his head. "No, you are not. Teacher Yu Liang, my teacher died a long time ago on the fifth battlefield." Yu Liang opened his mouth with a sinister tone, his eyes flashing with malevolence. "If it wasn't for you Qianlong exposing me, I could have continued to interact nicely with the teachers and students of this college, fostering relationships. Too bad you didn't give me a chance." With that, Yu Liang burst forward, attempting to seize a student as a hostage. "Trying to pull a fast one in front of me, you're not capable enough." Qianlong flicked his index finger and the Xian armor formation protected the teachers and students. Boom! Yu Liang with a fierce look turned and glared venomously at Qianlong. "Qianlong, you've always been spoiling my plans." Soul Division Array. Qianlong activated his spirit, integrating it into the array to create a new formation that separated Yu Liang's body from the souls of the myriad tribes. "Ah, damn it, Chen Long, you deserve to die." The soul of the myriad tribes transformed into a spectral entity floated in mid-air and roared angrily, "Even in death, we people of Jiuzhou would not allow the myriad tribes to defile us." Soul-devouring strike. The spectral entity unleashed a powerful burst of spiritual force aiming to obliterate Qianlong before it. "This aura, a Dao-proving realm?" Qianlong narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "I didn't expect the myriad tribes to go to such lengths, to let a Dao-proving realm entity possess a fourth-tier Yu Liang. Jiuzhou is truly esteemed." He stomped his foot and the soul protection array rose up to block the attack from the spectral entity. Soul destruction array, a killing aura specifically deadly to spectral entities, surged from all directions, annihilating the soul of the myriad tribes. Feeling the terrifying power and the deep-seated fear emanating from its soul, the Dao-proving realm powerhouse ultimately fell. If it had a physical body, it might have withstood the soul destruction array for a while or even broken through. Unfortunately, the Dao-proving realm powerhouse was merely a spectral entity now thoroughly restrained by the array. Having dealt with one of the myriad tribe's possessions, Qianlong turned to look at his disciples, each with heads bowed and eyes filled with sorrow. One of the students, tears streaming down his face, ran towards the cold corpse of Yu Liang. "Wu, Teacher Yu Liang. Myriad tribes, I swear you will pay for this with blood." Qianlong took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I know it's hard for you, but the deceased are gone and your grief is not what Yu Liang would want to see. If fate allows, we will fight side by side again someday. I must go now." With that, Qianlong stepped into the void and flew towards his next destination. In just 1 hour he had rooted out 11 entities from the myriad tribes, causing a sensation throughout Jiuzhou and greatly enhancing his reputation and influence. 11 of the myriad tribes, this number is too heartbreaking. Damn the myriad tribes. I cursed their ancestors for 18 generations. Oh my goodness, I can't help but wonder if Master Chen's divination skills surpass even the Zhuge clan. It must be so. what the Zhuge clan could not foresee Master Chen has foreseen. Incredible, it's a joyous thing that Zhouzhou is filled with such talents. I never thought I'd live to see the day when Zhouzhou could root out its own from within. This era is the best of times, it's the era of Zhouzhou's prosperity. Meanwhile, the remaining unexposed members of the myriad tribes, each in a state of panic, feared being discovered. What should we do? Should we flee in advance? Flee? Aren't you ashamed to disgrace the myriad tribes? Since we're bound to be discovered sooner or later, let's make a big move. It's worth the trip. Even if we die, we'll take a piece of Zhouzhou with us. Feel the pain, foolish people of Zhouzhou. Hee hee. With that consensus, the remaining 7 possessed Zhouzhou people split up and headed towards the most populous areas, their bodies swelling and then exploding violently. Instantly a small area of people and buildings were reduced to ruins. Everything happened so suddenly that there was no time to react. Qianlong sensed the self-destruction from afar and immediately flew over to inspect the situation. In the minor world, the races besieging the world will receive the latest news from Kyushu. What? A gigantic wall 100 yards tall has been erected around the borders of Kyushu? What did you say? A new peerless genius has emerged in Kyushu, a master of formations who has singled out and executed our infiltrators one by one? Damn it, my Qingying tribe's Dao-proving expert died in such a humiliating way. How outrageous! Damn Kyushu, you dare to kill the soul of my tribe's Dao-proving expert. I must seek justice. Instantly, the mentality of the races attacking the world will exploded. The Heavenly God tribe took the lead. What time is it now? How can you still be distracted by external affairs? But it seems that Kyushu might have discovered the secret of the myriad tribes. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the Heavenly God tribe and the Blood Demon tribe exchanged glances. What does it matter if they know? The urgent matter at hand is to deal with the world will. Without the world will, the ancient races can fully revive, and then no matter what tricks Kyushu has, it will be useless. The Heavenly God tribe and the Blood Demon tribe are merely high-ranking races among the myriad tribes, and there are many above them. They are just pushed to lead the grand situation of the myriad tribes. Those above them are all watching, waiting for the opportunity to steal the fate and the source stones of the world will from the tribes they desire. Not wanting to engage in thankless deals, yet desiring to reap the benefits, each tribe of the myriad races is more powerful than the next. The manifested human form of the world will reveal the smile. Things were getting more interesting. How I wish I could keep you all here with one move, but sadly most of my strength remains in the 5 major battlefields. Seeing that some races were reluctant to continue fighting, the Heavenly God tribe had to step back. The western part of the Black Wall built by Kyushu was still unfinished. You send out 10,000 kings to harass and delay Kyushu's construction progress. Thanks to the understanding of the Heavenly God tribe, the chiefs of the tribes in the second battlefield were ecstatic, quickly spreading the news. 10,000 kings are child's play to them. Their main forces are emperor level with plenty of kings. Even if they all die, it would not be a pity. Inside Kyushu, Qianlong, flying towards his next destination, suddenly sensed an explosion from afar. His pupils slightly constricted, and he quickly rushed to the scene. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation. Blood flowed like rivers, countless corpses lay around. The more Qianlong saw, the colder his heart felt. A towering killing intent burst forth, his eyes cold, his fists clenched tightly, and with a punch he shattered the space, venting his deep hatred. What a myriad tribes! What a myriad tribes! I will have the myriad tribes pay their blood debt in blood. Qianlong could not bear it. He quickly flew towards the 5th battlefield, crossing lines of battle alone. He reached the belly of the myriad tribes. Since the myriad tribes are so unreasonable, then I will slaughter through the 5th battlefield of the myriad tribes. If the myriad tribes pick on the weaker in Kyushu, then he shall return the favor in kind. Immediately tens of thousands of monster beast cannon fodder surrounded Qianlong from all directions. His expression indifferent, he stepped out formations. With each step he took, killing intent filled the sky. Millions of monster beasts died because of him. He who does not act is already astonishing, but once he acts, he shakes the heavens and the earth. This will surely be a monumental feat, one that will be recorded in the annals of Kyushu. That year, Qianlong, the unrivaled hero of the 9 provinces, ventured alone into the heartland of the myriad clans. With his hands clasped behind his back, each step he took laid down a tactical formation, striking terror into the myriad clans. Blood spread to his heels, yet Qianlong's expression remained unchanged as he pressed deeper into enemy territory. This time he was determined to annihilate the myriad clans of the 5th battlefield once and for all. On the other side, various major races of the 5th battlefield gathered together. this is infuriating. The trouble was clearly caused by other races of the second battlefield, so why must we, the major races of the fifth battlefield, take the blame? What should we do? Should we flee this place? Isn't it obvious? If we don't leave, he'll slaughter us all. Do we not have any strategies to counter this? Any strategies? What can we do? Even if Qianlong massacres all the races of the fifth battlefield, the other four battlefields will not interfere. Moreover, most of their forces are now focused on opposing the will of the world and can't spare any attention for the war in the fifth battlefield. Are we not doomed to be consumed? It's time for you, the Blade Ant race, to make a sacrifice. The races present threatened vocally. Your race numbers in the billions, explode in battle to buy us time to retreat. As long as the upper echelons of your Blade Ant race survive, the lower ranks can be regenerated. Besides, your race has a nest, and a new Blade Ant king will emerge even if you die. The Blade Ant king trembled with rage as the major races present each had their own lairs, their own small worlds, planes, and were merely afraid of death and eager to flee. Under the threat of the other races, he had no choice but to agree. The Blade Ant king swayed his antennae, directing billions of Blade Ants to launch a suicide attack on Qianlong. As Qianlong continued to advance, countless Blade Ants emerged from the blood, swelling up and exploding spontaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the fearless self-destruction of the Blade Ant race, Qianlong was well protected by the mysterious armor formation, trying to buy time for the other races to retreat. After killing so many from the 9 provinces, this account cannot be settled so easily. Drawing on the fierce, positive energy, the Solar Seal Heaven formation, Qianlong meticulously drew up the formation enveloping the entire heartland of the myriad clans within the Solar Seal Heaven formation. No entry, no exit. Today, without cleansing these races, Qianlong could not quell the hatred in his heart nor the grievances of the innocently slain people of the 9 provinces. They were the heroes of the 9 provinces, originally meant to live securely behind the front lines, but ultimately their lives were senselessly taken by the self-destructing myriad clans of the 9 provinces. What a grievance! Meanwhile, the fleeing races crashed into the blazing formation, and the combined forces of thousands of races were to no avail. It's over, it's all over. What kind of formation is this? I've never seen anything like it. Damn it, I can't believe I'm dying in this godforsaken place. As the various tribes were complaining, Qianling approached slowly from a distance. Have you finished your last words? Once you're done, I'll send you on your way. You will be the burial companions for my fallen people of Jiuzhou. No, Qianling, you can't do this. It wasn't us. Why should we take the blame? Don't worry, none of the tribes will escape. It's just a matter of time. Qianling, aren't you afraid that killing us will deepen your karma and affect your ascension to the emperor realm? A mere emperor's calamity can't stop me, even if it's the most terrifying calamity. How does it matter? Qianling said indifferently, not caring about the karma that might affect his ascension. With the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, 3 major talents, and invincible laws, what does he have to fear? Qianling slowly raised his left hand and gently pressed it down, activating the sun-sealing array. The sky above shone with scorching light, reflecting on the tribes caught in the formation, burning their skins and causing intense pain that made them wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. I'm going to die. I'm going to be burnt to death. Qianling, I will remember you. I won't let you go even as a ghost. We will die, but we will die for a reason. We will become part of your karmic calamity in your path to ascension. I claim your life. Ha ha ha. Despite the curses and harsh words from the tribes, Qianling remained unmoved. I'm waiting. Then fierce flames burned on the bodies of the tribes within his sight, burning them alive. Qianling's actions were cruel, but he didn't care. As long as he could kill all the tribes, any method was acceptable. There's an old saying in Jiuzhou, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Qianling looked towards the horizon, taking one step at a time. This journey was not only about annihilating the major tribes in the 5th battlefield, he also planned to flatten every little world of the tribes. As for deepening his karma, he didn't care. At the same time, the news that Qianling was heading alone to the heartland of the tribes in the 5th battlefield spread. Yang Yu's expression was solemn, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse. All soldiers in the 5th battlefield assemble and march into the heartland of the tribes. Charge 4. The people of Jiuzhou who died to avenge and hate, after slaughtering tens of thousands in the rear. I won't be able to sleep unless we kill for days and nights. Led by Yang Yu, they advanced towards the tribal heartland, leaving not a single blade of grass alive. The smell of blood growing stronger. From a distance, the ground was littered with corpses and blood flowed like rivers. SSS. Chen-Ling is too crazy, too strong. He alone has turned it into a river of blood. Don't just stand there, keep moving. Yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, just as Chen-Ling was about to step into a small world, buzzing, ripples in space undulated above Chen-Ling's head and a howling moon wolf descended. Chen-Ling, have you killed enough? If so, stop now. Chen-Ling's eyes were cold. The tribe slaughtered tens of thousands of innocent souls in Jiuzhou. This hatred is irreconcilable. So you alone slaughtering every tribe in the 5th battlefield, causing billions of lives to be lost, isn't that enough? Are the lives of people from Jiuzhou the only ones that matter and not those of the other tribes? Xiaoyu Wolf spoke solemnly about reason. Chen-Long sneered repeatedly. Reason? Ridiculous. How did the myriad races treat Jiuzhou in the past? Why didn't you speak of reason then? Utterly ludicrous. Alas, I wanted to advocate for peace, but you wouldn't listen. With a howl, Xiaoyu Wolf tilted his head back and let out a wolf's cry, revealing chains of rules all over his body. Snap, snap, the chains of rules on Xiaoyu Wolf's body shattered and his realm soared to the pinnacle of the proving grounds. Chen-Long's pupils shrank slightly. This was the second of the myriad races to break the chains of rules. He remembered that in his past life, the breaking of the rules chains did not occur at this time. The butterfly effect he caused was too great. However, there was one thing Chen-Long could not understand. Why, when the rules chains were broken, did the 5 major battlefields suddenly calm down without a sign of war? Suddenly he made a connection. Breaking the chains of rules indirectly meant that the world's will was weakening, and the myriad races had been inactive, perhaps targeting the world's will, too preoccupied to care about the 5 major battlefields. With this thought, Chen-Long figured it all out. Though he lacked evidence, his expression grew more somber as he spoke sternly. I understand now. The reason the myriad races have not acted is because you are targeting the world's will. No wonder you could break the chains of rules one after another. Chen-Long deliberately said this to see if he could extract any confirmation from Xiaoyu Wolf to validate his bold theory. Xiaoyu Wolf's eyes narrowed and a fierce light burst forth as he bared his teeth and roared furiously. Oh, I didn't expect someone as insignificant as a Jiuzhou person to know so much. You even know the secrets of the myriad races. Indeed, as other races have said, Jiuzhou learned the myriad races' secrets and thus established a new defensive front. But no matter, there's still one place you haven't fortified. With everything known, Chen-Long exhaled a breath of turbid air. Thank you for confirming my suspicions. It's time for you to meet your end, just you, La manifestation of heaven and earth. As they watched, the silver-white Xiaoyu Wolf's form grew larger and larger, reaching a size of 50 zhang. Meanwhile, several li away, the Jiuzhou army pointed at the enormous wolf body in the distance, exclaiming, "Look, what is that? Such a huge wolf! What's happening? What deeper event is occurring? Such a level of battle shouldn't be happening on the 5th battlefield. Are you stupid? Didn't the masked man on the 3rd battlefield face someone who broke the rules chains? Hiss. Does this mean this wolf's realm is at the emperor level?" Yang Yu felt the oppressive force coming from it. His expression turned grim. This pressure was definitely not of the emperor level. Chen-Long, I hope you'll be alright. He took a deep breath, turned to the large troop behind him and with a big wave of his hand commanded all troops retreat quickly. This is not a fight we can intervene in. Go, go, go. Let's go back and reflect on the fist marks left by the masked man. The Jiuzhou army retreated in an orderly manner. The scene shifted back to Chen-Long, who faced Xiaoyu Wolf's La manifestation of heaven and earth without a hint of panic, his face calm and composed. Manifesting the laws of heaven and earth, do you think that can devour me? Chen-Long stepped forward, trapping himself in the howling moon wolf inside the sealing heaven array hidden from the outside world. He twisted his neck and clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds. With the outside world cut off and the heaven's secrets obscured, I fear nothing. What do you mean? In the next moment, the howling moon wolf's eyes widened, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. How is it possible? You're the masked man. Upon seeing the giant elephant phantom that appeared behind Chen-Long, the howling moon wolf panicked. The power of 500 million giants. Chen-Long threw a punch, carrying with it divine might and invincible laws, shattering the howling moon wolf's manifested world. Boom, boom. The expression of the howling moon wolf drastically changed as he summoned the power of the great Tao and struck back with his paw. The terrifying residual force from his paw barely managed to block Chen-Long's powerful punch. So strong, even the force of the great Tao can't compete with Chen-Long. I have no choice but to use my last resort, blood ignition, howling moonlight blade. A blade as bright as moonlight shot forth, but Qianlong caught it with ease and crushed it in his hand. After igniting your blood, you've indeed become more formidable, but unfortunately you've underestimated my power. With demon wings emerging on his back, Qianlong instantly appeared above the howling moon wolf and stomped down hard. Speak, what did you mean by your last sentence? What are the myriad tribes plotting? Howling in intense pain, the howling moon wolf screamed miserably. Humph, Qianlong, kill me then, even in death I will not speak. Qianlong narrowed his eyes. Then I will torture you until you do, he cackled maliciously. Let me tell you the truth. A true strong person will never change their principles and beliefs due to external factors. Qianlong had to admit, within the myriad tribes there were people like those in Jiuzhou, each holding their own principles and beliefs. Unfortunately, they were enemies, as incompatible as fire and water. Noticing signs of self-destruction from the howling moon wolf, Qianlong acted swiftly and struck him down with a punch. Looking down at the corpse of the howling moon wolf, Qianlong thought about consuming his flesh and blood to strengthen himself and further advance his divine elephant imprisoning strength. Elephants of all kinds transforming endlessly, from giant elephants to dragon elephants, from dragon elephants to prime elephants, and from prime elephants to divine elephants. Qianlong had only just mastered the giant elephant. He still had a long way to go with the dragon, prime and divine elephants. He swiftly drew the blazing sun sealing heaven array, roasting the howling moon wolf in a burst of intense flames and consuming him completely. The most immediate sensation was a full stomach, accompanied by surging vitality. Qianlong then altered the flow of time around him, sat down cross-legged and began to refine the energy contained within the howling moon wolf, transforming it into the form of a dragon elephant. 15 days later, only 10,000 microscopic particles had transformed into the dragon elephant, increasing his strength by 1.5 times. Qianlong opened his eyes, clenched his fist and felt the additional power, exclaiming, divine elephant imprisoning strength. So terrifying. Recalling the conspiracy mentioned by the howling moon wolf, he frowned. Well, if I don't know, then I don't know. To truly understand the intentions of the myriad clans, one must closely observe the situation on the western frontier of Jiuzhou. Perhaps the myriad clans aim to hinder the construction of the Black Wall in Jiuzhou. Qianlong turned his head towards the distance, speaking slowly. This journey, it seems I won't be able to step foot into one of the myriad clans' minor worlds. It wasn't that he dared not, but he worried that if he went to the minor world, what would happen if the myriad clans sent a large force to invade the western frontier? Qianlong retracted the wings of the demon, dismantled the formation and strode back. Along the way all were his masterpieces. Hundreds of millions of beings died by his hand, countless corpses laid bare, their blood soaring to the skies. Unmoved, he walked back into the ancient city of the fifth battlefield. The people of Jiuzhou around him all gave Qianlong a thumbs up. Qianlong, this time you truly have elevated the prestige of Jiuzhou. Yes, this will be recorded in the annals of Jiuzhou history. Ah, truly a good thing. It's just, alas, it's just a pity that tens of thousands of Jiuzhou people were killed by the blasted myriad clans. The myriad clans truly deserve to die. They explode at the slightest disagreement. Fortunately, Qianlong single-handedly annihilated the various clans in the fifth battlefield, venting the hatred in our hearts. I think it will take a very long time for the myriad clans to come again. Yes, there will be more time to cultivate properly. I heard that a funeral is being held for the deceased people of Jiuzhou. Alas, they could have enjoyed their twilight years in the rear, but instead. Shoo, no more talk, a grand funeral is being held. Qianlong's eyes reddened, a mix of anger and sorrow. Ultimately, the deaths of these people of Jiuzhou were related to him. If he hadn't been enforcing the law within Jiuzhou, they wouldn't have died unjustly. He ought to attend the funeral of the tens of thousands of Jiuzhou people. Qianlong took a deep breath and asked the people nearby, can you tell me where the funeral is being held? Of course, it's in the Heroes' Garden in Wandan City. Good. Qianlong flew towards the Heroes' Garden in Wandan City. Landing at the entrance, he walked in with a heavy heart. At a glance, the garden was filled with people, each one in mourning, souls shining as the sun and the moon, courage reflecting the mountains and rivers. Please, everyone, go in peace. At this moment, tears glimmered in Qianlong's eyes, his throat choked up. He whispered softly, please go in peace. I will avenge you. Just watch from beneath the 9 springs as I slaughter through the myriad clans. While Qianlong was engulfed in self-blame and sorrow, an old man with white hair approached and patted his shoulder. Child, don't be sad or blame yourself, you did nothing wrong. if it wasn't for you exposing the myriad clans within Jojo, Jojo's intelligence would have been continuously stolen, leading to even more deaths. I believe they wouldn't want to see Jojo's great hero in sorrow or self-blame. At this moment, the Jojo people attending the funeral noticed Chen Tong's arrival. Yes, this matter is not your fault, Chen Tong. It's all the cursed myriad clans. Exactly, the myriad clans are truly heartless. They don't even spare the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled. The myriad clans are worse than beasts. Chen Tong, you need not blame yourself. Your feat of defeating the myriad tribes in the 5th battlefield, I believe even those in the underworld have seen it and they must be pleased. Chen Tong shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. My elders, there's no need to comfort me, I understand, it's just hard to let go. Well, alright, he sighed, we've all been through it and with time we let go. A middle-aged man with black and white hair shook his head, though his words seemed resolved, his heart struggled to move on. Some things, once they happen, cling to us for a lifetime, forever trapping us. Those around shook their heads and sighed, each departing one after another. Time flew swiftly, and soon only Chen Tong remained standing alone in the Heroes' Park, staring at a massive stele inscribed with the words, the tombstone of tens of thousands from Jojo who sacrificed themselves in a myriad tribe suicide attack. These people died nameless, their bodies and bones left unclaimed. Chen Tong's fingers clenched tightly, his fingernails digging into his palm and drawing fresh red blood. Yet he was oblivious. Rest in peace, my predecessors. I promise, with me here, Jojo will never fall to the myriad tribes. He turned and walked out of the Heroes' Park, his lonely figure silhouetted against the setting sun. In the western frontier of Jojo, over 1,000 people were working overtime to build the last massive wall. Hurry, quick, even quicker, just the last wall, then inscribe the formation. The Black Great Wall would then be completed, inside no remnants of the myriad tribes, outside the 5 great battlefields and the Black Great Wall. Meanwhile, a silent army of tens of thousands of demon beasts, unhampered by the domain of the great battlefields, was advancing towards the western frontier of Jojo. Their realms had all broken free from the chains of rules. This surprise attack should really make Jojo suffer. Lately Jojo has been too arrogant. Did they really think the myriad tribes had no one who could handle their so-called supreme geniuses? Of course. If it weren't for the main forces attacking the world will in the minor world, how could we be so passive? In a few more months, we'll have dealt with the world will, and then the 5 great battlefields will fall without a fight. The destruction of Jojo is imminent. No, Jojo still has one last line of defense. You mean the Black Great Wall? Once a divine realm powerhouse arrives, it will crumble at a flick of a hand. Jojo has no divine realm powerhouses, they can't stop the myriad tribes. The demon beast army had circled around Jojo, drawing ever closer to the western frontier. Thousands of miles away, Su Wangyang's clone suddenly opened his eyes, his expression changing. The tens of thousands of demon beasts are nearing the western frontier. Their realms are not restricted by the 5 great battlefields, they've all broken the chains of rules. Su Wangyang thought of what the man in the mask once told him. The 5 great battlefields really aren't reliable. He shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Indeed, the 5 great battlefields have protected Jojo for 1,000 years, they're probably nearing collapse. Fortunately, I initiated the Black Great Wall plan, creating a new defensive line for Jojo. Su Wangyang, your opponent is me. A figure tore through the space and stepped out, his forehead marked by a striking third eye radiating a compelling aura. Su Wangyang narrowed his eyes. The 3-eyed divine clan, higher realms, bring about monumental transformations. For instance, the realm of enlightenment marks the beginning of understanding the Tao. The realm of longevity involves merging oneself with the Tao and living as long as the heavens, while the sovereign realm involves creating a new world within oneself, possessing supreme power. Su Wangyang, I have waited for you for a long time, but unfortunately, it is just an avatar that has come. But what of an avatar? It can still slay enemies. Tri-Eye Sacred Light Wave, the third eye of the Tri-Eye Divine Race burst forth, a dazzling golden light shattering space, causing the heavens to split and the earth to crack. Su Wangyang, empowered by the great Tao of strength, wielded the war god's halberd to deflect the incoming laser. The Tri-Eye Divine Race turned its head toward the monster army below and bellowed, aren't you leaving yet? Yes. To avoid being affected by the Battle of the Sovereigns, the monster army hastened towards the western frontier at full speed. Thinking of escape, Su Wangyang knew well that letting this batch of monster army go would spell disaster for the still unfinished Great Wall of the western frontier. Su Wangyang, your opponent is me, don't think about targeting them. In a flash, the Tri-Eye Divine Race intercepted him. Su Wangyang frowned and could only send out the message instructing the people of the Western Frontier to prepare in advance. Western Frontier, it's bad, a massive attack by the Myriad Tribes is upon us. What, the Myriad Tribes again? We haven't finished the construction. What are we to do? Tens of thousands of king-level monsters, the pressure is immense. Damn it, ever since the Supreme Prodigies appeared, the restrictions on the Myriad Tribes in the 5 battlefields have been diminishing. No, it's not that. The Myriad Tribes are willing to pay the price, no matter how hefty. What's there to fear? We've already notified the people of the 3rd battlefield to come and support us. Although there are tens of thousands of king-level monsters, our numbers exceed theirs. Good. I was just worrying about how to vent my anger. Soon news of the Myriad Tribes dispatching a monster army spread throughout Johto. 2,000 troops from the 3rd battlefield were called, along with the scions of major families, the prodigies of the heavens and the war machines supplied by the Zhuge family. 10 minutes later, over 20,000 people from Johto stood in battle formation, eyes fixed on the approaching monster army. The time has come to avenge our fallen comrades. Only so many have come. They're hardly enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Fantasizing about stopping us from building the Black Great Wall is delusional. Break through the monster army. Proclaim the might of Johto. Break through the monster army. Proclaim the might of Johto. Brothers, charge! Amidst roaring shouts, the two armies clashed. On Johto's side, nearly 90% consisted of teams of 5 coordinating seamlessly, collectively resisting the charging monster army. Various divine abilities and combat skills were frequently unleashed, dazzling with the abundant power of laws. Wei Qing, half-beast in form and quick as lightning, swung his claws wildly. Storm-split claw. He fiercely clawed at the shell of the exploding beetle, emitting a crisp cracking sound. Not good enough, you can't break my defense. Faced with the exploding beetle's taunt, Wei Qing responded not with words but with action. Crack, crack. With his fierce clawing, the indestructible shell shattered. Witnessing this scene, Wei Qing's companion summoned a dreadful demonic plant from his hands, devouring the exploding beetle in one bite. Another demon beast became my nourishment. This scene is a microcosm of the Western Frontier warfare, where some slay enemies while others fall to demonic beasts, with losses on both sides. However, the losses of the demonic beasts are far greater than those of the 9 provinces. The reason lies in the fact that the 9 provinces are home to the favored children of heaven, possessing high combat power and swift killing prowess. In this vein, at the 3rd battlefield, Gu Jinwen fought alone against 8 demonic beasts of the same realm. The sword of the Great River descended from the heavens. A sword concentrated with the mighty force of the river fell from the sky, piercing through an unprepared demonic beast. The surrounding beasts were shocked, their eyes widened. Damn, this prodigy is even stronger than we imagined. Strength is good, it's an opportunity for us to slay a prodigy of the 9 provinces. But you can't kill me. Put away your petty thoughts lest you carelessly die by my sword. As expected, the remaining 7 demonic beasts glared in fury. Sky-burning wrath, demon spirit flash, 7 deadly spells, soul-seizing curse. Watching the divine techniques approaching, Gu Jinwen was not perturbed and swung his long sword. A sword's cold light traveled 90,000 miles, its aura leveling 19 provinces. The might of a single sword strike could not be withstood by any divine technique. With the sword's fall, the 7 demonic beasts collapsed. Its remaining force rampaged in all directions, slaying several other nearby beasts. Beasts are beasts, always savage and ignorant. Gu Jinwen glanced at the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground, speaking disdainfully. Elsewhere, Shi, who possessed a unique pupil talent, unleashed a great technique. Countless eyes burst forth with beams of laser, piercing through an area and killing innumerable demonic beasts. Dare you disturb the Western Frontier, you Myriad Tribes? You don't even measure your strength, a bunch of ants at my mercy. Shi, young and arrogant, completely disregarded the various demonic beasts present. You always say we need masked man Shi and Qianlong, but we don't. With me here, even if the Myriad Tribes had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to disturb the Black Wall. Time rewinds a bit. After receiving the message, Qianlong put on his mask and demon wings manifested on his back as he arrived over the Western Frontier. He personally witnessed the scene where the cultivators and prodigies of the 9 provinces turned the tide of battle. Qianlong's expression changed slightly, filled with relief. The 9 provinces still have people, and various prodigies. I hope you can join me in the battle against the Myriad Tribes. I don't want to see a time when no one is behind me. This time he did not take action, letting the cultivators and prodigies handle it. Qianlong felt that merely this army could not pose a real threat to the 9 provinces. There would only be minor casualties. Casualties are common in warfare and difficult to change. He wanted to protect the 9 provinces, but not overly so, as it was not realistic. Qianlong's power alone was limited. He could only ensure there were no massive casualties in the 9 provinces. As the saying goes, born in adversity, die in comfort. This truth, he believed, was understood better by the people of the 9 provinces than anyone else. Just then Shentong sensed the emergence of a spatial rift. His pupils shrank slightly. Had the myriad tribe sent another emissary? Indeed, the few who had come were hardly enough for the slaughter in Jiuzhou. There must have been a backup plan. As his words fell, a massive figure tore through the space, revealing just the tip of the iceberg. Shentong's expression shifted subtly as he recognized the outline that emerged. Wasn't this the same demonic beast that wreaked havoc in the 3rd battlefield in his previous life? The 9-tailed mantis shrimp, one of the most powerful species among the sea clans. Unexpectedly, this time the western frontier's conflicts had drawn out the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. It seemed they had really invested heavily this time. As soon as the 9-tailed mantis shrimp stepped fully out of the spatial rift, its huge body covered most of the battlefield, its presence overwhelming. Shiyi's pupils contracted sharply as he too recognized the origin of the beast before him. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp, the legendary species rumored to possess 9 lives. Finally, a formidable opponent had arrived. Shiyi brought his palms together, forming a 50-zhang tall Dharma form of heaven and earth, blending numerous laws within it, much stronger than those formed by a single law. However, compared to Shentong's invincible Dharma form, it still fell short. Ordinary people could usually comprehend 1 or 2 laws, Dao, but prodigies were different, understanding more laws, Dao, than ordinary people. Above Shiyi's head, a pair of colossal, unusual eyes manifested, seemingly gathering strength for a mighty strike. Heterochromatic destruction, with terrifying energy concentrated at a single point, it shot forth, accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds and causing spatial ripples to oscillate. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp, catching a glimpse from the corner of its eye, was utterly indifferent to the grand technique flying towards it. The prodigies of Jiuzhou, I've always hunted prodigies, and today I get to add another prodigy's head to my collection. Haha! Just as the attack was about to hit the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, it blocked Shiyi's mightiest blow with a flick of its tail. Boom! The powerful strike, even from a creature as formidable as the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, broke one of its tails. In the next second, the severed tail grew back as if it had never been broken. Ha ha ha! You are the first prodigy to break my tail. You're quite good, to my liking, worthy enough to be my meal. Facing the larger, stronger 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Shiyi's expression subtly changed. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was much stronger than him in every aspect. Damn it, I just stepped into the Emperor realm, I'm no match for him. Meanwhile, Gu Jinwen also transformed into a Dharma form of heaven and earth. Shiyi, you alone are not enough. It takes both of us, or perhaps even we are not enough, only Brother Mask might be. Gu Jinwen looked in Shentong's direction, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. We don't need him. I really don't understand why you all think so highly of yourselves. Humfai Shiyi am also a supreme prodigy, and I can definitely match him in the same realm. Gu Jinwen rolled his eyes. Keep dreaming. Even if you boast to the skies, you're no match for Brother Mask, another prodigy. Today I can feast to my heart's content. You, no way. It seems like the Milky Way falling from the heavens. With a single strike, Gu Jinwen unleashed his strongest attack. As the heavens above bestowed a meteorite, it descended with the terrifying might of the galaxy, aiming straight for the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Sensing the formidable power approaching, the mantis shrimp's pupils contracted slightly as it opened its mouth and swiftly absorbed the spiritual energy within a meter's radius, forming a massive sphere of energy. The collision of these two forces caused an earth-shattering explosion. Boom, boom. The aftermath wreaked havoc in all directions, knocking down the fighting cultivators and mythical beasts of Kyushu. The mere shockwaves were terrifying. Truly, these were the proud talents of Kyushu, so powerful. Alas, none could match the man in the mask. With such a massive explosion, surely the 9-tailed mantis shrimp must have been injured, but that is hard to say. This species, rare in number, each one incredibly powerful. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the mantis shrimp was seen wounded and bleeding. Feeling the pain surge through it, roared angrily, I will kill you. Its 9 tails swept fiercely towards Gu Jinwen and Shiyi. In the blink of an eye, Qianlong appeared before them, manifesting a phantom of the underworld god to block the 9 tails of the mantis shrimp. he glanced over his shoulder at Gu Jinwen and Shuri, saying indifferently, "Step back, I'll handle the nine-tailed mantis shrimp." Shuri, filled with reluctance yet helpless, knew he was no match for the creature. If it weren't for the disparity in our realms, I could have defeated the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Qianlong nodded slightly. "Then wait until you've cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm." Gu Jinwen and Shuri quickly retreated, leaving Qianlong alone to face the mantis shrimp. Ignored, the mantis shrimp was furious. "Do you Kyushu folk enjoy bantering so much? Am I someone you can simply ignore?" It was very angry, hinting at severe consequences, yet Qianlong remained calm and composed, not flustered in the slightest. I acknowledge your clan's strength, but unfortunately you've met me. No matter how strong the species, none can defeat me in the same realm. Is that so? We are both listed on the pride of 10,000 races. Let me show you the gap between us." With a thunderous shout, shrimp god transformation, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's body shimmered with golden light, its vitality surged, and its combat power doubled. "Take this punch." Despite its huge form, the mantis shrimp's speed was unaffected as its pincers fiercely slammed into the underworld god's guard. Bang! Even the mighty underworld god's guard cracked under the mantis shrimp's pincers, proving the terrifying power of its strike. Qianlong slightly squinted, nodding. "You have strength, but still, you are no match for me." As he spoke, a massive elephant phantom emerged behind him, its presence overwhelming like a tumultuous sea. Channeling 3 billion tiny elephant particles, Qianlong clenched his fist and struck the mantis shrimp's pincer. Bang! Crack! The indestructible pincer was shattered by his punch. "Ah!" Overcome by intense pain, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp cried out, its form stumbling backwards repeatedly. A single strike failed to kill the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, and Qianlong seized the momentum to pursue his attack. Flapping the wings of the demon, he instantly appeared before it, landing punch after punch on its tough shell. Bang! Bang! Crack! Crack! Experiencing the thrill of flesh-to-flesh combat for the first time, Qianlong lost himself in the fight, subjecting the nine-tailed mantis shrimp to excruciating pain it should not have endured. His pleasure was built upon another's suffering. The once arrogant nine-tailed mantis now looked as miserable as could be. If those present hadn't known this was the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, they might not even recognize what beast it was. As the shrieks filled his ears, Qianlong slowly came back to his senses, focusing to see that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was in a terrible state, missing limbs and parts. So pitiful. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was not as resilient as he thought. Was this the beast from the vaunted elite species list? It seemed too frail. However, the truth was that Qianlong's divine elephant imprisoning force was overwhelmingly powerful, a force that subdued tenfold, leaving the nine-tailed mantis shrimp with no chance to fight back. Below, the cultivators and elites of the 9 provinces watched the scene in shock, gasping in awe. How could it be that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp that fought 2 major elites seemed completely different when facing the man in the mask? No, it was just that the masked man was too formidable. He dominated completely. Both were from the elite species list, yet the masked man completely outclassed the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Of course, the masked man was indeed the top elite of the 9 provinces. Gu Jinwen smiled, impressed by the masked brother's effortless control over the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Shuri stood with his arms crossed, his face stern, silent. At this moment he clearly saw the vast gap between himself and the masked man. It was like comparing a human to a monster. "Ah, it's you who forced me." The nine-tailed mantis shrimp took out a mysterious talisman, and with it, the aura of the proving realm leaked out. Behind Qianlong, the phantom of a giant elephant emitted a powerful sound, shaking all directions. "Oh, finally decided to use your life-saving trick? It's a pity it's just a full strike of the proving realm." Facing this full-on assault, Qianlong did not take any defensive measures but instead took it head-on without a scratch on him. His physical body was stronger than pure-blooded beasts, comparable to a humanoid fierce beast. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was dumbfounded, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Even if you possess an incredible technique, it shouldn't be this exaggerated." Qianlong looked indifferent, hands behind his back, and with one kick he sent the nine-tailed mantis shrimp crashing to the ground. "Aren't you known for your resilience, nine-tailed mantis shrimp? Why not regenerate your limbs?" Trembling all over in pain, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp gasped. "Masked man, just kill me." Qianlong's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Kill you? That would be letting you off too easily. Don't worry, I assume you hold a high position in your tribe, right?" The nine-tailed mantis shrimp's eyes widened in shock. You using me as bait?" Qianlong cracked a smile. "You're not so foolish after all." Let's see if we can catch a big fish. At this moment, the roles of man and shrimp seem to swap, with him appearing very much like a grand villain. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp, its eyes bloodshot with fury, roared uncontrollably, "Masked man, you, cough, cough, cough." Its rage affected its whole body, causing blood to flow unceasingly. Chen Lang narrowed his eyes, channeling the spiritual energy within his body to sustain the life of the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, ensuring it wouldn't die. This was bait for catching a big fish. It couldn't just die like this. The shrimp, with a fierce expression, bellowed, "I won't let you succeed." It chose to self-destruct, but Chen Lang suppressed it firmly with his divine elephant imprisoning force. "Thinking of self-destructing right under my watch? No chance. You go too far, masked man, too far." This scene pumped up the JoJo cultivators watching behind him. So exhilarating. In the past, the myriad clans threatened us JoJo. Now it's our turn to threaten the myriad clans. Our ancestors would be comforted if they saw this, how majestic our JoJo is. Masked man mighty, Gu Jinwen laughed, worthy of being the masked brother playing the fishing game. Don't tell me, I am actually looking forward to another nine-tailed mantis shrimp showing up? At this very moment, the JoJo cultivators and war correspondents present were all eagerly awaiting the next act of this drama. Within seconds, ripples appeared in the sky over the western frontier, and a powerful figure tore through the space, descending upon them. "Masked man, how dare you treat my son this way?" The newly arrived powerhouse suppressed his raging anger, his teeth clenched. Chen Lang smiled lightly, arms crossed. "What's there to fear? It's just a stinking fish, a rotten shrimp." "Father, save me," shouted the nine-tailed mantis, lying on the ground battered and bruised, to his father Xiao Ri Tian. "Masked man, I advise you to release my son, there's still time." Chen Lang smiled faintly. The big fish has taken the bait, and here comes an immortal realm powerhouse. Xiao Ri Tian became furious. A mere emperor realm youngster dares to consider himself a big fish? Absurd, absurd. He was very angry, but not blinded by it. Are there still others here to spy? Why bother hiding? With so many strong ones gathered, of course JoJo has to send someone. The voice thundered through the heavens, and the sky roared with thunder, not ordinary thunder, but purple thunder. Xiao Ri Tian's pupils shrunk slightly. This presence, this thunder. It's you! Lei Yunzi, Xiao Ri Tian, after so long. Do you enjoy bullying the younger generation, using your age as an excuse? Back in the day, not being able to slay you was the biggest regret of my life. I never thought I'd have the chance to meet you again in my lifetime. It must be fate arranging for your downfall. As if you could slay me, whether or not you can. Let's see my thunder. Lei Yunzi's hands emitted rolling purple thunder, changing the heavens and earth as spatial ripples continuously appeared. Chen Lang looked up at Lei Yunzi, dressed in purple robes, unable to conceal his imposing figure. In his memory, Lei Yunzi transformed himself into a realm of thunder to protect the second battlefield in JoJo from falling. He willingly became a barrier against numerous clans for 10 days, securing a glimmer of hope for JoJo, a true hero indeed. As Chen Long gazed upon Lei Yunzi, he also looked towards the universally acknowledged top prodigy of JoJo and burst out laughing. "I haven't returned to JoJo for a long time, having been stationed at the second battlefield. Finally, I have the chance to meet the famous masked man of the top prodigy. You are very strong." Chen Long nodded slightly, bowing his hands towards Lei Yunzi. "In the sky, senior, you flatter me. Your character is upright, truly deserving of the phrase the rise of JoJo." Lei Yunzi looked up, his voice resonant yet profound. "In this era, it is up to us to shoulder the heavy burden and protect JoJo, to strive for a better life for future generations, to inherit the sacred teachings and establish peace for all ages. This is my lifelong wish, as well as the wish of all the strong ones in JoJo." Following this, Lei Yunzi transformed into tens of thousands of purple thunders and charged towards Xiao Ri Tian with the technique 3000 thunder flashes. Feeling the overwhelming powers, Xiao Ri Tian became frightened. He couldn't defeat Lei Yunzi in the past, and he still couldn't now. This sense of powerlessness made Xiao Ri Tian very frustrated and uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do but fight with all his might. Shrimp God transformation, his body emitted red energy, doubling his combat power. With the path of power, even the naturally strong nine-tailed mantis shrimp saw its strength soar, its claws almost becoming shadows, clashing massively with the 3000 thunder flashes. Boom, boom. Huge explosions echoed in the skies over the western frontier, with the aftermath wreaking havoc, causing the space to shatter and the earth to split, with thick smoke billowing everywhere. Lei Yunzi. How about that? Your strike didn't hurt me. Xia Ri Tian's face was filled with a smile. At this level, the gap between you and me isn't that big. Lei Yunzi stared at him coldly. I only used 80% of my strength, and you, 100%. Oh no, you even needed secret techniques and the enhancement of the path of power to match me. The path of power is a very common and easy to understand path, but it is also the hardest to fully comprehend, seeing that no victor had emerged. Chen Long decisively took action to avoid prolonging the fight. The demon wings on his back fluttered lightly, and with a swoosh he instantly appeared above Xia Ri Tian's head. His hands clasped together and slammed down hard on his head. Bang! Caught off guard, Xia Ri Tian was smashed to the ground by Chen Long's punch, his head cracking open from the tremendous force. Such a blow would typically be fatal for ordinary people, but beings above the king's realm have a degree of self-healing and can gradually recover. The Xia Ri Tian before him was not just a nine-tailed mantis shrimp with tenacious vitality but also a long-lived realm strongman, almost immortal. For Qianlong, achieving a one-hit kill was nearly impossible. If it were any other beast he would be confident in a one-hit kill. Watching Xia Ri Tian slowly stand up, Qianlong sighed heavily. It was a pity he couldn't kill him with one blow. This left Lei Yunzi speechless on the side, thinking true to being the top prodigy of Jiuzhou, at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, he still wasn't satisfied after overpowering a strong cultivator from the longevity realm? Indeed, comparison can be infuriating. Such a small world, the will of the world was continuously breached by the sovereigns of myriad races, and although it managed to restore itself time after time, its strength was nearly depleted. It was expected to last another year, but who knew the myriad races would be willing to go to such lengths? Cough, cough, cough. Humph. The will of the world, your calculations are going to fail. You're relying on the masked man from Jiuzhou to achieve great things? That visage of all beings reveals a smile. You don't understand him, of course you wouldn't know. Only I truly understand, not being deceived, on the brink of death and still indulging in vain fantasies. Dream your grand dreams. The will of the world, you are getting weaker and weaker. Let us then draw a conclusion to this unprecedented war. Come. Then, the personified will of the world sighed deeply. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer, and from now on it was all up to Qianlong alone. Meanwhile, to hasten the end of this battle, the myriad races chose to fight on multiple fronts. One group engaged the world will, while another destroyed the fifth and fourth battlefields. These two battlefields were the weakest, and the cost to the myriad races was the smallest. With these two battlefields gone, the power of the world would likely diminish, wouldn't it? Very soon a large number of demonic beasts, each a myriad race warrior who had broken the chains of rules, suddenly descended upon the fifth and fourth battlefields. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since a thorough slaughter, Jiuzhou, here we come. It's baffling what the Great Clan was thinking. To deal with just the fifth and fourth battlefields, they actually dispatched an army of 300,000 King Realm warriors. To the Great Clan, those of the King Realm are just expendable. After all, we have plenty to spare. It's just tough on our lesser clans, the losses are great. Don't speak ill of the great clans, lest our entire clan be wiped out. Right. The 300,000 King Realm army split into 2 each, heading towards the fifth and fourth battlefields. The fourth battlefield had the time-sealed skylock left by Shiryu, which wouldn't be broken in a short time and could still hold for a while. However, the fifth battlefield only had the giant elephant fist imprint, nowhere near as effective as the time-sealed skylock, and it was undoubtedly going to be breached by the myriad races army. The fifth battlefield, the previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the 150,000 myriad races army and the Jiuzhou cultivators were strictly arrayed along an 800-li battle line. What do we have to hold it with? What's there to fear? Relying on the 800-li battle line and the city's protective formation should hold them off for a while. Hold them off? Isn't that just delaying our inevitable defeat? What? Are you scared? What is there for me, a 7-foot man from Jiuzhou, to fear? Looking at the approaching dense myriad races army, the Jiuzhou cultivators on the 800-li battle line felt immense pressure. Suddenly, a young man who had been in the war for 3 years sensed that something was amiss. Retreat? Move back? Why retreat? This time, the myriad races army is extraordinary, far beyond the peak of the 5th tier, not even the 10th tier. What? We simply can't stop them. At that moment, the leader of the 5th battlefield, Yang Yu, personally took charge, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone retreat! Do not sacrifice yourselves in vain." With just one command, the cultivators from Kyushu across the 800-li battle lines swiftly pulled back. However, Yang Yu did not follow the main forces immediately. He turned his head to look at the retreating cultivators from Kyushu, smiling knowingly. If the myriad clans can break the chains of rules, then I can do the same. My son, you must oversee the grand strategy of the fifth battlefield. Crack, crack, chains of rules were shattered one after another, and his realm ascended to the half-step emperor status. Following closely was the recurrence of Yang Yu's old injuries, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Coughing violently, he declared, "This is my last battle in this life, the final battle for Kyushu." Dragging his injured body, Yang Yu forcibly used a secret technique to enhance his combat power, facing the massive army of 15 million from the myriad clans alone. "You scoundrels, don't even think about harming the living forces of Kyushu, just you alone, that's not enough. No, we are with you." Thousands of Kyushu's elderly, weak and sick spontaneously formed a team standing behind Yang Yu. Yang Yu's eyes reddened. "You shouldn't have come back." Laughing heartily, they responded, "We're all but one step into the grave. Clinging to life would only tarnish the pride of Kyushu. Aren't you the same, the one in charge of the grand strategy of the fifth battlefield? How can you be the first to die? Ha ha ha, let's fight a good fight." Initially, Yang Yu could manage a few moves, but as the numbers increased, he could no longer hold them off, his body covered with wounds. Coughing again, he admitted, "I have overestimated myself." The elderly, weak and sick coordinated among themselves, suffering not too many casualties. Just seconds later, they too couldn't hold on any longer and quickly regrouped back to Yang Yu's side. "Lord Yu, let's accompany each other on the road to the underworld. Ha 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 ha, I am willing to join you all in the underworld," Yang Yu declared boldly, his gaze lingering wistfully towards the horizon. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of self-detonation rose and fell, leaving the retreating cultivators of Kyushu in tears. "You scoundrels of the myriad clans, I demand a blood debt be paid with blood." "Whoa, don't stop me, I must avenge Lord Yu." "Are you mad? With more than 100,000 emperor-level adversaries, are you planning to fight with your head?" Despite Yang Yu and the others buying time for the Kyushu cultivators to retreat, the emperor-level speed of the enemy troops was too fast, soon catching up to them. In the absence of any command, 1,000 people voluntarily stayed behind to cover the retreat. "Go, just go. Remember to tell my mother that her son made something of himself. We cultivators should always be prepared to sacrifice ourselves, my brother. I'm coming to find you. No regrets in this life for joining Kyushu, and in the next life I will still be a person of Kyushu. If a single enemy dies, it's a gain. If two die, it's a profitable gain that's worth it." The 1,000 people charged in a suicidal assault, and if they couldn't hold back, they would self-detonate to buy some time, even if it was just a minute. The losses of the myriad clan's army were negligible, but they found it hard to comprehend why every person from Kyushu was willing to stay behind and self-detonate to allow the main forces to retreat. Inside the ancient city, report, Yang Kong with bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice said, "Speak, Lord Kong, the 5th battlefield's 800-li front has completely collapsed. Our losses are severe. We simply cannot hold back the myriad clan's army." Upon hearing the war report, Yang Kong almost fainted, his hand resting on the table as he pondered deeply and hesitated repeatedly before finally making a decision. "Retreat, the whole army must retreat, but Lord Kong, what about the 5th battlefield, 150,000 warriors of various races, how can we defend it? Even the city's protective formation is useless. The fist imprint left by the masked man affects only those below the 10th level. It's hard to influence those at the warrior realm. If we don't leave, everyone at the 5th battlefield will be annihilated. They are the hope of the Jojo realm. Moreover, we still have a new defensive line, the Black Wall. My father and the self-sacrificing monks of Jojo are buying us time. We must not let down his expectations," Yang Kong said with immense sorrow. All right, batch after batch of Jojo monks took their places on the teleportation formations, moving to the northern frontier to temporarily station themselves there. No sooner had they teleported away than the massive army of the various races appeared at the city's gates, staring at the fist imprint left on the city wall. Is this the fist imprint left by the masked man? It's terrifying to behold. Be cautious, don't bolster their morale and undermine our own prestige. What is there to fear? How powerful can one masked man be? A divine realm powerhouse can obliterate them with a mere gesture. Head with Jojo will soon become nourishment for the various races. Subsequently, the massive army of the various races took over the 5th battlefield and, instead of launching a new attack, used powerful magic to shake the very foundation of the 5th. battlefield, they had two objectives. One was to occupy the fifth battlefield and the other was to destroy it, weakening the will of the world. As to why no powerful reinforcements came to Jojo's aid, there was no other reason. It all happened too fast, too unexpectedly. The army of the various races waged a blitzkrieg, catching us completely off guard. Jojo had no time to react before receiving news that the fifth battlefield had fallen. It was too late to send help. In the western frontier, upon receiving the news, Lei Yun's complexion changed drastically. You various races are daring, deliberately disturbing the western frontier to divert Jojo's attention and taking the opportunity to wage war on the fifth and fourth battlefields. As soon as these words were spoken, Qianlong by his side felt a chill run through him, a foreboding feeling taking hold. What's the situation? The fourth battlefield is temporarily safe due to the time seal, but the fifth battlefield has fallen. Qianlong's eyes widened, his expression grave and his breathing became rapid. Then he thought of Yang Yu, the leader of the fifth battlefield. How is Yang Yu? To buy time against the various races, he made a heroic sacrifice. Qianlong felt a blank in his mind, his mood heavy and sorrowful. In this life he did not have many interactions with him, but he would always be his brother. Why, even though I changed so much, why couldn't I change Yang Yu's fated death? Did my own butterfly effect cause too much change? Suddenly the system's voice echoed in Qianlong's mind. Ding, this is a person's fate. You can save him countless times, but can you save him for a lifetime? Fate? I don't believe in destiny. Qianlong roared in his heart. Anger, hatred and grief spread through his soul. Kill! Qiantong roared hysterically, his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent. He. Masked man, everything you seek to protect will eventually be crushed by the myriad tribes, taunted the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Qiantong turned to look at the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, who lay defeated on the ground. A black spear formed from the swirling aura of hell pierced the heavens and ran him through. How dare you kill my son? Shrimp Day Heaven was uncontrollably furious. Standing in his way, Lei Yun said, your opponent is me. Masked man, go, do what you must, and trusting. The senior Qiantong, suppressing his hatred and rage, flapped the wings of the demon and swiftly flew towards the fifth battlefield. As he neared, his restless heart grew more agitated. I will slaughter these 150,000 King Realm warriors of the myriad tribes as a funeral tribute to Yang Yu. Minutes later, Qiantong hovered above the ancient city, his pupils shrinking at the shocking scene before him. Chains of rules descended, targeting the myriad tribal army within the ancient city. Perhaps due to the vast number of the tribal army, the chains could not latch onto a single beast. Through their collective effort, the myriad tribes brutally snapped the chains one by one. Although Qiantong didn't understand what was happening, he knew he must not let the tribal army continue to break the chains. What? More people from the 9 provinces dare to court death. Wait, he's wearing a mask. Hiss. It's the masked man. Wasn't he at the western frontier? How did he get to the fifth battlefield so quickly? What to do? We are no match for him. Fear not, our sacrifice is valuable. Not only did we capture the fifth battlefield, but we also weakened the power of the world will. Mentioning the world will, Qiantong suddenly realized the myriad tribes were preparing for a massive invasion of the 9 provinces. Clearly, the butterfly effect he had caused was too significant. What was supposed to happen much later in his previous life had been accelerated several times in this one. Since it was inevitable, Qiantong decided not to hide his power any longer. Kill! Qiantong manifested a giant elephant phantom, manipulating 840 million particles. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a 100-yard palm print with spatial ripples appearing in continuous booming sounds. The terrifying power oppressed the 150,000-strong army of the myriad tribes, leaving them breathless. Those who do not wish to die, fight with all your might. Do not hold back. Cold shadow technique, burning heaven fire, celestial flash wave, giant's grasp, blazing fire scorches the earth, shadow curse kill. The myriad tribal army used their great divine powers to strike at Qiantong's full force golden palm. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collision were incessant, and without a doubt all were crushed by the golden palm. The unstoppable golden palm pressed down on the myriad tribes within the ancient city, leaving a giant imprint in the city and sinking it by 10 meters. No corpses of the myriad tribal army could be seen within the giant palm, only a vast ocean of blood. Such was the terror of this palm. The negative emotions, murderous intent and overwhelming blood energy of countless myriad tribes merged into Qiantong. The desire to break through was right before his eyes, utterly uncontrollable. Just then a mysterious and profound voice appeared in Chen Long's mind, temporarily suppressing the desire to break through. Chen Long, I don't have much time left. Not much time. Chen Long looked around, finding nothing, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Where was this voice in his mind coming from? Stop looking, I am the will of the world, currently engaged in an epic battle against myriad races. I can't hold on much longer. I need you to take on a heavy responsibility to protect the blue planet. The blue planet? Chen Long chuckled and shook his head. I don't have the realization of a savior. I can't bear that burden. But Jojo is my home. I won't just watch Jojo be destroyed by myriad races. I may not become the savior of the blue planet, but I will become the guardian deity of Jojo. The world will fell silent for a moment before speaking. So be it. I will retract the rule chains of the 3rd, 4th and 5th battlefields to compensate for my lost power, buying you time to become stronger. We both don't have much time left. I can only buy you another half a year. Chen Long's pupils slightly constricted, and after half a year gone, my path will end. Having guarded the blue planet for over 1,000 years, I am tired from now on. Jojo will depend solely on you. Why must it be me? You are the one with the most potential. Less than a year into your cultivation and you've already reached this point, plus you hold the strongest law in the world. Throughout history, only you alone. I believe you can take my place. Until the mysterious voice faded away, Chen Long could no longer suppress the desire to break through. My path is the invincible way. His eyes burst forth with invincible golden light, shooting straight into the heavens. In an instant the ancient city's skies were covered with dark clouds, blocking out all light, as if a heavy cloud was pressing down on the city, ready to destroy it. Chen Long looked up at the tribulation clouds above, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. The coverage had expanded by several meters. This heavenly tribulation was nothing compared to his past life. Indeed, this life I am much stronger. 1 of me now equals 10 of my former selves. At the same time, the commotion caused by the ancient city in the 5th battlefield drew the attention of Jojo and the myriad races. What's going on? Why are there such huge tribulation clouds above the 5th battlefield? Who is undergoing tribulation? That doesn't seem right. Wasn't the 5th battlefield lost? As far as I know, Jojo's supreme prodigy, the masked man, went to the 5th battlefield. Oh, now that you mention it, those tribulation clouds belong to the masked man. Holy moly, these are the biggest tribulation clouds I've ever seen. Truly worthy of Jojo's supreme prodigy. Throughout history, only he alone, right? I suddenly worry whether the masked man can successfully pass the tribulation or not. What nonsense are you talking about? The masked man failing his tribulation? Impossible. No, what I meant was the final karmic tribulation. The masked man's killings have been too horrifying. The karmic tribulation will definitely be extremely terrifying. With over 1,000 years of myriad races invasion, Jojo has seen quite a few prodigies unable to overcome their karmic tribulations. This. I don't care. I believe the masked man will definitely pass through. He is Jojo's supreme prodigy. How strong must he be to not pass? Who else can pass if not him? Exactly. I unconditionally believe that the masked man will make it through. He will achieve the realm of providence. His words perfectly encapsulated the sentiments of people throughout the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, Lei Yunzi unleashed his full power, severely injuring Xia Ri Tian and knocking him to the ground. Suddenly feeling something, Xia Ri Tian abruptly looked up, only to see a vast expanse of calamitous clouds at the edge of the sky. The celestial tribulation was the greatest in all history. Xia Ri Tian's pupils shrank, and taking advantage of Lei Yunzi's diverted attention, he broke through the spatial barrier and fled. By the time Lei Yunzi reacted, Xia Ri Tian was gone. Damn it, Xia Ri Tian had escaped again. Facing the Triad Divine Tribe, Su Wanyang looked up at the distant tribulation clouds with a solemn expression. This was the largest tribulation cloud he had ever seen, far surpassing his own. The masked man had only just advanced to the realm of providence, just 1 providence tribulation. There were still the longevity tribulation, the sovereign tribulation, and the divine tribulation waiting for him. So many celestial tribulations lay ahead. Su Wanyang found it hard to believe the scale of future tribulations that the masked man would face. The Triad Divine Tribe turned and stared deeply at the tribulation clouds, grinning. You of the 9 provinces have truly produced an exceptional genius. As I know the presence of strong individuals within the range of the tribulation only intensifies its power. Hearing this, Su Wanyang's expression drastically changed. How dare you? What's there not to dare? our myriad tribes love to strike when others are vulnerable, the Triad Divine Tribe retorted Su Wanyang. After all this time dealing with us, you should know this by now. Su Wanyang, frustrated and helpless, had no way to assist the masked man. He could only hope that he would survive. In the realm of gods, an ancient thunder divine tribe older than the Eteon divine tribe remarked, a remarkable person has emerged from the 9 provinces, more formidable than the unmanifested prodigy of our tribe. The variables in this conflict among myriad tribes are becoming more interesting. The weak will be eliminated, only the strong will remain eternal. In this game played with myriad tribes as pieces, who will emerge victorious, or will it end in a draw? On the 5th battlefield in the ancient city, Qianlong exerted all his strength in the divine elephant imprisoning force. A golden giant elephant materialized behind him, its breath tumultuous, capable of overturning rivers and seas, roaring down stars. He looked up at the delayed celestial tribulation, pointing straight at the sky. Let the tribulation come. It seemed that Qianlong's actions provoked the tribulation as a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, and the first bolt of lightning struck down. Boom! The lightning couldn't even penetrate Qianlong's body. Instead, the golden giant elephant swallowed it whole, transforming it into pure energy that he absorbed. Unbeknownst to him, the particles of the giant elephant were subtly transforming into dragon elephant particles. Clearly, the celestial tribulation helped Qianlong advance his divine elephant imprisoning force further. Feeling the subtle changes in his body, Qianlong's eyes lit up. I hadn't realized the tribulation could be so beneficial. It enhances my strength so much. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down, again absorbed by the giant elephant. Meanwhile, the tribulation brewed, and faintly, the color of the lightning in the tribulation seemed to change. Qianlong's expression shifted slightly. The 3rd tribulation is changing already. This is much stronger than in my past life. In my previous life, I only had the talents of the emperor bird, and it wasn't until the 5th lightning bolt that it changed color. Now, it's happening on the 3rd. Boom, boom, boom. 4 bolts of black thunder struck one after another, yet they failed to harm Qianlong in the slightest, all absorbed by the giant elephant. It was at this moment that 3 figures of the eternal realm appeared within Qianlong's heavenly tribulation. Under the interference of the mighty warriors from various clans, even more thunderous power gathered. Among these 3 eternal realm powerhouses, one was Xia Rishan, whom Qianlong had met once before. He had fled, but not completely. He was here to avenge his deceased son. Masked man, you killed my son. How could I let you go? To bear offspring, I spent thousands of years, and you just killed him. The higher the realm, the harder it is to have offspring, which is one reason why Xia Rishan came back for his revenge. In fact, he had his own unspeakable reasons at home with a female shrimp. He couldn't just not kill the masked man without an explanation. Watching the sudden appearance of the 3 eternal realm powerhouses, Qianlong looked indifferent, not worried in the slightest that the heavenly tribulation would be affected by them. You want to kill me? Isn't this Xia Rishan? How have you become so disheveled? Your aura is unstable. Qianlong's gaze swept towards the 2 other eternal realm powerhouses beside Xia Rishan. His voice coldly uttered, all 3 of you from the eternal realm at once. The clans really hold me in high regard. Stop wasting words with him, it affects his heavenly tribulation. Indeed. Without the masked man, such a supreme talent, Jiuzhou must be in deep sorrow, right? Just you guys, you think you can affect me, the supreme talent of Jiuzhou? A divine voice thundered from the sky as Su Wanyang's majestic figure shielded in front of Qianlong. Su Wanyang, you've come out of seclusion, you've advanced to a deity. No, not yet, you're just a demigod. Su Wanyang, hands clasped behind his back, spoke lightly. A demigod is enough to annihilate you guys, but before that I need to clear the field, lest it affects the heavenly tribulation of Jiuzhou's supreme talent, the masked man. With a single push of his hand, Su Wanyang moved the 3 eternal realm powerhouses out of the tribulation area. Jiuzhou has me in charge, your clans are getting bolder. Humph, Su Wanyang, even if you're a demigod, what use is that? Do you really think it's just the 3 of us? Su Wanyang's eyes narrowed. Bring as many as you have, I'll kill them all. Hee hee, you didn't think we'd anticipate you coming? Su Wanyang's whole body was covered with a layer of fish scales, his talent being that of the great summer dragonfish among the top tier, while Qianlong's talent was even higher, being the first god level of Jiuzhou. The 3 eternal realm powerhouses looked at each other, conjured the divine artifact, the god binding chains, and flew them towards Su Wanyang. Tsunami kill. Su Wanyang unleashed his most powerful technique, striking the god-binding chains, unable to even shake them, directly bound. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Su Wanyang, stop struggling. This is the god-binding chains, you're just a demigod and can't break it. We're not killing you, just want you to. Watch helplessly as Jojo's supreme talent falls before your eyes. Su Wanyang, do you feel desperate? Watch closely how the masked man meets his demise. Three Eternal Realm powerhouses rush into Qingjin's heavenly tribulation area. At this moment Qingjin has just passed the 8th tribulation, only the final karma tribulation remains. Seeing the three Eternal Realm powerhouses charging at him again, he frowns. Where is Su Wanyang? You three can't possibly be his match. Is it the god-binding lock? Qingjin sighs deeply. It has come to this, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Hide? What does that mean? The three Eternal Realm powerhouses look at each other, each feeling an ominous premonition. Suddenly Qingjin waves his hand and the profound power of time envelopes the three Eternal Realm powerhouses. Time's sealing lock. Countless chains of time trap them. How is this possible? How do you have the time sealing lock of Shiryu, the supreme genius? Suddenly the faces of the three Eternal Realm powerhouses change drastically. Shocked. You and Shiryu are the same person. What kind of monstrous genius has emerged from Kyushu? Thinking that the masked man and Shiryu are the same person, they are deeply terrified. If this development continues, a peerless genius will rise in Kyushu, dominating all clans. Together, the masked man and Shiryu are too terrifying. Everyone to join forces to eliminate the monster of Kyushu. This child must not be spared. Otherwise he will become a great threat to all clans. Xia Ritian turns to the two Eternal Realm powerhouses beside him and proposes, no need for you to say, we already know. They reply, kill. Although Su Wanyang is trapped by the god-binding lock outside the heavenly tribulation, his spiritual power is still active and he can clearly sense everything happening inside the tribulation. Learning that the masked man and Shiryu are the same person, Su Wanyang is shocked. They are the same person, how can this be? Suddenly he realizes something. No wonder every time only one genius appears while the other disappears, they are the same person. The masked man and Shiryu are the same person. This is the rise of Kyushu, Su Wanyang says passionately. Inside the heavenly tribulation, the three Eternal Realm powerhouses unleash their full power, repeatedly casting divine techniques to strike at the time sealing lock, trying to shake it, but the outcome is predictable. Damn it, I can't shake it, Xia Ritian says furiously, thinking about how his realm is higher than the masked man's, yet he can't break his time sealing lock. His heart is filled with anger. A feud of murder is irreconcilable, but he can only watch his enemy undergo tribulation. Don't rush, eternal beings can traverse the river of time, just not for too long. Xia Ritian's heart shakes, and only then does he notice the two Eternal Realm powerhouses beside him looking at him with ill intentions. What do you mean? We don't mean anything, just that you should take a trip down the river of time. Nonsense. If you don't go, do we have to? You're too oppressive. Xia Ritian, furious, tears open space and steps into the terrifying river of time. He fixes his gaze and is shocked to find that the river of time has always maintained the time sealing lock. If I block the river of time for a while, the time sealing lock will break. Xia Ritian bursts forth with all his power, cutting the chains of time that maintain the time sealing lock. Trapped by the time sealing lock, two mighty eternal beings sensed something was amiss and used their divine powers to break free. Cackling, they taunted, your time sealing lock is ineffective, it cannot hold us. Shortly after, Zairishan returned exhausted, having lost a third of his vitality merely from spending a few seconds in the river of time. This shows just how terrifying the river of time can be. Once again, the three eternal beings plunged into Qingjin's heavenly tribulation, witnessing a scene they would never forget. Above Qingjin's head, the thundercloud suddenly darkened into a brownish-black void, and countless lost souls flew towards him like a procession of 100 ghosts, creating a horrifying sight. Masked man, you are inherently murderous. Your karmic retribution is terrifying to the extreme. Such a dreadful karmic retribution is unheard of. Even someone as powerful as this young man cannot withstand it. Even if he could, he would be severely injured. We shall wait for the good news. Indeed. The three eternal beings stood in the air, quietly watching Qingjin face his karmic retribution. Facing the incoming lost souls, Qingjin appeared indifferent. His eyes emitted an invincible golden light, transforming into a 100-meter-tall invincible figure. Karmic retribution, I'll break it with one punch. Qingjin clenched his fist and threw a golden punch that scattered tens of thousands of lost souls. the next moment the souls returned to their previous state, swirling around him, wailing and howling. Woo 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 woo, I died so miserably. I was only trying to survive. Why did you have to harm me? You killed me. I demand your life. I won't let you go even in death. Such voices echoed around Qinjin, his brows furrowing as the karmic retribution was beyond his imagination, many times stronger than in his previous life. Mobilizing the 840 million particles within his body, he clapped his hands forward and backward, unleashing infinite divine power to scatter some of the lost souls. Spear of the Underworld God. Holding the spear of the Underworld God, Qinjin swung it back and forth, slaughtering the incoming lost souls. This is too slow. When will I ever get through this karmic retribution? As he spoke, the clouds of tribulation descended with blazing karmic flames, covering his entire body. Intense pain assaulted him, the kind that drills into both flesh and spirit, agonizing yet strangely exhilarating. Unbeknownst to him, the divine elephant suppression technique slowly activated, refining the karmic forces on his body. Soon Qinjin realized the divine elephant suppression technique was operating on its own. His pupils constricted. Could it also refine the karmic flames on his body and transform them into giant elephant particles? Indeed, as the karmic flames burnt his body, the efficiency of transforming giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles increased significantly, 1 by 100 by 100,000 by 1,000. Until he transformed 500,000 dragon elephant particles, the karmic flames on Qinjin's body disappeared. As for the myriad lost souls, a dragon elephant phantom appeared behind Qinjin. With a roar that shook the heavens and earth, countless lost souls screamed and dissipated. The three eternal beings were dumbfounded, blinking and rubbing their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Such a level of karmic retribution couldn't harm the masked man. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The three great Eternal Realm warriors couldn't believe this was true, but the stark reality left them no choice but to accept it. Having transcended the karma tribulation, Qianlong finally achieved the realm of Tao manifestation. Feeling the subtle power of the Tao within him, he clenched his fists, his power of the invincible Tao overwhelming. This power of the Tao was far more domineering than anything he had ever encountered. Qianlong circulated the Tao power and struck out at the three Eternal Realm warriors with a 100-yard-wide golden palm seal. Faced with the golden palm seal, the three warriors used their mighty divine powers but were ruthlessly crushed. Bang, bang. The golden palm imprint pressed the three Eternal Realm warriors beneath the ancient city. They were dead without a doubt. With a single palm strike, he annihilated the three great Eternal Realm warriors, a feat unmatched in history, unique to Qianlong alone. On the other side, Su Wangyang broke the divine shackles binding him at a great cost, spitting out a mouthful of blood, coughing repeatedly. With a swoosh, Qianlong instantly appeared before him. Su Zun, are you alright? Su Wangyang took a deep look at him and sighed. Having you is a blessing for the Jiuzhou. Qianlong chuckled dryly, ready to reveal his cards. Actually, I have another identity. Su Wangyang was puzzled. No way, you're not going to tell me that you are also Qianlong, the Grandmaster of Formations, are you? At that moment, Su Wangyang's heart surged with emotions and his blood boiled. Do you remember that man from Tianhai City who never awakened any talents? Su Wangyang raised an eyebrow, recalling the past memories. I remember. After all, in this era almost everyone has awakened talents, except for one person. His name seems to be Qianlong? Upon mentioning the name Qianlong, Su Wangyang realized something. You are that Qianlong? Qianlong nodded slightly. It's me. For a moment Su Wangyang didn't know what to say and just gave Qianlong a thumbs up in affirmation. So you're saying the Grandmaster of Formations is also you? Yes, it's me. Having received Qianlong's confirmation, Su Wangyang felt unreal, even doubting if he was dreaming during the day. It was utterly preposterous. He even felt that such a dream was too good to be true. Su Wangyang took a deep breath and asked hurriedly, Qianlong, what are your plans next? Qianlong stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the starry sky. You should know that the restrictions of the 5 great battlefields on the myriad races are becoming ineffective, right? Yes, I fear the 5 battlefields can no longer hold much longer. During your tribulation, the 4th battlefield has already fallen. Qianlong's pupils shrank slightly. He hadn't expected the time locking seal he had set to be broken by the myriad races. Indeed, it wouldn't be difficult for any warrior above the Eternal Realm to break his time-locking seal. What were the losses? No losses, all were evacuated. Qianlong sighed deeply. Now only the 1st, 2nd and 3rd battlefields remain. During this troubled time for Jiuzhou, do you still intend to stay hidden? Su Wangyang asked solemnly, eager to note Qianlong's stance. Qianlong shook his head. No need, it's time for the hidden prodigy of Zhuzhou to emerge into the world. Su Wangyang nodded in approval and with a thought retrieved a storage bag. The resources within this bag should be enough for you to reach the realm of Dizun and perhaps even to carve out your own domain. Qianlong nodded slightly and accepted the storage bag from Su Wangyang. I appreciate your kindness, Su Zun. I shall repay this debt one day. Su Wangyang smiled. No need for repayment. We are both from Zhuzhou carrying the same heavy responsibilities. Qianlong felt a warmth in his heart. I will shoulder the burden. I believe in you, Su Wangyang said, clapping him on the shoulder before tearing through space to depart. Alone, Qianlong surveyed the surroundings of the ancient city in the fifth battlefield. He had never expected the fifth battlefield to disintegrate so quickly, a phenomenon that had never occurred in his past life. The butterfly effect he had caused was indeed massive. In this small world, the power of the worlds will embodied in human form was visibly diminishing. He had been waging war across myriad races, aware of the events transpiring outside. A sinister laughter broke out. The fifth and fourth battlefields have fallen to my myriad races. World will stop your futile struggle. You won't last long. The world will responded indifferently. How long I can hold on is not for you to dictate. Just then, a powerful being appeared, reporting the events of the outside world in detail to his people. What did you say? The eyes of a mighty being from the Etion divine race narrowed. So the world will has been struggling all this while for the sake of Zhuzhou's greatest prodigy, the masked man. To think that the masked man and sure you are the same person, unbelievable. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to survive. The world will's heart sank. Whether he can be left alive is not for you to decide, but for me and him. I am here, you cannot harm him. Is that so? The myriad races countered, targeting him deliberately. What can a mere proof of Dao realm amount to? Once a divine realm powerhouse steps in, he is nothing. The world will remain silent. It knew Qianlong's strength better than the myriad races did. Divine realm powerhouses were strong, but not strong enough to kill him. The time had come to launch the largest scale war yet across the three great battlefields and the Black Great Wall. I have waited too long for this day, roared the myriad races. From their stronghold, countless races dispatched troops towards the three great battlefields and the Black Great Wall, deploying billions in a single move with millions in each realm of power. This number vastly exceeded that of Zhuzhou, a crushing majority. However, Zhuzhou's advantage lay in its reliance on the three great battlefields and the Black Great Wall, able to entangle with the myriad races temporarily. Additionally, the myriad races dared not press too hard, fearing Zhuzhou's ultimate reserve, the red armored ones. Each possessed supreme power capable of easily annihilating the myriad races' armies, though at the cost of their lives. In the past, a sovereign realm powerhouse had perished alongside a red armored one, hence the myriad races were cautious about deploying their high-end warriors. As the saying goes, the longer one lives, the more one fears death. Meanwhile, the news that the masked man and sure you were the same person caused an uproar throughout Zhuzhou. What did you say? The masked man and sure you are the same person? Don't fool around. People from Zhuzhou don't deceive each other. I knew it. Why does one always appear when the other disappears? So they are actually the same person. This is truly a rise of Zhuzhou. Do you think the formation master Qianlong could also be him? Impossible, right? One person with three identities, three abilities? Is this still human? The masked man and sure you being the same person? Is that even possible? That makes sense. You don't know how terrifying his ordeal of proving the Tao was. It was the most terrifying one I've ever seen. Nonsense. The heavenly tribulation grows stronger with the strength of the individual. Enough talk. The myriad tribes' grand army is marching towards the three great battlefields of Zhuzhou and the Black Wall. The myriad tribes are coming again. Yes, this time their numbers are comparable to those from 800 years ago. Hiss. Does that mean we have to use our last reserves? Alas, if possible, let's not use our last reserves. They have few moves left, and using them again might lead to death. Do you know how much is left? The secrets of Zhuzhou are not for us ordinary people to know. This is also a protection for Zhuzhou. The myriad tribes dare not gamble on how much Zhuzhou is left. In the western frontier, the last great wall is finally completed, and from 8,000 miles away, Qianlong inscribed the formation. With a solemn expression he sighed deeply. This battle will be tough and prolonged, who knows how long it will last. Qianlong knew one thing: the longer the battle, the greater the loss for Zhuzhou. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. There's still one thing I can do. If I manage this, Zhuzhou will no longer fear even the divine realm experts. There is nothing that formations cannot achieve. Having said this, demonic wings manifested behind Qianlong and he flew towards the great peaks and volcanoes of Jiuzhou, drawing upon the natural forces of heaven and earth to set up natural formations. Scattered natural formations began appearing across Jiuzhou and ultimately through his efforts formed a grand array large enough to cover the entire territory of Jiuzhou. Linked together, the power of the formations ascended to a new level. Looking at his masterpiece, Qianlong revealed a smile. Thus, the myriad tribes would need to dispatch experts above the divine realm to breach Jiuzhou. Myriad tribes, we truly respect you, Old Sixth. At the third battlefield, faced with millions of cannon fodder troops and 300,000 warriors of the King realm, the dark masses pressed down on the front lines of the third battlefield. Inside Tianya city, the cultivators of Jiuzhou stood on the city walls, ready and waiting for the myriad tribes' army to strike. Ha, brothers, the time has come to serve Jiuzhou. Can you stop talking nonsense? It's not certain we won't return. Alas, I'm just an early-stage King realm cultivator, never to advance further. I can only do what's within my power. The man had a scar across half of his face and his forehead was full of wrinkles. I have defended the third battlefield for over 700 years. I understand better than anyone how much time I have left. My time is running short. I only hope that after I'm gone Kyushu will be well so I can leave without regrets. At this moment the people on the city walls are silent, their eyes brimming with tears. It is because of such selfless individuals that Kyushu has endured until now. And there at the third battlefield stands Jiang Qingwu clad in armor, gripping a blazing sword and gazing steadfastly ahead. As long as Tianya city stands, the third battlefield will never fall to the myriad clans. The city stands as long as its people stand. Do not misunderstand, Jiang Qingwu did not ask everyone in Tianya city to join him on this path of no return. He chose it himself. He has guarded Tianya city longer than anyone for 1,000 years, witnessing countless farewells between life and death. Jiang Qingwu is seen through death. He is not afraid. Likewise, there are countless others in Kyushu who fear not death. Lord Jiang, the myriad clan's grand army approaches. Good. Jiang Qingwu flies up to hover above Tianya city and shouts, the myriad clan's army is at our gates. Do you fear them? No. Good. Very good. This is the spirit befitting us cultivators. Groups of 5-inch, preferably combinations that can cooperate well. Try to hold off the myriad clan's army as long as possible and retreat quickly if you're overpowered. Remember, we will have no reinforcements. All 3 battlefields are under attack. Even the Black Great Wall has suffered. Yes, all that practice finally comes into play now. To battle against the myriad clan's army, charge over 100,000 Kyushu cultivators descend to the battlefield, clashing fiercely with the myriad clan's army. Various divine powers and combat skills are unleashed, causing aftershocks that rip through the land, shatter mountains and ripple through space. The battle rages for nearly several hours, with Kyushu losing over 10,000 and 70,000 wounded, whereas the myriad clans suffer far greater losses. Over 500,000 of their fodder troops are killed or injured and over 30,000 of their kings perish. Kyushu's relatively minor losses ultimately owe much to the seamless cooperation of the groups of 5. Nevertheless, the Kyushu cultivators are gradually pushed back, with half already retreating back to the city to regroup. Kyushu cultivators, your desperate struggles are futile. You won't last long. The third battlefield will fall within half a day, not to mention the second and first battlefields. Nonsense. With just your myriad clans, you won't be able to conquer the second and first battlefields. Like the third, the second battlefield also suffers great losses, with 72-10 fallen. The already few strong among Kyushu are further devastated. Where is the leader of the second battlefield? Why hasn't he retreated? A Kyushu emperor roars as he fights against a powerful Sea clan adversary. The leader Long Xiang single-handedly holds off hundreds of myriad clans' emperors but ultimately perishes alongside them. Chaos ensues on the second battlefield. It's a fight to the death. Retreat, I'll cover our retreat, and me, I must avenge Lord Long. Curse these myriad clans. We can't even hold the second battlefield. Don't just stubbornly fight on. Losing your lives in vain is not worth it. Just then, a Kyushu cultivator collapses to his knees, feigning a servile demeanor. I don't want to die. I am willing to surrender to the myriad clans. Who would have thought? There are still wise men in Kyushu who know the times. The cultivators of Kyushu, engaged in fierce combat with the mighty warriors from myriad tribes, were red-eyed with fury. One of them shouted angrily, scoundrel, traitor, there is no place for someone like you in Kyushu. I will cleanse our ranks for the sake of Kyushu. The accused responded with a cold sneer, cleanse the ranks? Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy of such a task? With the great myriad tribes here, none of you can cleanse anything, he cackled maliciously. It's not every day we find a Kyushu man who sides with the myriad tribes. We won't just watch as you try to purge him. A sly gleam in his eye, the traitor chuckled. Oh great myriad tribes, I hold a secret of Kyushu. What secret? The distant Kyushu cultivators fighting fiercely wished they could rush forward and kill the traitor themselves. Shut up, traitor, he laughed manically. You want to kill him? First you have to get through us. Landing firmly on the ground, he strode towards the army of tens of thousands from the myriad tribes and said with a smile, the secret of Kyushu I wanted to share is, every person in Kyushu has integrity. We would never side with the myriad tribes. Before his words had even finished, his body swelled and burst explosively, killing over 500 of the unprepared enemy soldiers, nearly all of whom were injured. Angered by this deception, the myriad tribes army roared, well done Kyushu, you're digging your own graves. I want all of you dead. Humph. And to think we believed he would join us, but it was all to trick us. Kyushu cannot be trusted. Meanwhile, the Kyushu cultivators, choked with emotion, attacked in a frenzy, aiming to take down as many enemies as possible. Stop fighting, retreat to the first battlefield. This place was reserved for those of profound cultivations spaced miles apart to avoid collateral damage. Your second and third battlefields are nearing collapse. Nonsense. Wang Qi cursed loudly, transforming into a 100-foot-tall skeleton phantom and smashing the myriad tribes creature that had cursed the second and third battlefields. Soon after, a blast of cold light pierced through his skeletal form. Wang Qi was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. Cough cough. The myriad tribes really don't play fair. Kill 1 inch and another jumps out to ambush. Is sneaking around all you myriad tribes are good for? Not at all. We're just learning from your style, Kyushu. If not for the rules of the battlefield, we would have flattened your first battlefield long ago. Your 3 battlefields exist in name only. Wang Qi was actually puzzled, unable to understand why the myriad tribes, as if injected with a surge of adrenaline, were pressing so hard on the 5 battlefields. It was a blatant move to obliterate them. Without these battlefields, Wang Qi could hardly imagine what would become of Kyushu in the future. Fortunately, Kyushu had established new defensive lines, or else he would never rest easy about Kyushu's fate. Cough cough cough. I won't be able to see the rise of Jojo any longer. My era has passed. With his eyes closed, King Qi's mind couldn't help but drift back to memories of the past. Once he was also the proud child of the heavens in Jojo. Never did he imagine that he would fall in just a few centuries. How unpredictable life is. If heaven gave him another chance, he would choose to fight for Jojo again. What an honor it would be, something every person from Jojo would embrace. Farewell, Jojo. There will be no more of me in this world. King Qi, having lived so long, saw all his kin pass away, and those who followed him had perished too, leaving him utterly alone. Now at last he could join his family and friends beneath the 9th spring. Boom, boom. The self-destruction of a Changsheng realm powerhouse was no less than 5 HD bombs, leveling everything within 100 miles, fragmenting space and unleashing chaotic spatial currents in all directions, as if the sky itself had lost a piece. This scene was unfolding everywhere on the first battlefield, where countless Jojo warriors fell. Wang Tianlong, in charge of the first battlefield, looked grim. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a fearsome power that annihilated several Zhendao realm warriors of myriad tribes. Wang Tianlong, oh Wang Tianlong, as one of the strongest in Jojo, how can you strike at the younger generation, so tyrannical? A mighty warrior from the Tian divine tribe sneered. Wang Tianlong, with an indifferent expression and arms crossed, responded coldly, and your tribes are any better? For the sake of Jojo you waged a great war against us. How many lives were lost in this conflict? Jojo will not lose this battle. Ha? Not lose? Do you think Jojo's warriors are enough to even fill the gaps between our teeth? It's not up to you to decide whether they are enough. Wang Tianlong stepped forward, channeling the celestial power created within him, and thrust out a sword attack towards the Tian divine tribe's warrior. This sword, tens of thousands of meters long, tore through space, aimed at the divine tribe warrior. Facing Wang Tianlong's full-powered sword strike, the Tian divinity erupted with the unique divinity of the gods, and a golden palm imprint countered the attack. The sword and palm collided, resulting in a massive explosion that caused extensive regional collapse and rampant spatial chaos. not bad Wang Tianlong, you've improved even further. If Zhou were to lose a top warrior, wouldn't that be a great loss? I mean, if it happened, the Yi Tian divine tribe warrior emphasized again with a sinister grin. Wang Tianlong narrowed his eyes. Just you, not enough, no matter what. The first battlefield imposes the greatest restrictions on the myriad tribes. They can't bring too many powerhouses at once. Are you so sure? This statement made Wang Tianlong heighten his vigilance, looking around to avoid any dishonorable sneak attacks by the myriad tribe warriors. They loved to employ such devious tactics, and he had to be on guard. Oh dear, I just mentioned it and someone's already on guard. Such a coward. As the words fell, two supreme imperial level powerhouses suddenly appeared, one from the Blood Demon tribe and another from the Heavenly tribe. It took so long for just two to arrive. How slow. If not for the restrictions of the first battlefield, why would I have to wait so long to arrive here? Roared the Blood Demon, his mood foul, his blood energy soaring to the skies. Wang Tianlong cast a wary glance at the Blood Demon. This clan was troublesome. As long as there was blood, they could keep living, exhibiting a tenacious vitality. This would be a tough battle. On the frontier of Zhou, they faced a colossal army of 1 billion from myriad tribes, mere cannon fodder. Perhaps it was because the black wall they had built was too solid, the billion-strong army of fodder couldn't make an impact. Instead, they were cruelly slaughtered by the triggered defensive array, mowed down like grass, their ranks falling in droves, their blood rising to the heavens to form a river. Atop the high walls, the cultivators of Zhou swallowed hard in fear. Thankfully, the four mightiest beings had the foresight to establish a new line of defense, holding back the cannon fodder army. Indeed, without the black wall, half of Zhou would likely have fallen to the myriad tribes. Even the strongest among them, those in the King's realm, Emperor's realm and Enlightenment realm, could not disturb the array, and some were even killed by it. It was utterly terrifying. This felt far more intense than the 5 major battlefields. What nonsense! Do you even understand the true value of the 5 battlefields? Despite being overrun, they protected Zhou for over 1,000 years. Just because there's something better now doesn't mean the 5 battlefields were inadequate. Indeed, weren't the 5 battlefields sheltering Zhou for 1,000 years good enough? Within Zhou, science from the capital's noble families who had been quiet for a long time were emerging, each at the realm of enlightenment. Shen Yuan Tian holding the Shen Yuan sword, his expression fierce, shouted, myriad tribes, here I come. And what about the man known as the supreme genius of Zhou, the masked Shiryu? I must see who is superior between us. Zhuge Jun touched his chin, speaking lightly. Is that necessary? This battle will undoubtedly be his victory. Shen Yuan Tian. Do you enjoy being masochistic? Shen Yuan Tian gave him a sidelong glance and remained silent. Jiang Linxian, clad in white with long hair reaching his waist and hands on his abdomen, radiated an ethereal aura. This is a world-shaking conflict. Your battle among yourselves is meaningless. Shen Yuan Tian, there's no need to compete with him anymore. Perhaps moved by Jiang Linxian's melodious voice, Shen Yuan Tian turned his head away with a cold snort. Since you've said so, I'll refrain from competing for now. But once this great conflict ends, I must truly test my skills. Nangong Ming of the Nangong family smiled slightly. Someone only agreed because of Miss Zhang's words. Could it be that he has feelings for her? Shut up! Shen Yuan Tian glared and roared in anger. Nangong Ming burst into laughter. Jiang Linxian remained indifferent, unaffected by their words and actions, as if a celestial descended to earth and tainted. We should support the Black Wall to prevent the last line from collapsing. Yes, I never thought the day would come when the 5 battlefields would collapse, sighed Shengwan Xing. Zhuge Jun shook his head. The collapse of the 5 battlefields was inevitable, just that it came a bit too soon. I cast a divination a few months ago, predicting it would take years. Then a supreme genius emerged in Zhou, becoming a variable that shortened the timeline. Shen Yuan Tian waved his hand dismissively. Enough. What's the use of worrying so much? We should be on the battlefield slaying our enemies. I want to see just how formidable these so-called geniuses of the myriad clans really are. Nangong Ming nodded in agreement. That's right, we should unite and compete against the myriad clans. Let's fight for an era that belongs to us. Let's go. The prodigies from the 5 major families soared into the sky, heading towards the frontiers of the 9 provinces. In the western frontier, Qianlong stood alone, battling 100 eternal realm powerhouses, surpassing limits and fighting across levels. Most importantly, one man fought against 100 eternal realm powerhouses and did not show any signs of weakness. It was terrifying to such an extent. Throughout history, only Qianlong had achieved this. Damn it, How can this guy be so strong? Even when we join forces, we can't suppress him. It seems we need a divine emperor realm powerhouse to match him. This person was too terrifying to be left alive. Otherwise, he would surely become a great threat to all clans in the future. The divine emperor is already tied up. Humph. If it weren't for the interference of the worlds, the descent of the powerful from the myriad clans wouldn't be this slow. Qianlong, with an indifferent expression, leaned on the phantom of a dragon elephant and the wings of a demon. Divine Emperor, even if the Divine Emperor comes, he can't beat me, I'm confident in that. Qianlong slowly raised his left hand, emitting the power of time from his palm. Time seal heaven lock. What? The 100 eternal realm powerhouses widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming loudly, "Everyone break it with all your might." Despite the frequent strikes of the 100 eternal realm powerhouses, they couldn't shake the time seal heaven lock. No good, someone must enter the river of time to cut off the continuous flow of time power. Qianlong, with his hands behind his back, stood above the 100 eternal realm powerhouses and slowly said, "I will bury you in the river of time." With a flick of his finger, he pierced through space to reveal just the tip of the iceberg of the river of time, and the dense power of time spread out. The 100 eternal realm powerhouses, feeling the power of time clinging to their bodies, desperately used various methods to remove it. For ordinary people, being tainted with the power of time is absolutely disastrous, as it crazily drains away lifespan. The power of time is so tricky. "No, I don't want to die," a Sea Clan powerhouse counterattacked, stepping towards the river of time. "To think of severing the connection between the river of time and this place in front of me, aren't you underestimating me too much?" Before he finished speaking, Qianlong's figure moved swiftly to block him. "Being cleansed by the power of time isn't such a bad thing, is it? Bastard, get out of my way!" The Sea Clan powerhouse, enraged, clawed towards Qianlong. In a flash, Qianlong pushed out a palm strike, blasting off the left arm of the Sea Clan powerhouse, who then flew backwards like a broken kite. The intense pain made him scream "Aw!" Without external forces to resist the power of time, the Sea Clan powerhouse rapidly aged, his vitality drained, on the verge of death at any moment. Cough, cough, cough. "Even if I die, I will take a bite out of you." The Sea Clan powerhouse struggled to stand and charged at Qianlong, his body swelling and then exploding violently. Underworld God protection. The phantom of the Underworld God enveloped him, shielding him from the self-destruction of the Eternal Realm powerhouse. Qianlong looked coldly at the remaining Eternal Realm powerhouses and said lightly, "Don't explode one by one. Just all explode at once. After all, you're all headed for death anyway, so you might as well try to see if you can injure me with your self-destruction." Faced with Qianlong's mockery, the faces of the Eternal Realm powerhouses turned ugly, but they were utterly powerless to change the situation. Either succumb to the ravages of time and perish, or fall by Qianlong's hand, or try to see if self-detonation can cause any harm. The paths laid before them all lead to death. No other choice. Masked man, don't be too smug. Sooner or later you will be reckoned by the myriad clans. Brethren, we shall meet on the road to the underworld. We may die, but we will become part of the karma that haunts you thereafter. Having said this, the remaining Eternal Realm powerhouses charged towards Qiantong, each detonating themselves in succession. Boom, 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 comma. The continuous explosions erupted, their terrifying force creating cracks in Qiantong's netherworld guardian. One must admit the power of self-detonation is indeed formidable, nearly shattering the netherworld guardian. With a wave of his hand, Qiantong removed the time sealing lock. Instantly, 100 Eternal Realm powerhouses fell, sending shockwaves through the army of myriad clans. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Even 100 Eternal Realm powerhouses can't defeat him. What do we do? Maybe we should retreat? We can't breach the black wall. Shut up, stop sowing discord or I'll behead you. Blood sacrifice, summon the ancestors, capture the peerless prodigy of Kyushu. Madmen, a bunch of madmen. The major clans didn't care about the dissatisfaction of the smaller clans. The Sea Clan powerhouse Hailangzi grabbed millions of cannon fodder, forcibly using their lives to conduct a blood sacrifice. The rolling blood surged towards the heavens, dyeing the sky red, filled with eeriness. The Kyushu monks on the black wall held their breath. The myriad clans would stop at nothing to kill the peerless prodigy. They don't care about the lives of the smaller clans at all. Typically, the myriad clans tend to be ruthless. It wouldn't be the myriad clans we know if they weren't ruthless. Qiantong stood alone high above the black wall, his expression changing slightly. Blood sacrifice, I wonder who will descend this time. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a figure with deep red skin appeared first. Hey. I didn't expect I'd have the chance to descend into Kyushu again. You've done well, supply the ancestor. Crack, crack. The space continuously shattered, as if a hole had been broken through it, sharp claws gripping the fragmented space. The entire body slowly emerged. A scarlet ragefish. Chen Tong immediately saw through the true form of the newcomer, ancestor level. This aura is infinitely close to that of a deity, but not quite a deity. Chen Tong narrowed his eyes. This is a pseudo-god. Heh. I didn't expect that besides the four supreme beings there would be someone else who could recognize my identity and realm. You are indeed extraordinary. I am Hiran Tian, though not a true deity. I am enough to kill you. Rumors have it that you possess a heaven-defying technique with boundless strength, capable of battling across levels. I must personally see just how formidable you are. Star Evil Strike. Hai Hong Tian then unleashed an astonishing might, a terrifying red light shooting forth. Chen Long operated the divine elephant prison strength, stimulating 840 million particles, spreading the supreme power from a punch he swung. Boom. A golden fist imprint shattered the space, easily breaking through the Star Evil Red Fish's strike. A false god? Still not up to par, Chen Long said indifferently. Hai Hong Tian was not surprised at all. Instead, he revealed a grim smile. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Your heaven-defying technique will be mine. Chen Long remained calm and composed. He had seen too many like this before. No matter how many from the myriad tribes came, he had slain them all, not sparing another false god. Honestly, if the myriad tribes really coveted his divine elephant prison strength, shouldn't they have sent a stronger being above gods without worrying about the cost? Unfortunately, the myriad tribes lacked the courage, fearing the last bastion of the red armor people in Jojo. Say many from the myriad tribes have said the same, and all have perished by my hand. They are them, I am me. Star Evil 100 breaks. Hai Hong Tian pushed forward continuously with his fish palms, releasing hundreds of shockwaves. Feeling the incoming might, Chen Long condensed the hell vortex spiritual energy into a long spear, throwing it at the Star Evil 100 breaks. The spear of the underworld god, unstoppable like bamboo splitting, broke through the shockwaves. At this moment Hai Hong Tian was shocked. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? You are just a mere proof of Tao realm. Then Hai Hong Tian realized that it must be the heaven-defying technique causing this. See God Trident. Hai Hong Tian grabbed the spiritual treasure, unleashing his strongest strike, barely blocking Chen Long's spear of the underworld god. Seeing this, Chen Long sighed inwardly. His realm was still too low. Wanting to kill a false god in one move was still difficult. This thought only he dared to have. Even the four strongest and the prodigies of Jojo wouldn't dare to think it. After all, could any human accomplish this? See God descends. Hai Hong Tian shouted, his supreme power instantly boosting his combat strength threefold, his divine presence becoming even more intense. With the power of my god you stand no chance. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted by Hai Hong Tian, Chen Long's expression remained unchanged, his combat strength doubling with the invincible path. He refused to believe that his doubled combat strength couldn't surpass a false god, especially since he hadn't yet used his full strength. Time reversal. The power of time acted on Hai Hong Tian, reverting his state to a minute ago, forcing the loss of his threefold combat boost. Hai Hong Tian, my sea god descends, my threefold combat strength. Damn this power of time. Hai Hong Tian cursed loudly, hating the power of time immensely. There's no help for it, the power of time is indefensible, and he's not the only one who detests it. Watching Hai Hong Tian about to unleash the descent of the sea god again, Chen Long's demonic wings fluttered behind him, and in an instant he appeared in front of Hai Hong Tian, punching him fiercely and sending him flying. The terrifying force spread from his chest, blasting a huge hole through it. Hai Hong Tian spat out a mouthful of old blood, his body flying backwards hundreds of meters before barely stopping. Coughing, he marveled. This power, it's the greatest I've ever seen. Is this what they call one force breaks all methods? This is much stronger than the path of strength. Hai Hong Tian sighed. I may not be able to kill you, but don't think you can easily kill me either. With a grin, Hai Hong Tian stepped forward to the Black Fortress. The Black Fortress, painstakingly built by the Jojo, I shall break it. At this, the Jojo monks on the Black Fortress could not sit still any longer, rushing forward to stop him. Chen Long waved his hand and the power of time held back the Jojo monks. What are you doing, masked man? He's going to destroy the Black Fortress. He's a false god. The Black Fortress can't withstand his strike. Hai Hong Tian gave a grim smile, his palm striking down on the Black Fortress. With a boom, the fortress withstood the false god's strike. Immediately after, the fortress's array seemed activated, focusing its power on Hai Hong Tian. Boom, boom. Explosions rang out, and once again Hai Hongtian's battered body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the army of myriad tribes. This scene truly dumbfounded the Jojo monks on the Black Fortress. What? The Black Fortress actually withstood a full-powered strike from a false god? My goodness, this is several times more powerful than any defensive line in the 5 battlefields. Coughing, they called out, "Ancestor, are you alright?" Hai Hongtian shook his head, relying on the energy supply from the new world within his body to restore his physical losses. I have to admit, Jojo is getting more and more capable to have built such a powerful defensive line, but this won't change the fate of Jojo. Hai Hongtian laughed loudly, fully aware of the intensity of the coming great battles. Deities above the gods and the strong among the myriad tribes will also enter the fray. As for the final foundation of Jojo, that's not for him to consider now. The red armored ones are feared by the myriad tribes, but that's all they are feared. If they can be worn down by lower realms, all the better. Qianlong's expression was indifferent as he slowly raised his left index finger, turning spiritual energy into black gold snowflakes that fell all around. Except for Hai Hongtian, who cunning as ever dodged the black gold snowflakes time and again, despite not knowing what they were. His instincts told him that they must not be touched. Seeing this, Qianlong used the power of time to temporarily bind Hai Hongtian with chains. Damn it, time power again, Hai Hongtian roared, trying to break free. At the same time, Qianlong instantly appeared before him, a flurry of black gold snowflakes hitting his body. Scoundrel, what are you doing, Chen? Long's lips curled slightly. You'll know soon enough. Divine Demon Seal, this is the 5th power of the Divine Elephant Prison Strength, the perfect seal technique. In an instant, the realms and spiritual powers of the myriad tribes army and strong ones like Hai Hongtian were all sealed. No, as Chen Longfei hovered above the vast armies of the myriad tribes, he spoke leisurely. You shall become my nourishment, Hell Furnace. Within him, the Hell Furnace materialized, voraciously draining the spiritual energy around and the vitality of the myriad tribal armies below. Various forms of energy were absorbed by the Hell Furnace, transformed into the essence of life and fortified his own being. Chen Longfei's realm suddenly loosened, initiating a qualitative leap. Mid-phase of the Dao verification realm, late phase of the Dao verification realm, peak of the Dao verification realm, breaking through 3 realms in quick succession. Such divine powers were unheard of and unseen by the myriad tribes and the cultivators of Jojo. Hai Hongtian felt a third of the spiritual and vital energies within him, including the power of the new world he had created, being sucked away. No, masked man, what demonic technique are you cultivating? Absorbing the power of the myriad tribes to strengthen yourself? Such demonic arts will not escape the heavenly tribulations. Chen Longfei grinned and said, you needn't worry about that. He raised his right hand, his index finger pointing towards the heavens, and declared, bring on the tribulation. Thunderous roars echoed as tribulation clouds gathered from all directions, covering hundreds of miles, an ordeal 4 times greater than what mortals faced for eternal life. The cultivators of Jojo watched the imminent tribulation, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. My goodness, this is the mightiest eternal tribulation I've ever seen in my life. TSK, the masked man's tribulation is undoubtedly the fiercest in Jojo. Do you think the myriad tribes will send someone to interfere? Ha, even demigods are no match for the masked man. Their fate is probably left to the gods now. Look, the tribulation has begun. Thunderbolts fell, all absorbed by the Hell Furnace. Even the final karmic tribulation was mercilessly devoured by it. Chen Longfei's realm broke through, mid-phase of the eternal realm. He could have ascended further, but he chose to use the energy of promotion to consolidate his gains. The entire army of the myriad tribes below was completely drained by Chen Longfei's Hell Furnace, Hai Hongtian included. The Black City Wall saw a great victory, and the 1st, 2nd and 3rd battlefields fell in quick succession, with the Jojo forces swiftly retreating to the new defensive line, the Black City Wall. Ha, we won, we won. Oh, it's been so many years since I've seen Jojo triumph over the myriad tribes. Indeed, ever since the masked man appeared, the number of victories for Jojo has been increasing. Amidst the bustling discussions, Chen Longfei in the sky removed his mask. Gentlemen, there's no need for me to hide my identity any longer. I am the masked man, also sure you, the Grandmaster of Formations, Chen Longfei, the same Chen Longfei who you thought had not awakened any talents. He revealed the secret. The cultivators on the Black City Wall looked at each other wide-eyed. It was all the work of the same person. This is outrageous. Masked man, terrifying as such. What masked man? he has a name, yes. Qianlongfei terrifying as such, Zhou is thriving. With just Qianlongfei alone, the myriad tribes are not to be feared. Soon news about Qianlongfei spread throughout Zhou, undoubtedly topping the trending search list. Shock, the man behind the mask is him, Shuryu is also him, and the master of formations is him too. He is Qianlong, the one whose talents had never been awakened before. A peerless genius emerges from Zhou, seen only once in 1,000 years. Qianlong, he will be the leader of this era, leading Zhou to its strongest era. Qianlong, impressive, you are the pride of Zhou in our hearts. The prodigies of the 5 great clans pale in comparison to Qianlong. Qianlong already possesses invincible prowess. There is nothing to fear from the myriad tribes, even the 4 mightiest combined might not match up to Qianlong alone. Regardless, the 4 mightiest have sacrificed too much for Zhou, whereas Qianlong is but a rising star. There is no comparison between the two. Small world, all 5 battlefields have been conquered by the myriad tribes. World will stop struggling in vain, it's useless. The personified world will, with a cold expression, responded, whether it's useless or not isn't for you to decide. At this moment, a warrior from the myriad tribes entered the small world to report on the battle. My lord, except for the Black Great Wall, the 5th battlefield has been completely defeated. The Black Great Wall, a frown crossed the face of the deity from the Tian divine tribe. Is that the new defensive line established by Zhou? Why is it harder to conquer than the 5 major battlefields? My lord, the Black Great Wall can withstand a full-force strike from the pseudo-god Hon Hai Tian without a scratch, and instead he was injured by the concentrated fire of the formation. So it seems, Zhou isn't just casually establishing new defensive lines. Even a pseudo-god can't break through. It seems we need to deploy even stronger beings than gods. My lord, that unparalleled genius of Zhou must not be allowed to survive. He has already reached the realm of eternal life. As soon as this statement was made, the myriad tribes' army was visibly shaken. What, the realm of eternal life? How much time has passed? He's reached the realm of eternal life already. This is the fastest cultivation I've seen among the people of Zhou. Damn it, it must be because of the heaven-defying technique he possesses. The deity from the Tian divine tribe clenched his brow tightly. This guy must be eliminated, otherwise he will become a great threat to the myriad tribes. No wonder the world will is willing to buy time for him. His talent is too astonishing. My lord, you don't know that guy uses the myriad tribes as nourishment to enhance his realm so quickly. This statement immediately sent chills down the spines of the myriad tribes present. Tian divine tribes, seeing that the masked man possesses such demonic power. Should we make arrangements? Planning right in front of me. Are you not taking me seriously? The world will said, slowly opening his arms, using the energy that could support 2 days to temporarily trap the myriad tribes' army. Break through with all your might. The days of the world will are numbered, yes. Under the frenzied bombardment, the world will felt slightly fatigued. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer, and this might soon be his last flourish. None of the myriad tribes' army occupying the 5 battlefields could escape. Upon hearing that the entire army at the Black Great Wall was annihilated, each one was in shock. How is it possible? Just a Black Great Wall, how could it lead to the annihilation of the myriad tribes' army? What exactly happened at the Black Great Wall? According to the myriad tribe spies in the dark, it was destroyed by the man behind the mask alone. Even the pretenders to divinity are no match for him. What does that mean? He could easily annihilate us with a mere flick of his hand. Damn it! Why aren't those great clans using stronger forces? What should we do next? Should we retreat or launch an attack on the Black Wall? It's simple, just avoid the man in the mask. That makes sense. Following this, the grand armies of the myriad clans from the 5 battlefronts gathered and rushed towards the southern frontier of Kyushu. Although Qianling wasn't there, there were prodigies freshly emerged from the 5 great families. A dark mass of the myriad clans' army quickly approached the city walls of the southern frontier. As the myriad clans' army arrived, the prodigies from the 5 great families also made their appearance. Shenyuan Tian, wielding the Shenyuan sword, gazed fiercely at the approaching dark mass of the myriad clans' army. The myriad clans have come at just the right time. It's a good chance to warm up, laughed Nan Gongming heartily. Jiang Linxian remained indifferent, warning, do not underestimate the myriad clans. Understood, Shenyuan Tian replied, and was the first to fly out, positioning himself above the myriad clans' army. the Myriad clan's army flinched at the sudden appearance of Xian Yuan Tian, fearing they had encountered the man in the mask. On closer inspection, they realized it was an unfamiliar face from Kyushu. A mere Kyushu person thinks he can stop our grand army of Myriad clans? Maybe if it were the man with the mask, but impossible to think that 5 people could stop the Myriad clan's army? Delusional. Xian Yuan Tian, with a fierce expression like a mighty eagle, looked down. There isn't a single prodigy among the Myriad clans here, just a rabble, hardly a concern. Nan Gongming nodded slightly. A cannon fodder army, indeed plentiful, for the strong. A mere ripple of our power can exterminate them without a survivor. Upon hearing this, the strong ones among the Myriad clans looked at each other. Aren't you afraid of the karma that comes with such slaughter? Xian Yuan Tian retorted. Karma? True powerhouses do not care about such things. Exactly. Such trivial karma has no effect on us. Even Shen Ling isn't afraid. Why should we be? Moreover, his karma is even more terrifying than ours. Jiang Linxian casually said, hands on his abdomen. Arguing this is pointless. Our goal is to annihilate the Myriad clans before us. Madmen, a bunch of madmen. Suddenly, the Myriad clan's army became disorganized, their reluctance to attack the Black Wall growing even stronger. They're not afraid of accruing karma, so what's the point in fighting? After all, the majority of the Myriad clan's army was just cannon fodder, easily annihilated. Xian Yuan sword technique. First move, sky-shattering strike. Xian Yuan Tian, holding the Xian Yuan sword, unleashed a unique sword chi that was agile and powerful, flattening the Myriad clan's cannon fodder with a single strike. Xian Yuan Tian grinned, I'll gladly take on the karma of the Myriad clan's cannon fodder. Zhuge Jun, holding a fan, shook his head and chuckled, you're as domineering as ever. Still, I'm no match for Chen Ling, Xian Yuan Tian replied. Nan Gongming shrugged, you've always been so competitive since we were kids. True, the 5 of them had grown up together, forming a sort of team. Suddenly Jiang Linxian spread his hands and a giant pillar-like demonic plant sprouted amidst the Myriad clan's strong ones, its numerous vines shooting out to temporarily bind them. I can't hold them for long, it's up to you now. Jiang Linxian, a control master, was skilled in both controlling the field and slaughter, though his talent was not as pronounced in the latter as the other 4. However, there weren't many in Kyushu who could surpass him in slaughter, only a handful. In contrast, the mighty warriors from the Myriad tribes exchanged glances, completely paralyzed, unable to summon the spiritual energy within their bodies. Damn it, this girl's control abilities are too formidable. There wasn't even a moment to react, those celestial vines. It's as if they appeared out of nowhere, growing instantly to trap us. We're done for, we're truly done for. It's so frustrating. I don't want to die yet. I can still become stronger. My future. Damn it, I can't even self-destruct. This is like lambs waiting for the slaughter. The cultivators on the Black Great Wall widened their eyes in shock. Who are these 5 people? How are they so powerful? Has there been another emergence of prodigies from Jojo? By the looks of it, they seem like they're from the 5 great families of Kyoto. Hiss. Are you saying they are the prodigies of the 5 great families? Could it be Xian Yuan Tian and the others? Besides them, which other prodigies would band together? Right. I didn't expect them to be this formidable already. This is the rise of Jojo. Shang Wenqing wielded his brush with the art of killing, each stroke swiftly landing on the bodies of the Myriad tribe's warriors. The intense pain elicited screams from the warriors. This scene made other warriors from the Myriad tribes gulp, fearing they might be next. Xian Yuan Tian sheathed his Xian Yuan sword, dismissively saying, I'll leave the rest to you guys. I can't hog all the action. Ha, leave it to us. Nan Gongming chuckled, one hand wielding divine fire, the other a scythe, like a reaper himself. My scythe can harm not only the body but also the spirit, a dual killing technique of soul and flesh. As his words fell, he threw his scythe, striking dozens of the Myriad tribe's warriors, blood splattering everywhere. Their expressions were defeated, as if they were utterly drained. So weak, Nan Gongming sneered disdainfully, spitting out a breath, his words laden with contempt for the Myriad tribes. Behind Xian Yuan Tian, Zhuge Jun shook his head, raising his right hand and pinching his brow slightly furrowed. Things are looking grim. Xian Yuan Tian narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? The Myriad tribes are about to launch a major attack. After saying this, Zhuge Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Lin frowned, raising his hand to summon the essence of life to fall upon Zhuge Jun. You forced another divination? Without the life essence I've been providing all along, Zhuge Jun. You would have been as ill as your father. Zhuge Jun smiled faintly. Isn't this paying you back? You can't just watch me succumb to illness, right? Jiang Linxian, unable to persuade him, sighed. From a young age she was aloof, showing emotion only to the four people she grew up with, remaining almost detached from others. This was due to her ancestral bloodline. The Jiang family's earliest powerhouses bore descendants with demonic plants, resulting in a lineage where every member possessed talents related to these mythical beings, making them renowned as master manipulators. Meanwhile, Nan Gongming and Sheng Wenqing joined forces, swiftly annihilating the warriors from myriad clans. The myriad clans are truly weak, they can't fight at all. Let's not waste words on such self-serving comments. These are merely cannon fodder, they're inconsequential to us. What's there to boast about? If we are to fight, we should challenge the prodigies of the myriad clans. Xianyuan Tian held the Xianyuan sword, nodding slightly. Indeed, apart from the prodigies, how many from the myriad clans can match us? Only those above the demigod level stand a chance to defeat us one by one, but I won't give them the chance. Xianyuan Tian, you're as confident as ever. I still want to test my skills against Qintong. On the western frontier of Zhuozhou, Qintong somehow felt his nose itch and sneezed. Who's badmouthing me? He wondered, rubbing his nose, suspecting he was cursed by the myriad clans. As he spoke, Qintong altered the flow of time in his room. One day outside equated to 1 year inside. As Qintong's realm advanced, he could control longer durations. Operating the divine elephant prison strength technique, a phantom of a dragon elephant appeared above him, its breaths causing tidal surges, its presence overwhelming, day by day, year by year. After 20 years, Qintong's realm finally reached the pinnacle of the longevity realm, solidifying it for another decade. Opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of stale air. It's increasingly difficult to make progress. Fortunately, the divine elephant prison strength technique accelerates my training significantly. A month passed, and he wondered about the current situation in Zhuozhou. Standing up, Qintong extended his senses outward, his brow furrowing. He quickly noticed an innumerable army of myriad clan cannon fodder outside the Black Fortress, mixed with longevity realm Emperor Zun and demigod warriors. On the fortress, Zhuozhou cultivators relying on the Black Fortress repelled waves of myriad clan armies. However, they were visibly exhausted, with only a few killed by the myriad clans, most dying from sheer exhaustion. Zhuozhou had no effective strategy to cope with the relentless attacks from the myriad clans ongoing day and night for a month. Even cultivators couldn't withstand such depletion. While Zhuozhou's prodigies were mobilized, the vast frontier made it difficult to cover every area. Ultimately, Zhuozhou still lacked enough powerful figures and prodigies. If there were more such deaths from exhaustion could be prevented. Seeing the state of Zhuozhou, Qintong's expression darkened. The myriad clans are truly intent on the destruction of Zhuozhou. This madness, aren't they trying to force Zhuozhou to deploy its last reserves? The red armored warriors, even the demigods are involved. Alas, I wonder how the world is holding up. After speaking, Qintong hurried to the battlefield, charging alone into the vast army of myriad tribes. He was like an executioner, ruthlessly slaughtering their forces. With each strike, tens of thousands from the myriad tribes fell, and he seemed utterly fearless of the karmic retribution that might follow. The small worlds personified in a dimming shade was visibly weakening, unable to sustain much longer. The powerful beings of the Etian divine tribe looked at this world with a grim smile, cackling wickedly. World, you are almost done for. Must you be utterly destroyed before you cease? Is it that important to you? They mocked. Ha! With your own strength you annihilated over 1 trillion of the myriad tribes. Your power is waning, you won't last much longer. In less than a month you will be completely gone. The world will remain silent, acknowledging internally that indeed it could not sustain much longer. For the first time it felt truly exhausted, having made tremendous sacrifices to protect the blue planet. From now on, it's up to you alone. No. There are others in Kyushu as well. Despite its fading strength, the world will still hope for Qintong. Do you still count on Qintong? Let me tell you the truth, he's already on the myriad tribes kill list. Throughout history, everyone on that list has been slain by our tribes without exception. Even your prized Qintong will meet his end at the hands of the myriad tribes. If gods cannot defeat him, then we will slay the gods. If that fails, we will seize control. I refuse to believe he can cross 3 realms and still live. With the 5 major battlefields under their control, the areas had effectively become footholds for the myriad tribes in Kyushu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous immortals, and even dozens of deities and a god-slaying entity descended there. This assault on Kyushu was one that could only end in success. With gods and godslayers among us, Kyushu's black wall will inevitably fall. And what about Kyushu's 5 greatest prodigies? Should we send out our tribal prodigies to confront them? No need for such trouble, just engage them with one deity to keep them busy. And Chen Tong, he is also a deity. If we cannot defeat him, a godslayer will step in at the crucial moment for a fatal strike. After the kill, we'll leave immediately to avoid the Kyushu's red armored warriors. Laughing sinisterly, it's time to turn the tables. Following this, 100 billion strong army of the myriad tribes grandly set out, aiming to break Kyushu's last line of defense at the Black Wall. The 4 mightiest beings of Kyushu gathered their psychic senses, detecting the arrival of deific powers. What to do? Should we tap into our last reserves? No, we have become deities ourselves. We can still hold on, Su Wangyang said through gritted teeth. But this time, the losses might be unimaginably huge. No choice, the red armored ones have limited moves left and only 12 remain. Only if the myriad tribes dispatch a supreme being will we have a way to respond. I just hope that Chen Tong and the 5 great families will grow up quickly and add more high-end combat power. In terms of high-end combat power, Jojo is severely lacking. On the western frontier, Chen Tong advances, leaving a trail of blood with each step. Holding the spear of the underworld in his right hand, he sweeps around him at an extreme speed, the terrifying force wreaking havoc in all directions, causing countless deaths and injuries. The cannon fodder army of myriad tribes had long been terrified of Chen Tong, but due to the pressure from their major clans behind them, they had no choice but to keep dragging him into battles. Just then, a demigod-level powerhouse from the cannon fodder army emerged, wielding the power of Thunderstrike. The fierce power of lightning shot out like a venomous snake, utterly indifferent to the cannon fodder's plight, rolling over their bodies, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Behind him, Chen Tong snorted coldly. The myriad tribes sure have plenty of tricks up their sleeves, resorting to such despicable tactics countless times, yet they never work. As his words fell, Chen Tong, without even a glance, grabbed the raging lightning with his left hand. A demigod, too weak. The 4 flame sky-burning formation followed. From 4 directions, a demigod appeared, joining hands to trap him in a large formation. To this, he was already well accustomed, mastering various formations. A mere large formation couldn't trouble Chen Tong at all. Above the formation, myriad flames gathered, burning so intensely that even the space began to fracture. Clearly no ordinary fire. Chen Tong's lips curled into a sly smile. I just needed this kind of replenishment. The hell furnace, spiritual energy, the essence of the sun and moon, the essence of life, along with the strange fire of the formation, were all absorbed by him. Moments later, the large formation set up by the 4 was utterly absorbed by Chen Tong, an absolute freak of nature. Damn it, why is he so powerful? What kind of technique is this to be so monstrously effective? Even the 5 of us demigods working together can't take him down. He's just at the pinnacle of the eternal realm. It's clear that Jojo's fate has run out, so why does such a prodigy appear? Hearing about the fate running out, Chen Tong's expression changed slightly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he coldly said, Fate? The fate of Jojo has run out. With me alone I can preserve the fate of Jojo. With that, Chen Tong manifested demonic wings on his back, instantly appearing behind a demigod powerhouse, and drove the spear of the underworld through him. Poochie, drip, drip, blood-red droplets fell from the sky. The demigod's pupils contracted slightly, enduring the pain as he pulled out the spear of the underworld, retreating continuously. Coughing, Chen Tong furrowed his brows slightly. He hadn't expected that the demigod in front of him could withstand his spear of the underworld and not die. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The life force of his race was very tenacious indeed. The injured demigod took a breath, harnessing his divine power to heal the wound. Cough, cough. Your spear of the underworld is indeed powerful, but unfortunately it did not kill me in one strike. I should be the first to withstand your spear of the underworld and not die. Noisy. Chen Tong flicked his finger and a terrifying force blasted through him. Surviving once was my oversight, but it doesn't mean you have the right to challenge me. The remaining 4 demigod powerhouses looked at each other, a sense of retreat arising in their hearts. This kind of senseless sacrifice of life they would not do. Under the immense pressure from above, they had no choice but to intervene and stop Chen Long. Even just 10 seconds could allow the last defense line of Kyushu, the Black Wall, to receive the fiercest attack. However, it was all in vain. The Black Wall could not be breached. Without a god-slaying warrior, no one could break through the Black Wall. This was the Black Wall fortified by Chen Long's arrangement of formations, indestructible. the focus returned to Qianlong, who noticed the change in the eyes of the four demigods and scoffed. What? Can't beat me in thinking of running? Are you joking? Me run? Kill? Suddenly one of the demigods burst forth with the fastest speed in his life, fearlessly charging at Qianlong. This was a do-or-die attempt to take a bite out of Qianlong, little did he know. Possessing the divine power of Elephant Jail, he wasn't afraid of their self-destructive power. He didn't even need the protection of the Underworld God to remain unscathed. He simply didn't want to get dirty. Underworld God's protection. A shadow of the Underworld God enveloped Qianlong, and the approaching demigod exploded with a thunderous boom, boom, boom. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the area and reducing visibility, but it did not hinder sensing with spiritual power. Meanwhile, the self-destruction of this demigod bought the other three a moment to flee, turning into a streak of light and escaping. Thinking of escaping after attacking me, wishful thinking, demon's wings. With a swoosh, Qianlong transformed into light, catching up with the three fleeing demigods. Clenching his fist, he launched three golden fist imprints consecutively. Feeling a chill on their backs, the three demigods acted in a panic. As expected, their divine techniques could not withstand Qianlong's golden fist imprints and were directly blasted away. Bang, bang, their bodies violently smashed into the broken space, with spatial turbulence sweeping over them, leaving them bloodied and covered in wounds. Coughing. Despite looking utterly miserable, they were not yet dead. As demigods, their self-healing abilities were strong and they would recover given some time. Qianlong twisted his neck and casually remarked, "I still underestimated you. Not dead yet. Humph. We are demigods. No matter how much you torture us, we won't die so easily. Do you believe that soon you will fall by the hands of the myriad tribes?" Qianlong raised an eyebrow, his spiritual power sensing in all directions, detecting a divine warrior approaching. He decisively conjured a new spear of the Underworld God and threw it at the four demigods. Just as it was about to hit, a divine force flew from afar at high speed, with a sizzling sound of tearing through the air. Bang! The two forces collided, causing a massive explosion that sent the four demigods flying, killing the people of the myriad tribes in front of me. Qianlong, aren't you too arrogant? The voice arrived before the person did. Following closely was the arrival of a divine being exerting a celestial pressure towards Qianlong. In his past life, such pressure might have left him gasping for air, even limiting his combat effectiveness, but this life was different. His path was invincible. No matter the strength of the adversary releasing the pressure, it couldn't affect Qianlong in the slightest. He stood tall, looking straight at the divine being before him. "Oh, you are unaffected by my pressure. Truly a monstrous talent. No wonder you're on the hit list of all clans." Upon hearing about the hit list, Qianlong's expression subtly changed, his pupils slightly constricted. The hit list? He had heard of it in his previous life. Anyone listed was doomed to die. Qianlong remained calm, not panicking at all. A mere divine being couldn't kill him. After all, he possessed unique skills that made him not so easy to kill. The divine being raised his arms, clapped his hands and praised non-stop. Strong mental fortitude, not a bit of fear or nervousness. "My name is Tian Yao from the Celestial Tribe, one of the clans out to kill you, remember that?" How noisy! Qianlong activated his divine elephant imprisoning strength, stirring the 84 million particles within his body, gathering all his strength to deliver the strongest punch. This punch shattered space, causing a massive collapse. One force breaks all methods. At the divine level, sheer brute strength is utterly useless. Tian Yao flicked his finger and a beam of light compressed from divine power effortlessly pierced through Qianlong's golden fist imprint. Seeing this, Qianlong sighed in his heart. He was still no match for a divine being. Even with such a defiant skill as divine elephant imprisoning strength, he couldn't compete with a divine being. It seems right, as divine beings possess divine power and divine status, a qualitative leap, far beyond the emperor. Even 10,000 emperors combined would not be a match for a newly advanced divine being. This is an insurmountable gap. Stop your futile struggle. You know nothing of the power at the divine level. You might be stronger than me, but our systems are entirely different. Without becoming a divine being, you will never understand the gap between us. Qianlong smirked. "I admit there's a gap between us, but you can't kill me." "Can't kill you? You really think mastering time allows you to do as you please?" Qianlong shrugged. "Sorry, mastering time really does allow me to do as I please." Arrogant. His words successfully enraged the divine being in front of him, who then raised his hand to condense a point of light bursting at the speed of light through Qianlong's body. Pft, pft, time does not perish. Under the power of time, Qianlong's pierced body was restored to its original state. Tianyao frowned tightly. Is this the mysterious power of time? Quite troublesome indeed. He then used divine power to temporarily obstruct the river of time, striking repeatedly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One point of light after another continuously blasted through Qianlong's body, yet in less than a second he was restored anew. At this moment Tianyao's usually calm heart was overwhelmed by shock. How could this be? I have already hindered the river of time, so why can you still repair it using the power of time? Qianlong, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke indifferently. You hindered the river of time, what does that have to do with me? Time is everywhere, you just don't know it. Simply put, as long as the world does not pause, there are traces of time. To think that killing me would obstruct the river of time, aren't you underestimating yourself, underestimating time? Hearing this, Tianyao's face turned ugly. He truly hadn't considered this issue. How disgusting. This is the formidable aspect of the path of time. Of course, don't assume that the path of time is invincible. It also has its weaknesses, albeit not obvious, and the divine being Tianyao here fails to perceive them. There are no invincibles in the world, just that weaknesses are deeply hidden and hard to detect. Behind Tianyao, the four demigods looked at each other in dismay. They never imagined that even with a divine intervention it was impossible to kill the supreme prodigy of Jiuzhou, Qianlong. Is this the power of the path of time? Is there really no way to kill him? If so, if all the tribes can't kill Qianlong, wouldn't that become a joke? Impossible, I don't believe it. This can't be possible. There's no such absurd path in the world. There must be a weakness. We just haven't realized it. Swirling within Qianlong was the hell furnace forming a spear of the underworld god. Seeing this, Tianyao sneered repeatedly. You are no match for me. How would you know without trying? Qianlong took a deep breath, deciding to use the talent from his previous life for the first time against an enemy. This was the first occasion he utilized his foremost talent, Emperor Bird. Emperor Bird, embody me. Above Qianlong's head appeared a bizarre bird, black all over with blood-red pupils filled with eeriness. Upon seeing the bird above Qianlong's head, Tianyao's pupils shrank sharply, a fear rising from the depths of his soul. This is calamity. This is the calamity prophesied by all tribes. Emperor Bird, Tianyao never anticipated that the calamity foretold by all tribes would turn out to be the talent of a Jiuzhou person. This was truly shocking. In an instant he understood why Qianlong cultivated so quickly. It must be because he inherited the unique ability of Emperor Bird, absorbing the negativity between heaven and earth to strengthen himself. Coupled with the alteration of time flow, how could his cultivation speed not be fast? Even a pig could cultivate too. Divinity. Given enough time, it was inevitable to reach a realm above dominion. The more Tianyao thought about it, the more his scalp tingled, terrifying upon careful contemplation. As for Tianyao's current attitude, Qianlong had anticipated it. In his past life, when he had displayed his talent, that powerful being from the tribes had the same expression. Tribes' calamity? If it could truly happen, how wonderful that would be. Coming back to his senses, Qianlong's eyes widened. Calamity's eye. This was the calamity aimed at Tianyao. He didn't know what it would entail, but it would surely disadvantage him, perhaps even leading to his fall. Moments later, thunderclouds gathered above Qianlong and Tianyao, rumbling loudly. Boom, boom. Tianyao, watching the thunderclouds above, felt an ominous premonition. This entity is considered a calamity by all races. Who knows what disaster it might bring? If it's life-threatening, he definitely doesn't want to die. After all, it took him so much effort to cultivate to the realm of deities. Who would want to die without reason, especially at the hands of a peak longevity realm master? If word gets out, he would surely become the laughingstock among the myriad races. Thunderous booms. A deep red thunderbolt descended from the sky, striking directly upon Tianyao. In this moment he realized the severity of the situation. No, I am not ready. I am not ready to face this tribulation yet. It's not the time. Qianlong's calamity I beckons a disaster and natural heavenly tribulation for those gifted. If a deity wishes to break through, they must not only survive the tribulation but also sever their own shackles, their divine nature. A deity's divine nature provides them with certain powers, but it is also limited and acts as a shackle, a bondage that prevents them from advancing further. Thus, one must sever the divine nature to step into a new realm, deicide. If one fails to sever these shackles, the divine nature cannot withstand the strain and will burst, inevitably leading to the death of its bearer. This is why Tianyao said it's not the time. He is not yet capable of severing his divine nature, leaving him only the path of death. the calamity summoned by Qianling truly spells doom. Behind Tian Yao, the four demigods are terrified and decisively flee. Qianling's eyes narrow, he raises his hand using the power of time to bind the four demigods, throwing them into the river of time. As expected, they would age and die within the river of time. By now Tian Yao no longer cares about the life and death of the four demigods, he is wholly focused on facing the heavenly tribulation. Any slight mistake could lead to his demise. Not to mention the final challenge of severing the divine nature. As heavenly tribulations strike one after another, the once spirited Tian Yao is now in a pitiable state. He knows his life is short. Turning his head to look at Qianling in the distance, with a fierce expression, Tian Yao shouts, "Even if I die, I will take you with me." Qianling's pupils shrink slightly, unable to restrain himself, he curses loudly. "You myriad races are truly despicable and shameless." While cursing, he unfolds his demon wings and flies backward, raising his hand to set up several arrays to block, including the time seal lock. Facing many great arrays, Tian Yao breaks through them one by one until the time seal lock momentarily stops his advance. At the same time, a heavenly tribulation strikes him to the ground, spitting blood, his eyes bloodshot, his body charred black, looking utterly miserable. "Ah, Qianling!" Tian Yao glares viciously at Qianling outside the time seal lock, wishing he could tear him apart. Humming sounds, feeling the divine nature bursting out of his mind, he knows his life is short, emitting a helpless fury, recklessly charging at the time seal lock. Qianling, thunderous booms, a heavenly calamity struck the divine being, accompanied by an enormous blast. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc in all directions, shredding Tian Yao into pieces, leaving not even remnants behind. The entire region's space collapsed, creating a chaotic flow of space that no mortal should approach. Chen Long's time-sealing heavenly lock, overwhelmed by the strain, saw its chains of time shatter one after another. Qianlong witnessed the fall of a mighty deity, sighing deeply, "My innate talent, Emperor Bird, is not inferior to those acquired through sign-ins. Alas, it's incredibly challenging to advance my godly elephant prison force further, especially to transform it into dragon elephant particles. This path is exceedingly long. Perhaps only when I reach the realm of deities will I be able to completely transform the dragon elephant particles, and my strength will undergo a qualitative leap." Outside the Jiuzhou region, various clan powerhouses sensed the fall of a deity. How could this be? What high-end power does Jiuzhou still possess that could cause the downfall of a deity? Could it be one of the four strongest beings? Impossible, their strength isn't sufficient for such a feat. Moreover, they've only recently ascended to deity status. How could they possibly defeat an established deity, let alone kill one? What could it be? Could it be that Jiuzhou's hidden red armor forces have made a move? No, we would know the aura of the red armors, our divine senses would detect their movement. At that moment, a god-slaying powerhouse slowly opened his eyes and said leisurely, "It was Jiuzhou's supreme genius, Qianlong." "What? As far as I know, he's only at the peak of the longevity realm. No matter how powerful, he couldn't possibly leap across so many levels without becoming a deity. All are mere ants. How did he cross this chasm?" Gu Qiuqiu, the god slayer, smirked coldly. "He may not kill deities directly, but he indirectly caused Tian Yao's death." Indirectly caused death? This statement left the gathered clan powerhouses even more baffled. His talent is a catastrophe for all clans, Emperor Bird. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the clan powerhouses were a mix of shock and horror. What? His talent is Emperor Bird? Don't panic, he hasn't fully matured yet, we can still kill him. If he were to immerse himself for a few more years, perhaps we really wouldn't be able to handle him. It's a pity he can't keep his composure. Meanwhile, the Jiuzhou border was under heavy attack by the massive armies of various clans, relying on the protection of the Black Great Walls formation to resist wave after wave of assaults. Despite utilizing all sorts of tactics, Jiuzhou was still struggling to push back the massive army. Damn, when will this massive army ever stop? How long do they plan to attack? Huff, huff, huff. Fighting for so long, I feel like I can't keep up anymore. Can't keep up? Go rest. We can still hold on for a while. Damn it. Who knows what got into these clans? They've suddenly become so fierce. Amidst the defense, a cold light soared from the distance, leaving a dazzling trail in the sky as it headed straight for the massive army. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 10 years of honing a sword, today its divine might is revealed. With one sword strike, a radius of 1 mile within the massive army was wiped out, causing tens of thousands of lives to be lost. The arrival was none other than Jiuzhou's pride, Gu Jinwen. Killing these clan cannon fodders is indeed easy. hidden within the massive army. Powerful beings gritted their teeth, and a Dao-verified powerhouse took flight. Do you people of the 9 provinces only allow the chosen ones or the mighty to slaughter the ordinary myriad clans? Is that so important? Gu Jinwen asked. Arms crossed, his tone indifferent. Ever since he had dealings with Qianlong, he had become increasingly shameless, using all means to trap the myriad clans, seeking death. A Dao-proving mighty figure decisively attacked Gu Jinwen, hoping to slap him to death and eliminate one of the 9 provinces' proud talents. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Gu Jinwen's face. Perfect timing. I was just looking for an opponent. I wonder if I can match a Dao-proving entity 50-50. With the aid of the time pearl, Gu Jinwen's cultivation speed was still much slower than Qianlong's, only reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. Oh, when will I be able to catch up to Qianlong's pace? His cultivation speed is freakishly fast. As he spoke, the Dao-proving mighty figure attacked, unleashing a divine technique that set the sky ablaze with fierce fire as if frost had descended on the earth. Gu Jinwen recited a verse and snowflakes began to fall from the sky, drastically dropping the temperature and instantly freezing the roaring flames. How can this be? How, are you shocked? This is just a bit of my strength, a Dao-proving mighty figure. I thought too highly of you, you're not up to the mark. Meanwhile, the prodigies of the 5 great families born in the 9 provinces were being pursued by a divine spirit from the myriad clans. Hee, you can't escape. Hai Xiao laughed sinisterly, watching the 5 retreating figures. Xianyuan Tian, gripping the Xianyuan sword, was furious. The myriad clans are truly despicable and shameless. To kill us 5, they deployed a divine spirit. Despicable and shameless, hee. It's just because you of the 9 provinces are too weak, allowing us myriad clans to bully you. Don't count on the 4 strongest in the 9 provinces. They're all held up by divine beings and can't spare a moment for you. Hee. Today is the day you fall, in the face of such peril, except for Jiang Lin, who remained calm and undisturbed. The other 4 were somewhat nervous. Nangong Ming looked towards Xianyuan Tian. Xianyuan Tian, didn't you say you could fight even if a divine spirit came? Fight my foot. This guy is a late-stage divine spirit. If it were early stage, we might have had a chance. Hai Xiao's face twisted as he stepped towards the 5, his gaze landing on Jiang Lin. This is the first time I've seen such a celestial being from the 9 provinces. He. This little lady is quite beautiful, a fine temperament indeed, suitable to bear my offspring. This statement successfully enraged Xianyuan Tian, who clenched the Xianyuan sword and slashed at Hai Xiao. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp Xianyuan sword struck him, completely ineffective. Your sword is just an emperor-grade weapon. It can't hurt me. Stop your futile struggle. Futile struggle? Don't jump to conclusions before the outcome is decided. Xianyuan Tian's figure flashed, and he shouted. Mark of Xianyuan Tian. His spiritual energy surged into the Xianyuan sword, unleashing the strongest strike of his life. This sword split the space, spanning the heavens, aiming for Hai Xiao. Feeling the power coming from ahead, Hai Xiao casually extended a finger and effortlessly broke through Xianyuan Tian's strongest strike, simultaneously sending Xianyuan Tian flying with a spurt of blood that splashed onto the Xianyuan sword. In an instant, dazzling golden light flashed, and the previously emperor-grade Xianyuan sword transformed into a divine artifact. Humming vibrations filled the air, space ripples undulated, and divine might trembled in all directions. The Sea Owl's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the Xianyuan sword become a divine artifact in an instant. How could it be? Just an imperial weapon? How could it suddenly become a divine artifact? If it were merely an imperial weapon, he wouldn't be panicking, but a divine artifact is different. It has the power to harm him, just like the vast gap between an emperor and a god. Crossing it is extremely difficult. Once that gap is crossed, it marks a qualitative leap. Gazing at the Xianyuan sword floating in the air, sparkling brilliantly, Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but swallow. He had never imagined that in his lifetime his Xianyuan sword would become a divine artifact. Nangong Ming was initially stunned, then quickly overjoyed, bursting into laughter. Xianyuan Tian. Your life-bound weapon, the Xianyuan sword, has become a divine artifact. Indeed, the strongest talent of each generation in the Xianyuan family would inherit the Xianyuan sword, and it would become their life-bound weapon, closely tied to their fate. Their glory and loss would be shared. Jiang Linxian spread his hands, releasing the essence of life to heal Xianyuan Tian's wounds. Then he grabbed the Xianyuan sword and fiercely slashed out a sword qi. This was no ordinary sword qi, it was imbued with divine power. This is the enhancement brought by the divine artifact. This is also why the Sea Owl was afraid. Quick battle. I will not allow you to waste more time. The Sea knew that dragging things out could lead to complications.
And who knows what might happen, any further accidents, and he might find himself without a countermeasure. See Overlord Spear. The Sea conjured a long spear from his divine power and hurled it forward. When the sword and spear collided, they created astounding friction, sparks flying everywhere, space continuously collapsing, the heavens and earth shattering. The vast army below had no capacity to resist the aftermath of such a battle,
even with mighty warriors from the myriad tribes protecting them. Many still met untimely deaths.
After a brief stalemate, the Shen Yuan sword proved superior, shattering the long spear and flying forward with the swiftest speed. The Sea Owl's eyes bulged, unbelieving that his strike could not block Shen Yuan Tian's sword chi. How could this be? Impossible. With one hand, the Sea Owl caught the incoming sword chi, his palm sliced by the chi, blue blood flowing. The myriad tribes' army below began to retreat. They realized that this deity was no match for Shen Yuan Tian. Damn it, why does Zhou have so many freaks? Before there was Qianlong, and now the supreme prodigies of the five great families. Why does this generation in Zhou have so many favored sons of heaven? Weren't they supposed to be out of luck? You call this out of luck? Clearly it is thriving. Damn it, we've definitely been deceived. Seeing the Sea Owl wounded, Shen Yuan Tian's eyes lit up. We still have a chance. Shen Yuan technique.
In an instant, Shen Yuan Tian's combat prowess doubled, and with one stride he appeared before Hai Xiaoxiao, lifting his Shen Yuan sword for a strike. Quick to react, Hai Xiaoxiao raised a divine shield only to have it shattered by the sword. No, with reluctance, Hai Xiaoxiao was slashed by Shen Yuan Tian, losing an arm, and stumbled to the ground, coughing. Within a few seconds his right arm regrew. At that moment his dignity was utterly lost. For a deity to be maimed by a mortal of the path verification realm was a deep humiliation. With a grimace, Hai Xiaoxiao glared at Shen Yuan Tian and his four companions, then tore through space. To escape, having lost so much face, he had no desire to stay any longer, especially since he couldn't kill them. Shen Yuan Tian, now wielding a divine weapon, was truly qualified to battle with gods. Shang Wansheng watched Hai Xiaoxiao leave and chuckled, "Well done, Shen Yuan Tian, you spat out a mouthful of blood and upgraded your ancestral Shen Yuan sword to a divine weapon." Shen Yuan Tian rolled his eyes. Enough, it was just a fortunate coincidence. You've saved us four, and we owe you big time, they responded.
Shen Yuan Tian's expression changed. That sounds like we're strangers. Haha. Nan Gongming approached, eyeing the Shen Yuan sword in his hand. Can I take a look? Shen Yuan Tian shook his head. No, it's an heirloom of the Shen Yuan family, not for others to see, only my future wife may. His gaze inadvertently fell on Jian Linxian. It was clear to anyone that Shen Yuan Tian had feelings for Jian Linxian, though she held only platonic affection for him. Then, the five of them rejoined the battle, fiercely slaughtering the vast enemy armies. Soon the news of two of Zhou's finest, one slaying a deity and the other repelling one, is spread throughout the land. Such glory for Zhou. The enemy clans must be utterly confused and pained. It's truly satisfying. What do you think? If Qianlong and Shen Yuan Tian were at the same level, who would be superior? Is that even a question? Of course it's Qianlong.
Shen Yuan Tian may have a divine weapon, but Qianlong's unique skills make him invincible.
The exploits of Qianlong and Shen Yuan Tian revived the spirits of Zhou, boosting morale immensely. In contrast, the enemies' faces turned as ugly as they could be. Damn it, what a disgrace for our clans, the deity repelled by a mortal. Such an absurd and shameful defeat, unthinkable. Hai Xiaoxiao's face was a mix of blue and purple as he bitterly said, if Shen Yuan Tian didn't have that divine weapon, I could have slain all five of them. When will you stop arguing? If not once, then twice. If not twice, then thrice. We can fail countless times, but they can only afford to fail once. Outside the borders of Zhou, cough cough.
Su Wangyang.
I go first. No, don't. Su Wangyang's eyes gleamed as he looked at his friend lying on the ground, his emotions indescribable. Once comrades in arms, he could not bear to witness his friend's demise. Do not weep. Zhou still needs you, the pride of heaven. The foundation must not be disturbed because of me.
Su Wangyang's voice choked up, trembling as he spoke. No. No, I don't want this.
This is a matter of great importance to Zhou. Su Wangyang, you dare to act rashly, I will never rest in peace. You must promise me.
I promise you.
The man slowly raised his hand, wanting to touch Su Wangyang's face one last time, but his hand fell before it could reach him. No. In that moment Su Wanyang's anger surged, compounded by his grave injuries, and he coughed up blood violently. The four-peaked deity-like warriors exchanged glances and revealed sinister smiles. Haha, get angry Su Wanyang. Do you want to avenge your friend? Then use the foundation of Jiuzhou to kill us. The four supreme beings, indifferent to life and death, merely wanted to provoke the hidden powers of Jiuzhou.
Hearing the taunts of the warriors, Su Wanyang knew it was a provocation.
Yet he could hardly suppress his rage, yearning to unleash the hidden powers, but he had promised his friend not to act impulsively. Su Wanyang looked around. He was alone now. For supreme warriors, ridiculous, only he remained. They had been through so much together, their relationship indescribable after 1,000 years. Su Wanyang felt dead inside, utterly numb. He shakily stood up, intending to take his friend's body away, but the four-peaked deity-like warriors instantly blocked his path. What, you want to leave? No way. Today, unless you summon the red armor, you shall not pass. Su Wanyang's eyes were fierce, filled with murderous intent. Scram!
You are not worthy. As he spoke, a red light emanated from his entire body as he boosted his realm at all costs, burning his blood, consciousness, potential, vitality, and even his divinity, all just to take his friends' bodies with him, wanting to bury them personally. Feeling the intense changes in Su Wanyang, the pupils of the four-peaked deity-like warriors shrank, continuously exclaiming, "Madman, you are all madmen in Jiuzhou." They sneered at his self-destructive resolve, unique to the people of Jiuzhou. But do you really think you can leave without a price? Your friends tried the same, and yet they died at our hands. Why not try and see? At this moment Su Wanyang became eerily calm, a calmness more terrifying than his prior rage. Kill! Su Wanyang's divine power erupted, transforming into a colossal figure thousands of feet tall, stepping towards the four-peaked deity-like warriors. Despite his self-immolation, he still could not shake the four supreme beings. Your strike is not strong enough.
Mwahaha! Stay back! A peaked divine being soared into the sky, flicked his fingers, and ripped through the fabric of space, piercing directly through Su Wanyang's manifested realm. Shortly after, a nameless fire ignited on his friend's corpse. Despite Su Wanyang's desperate efforts, he couldn't extinguish the flames and could only watch helplessly as the body was reduced to ashes. Witnessing his friend's body being completely consumed, Su Wanyang choked up, his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't even preserve the corpse of his friend. This pain he had to bear alone, holding a dying heart. The future of Kyushu depends on you now. Ha ha! My era has ended. I'm tired, so very tired. Su Wanyang slowly closed his eyes and fell from the sky. The four-peaked divine beings exchanged glances. Should we finish him off? No, let's not rush. He still has his uses, right? The activation authority of the red armor might be in his hands. He might go berserk and use it one day. Mwahaha! However, a profound and mysterious voice echoed around them. The way of heaven is heartless, yet I cannot bear it. The divine being's pupils shrank in terror and they turned and fled. What's going on? Why is the will of the world here? Has something happened to the minor world? Damn it, in truth, this was not the will of a minor world but the lingering will of the world from 5 major battlefields not yet completely extinguished. Utilizing the forces of nature and the 3,000 great Tao, the fleeing divine beings all fell. Meanwhile, Su Wanyang was saved by the lingering will of the world, which placed him on the ground and set up a barrier. You cannot fall yet. Kyushu still needs you. My power is limited. This is all the help I can provide. Su Wanyang groggily opened his eyes, the glaring sunlight making it difficult to see. Is this the underworld? Haha. It seems no different from the world of the living. The next moment he realized something was wrong. Cough, cough, cough. My body is still injured. I'm not dead. Su Wanyang looked around and finding nothing dragged his crippled body back to the capital, his spirit much diminished. Perhaps the shock of the day's events was too much, or maybe it was the cost of burning everything he could, but Su Wanyang's days were numbered. At the same time, he did not forget to hold a grand funeral for his 3 friends. Unable to reclaim their bodies, he could only compensate by hosting a grand funeral. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Lord Su, the head of the Zhuge family, seeks an audience. Su Wanyang stayed stunned for a moment before responding, waving his hand. Let him in. The head of the Zhuge family entered, frowning at the vacant expression on Su Wanyang's face. Lord Su, I know your heart is filled with immense grief, as is all of Kyushu. You must gather your strength. Take charge of the great affairs of Kyushu. Su Wanyang shook his head with a bitter smile. My days are numbered. I probably can't take charge of the great affairs of Kyushu anymore.
The future will have to depend on you young people. No lord, so you cannot speak such discouraging words. You are the only divine being in Kyushu, how can you say?
Su Wangyang sighed deeply. I know my own body better than anyone, my end is near.
I have burned everything I could. A divine being, what of it? I will die too. It's just harder for me to die than others.
Su Wangyang said with a self-deprecating smile. At a loss for words, the head of the Zhuge family didn't know how to respond. Since Su Wangyang himself had put it this way, there was nothing the Zhuge family head could say to persuade him otherwise. Can't the essence of life be used? Su Wangyang shook his head. It's useless. I know my own condition well, and it's not something that the essence of life can heal.
My injury has reached the core, there's no saving me now.
Then who will take charge of Jojo after you? Su Wangyang lifted his head, gazing out at the beautiful scenery through the window. I have someone in mind.
Qianlong, yes, both you and I know his potential. He can definitely lead Jojo to glory, and me, I'm just a thing of the past.
Su Wangyang said with a mournful smile, his face lined with wrinkles and his vitality faint, feeling like he could fall at any moment. Qianlong, he's too young.
Are you really at ease?
The Zhuge family head asked slowly. Su Wangyang turned to look at the Zhuge family head. Isn't that why you are here too? An old man can't hold on much longer.
This is the era of the young, we the older generation shouldn't interfere.
Don't worry about whether the young have the capability, how would we know without trying? You should know that Jojo won't last long, but under Qianlong's leadership a miracle might just happen. He has created miracles every time. I believe he can do it again. Life, it's a gamble. If we don't take the risk, how will we know if Qianlong is up to it? Besides, this is how I came up originally. After these words, both of them fell silent for a long time. After a while, the Zhuge family head nodded. Yes, it was the same once. What a pity, we can't go back.
If only we could bring the dead back to life. Su Wangyang sighed, reminiscing about the good old times, nearly speaking his thoughts aloud. Su Zun, I shall take my leave, go on then.
Watching the Zhuge family head leave, Su Wangyang said slowly, although the departure of three friends has brought great loss to Jojo, the myriad tribes have suffered losses too.
Ah!
The next second Su Wangyang's pupils dilated. He stumbled and sat down on a chair, coughing violently, coughing up bloody fresh blood. Cough, cough, cough.
I'm afraid I won't last many days. This little time is enough for me to arrange their funeral. The news of Jojo losing three great powers quickly spread. They exhausted themselves for Jojo, only to die tragically at the hands of the myriad tribes.
What's there to cry about? We of Jojo must continually strengthen ourselves. We cannot let the efforts of our ancestors turn into shadows. Damn the myriad tribes, I will make them pay their blood debt in blood. Yes, that's right, we must avenge our strongest warriors, myriad tribes army. Even in death, I will drag a group of them to hell with me. Huan-san, myriad tribes, I want them torn to pieces. He declared, his voice a fierce roar. I too am a chosen son of the heavens, capable of fighting for them, but we cannot attend the funeral of the three mightiest warriors. Our primary mission is to defend the last line of the Black Wall, to never let the myriad races breach it. We must demonstrate our utmost respect for the three mighty warriors through our actions. Yes, you are right, defend the last line of the Black Wall, never retreat, fight to the death. Qianlong took out his phone, and upon unlocking it his pupils shrank as he saw the news. 3 of the 4 mightiest warriors of Kyushu had fallen. His breathing became rapid and a murderous rage began to uncontrollably seep out. Damn the myriad races, the fall of the 3 mighty warriors. Qianlong's mood plummeted to rock bottom. Such an event had never occurred in his previous life where all 4 mighty warriors were alive and well, but the butterfly effect brought about by his own rebirth was too significant, causing those who didn't die in his previous life to perish now. All of this was inseparably linked to Qianlong. He was indirectly responsible for the death of the 3 mighty warriors.
Swallowing hard, his expression was 3 parts solemn and 7 parts
sorrowful. His hands clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug into the flesh of his palms. Now only Su Wangyang remained. Qianlong knew him better than anyone. Su Wangyang was as close as a brother to the other 3 mighty warriors, and their sudden loss was a tremendous blow to both him and Kyushu. I will personally attend this funeral. But before that I need to deal with the myriad races army outside the Black Wall. Qianlong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with lethal intent. At this moment, only by slaying the myriad race's army could he quell the fury in his heart. Like Chen Tong, many fiery-blooded people of Kyushu were fiercely fighting the enemy, especially the proud sons of Kyushu, heaven's chosen. They were killing like madmen. The group of 5 from Xianyuan traversed the myriad race's army, resembling a sharp blade that tore a massive gash, causing countless beings to fall. The border of Kyushu was filled with a grim and soaring murderous aura already, forming a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. From afar it was a truly ghastly sight. Returning the focus to Chen Tong, he alone charged into the myriad race's army, transforming into a fearsome god of slaughter where no god or demon could stand in his way. The myriad race's army had no adversary to match him, completely crushed under Chen Tong's assault. Despite frequent attempts by the myriad race's powerhouses, none could hinder him. This mad act terrified the myriad race's army,
causing them to retreat in defeat.
Behind him on the black wall, the cultivators of Kyushu looked at each other. What to do? The myriad race's army was crumbling. What to do? What else but to strike back? Yes, we've defended for so long, no need to keep defending, it's time to counterattack. Yes, yes, yes. With the fall of the 3 mighty warriors, I demand the myriad race's army pay their debt of blood with blood. Those unafraid of death follow in Chen Tong's footsteps.
Charge through the myriad race's army, right? With one leading, soon many cultivators from the black wall leaped down, following Chen Tong's steps to slaughter towards the myriad race's army, venting the hatred in their hearts. Chen Lang was no longer alone. From the corner of his eye he glanced at the Jojo cultivators behind him, feeling an indescribable emotion. This was the spirit of Jojo. They were passionate and fearless, true heroes of Jojo. Chen Lang nodded, took a deep breath, and exclaimed 3 times in approval. Good, good, good. Let us together break through the armies of the myriad clans. His voice thundered through the skies, embodying the spirit of Jojo. In contrast, the myriad clan's army was taken aback, their formation disrupted, some even began to flee, a disgraceful act at any time. In Jojo, almost no one would choose to be a deserter. Humph, the myriad clans are but a group of cowards, Chen Lang shouted. Brothers, don't let them escape, break through their ranks. Avenge the 3 mighty warriors who
have fallen. Yes, vengeance. The Jojo cultivators, fierce and undaunted, charged at the myriad clan's army. Perhaps overwhelmed by Chen Lang's imposing presence, the enemy's will to fight crumbled, and they kept retreating. This was the first time Jojo forces had driven the myriad clan's army to a continuous retreat, a feat worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, to be remembered by generations in Jojo.
After hours of fierce combat, Chen Lang and the Jojo cultivators retreated back to the black wall.
Looking around at the circle of Jojo cultivators, Chen Lang spoke solemnly. The western frontier depends on you to hold it. Go ahead, Chen Lang. With us here all will be well. Yes, we've driven the myriad clans back, no need to worry now. Chen Lang, you must represent us at the funeral of the 3 mighty warriors. The 3 mighty warriors, we can't attend your funeral in person, but we wish you a peaceful journey.
With a shimmer in his eyes and a swallow of emotion, Chen Lang responded, I
will. And with it, he manifested demonic wings on his back and flew towards the capital of Jojo. It was his first visit to the capital in this lifetime, a nostalgic feeling indeed. He hurried to the funeral site as soon as he got the location from his phone. Arriving, he saw a crowd of elderly and children all weeping along with young people who had been injured attending the funeral. Chen Lang, you're here, yes. Attending the funeral of the 3 mighty warriors, Chen Lang felt his heart sink. No, to be precise, every Jojo person at the funeral felt a deep sorrow. Su Wangyang stepped forward to give a speech, bidding farewell to the 3 mighty warriors. You are the great heroes of Jojo, farewell. We will inherit your will to defend Jojo and never let the myriad clan step inside our territory. After signaling them to leave, Su Wangyang stopped Chen Lang. Chen Lang, wait a moment, I have something to tell you.
Chen Lang nodded slightly, okay. The others exchanged glances.
And without further questions they turned and left, leaving only Chen Lang and Su Wangyang at the funeral. Su Zun, what did you want to talk about? Su Wangyang nodded slightly. I need to discuss with you about the future matters concerning Jojo. Establishing a new defense line was your suggestion. Do you have anything else that needs to be done? Chen Long narrowed his eyes, sensing the urgency in Su Wangyang's tone.
I haven't thought of anything for now, I see. Just then Su Wangyang could no longer hold on and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out as he collapsed.
It happened all too suddenly, completely catching Chen Long off guard. His pupils shrank slightly, and with a swift movement he quickly caught Su Wangyang, who was about to fall. His expression grave, he exclaimed, Master Su, what's wrong with you? Qianlong's words were filled with worry. In his past life he had a good relationship with Su Wanyang, fighting side by side as comrades. How could he not be worried?
Even though they hadn't interacted much in this life, Qianlong always
regarded him as a comrade. The affection between them was unspeakable. Su Wanyang smiled and shook his head, coughing violently several times. Qianlong, don't worry, I'm fine. The more he said this, the more worried Qianlong became. You're fine? What sort of joke is this? People don't just cough up blood for no reason. Don't lie to me, what's really wrong? Qianlong firmly grasped Su Wanyang's wrist, closely feeling his physical condition.
Soon his face turned ugly, his voice trembling. How could this be? How could this be? How could you be so badly injured? Through his senses, Su Wanyang's physical condition was terribly poor, not far from death. Cough, cough, cough. I'm beyond saving.
The damage has reached the core. Surviving till now is already a miracle, Qianlong. Perhaps the future of Jiuzhou will be left to you. The heritage of Jiuzhou should not be used unless absolutely necessary. You must not act impulsively. The red armor people are wary of Jiuzhou's heritage. If it isn't necessary, don't use it. But if the lives of hundreds of thousands of Jiuzhou people are at risk, then use the heritage.
Upon hearing this, Qianlong's eyes widened, staring blankly at Su Wanyang. You?
No, there must be a way to save you. Qianlong's mind raced, quickly thinking of an excellent solution. I control the power of time. I can reverse your physical condition. Su Wanyang, hold on, you will be fine. You must be fine. Su Wanyang shook his head, using all his strength to grasp Qianlong's hand. No.
Don't. I'm tired, let me go. My comrades. I'm coming.
Su Wanyang smiled for the last time, slowly closing his eyes. And Qianlong could only watch helplessly as his comrade from a past life, Su Wanyang, died before him. The pain of this separation between life and death was something only he could truly understand. His heart ached, holding Su Wanyang's body. Qianlong's tears flowed uncontrollably. Once upon a time, they were discussing matters of Jiuzhou, and now he was just a cold body. All clans. I will make you pay a painful price. 10 minutes later, the head of the Zhuge family appeared behind Qianlong at some point, his expression complex as he looked at Su Wanyang. Old friend. I didn't expect you to pass away so quickly, Sai. Qianlong glanced back at the head of the Zhuge family, his voice choked. Do you have something to say to me? Master Zhuge stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke slowly. You must know the reason behind Su Wanyang's death. Since he believed you could manage the affairs of Jiuzhou, then I will assist you wholeheartedly. Qianlong's eyes flickered. Assist me?
Master Zhuge nodded. Yes, the Zhuge family has always diligently supported those in charge of Jiuzhou. I hope you won't be too difficult to assist. Qianlong, initially stunned, then declared, let the Zhuge family manage Jiuzhou unless there's a major event that requires my decision. Master Zhuge was puzzled. What, let the Zhuge family take charge of Jiuzhou? That might not be proper. Qianlong waved dismissively. What's wrong with that? I trust that the Zhuge family will not push Jiuzhou into the abyss. Master Zhuge objected, but historically no family has ever taken charge of Jiuzhou. I am not suited for such responsibility, Qianlong admitted. Why? Master Zhuge pressed for a reason. Because I dislike managing affairs. I prefer to fight on the battlefield. Master Zhuge's mouth fell open, speechless. His reasoning was sound, and Master Zhuge found himself at a loss for words, realizing he did not want to take on this burden, but it seemed he had no choice. After a long contemplation, Master Zhuge conceded, all right, I will manage the internal affairs and you handle the external ones. Then, looking down at the body of Su Wanyang, Qianlong resolved to give a grand burial to this great hero. It's only right, he murmured to himself. He always wanted to befriend the three strongest beings, so let him be buried alongside them. It's a way to compensate for Su Wanyang's regrets. Soon, the news of Su Wanyang's death heated up the Jiuzhou search rankings, causing a widespread shock. It's over, all four of the mightiest in Jiuzhou have fallen. Heaven wants to doom us. While the four mightiest had fallen, leaving Jiuzhou without a divine being, it was wrong to speak so dishearteningly. The mightiest are gone, but Jiuzhou still holds the power of life, right, like the five great families' prodigies and the unparalleled Qianlong. They are now Jiuzhou's elite forces. Especially Qianlong, who single-handedly slew a divine being. It's utterly astounding. But the four mightiest were Jiuzhou's great heroes. We mourn our ancestors and carry their memory in our hearts, seeking revenge for their deaths. Sad as it may be, we hope the spirits above bless Jiuzhou. If only our ancestors could be revived, Jiuzhou wouldn't face such great pressure. but one can only dream.
Meanwhile, all across Jojo, people grieved the sacrifice of the four mightiest. Students and teachers in various academies paused their activities to mourn and grieve the departure of these heroes. Then another explosive piece of news spread across Jojo. Qianlong will lead Jojo, but his heart is only set on battling enemies, not on governing Jojo.
Entrusting the governance of the 9 provinces to the Zhuge family, if violated, divine retribution shall follow. What to Chen Liang? To oversee the 9 provinces, might this not be a good idea? Can you not read the entire content? He does not wish to govern the 9 provinces, instead he desires to focus solely on defeating enemies, entrusting the governance of the 9 provinces to the Zhuge family. This is an unprecedented event in history. What's the matter? Do you not trust the Zhuge family? I believe the Zhuge family has devoted themselves tirelessly for thousands of years. Could they possibly be detrimental to the 9 provinces? Exactly, the Zhuge family has silently contributed to the 9 provinces and are truly deserving. But to think that Chen Liang is actually reluctant to govern the 9 provinces? You don't understand Chen Liang. Since his birth, the slaughter he has caused is second to none, truly making him the most despised in the 9 provinces over the past millennium. How could someone like Chen Liang remain stationed in the 9 provinces forever? He will inevitably engage in numerous battles with the armies of myriad tribes beyond the front lines. I am somewhat worried about how the divine beings of the myriad tribes will cope without the 4 mightiest warriors. When soldiers come block them, when water rises, dam it up. Let's take it one step at a time. Soon the chosen sons of the heavens on the frontier of the 9 provinces received the latest news. Gu Jinwen cracked a smile. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Brother Liang would one day govern the 9 provinces, just didn't expect him to be reluctant. Shen Yuan Tian squinted his eyes. This guy's vision is even greater than we imagined, showing no interest in such a position. Nan Gongming patted his shoulder. If it were you, would you have wanted it?
Shen Yuan Tian glanced at Jiang Linxian and said solemnly, the Shen Yuan family is unswervingly loyal to the 9 provinces, and besides I see eye to eye with him and prefer not to meddle too much. Zhuge Jun shook his head. This thankless task has ultimately fallen upon the Zhuge family. Shang Wanqing laughed loudly. Zhuge Jun, shouldn't you be glad? Zhuge Jun rolled his eyes unamused as Shen Yuan Tian said, it's a thankless job, one misstep and you're to bear the brunt of criticism, the pressure is immense. Some people really know how to play the victim. In the capital, Chen Liang personally buried the body of Su Wanyang next to the 3 mightiest warriors, staring at the graves of the 4 mightiest warriors, his eyes flickering with a faint light. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. His rebirth couldn't change many fates in the 9 provinces, preventing possession by the myriad tribes and reducing casualties within the 9 provinces, but it also altered events that had never occurred in his previous life, such as the collapse of the 5 battlefields and the fall of the 4 mightiest warriors. All these were the results of his own butterfly effect. Chen Liang slowly knelt down and kowtowed to the graves of the 4 mightiest warriors. Rest in peace. I am here in the 9 provinces, even in death I will guard it. At this moment Chen Liang's heart was calm, only loneliness remained. Having said this, he stood up and left the hero's garden, his back sprouting the wings of the demon, flying towards the frontier of the 9 provinces. Looking afar, the cultivators of the 9 provinces were valiantly resisting the great army of the myriad tribes. Relying on the Black Wall, the losses of the 9 provinces' cultivators were minimized, but casualties were still inevitable. It was an unavoidable reality, nearly impossible to completely prevent. Standing atop the Black Great Wall, Qianlong gazed out over the vast expanse. How long could the 9 provinces hold on? His power alone was limited. Without the ability to be omnipresent, how could he possibly defend the vast 9 provinces? Inevitably, one area would collapse first, leading to a gradual occupation by myriad clans. Suddenly, a thought struck him. 3 months remained until his next check-in. He hoped the upcoming reward would prove helpful. His only hope now rested on the check-in system. Only the system's rewards could turn the tide, but 3 months was too long for the 9 provinces. Qianlong dared not gamble on what the 9 provinces would become after these 3 months. System, can you shorten the check-in time? He silently pleaded, attempting to communicate with the check-in system. Ding, host. The check-in time cannot be changed, please patiently wait for 3 months. Hearing the system's response, Qianlong was silent for a moment before heaving a deep sigh. All right. I was asking too much. He chuckled and shook his head, realizing it was just wishful thinking. Ding, however, host, changing the time is not impossible, but it comes at a certain cost. The system's voice echoed in Chen Long's mind again. His eyes widened, he held his breath and asked deliberately, what kind of price must I pay to change the check-in time? Ding, host only needs. Ding, host only needs to sacrifice half of your lifespan to shorten the time by 2 months. Chen Long's pupils dilated slightly and a slight smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. Just this, half of my lifespan. He realized that the system was merely finding an excuse to assist him. The reason was simple. Chen Long wielded the power of time and lifespan was not something he lacked.
Moreover, with his realm still considered low, further enhancements could easily recoup his lifespan.
There was virtually no real cost to him. His eyes twinkling, Chen Long thought, system, thank you. As he spoke, he felt half of his vitality being drawn away, but then he unleashed the power of time to reverse its flow, restoring the drawn vitality. Such was the formidable power of time. Anticipating the rewards of next month's check-in, he hoped they would be even more useful. Chen Long flapped the demon wings that had manifested on his back and he charged directly towards the vast army of myriad clans. Look everyone, who is that coming? It's Chen Long. Wasn't he at the funeral of the strongest fighters? How has he returned so quickly?
Chen Long leads from the outside while the Zhuge family manages from within, a truly fine
arrangement. Yes, brothers, the time to counterattack has come. Finally, we don't have to defensively perish. This time I will make sure the myriad clans taste what a counterattack from the 9 provinces feels like. A great victory on the western frontier, the myriad clans army defeated. Who would have thought it could happen again in the east, twice blooming? Shen Tong cared little for the comments from the monks of Kyushu. He conjured the spear of the underworld and charged into the grand army of myriad clans, transforming into a fearsome Asura, a god of slaughter, wreaking havoc so fiercely that the enemy was driven into disarray, their blood forming rivers. A single step into these rivers would drown one's feet in blood, a testament to the frenzy of Chen Tong's onslaught. He fought ever more bravely. With the aid of the path of slaughter, his combat prowess briefly soared to new heights. Faced with the formidable Chen Tong, the grand army of myriad clans had no choice but to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, what can be done? Who could possibly break his stride?
Without the divine powerhouses intervening, who could stand as Kyushu's foremost
champion? Our numbers mean nothing to him. Retreat quickly. If we don't, we will all perish here. Following closely behind Chen Tong was the main force of Kyushu, fighting fiercely in groups of 5 against the myriad clans. This is indeed a delightful slaughter. Yes, this is the first time in my life I've enjoyed such a thorough bloodletting. Myriad clans, die, kill, kill. As the battle dragged on, Chen Tong's eyes reddened with fury, and before he knew it he had reached the
heart of the enemy lines.
Turning around, he found no one behind him. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he felt a pang of loneliness and solitude. Alas, the monks of Kyushu cannot keep up with me. Perhaps only the supreme prodigies can match my pace. Then Chen Tong continued forward, cutting through any of the myriad clan warriors in his path with a single resolve: kill. Penetrating deep into the enemy's territory, Chen Tong looked up and saw a spatial rift. Is this the spatial rift through which the myriad clans enter Kyushu? In a past life I reached it but never had the chance to enter? Chen Tong frowned, contemplating whether to proceed. Now I am not alone, all of Kyushu stands behind me. If I enter, what will become of Kyushu? Suddenly an idea struck him, a brilliant solution that would allow him to enter the myriad clan's world while still protecting Kyushu. The body of time. Harnessing the power of time, he fished out his former self from the river of time. The past Chen Tong emerged from the river, his expression indifferent. Are you sure you want to venture into the world of the myriad clans? Taking a deep breath, Chen Tong nodded slightly. If I don't witness the might of the myriad clans, how can I truly know their strength? His past self sighed. You must be cautious on this journey. In the meantime, you will guard Kyushu for me. Looking up, the past Chen Tong solemnly declared, this body will protect Kyushu and shall never fall. Chen Tong, donning a mask and wrapped in the power of time to conceal his fate, stepped into the spatial rift. The moment he entered, it was as if he had fallen into a bottomless black hole engulfed by darkness. For some reason Chen Tong felt an eerie illusion, as if the darkness were a living beast snarling and roaring. Shaking his head, he refocused and the darkness returned to normal. The next second, a vast expanse of white light appeared before his eyes and he arrived in the world of the myriad clans. Was it an illusion? Recalling the darkness, Chen Tong frowned. He looked around cautiously, ensuring there was no immediate danger before lowering his guard. Truth be told, he was somewhat nervous. After all, this was his first venture into the world of myriad races, who knew what it would be like. He extended his senses, sweeping the surroundings, stretching out for dozens of miles before halting. So I am in a mountain range, he thought. The highest realm of the demonic beasts here is only the Emperor realm. That's lower than I expected. But what is the highest realm outside these mountains?
Actually, Chen Ling could have extended his senses
further, but he feared being detected, which might startle the enemies prematurely. He soared into the air, flying toward the strongest creature in the mountain range. To understand this world, it was undoubtedly best to consult the strongest. Soon after winding through the mountains, Chen Ling finally arrived at the lair of this beast. Knowing there are strong ones around makes them hide, he muttered disdainfully. With a cold snort, he stared at the mountain wall before him, clenched his fist and punched, smashing a huge hole in the wall.
Come out, he bellowed, trembling. The beast within the mountain wall hesitantly stepped out. What appeared was a large black lizard standing on all fours, its long tongue flicking and its eyes full of terror and fear. Great One, what do you seek from me? I will answer any question truthfully. Perhaps due to the mask he wore and his obscured aura, the black rock lizard couldn't see through Chen Ling. Tell me what has been happening outside these mountains, Chen Ling commanded in a deep voice. The lizard's eyes shifted, quickly realizing the nature of the person before it, a powerful being who had been in seclusion for many years, wanting to know about the outside world. Suddenly the lizard wasn't scared anymore and began to relay recent events from the outside world. Great One, a new city has been built beyond the mountains, called Beast City, where many racial forces have gathered. I've heard from those dispatched from above that Beast City continuously needs to send batches of cannon fodder to the 9 provinces. Alas, it's not that we are incompetent, but we also do not wish our kin to become fodder. What is the highest realm in Beast City? Chen Ling asked. It seems to be at the peak of the Proving Realm, but I feel they are not as powerful as you, Great One. You must be the strongest in this realm, the strongest in Beast City. In front of you, they are nothing. With these words, Chen Ling's eyes flickered and he stroked his chin. I see. Upon hearing the black rock lizard's response, Chen Ling realized that the myriad races world he was in was quite weak compared to the 9 provinces. It's exactly like that, the lizard continued. With your strength, Great One, you are fully qualified to go to the middle world. No, even the great world, and perhaps even the minor 1,000 worlds. Is that so? Chen Ling heard for the first time that the myriad races world was divided like this. So the world I am in now is the minor world? And the strongest here are in the Proving Realm. Then, is the middle world the realm of eternal life, and the great world the realm of the Imperial Lord? Chen Tong speculated that the minor 1,000 worlds might be divine realms. To confirm his guess, he would need to venture to the middle worlds. However, a question lingered in his mind. Why was he not restricted? Why didn't the will of this world bind him? Unable to figure it out, Chen Tong decided to let it go and turned his fierce gaze towards the black rock lizard. Sensing his intense stare, the lizard was terrified, daring not to even flick its tongue, fearing it might inadvertently displease Chen Tong. Master, I've told you everything I know. Could you perhaps spare my life? Pleaded the lizard. Spare your life? Chen Tong's lips curved into an intriguing smile, making him resemble a villain who thrived in mischief. The black rock lizard swallowed hard, prostrated decisively, and shouted, Master, I am willing to serve you tirelessly, just spare my life. I swear by my bloodline that I will never betray you, and if I do, may I perish. As the lizard spoke, a light emitted from its body and entered Chen Tong's forehead. Witnessing this, his pupils shrank slightly. A bloodline oath. He had heard of such things in his previous life, but never expected to experience it in this one. Would the black rock lizard regret its decision if it knew his true identity? Was submitting to a Zhongzhou human a humiliation? Meanwhile, the submission of the black rock lizard gave Chen Tong a daring idea. If various tribes could enslave the people of Zhongzhou, why couldn't he enslave the races of this world for Zhongzhou's benefit, to use them as cannon fodder for Zhongzhou's last line of defense? With his power, he was invincible in this realm, unmatched by any tribe. This thought took root in his heart, growing uncontrollably. A rare smile appeared on his face, sending chills down the spine of the black rock lizard in front of him, who thought, what is Master thinking now? This is too terrifying. Chen Tong, with his arms crossed and a detached expression, looked at the black rock lizard and coldly asked, You are the king of this mountain range, aren't you? The lizard nodded vigorously. Yes, I am the king of this range. Whatever you need, just command and my subordinates will assist you. Chen Tong shook his head. I don't need assistance. I need you to gather all the beasts of the mountain range. What? Gather all the beasts of the mountain range?
Chintong raised an eyebrow. Is that a problem? No.
Of course not, I wouldn't dare neglect your request, master, but the beasts of the mountain are numerous.
It might take some time to gather them all, the lizard said, worried about displeasing Chintong by being too slow. However, Chintong's next words caught the lizard off guard. I have plenty of time, take it slow. The lizard blinked, staring blankly at Chintong. This was the best master he had ever served. How lowly he had been before, often beaten and scolded. But this master was kind, never resorting to violence.
There's no comparison, and without comparison there's no hurt. The black
rock lizard looked up and let out a roar that echoed through the mountains. Every demon beast that heard his cry stopped what they were doing and hurried towards his territory. His voice thundered through the skies, reaching even the city of Wan Beast beneath the mountains. The streets of Wan Beast City were filled with demon beasts in human form, each retaining some unique traits. What's happening? Who is shouting in the Sunset Mountains? Has something happened? Who knows? The leader of the mountains has been merciful, always reluctant to send people out even when there were great opportunities to earn merit. Merciful? I don't think so, more like scared of death, not wanting to descend to Jojo. I really want to descend to Jojo and taste what the people there are like. Unfortunately, there are no humans in this realm, or else it would have been a feast. Why don't we go and see? Not interested. Wan Beast Hall. The lord of Wan Beast City, a three-eyed lion king, sat on his throne, his sharp claws tapping on the chair. What exactly is going on in the Sunset Mountains? Why did the black rock lizard cry out? Could he be brewing some
evil scheme? He wasn't sure, but there was an ominous premonition in the air.
Hopefully, it's just my imagination. Being part of the myriad tribes, he shouldn't be plotting anything harmful. Little did they know, this was a small step concerning the fate of all tribes in the minor worlds. Once Chintong succeeds, the next steps will be even easier, eventually commanding the tribes of many small worlds to serve under him. Cannon fodder for Jojo. In the Sunset Mountains,
after the roar of the black rock lizard, demon beasts began arriving one after another. Big Black,
what do you need us for? Yeah, I was just spending time with my wife and you disturbed us. Damn it, can't you stop bothering us? I was deep in meditation when I heard Big Black calling, so I came. You stinky bear. Say that again. I just said it. What can you do to me? Too much bullying. Too much bullying. The black rock lizard was furious, his complexion visibly darkening at a visible rate. His already black skin turned even darker with their bickering. Damn it, have you grown
so big that you didn't see the new boss next to me?
How embarrassing for my boss. Unable to tolerate it any longer, the black rock lizard roared, "Shut up!" A loud shout instantly made the present demon beasts obediently close their mouths, daring not to utter another word. The black rock lizard's gaze swept around, then he raised his foreclaw and pointed at Chintong. From now on, he is the boss of the Sunset Mountains. He is our future boss. He looks so frail. Can he really lead us? Impossible. He should at least demonstrate his power to convince us. Exactly. Following someone we know nothing about, we can't feel secure. Big Black, have you been fooled? What? Can't you understand human speech? Do I need to repeat myself? Or are you questioning my judgment? The demonic beasts exchanged glances, their eyes eventually settling on Chen Long, unable to detect even the slightest aura from him. The more they felt his inscrutable presence, the more they believed he was someone of mysterious and profound origin. After all, their previous leader, the Black Rock Lizard, had fiercely resisted joining forces with the City of 10,000 Beasts. To be chosen by their former leader as the new chief only proved that he must possess extraordinary qualities. Though he seemed unremarkable to them, a group of demonic beasts shouted in unison at Chen Long, "Boss!" Then what? The Black Rock Lizard quickly interjected. The crowd of beasts responded, "What else? Isn't this all just a formality?" Despite the Black Rock Lizard's frantic signaling, they simply didn't catch his drift. Watching this comical scene unfold, Chen Long himself almost wanted to laugh. What a bunch of fools. Swear by your bloodline, the Black Rock Lizard reminded, causing a sudden change in the expressions of the assembled beasts. Swearing by their bloodlines meant that they could only follow him from then on. Any betrayal would mean certain death. Boss Black, we follow you because you are righteous. But him, we don't know him. We can't swear a bloodline oath to him. If we really have to, it would only be to you, Boss Black.
Chen Long, with an
indifferent expression, casually placed his hands in his pockets and quietly circulated his divine elephant imprisoning force.
Behind him, a golden dragon elephant apparition materialized, its breath stirring the seas and its presence overwhelming. With a thunderous roar of the dragon elephant, the ground shattered and the heavens and earth seemed to transform. the black rock lizard closest to Qianlong instantly bristled, his entire body trembling from a deep, soul-shaking fear. So terrifying. Is this the boss's real strength? It's too frightening, whispered the black rock lizard, his reverence for Qianlong growing. The other demonic beasts felt an oppressive force that left them breathless, so powerful. Is this the new boss that Boss Black has acknowledged? Truly extraordinary. What kind of beast is he to possess such terrifying pressure? No wonder Boss Black recognizes him as the new leader, he's so powerful. Hiss. I have a feeling the new boss is going to make some big moves. Roar, roar, roar. Now that you mention it, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Little did they know Qianlong indeed had big plans that would stun them. I intend not only to enslave you but also to subjugate the various tribes of the city of 10,000 beasts and then use you as cannon fodder in the battles of the 9 realms. For now they remained unaware, but when the time came they would have no choice but to become cannon fodder. Soon enough all the demonic beasts in the Sunset Mountains swore their bloodline oaths to Qianlong, pledging their undying loyalty with betrayal meaning obliteration. An hour later all the beasts of the Sunset Mountains had submitted to Qianlong, enslaved by him. Qianlong rose into the air looking down at the demonic beasts below and said lightly, next my target is the city of 10,000 beasts. What? The city of 10,000 beasts? Are we going to attack the city of 10,000 beasts? Isn't this fratricide? Although we are incompatible as fire and water, we have never actually fought each other. Isn't this a bit too much? Yes. We are all part of the myriad tribes, isn't this unnecessary? Is there no way for everyone to live in peace? Why must it come down to a life or death struggle? Qianling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice cold as he declared, what I want is the power of the entire world. His words struck a nerve among the beasts, causing an uproar. My lord, are you not from this world? What are you planning to do? Am I not important? At that moment a terrifying murderous intent burst forth from Qianling, suffocating them with its intensity. The expressions of the beasts below changed drastically. What does it matter who our lord is? He's our new boss now, isn't he? Surely he wouldn't lead us to our doom, right? A black rock lizard took the lead, shouting loudly, yes, he wouldn't just sacrifice us. Let's follow our new leader and explore new worlds. Roaring in agreement under his mask, Qianling's lips twitched cruelly. You said it. I'm indeed planning to use you as cannon fodder for Kyushu. Watching the army of several 100,000 beasts below, Qianling gave the order to march towards the beast city. Accompanied by roars, the massive army charged towards Beast City, their sounds thunderous, their movements swift as shadows. In no time, they arrived at the gates of Beast City, a dark mass enveloping it, besieging it completely. Qianling had always seen such scenes from the perspective of the victim. This was his first time witnessing it as an invader. Inside Beast City, numerous beasts transformed into human shapes abruptly looked up, gazing out towards the city. What's happening? Why are there so many beasts gathered outside? Could it be that the Sunset Mountains are launching an attack on Beast City? With such an aggressive stance, an attack is imminent. This could have been avoided. Why cause unnecessary casualties? Yes, I just don't understand why it has to be a fight to the death. Outside the halls of Beast City, the three-eyed Lion King, sensing the grand army outside, frowned deeply, his paw clenched as he roared. Black Rock Lizard of the Sunset Mountains, you broke your promise. You vowed not to invade Beast City, but it was all a ruse to lower our guard and let your scheme succeed. You deserve death. At that moment, the Lion King's guard pushed open the doors, bowing deeply. My king, the Sunset Mountains have surrounded our Beast City. What should we do? Should we fight them to the end? Fight, we must fight. Are we to let our grand Beast City be trapped by the beasts of the Sunset Mountains? This would tarnish the dignity of Beast City. Pass my command all. The mighty beasts of Beast City must contribute their strength to this cause. And what about the teleportation to Kyushu? That will have to wait until we deal with the Sunset Mountains. We must resolve this internal crisis quickly. Yes, my king. The guard immediately relayed the king's orders, mobilizing all the forces within Beast City. One by one, beasts climbed up to the walls of Beast City, discussing fervently. We have no choice but to fight. I really don't want to fight. Who knows if we might fall? Yes, who wants to die if they can live? Little did they know, this was not a battle of equal exchange but a complete rout. Qintong forced the entire One Beast City to mobilize, wiping them out in one fell swoop. He had no desire to waste too much time on a minor world, it was simply not worth it. The strongest of One Beast City, the Tri-Eyed Lion King, soared into the sky above One Beast City and coldly shouted, Black Rock Lizard, get out here, you untrustworthy scoundrel. Next to Chen Tong, the Black Rock Lizard's face changed slightly as he murmured humbly, Master, may I?
as you wish. Chen Tong spoke indifferently, his words devoid of emotion. The Black Rock Lizard rose into the air to confront the Tri-Eyed Lion King. I had no intention of starting a war with Wan Beast City. Nonsense. The Tri-Eyed Lion King cursed loudly. You still have the face to say that? You used all the power of the Sunset Mountains to trap my Wan Beast City, and you say you didn't want to start a war? Black Rock Lizard, what nonsense are you spouting? I am merely serving the new boss and I can't defy his wishes, can I? A new boss? The Tri-Eyed Lion King was baffled, his face a picture of astonishment. A peak Transcendence Realm powerhouse serving a new boss? How is that possible? How can there be a new boss when you are as powerful as the peak Transcendence Realm yourself? How strong must this new boss be? My master merely wishes to subdue you, not to cause too much strife. Ha! Wishful thinking. My Wan Beast City will never submit to an outsider, especially given our existence is well known. It would be difficult to explain to the higher powers. Difficult to explain. If they dare to come, I will kill. Chen Tong, tired of their idle chatter, soared into the air, manifesting a golden dragon elephant phantom behind him, its terrifying pressure bearing down on Wan Beast City and the Tri-Eyed Lion King. In an instant, the demonic beasts below in Wan Beast City were suffocated by the dragon elephant's pressure, feeling a deep, soulful fear. This is terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying pressure? It even makes me feel fear. This is something the Lord of Wan Beast City cannot bring. What kind of background does this guy have? What in the world is that golden phantom behind him? I can't hold on any longer. Cough, cough, cough. And some, unable to withstand Chen Tong's dragon elephant pressure, spat out blood. The Tri-Eyed Lion King, being the closest, felt the strongest oppression and couldn't move at all. At that moment the Tri-Eyed Lion King understood why the Black Rock Lizard had submitted to him. Just the pressure alone was unbearable, let alone fighting. To not submit was to die. Initially, the Tri-Eyed Lion King thought that Wan Beast City could withstand the demon beast army of the Sunset Mountains. Now he realized he had underestimated the Sunset Mountains. Submit or die? The demonic beasts under Wan Beast City decisively chose to submit. We submit to you, let's swear by our bloodlines. Suddenly the demonic beasts on Wan Beast City looked at each other, unsure and hesitant. They hadn't expected to have to swear a blood oath. Isn't submission enough? Why do we also need to swear a blood oath? Exactly. How can you be so domineering? Why restrict us with a blood oath? Chen Tong, looking coldly at the demonic beasts below, stated, those unwilling to swear a blood oath, not one shall remain. I don't mind losing a few tens of thousands of demonic beasts. A few tens of thousands more or less make no difference. With these words the demonic beasts hurriedly swore their blood oaths. The Three-Eyed Lion King, with a spirit of defiance, struggled to straighten his back and stared straight ahead. Chen Long looked at the unruly Three-Eyed Lion King and said lightly, you refuse to submit to me. The Lion King then transformed into his true form, his body gleaming gold with a third righteous eye on his forehead resembling the divine beings of the Three-Eyed tribe. With a look of disdain he snorted coldly, I am not like the Black Rock Lizard, afraid of death and greedy for life. A true powerhouse never alters his core principles to submit to someone of unknown origins. The guards of the Three-Eyed Lion King, equally fearless, quickly gathered behind him. My king, we are willing to live and die with you. In our next lives we would still choose to stand with you. The Lion King's eyes shimmered as he turned to look at his guards. You are all my brothers. In the next life I will still be your king and rely on you. Chen Long narrowed his eyes, surprised to find creatures with such integrity among the myriad tribes, much like the people of Jojo. Indeed, with such a vast number of tribes, it's normal to find a few with backbone. It's just unfortunate that our positions differ, making peace impossible. Chen Long slowly raised his left hand, clenched it into a fist, and summoned the power of 100 dragon elephant particles, unleashing a golden fist imprint 100 yards in size, whistling through the air, shattering space, and causing mountains to collapse and the earth to split. This punch left the monster army below dumbstruck. Is this the strength of our new leader? It's terrifying. Such a punch could easily crush us. Surely our leader must be a mighty being from a greater world. But why would such a being come to our lesser world and require us to swear blood oaths? Should dare you speak of such matters? Do you want to be crushed by our leader? Right. Mustn't speak of it. The Black Rock Lizard and the Three-Eyed Lion King, being closest to Chen Long, felt the immense strength of this punch most acutely. The Black Rock Lizard swallowed hard. Is this really the strength of our leader? It doesn't seem like the power of someone at the pinnacle of the proving realm. Could it be that our leader is unaffected by the will of this world? With this thought, the black rock lizard's respect for Qianlong deepened. Unaffected by the world's will, how powerful must one be? Indeed, it was Qianlong's invincible path that forced the world's will to have no effect on him. Such is the might of the invincible path. Faced with Qianlong's casual golden fist imprint, the three-eyed Lion King chose to burn everything at all costs, like a moth to a flame. This scene reminded Qianlong of an old friend, Su Wangyang, who also burned everything recklessly and ultimately perished. At this moment, Qianlong's heart was incredibly heavy. Roar of 1,000 lions. The three-eyed Lion King unleashed the strongest power of his life, performing his greatest mystical ability. By combining the strength of 10,000 three-eyed lions attempting to break all laws with a single force, imagine a scene of utter defeat. The reality is harsh. The tri-eyed Lion King stood no chance against the mighty golden fist imprint. With one powerful strike he was sent flying, his dominion crumbling instantly. The terrifying force spread throughout his body, his eyes wide with agony, bloodshot from the pain as a gush of blood spurted from his mouth. Crack, crack, his ribs shattered, and as he plummeted from the sky he was barely clinging to life. "My king!" 11 of his guards caught him, steadying his fall to the ground. Seeing that the tri-eyed Lion King was still hanging onto a sliver of life, Qianlong was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected him to survive a direct punch. Unexpected indeed. Qianlong stepped forward, instantly closing the distance between him and the fallen king. As he approached, the loyal guards positioned themselves protectively in front of their leader. "Leave, don't protect me. I am ready to go before our king. To kill me, how noisy!" With a sweeping gesture, Qianlong flung the 11 guards aside. The tri-eyed Lion King, with a look of defiance, stared intensely at Qianlong and weakly asked, "What is your origin?" Cough, cough. "With such strength, why conquer these weaker beasts? They seem of no use to you." Cough, cough. Qianlong looked emotionlessly at the dying lion. A dying man needs no answers. He stepped on the lion's body, ending his life. With the death of the tri-eyed Lion King, the city of 1,000 beasts came under Qianlong's control. With an army of hundreds of thousands of beasts, it was a significant force that could hold off enemies for a long time. A black rock lizard flew up behind Qianlong, flattering, "Congratulations on conquering the city of 1,000 beasts, boss." Qianlong glanced at the lizard. "Are there any other places in this world where large numbers of beasts gather?" No. The lizard shook its head. "The city of 1,000 beasts gathered a large number, most of which you've now conquered. But there are still some scattered beasts left to be tamed, which could be troublesome." "Not troublesome." Qianlong smiled slyly, a smile that sent chills down the lizard's spine, making it wonder what its master was planning next. The lizard's guess was right, but not entirely. The forces meant to regulate from above hadn't arrived yet, and Qianlong had preemptively taken action. With demon wings emerging on his back, Qianlong flew high into the sky, his voice thundering across the small world. "The Sunset Mountain Range and this city of 1,000 beasts have surrendered to me, sworn by blood oath." The tri-eyed Lion King and his guards resisted and have been vanquished. Any remaining beasts that do not surrender will meet their end. Instantly, a portion of the beasts was shocked by his declaration. "What's happening?" "The Sunset Mountain Range and the city of 1,000 beasts subdued by a mighty force and bound by blood oath." Such tyranny, no surrender, no blood oath, means death? This force is too oppressive, leaving no room for those beasts who wish to remain free. How dare we resist? Even the tri-eyed Lion King has been vanquished. Our only option if we wish to live is to surrender. Indeed, quite swiftly, the scattered demonic beasts across the realm have all sworn their blood oaths, submitting to Qianlong at his feet. From then on, he became the king of this minor world, his word unquestioned, with no one daring to defy him. The buzzing sound filled the air as the will of the world manifested, taking on a human form much like the will of the blue star, an indistinct visage of all beings. "Foreigner, you should not have appeared in this world. Moreover, to commit such heinous acts, do you realize the consequences you bring upon yourself?" Behind Qianlong, the black rock lizard and the demonic beasts that had submitted to him were utterly terrified. How could this happen? How could the will of the world be disturbed? Do you think we might be punished by the will of the world? Shoo! Be cautious. We must be careful when speaking of the world's will. Meanwhile, Qianlong remained indifferent, not at all surprised by the sudden appearance of the world's will. He had anticipated that it would personally intervene. After all, he had subdued the demonic beasts of this realm, and if the world's will did not intervene now, it would never have another chance. Consequences? I merely made them submit to me. What consequences could there be? The world's will sighed deeply. Stop now, or don't force me to act, for you'll have no chance to plead for mercy then. you. Qianzong raised an eyebrow, his words showing utter disregard for the world's will. As if to provoke it further, the world's will became enraged. I gave you a chance and you squandered it. Suppress. With a thunderous shout, the world's will, wielding supreme power, attempted to suppress Qianzong. Feeling the leaking power, Qianzong became slightly more serious. Compared to the world's will of the Blue Star, this one was inferior. The former could have beings above gods, while the latter was merely at the level of a proving ground warrior. The gap was too vast, I admit. That this world's will is much stronger than the myriad tribes I've encountered, but you are not enough, not yet worthy. Qianzong stomped his foot, and behind him emerged a colossal golden dragon elephant phantom. He pointed his hand at the world's will and commanded, "Go." The deafening roars of the dragon elephant echoed through the heavens, shattering the space, causing landslides and earth to split. The sky darkened as if a massive hole had been torn through it. Were it not for Chen Zong's deliberate control, the demonic beasts behind him might have been severely shaken by the roar, even suffering great injuries. The dragon elephant phantom collided with the supreme power above, causing a tremendous collision. The shockwaves ravaged 8,000 miles, toppling demonic beasts to the ground. How terrifying! Is this the strength of our leader? To stand equal with the world's will? No, no, no. Our leader must be much stronger than the world's will. This is too fearsome. I'm really curious about our leader's origins. Yes. This individual's identity is certainly not simple. He must be a prodigious talent from a minor world. Little did they know it was Chen Long, the supreme talent who had always descended upon Kyushu. Faced with a ferocious strike, the will of the world actually felt immense pressure. To think that with the power of this world he could not overpower a foreigner. What a tremendous disgrace! Such news would terribly tarnish the face of the world's will. Damn it, why aren't you bound by my restrictions? The world's will gritted its teeth, unable to shake the dragon elephant phantom even with all its might. Boom! The dragon elephant phantom shattered the supreme power of the world's will, blasting through his human form. Although the human form was shattered, it could not effectively attack the world's will. The world's will, weak as it may be, had its unique traits that made it not so easily eradicated. If it were easy, the world's will of the blue planet would have been eradicated by the myriad races long ago, plunging Kyushu into irredeemable calamity, watching his human form restore itself. Chen Long's brow furrowed deeply. Was his strike unable to eradicate the world's will? Following that, Chen Long tried various methods to eradicate the world's will, but each attempt only resulted in repeated shatterings and restorations, leaving him extremely frustrated. It was unbearable not being able to eradicate it. Who wouldn't be distressed? In frustration, Chen Long could no longer hold back and burst out with a fluent curse of profound knowledge. At the same time, he realized just how challenging the world's will of the blue planet was. Perhaps the situation it faced was exactly like what the world's will is facing now. With this thought, Chen Long felt sympathy for the world's will of the blue planet. This great conflict among the myriad races exemplified the survival of the fittest, the natural law of elimination of the unfit to its fullest extent. While he was momentarily distracted, the world's will decisively struck, charging at Chen Long with the speed of lightning. A duel between life and death, and you dare to be inattentive. You really don't see me as a threat. Coming back to his senses, Chen Long remained calm and composed, stretching his hands to both sides, guarded by the god of the underworld. A phantom of the underworld god enveloped him, blocking the full force of the world's will strike, causing only ripples without any breakage. Seeing this, Chen Long gained a more direct understanding of the power of the world's will before him. You weaker than I imagined. I overestimated your limit. His words infuriated the world's will, who wanted to curse back but was not skilled enough. System, do you have any method to eradicate the world's will? Ding. Host, there are two methods to eradicate the world's will. 1. Bombard the world's will countless times, gradually eroding its divinity. 2. Strike precisely at the true body of the world's will, achieving complete eradication. Hearing the system's response, Chen Long blinked in confusion. The first method was impossible for him to slowly erode the world's will's divinity, as he didn't have that much time. As for the second method, he didn't quite understand it. Wasn't the world's will before him its true form? Could it possibly be just an avatar? That would be quite absurd. Ding. Host, the human form manifested by the world's will can transform between reality and illusion. At the moment it mobilizes its supreme power, that is its true form, there is no true invincibility in this world. There is always a flaw just hidden from notice. Chen Tong's lips curved upward, revealing a sinister smile.
A foreboding feeling crept over the personified will of the world, as if sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Just then a voice echoed from the heavens, I didn't expect the will of the world itself to appear, nor did I expect someone to beat me to it, but why are you wearing a mask, hiding your identity? Speak up, who sent you? The powerful being from the Myriad Scales clan asked condescendingly. Each clan always prides itself on being superior, their status is lofty, reigning above others. This arrogance deeply disgusted Chen Tong. Annoying, the Myriad Scales clan member flew into a rage. Boy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. You really think I can't handle you? The figure from the Myriad Scales clan flashed in front of Chen Tong and struck with his hand. However, he couldn't last even a second before Chen Tong ruthlessly sent him flying, breaking all his ribs and causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, he was a strong individual and belonged to a physically resilient race, which prevented him from being killed. Instantly, coughing, the Myriad Scales clan member wiped away the blood, took a healing pill and turned to the personified will of the world. Will of the world, it's time you stop restricting my realm. Together we can surely capture him. The personified will of the world with furrowed brows realized that there was no other choice but to join forces with the Myriad Scales clan member. Good, the Myriad Scales warrior felt the constraint on his heart lift and laughed heartily, his power finally restored. His realm soared from the peak of the path-confirming stage to the late stage of the Emperor Lord. The oppressive power of the late Emperor Lord stage caused the armies of demonic beasts below to gasp for air, each lying prostrate and trembling on the ground. Only Chen Tong stood alone, unaffected by the Emperor Lord's oppressive power. At that moment the Myriad Scales clan member looked quite displeased, his eyes filled with wariness. Just who was this masked man, unaffected even by the Emperor Lord's oppressive power? Could there be such a formidable existence among the Myriad clans? He couldn't think of who it could be. Of course, it might also be that he himself had not reached a higher level, unaware of how extreme the geniuses further up could be. Beside him, the personified will of the world looked incredulous and shocked. How can this be? Why isn't he affected by your Emperor Lord's oppressive power? The Myriad Scales clan member snorted coldly. He is like me, an outsider, and thus not bound by your restrictions. Chen Tong, with his arms crossed, stared coldly at both the personified will of the world and the Myriad Scales clan member. The two of you might as well come at me together to save me the trouble of a warm-up battle. Myriad Scales secret technique. The Myriad Scales clan member waved his hand and countless scales floated before him, then shot towards Chen Tong. At the same time, the personified will of the world mobilized the power of heaven and earth, focusing it at one point. Before he could react, Chen Long manifested demon wings on his back, breaking through the powerful spells of the Wan Lin clan's strongest warriors. Just then a voice echoed from the heavens, I didn't expect the will of the world itself to appear, nor did I expect someone to beat me to it, but why are you wearing a mask, hiding your identity? Speak up, who sent you? The powerful being from the Myriad Scales clan asked condescendingly. Each clan always prides itself on being superior, their status is lofty, reigning above others. This arrogance deeply disgusted Chen Tong. Annoying, the Myriad Scales clan member flew into a rage. Boy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. You really think I can't handle you? The figure from the Myriad Scales clan flashed in front of Chen Tong and struck with his hand. However, he couldn't last even a second before Chen Tong ruthlessly sent him flying, breaking all his ribs and causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, he was a strong individual and belonged to a physically resilient race, which prevented him from being killed. Instantly, coughing, the Myriad Scales clan member. He had even forgotten that Chen Long had just annihilated the world will. Below, the demonic beasts, upon hearing the name of Chen Long, the supreme prodigy of the 9 provinces, erupted in panic. It's over. We're doomed. We've caused so much harm to the 9 provinces. He will surely seek revenge. He'll definitely want to kill us. Curse it. If only I had known he was Chen Long, the supreme prodigy of the 9 provinces, I would rather die than serve under him. But now it's too late for regrets. We must obediently follow his command. Alas, I never thought that one day we would be outwitted by a person from the 9 provinces. I see a dark future ahead, devoid of any light. The first to submit to Chen Long, a black rock lizard, stood up and roared, "Shut up! If our leader really wanted to kill us, why would he have us swear a blood oath? Can't you use your brains, you fools? If our leader can kill the world, well, he wouldn't trap us in a deadly situation." This statement made the demonic beasts realize they had sworn a blood oath to Chen Long. Well, at least our lives are spared, though the days ahead might be tough.
Regaining his composure, the Wanlin clan's warrior took a deep breath, only then noticing the world was nowhere to be seen. He tried to sense its presence, but felt nothing. The more he sensed, the colder his heart grew. "No need to sense anymore, the world has already been eradicated by me," said Qianlong nonchalantly. The Wanlin clan's warrior, now certain but still in disbelief, muttered, "This is the world. Will, many clans have spent countless years trying to eradicate a world will, and yet Qianlong did it so effortlessly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it's true. How did you do this?" Qianlong twisted his neck, leisurely responding, "A dying man need not know so much." Swallowing hard, the Wanlin clan's warrior pleaded, "Qianlong, you can't kill me. If you do, the clans will send even stronger warriors. No matter how many come, what fear do I have?" Chen Long stepped forward and in an instant appeared before the powerful warrior of the Wanlin tribe. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch that forcefully knocked his opponent to the ground. With this single strike, he killed a sovereign warrior without giving him any chance to resist. Qianlong raised his hand and activated thousands of formations to protect himself and took out a source stone born from the will of a dead world. Sitting cross-legged in the sky, he began to channel the divine elephant imprisoning force to absorb the terrifying energy contained within the source stone. This energy was gentle and easily absorbed into his body, rapidly transforming the giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles at a speed much faster than when he was undergoing his tribulation, several times faster, in fact. Similarly, the terrifying energy contained in a single source stone was completely absorbed, converting 100 million dragon elephant particles for Qianlong. One source stone could convert 100 million dragon elephant particles. 7 source stones could convert 700 million dragon elephant particles. What concept is this? Qianlong's strength was now many times greater than before, and whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that with one punch he could shatter meteors in the heavens. An hour later, after digesting the 7 source stones born from the will of a dead world, Qianlong felt as if he had been sublimated. This was the first time he had completely absorbed the source stone born from a dead world's will and the transformation of the divine elephant imprisoning forces. Dragon elephant particles was incredibly swift. Now only 100,000 giant elephant particles were left to complete the transformation into 840 million dragon elephant particles. Qianlong had a premonition that once the last 100,000 giant elephant particles were transformed, it would be time for his tribulation. Dismissing the thousands of formations, he flew above the army of monsters, his eyes sharp. "For the time being, you will stay here and regroup until I return," he commanded. The black rock lizard nodded vigorously, raising its claw and striking its chest in agreement. "Boss, rest assured, leave it to me. I will manage them well with not a single mistake." Qianlong nodded slightly, flapped his demonic wings, and turned into a streak of light, flying towards the area in this minor world where the spiritual energy was most abundant. He chose to undergo his tribulation here to achieve the realm of a sovereign lord. Upon reaching his destination, Qianlong saw that besides a bit of land, there was a small lake. Floating in the lake were lotus flowers, ancient and highly nourishing, the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. It turned out to be less than even the spiritual energy in Jiuzhou. With no other choice, Qianlong stamped his foot, set up a spirit gathering array, and collected the spiritual energy from within 100 miles to converge at the small lake. In the blink of an eye, the small lake, which originally had less spiritual energy than Jiuzhou, surpassed it, even forming a thin mist of spiritual energy. Qianlong nodded slightly, adjusted the flow of time around the small lake. A day outside, a year inside the lake. He sat cross-legged, running the divine elephant imprisoning force, and began the transformation of the remaining giant elephant particles. Day after day, year after year, with Qianlong's efforts, he finally transformed the last 100,000 giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles. With a heavy breath, Qianlong stood up, his body crackling with the sound of popping joints, and his form shimmered with flecks of golden light. If an outsider were to perceive his body, they would be astonished to discover the shadow of a soaring dragon and elephant intertwined within him, and his bones tempered into golden brilliance. Clenching his fist slightly, Qianlong could feel the overwhelming power of the dragon and elephant surging through him. How strong! Is this what it means to complete the transformation of the dragon and elephant? After the dragon and elephant comes the Yuan elephant, and after that the divine elephant. How powerful will I be then? Qianlong was deeply curious. He was a completely different person from before, having once struggled in the 9 provinces to slay a deity. Now with his full strength, he should be able to easily vanquish one. Right soon after, Qianlong sensed the imminent heavenly tribulation. Was the Emperor's tribulation coming? Looking up at the dark clouds that obscured the sun, his heart raced with excitement. In this life he had reached the realm of Emperor far faster than in his previous life, a whole 21 years ahead. However, Qianlong had also paid a heavy price. One by one his old friends had fallen, no longer of this world. This pain Qianlong bore alone in silence. He needed to become stronger to protect everything he cared about. 9 provinces, old friends. There was so much to protect, the burden suddenly weighing heavily on Qianlong. Fortunately, there were a few outstanding prodigies in the 9 provinces to share some of the pressure. Boom! A thunderous roar snapped Qianlong's thoughts back to the present. Behind him, a golden dragon elephant manifested, its presence majestic. Bring it on, let me see how strong this lifetime's Emperor's tribulation really is. Boom! The first strike of the heavenly tribulation was a black thunderbolt striking Qianlong's robust physique. Weak, too weak. Feeling the strength of the first heavenly tribulation, he shook his head in disappointment.
Although this tribulation was much stronger than
his previous lives, he had long since surpassed his former self. Perhaps Qianlong's words had enraged the Emperor's tribulation as a series of deafening roars followed. Meanwhile, outside the city of myriad beasts, the assembled army of beasts all turned their heads towards the terrifying heavenly tribulation in the east. The black rock lizard swallowed nervously, its face a mix of awe and shock. Is this the boss's tribulation?
It's terrifying. What level of tribulation is this? The first strike was a black thunderbolt, unheard of through the ages.
He is Qianlong, the top prodigy of the 9 provinces. How could he not be formidable? I feel his talent is truly once in 10,000 years. The black rock lizard's expression changed, and it turned fiercely towards a disrespectful beast. If you dare disrespect the boss again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, yes. That beast from the city of myriad beasts scared witless by the black rock lizard's glare.
In the divine realm at the ancestral land of the Etian divine clan, report.
It's not good. One of our emperors sent to a minor world has perished. Perished in a minor world? That shouldn't be. In the lesser world, the highest level of power only reaches the pinnacle of the path of enlightenment. How could such a world cause the fall of an emperor? Could it be that the will of the lesser world intervened? I had disdained to strike against the will of a lesser world. Alas, it has been too long since I acted, and they have forgotten the calamity of the myriad races.
And us, let's not bother with that for now. It's just a small world with not many armies.
At this stage, we should unite against external threats and devour the will of the Jiuzhou world. This is a place that has the potential to evolve into a minor 1,000 world level. Lesser world. Boom, boom, boom.
Successive heavenly tribulations fall, causing no real harm to Qianlong, but instead they transform the dragon elephant particles within his body. Each particle evolves into a primal elephant particle, and his strength surges rapidly. It is not until the 8th heavenly tribulation falls that Qianlong finally feels a numbness throughout his body. Just one last heavenly tribulation and the final karmic tribulation left. Qianlong takes a deep breath, vividly remembering the last karmic tribulation. This time, the karmic tribulation will be several times stronger than the last. After all, the killings he has caused are too many, and the karmic forces are already pervasive throughout his body.
Bring it on! As his words fall, a deep red thunder crashes down, all absorbed by Qianlong's divine elephant suppressing prison technique, transforming into 100 primal elephant particles. Just after the 9th heavenly tribulation is absorbed, eerie voices resound in his ears. Teehee, we meet again. Last time you were lucky to escape, this time you have no chance. Suffering and destruction, you will pay the price for them.
Qianlong's eyes narrow and a cold smile appears on his
lips. Pay the price for them? Why should I? Why? Qianlong roars upward, venting the rage in his heart. In the past, myriad races descended upon Jiuzhou, slaughtered my kin. Do they not deserve death? What fault lies in fighting for Jiuzhou? Is this what they call karmic forces? Ridiculous. In this world, I am destined to be invincible. This is my belief, eternal and unchanging. Kill!
Qianlong erupts with all his might, operating the divine elephant suppressing prison technique to condense hellish aura into a black spear.
Spear of the underworld god, break for me. The strongest offensive technique in the world. He does not believe it cannot break through a mere karmic tribulation. Bang, bang, bang. The spear of the underworld god, unstoppable, breaks through one eerie figure after another, yet it does not shake the karmic tribulation even slightly.
Qianlong's brow furrows tightly, knowing how difficult the karmic tribulation is to break, but even the world's strongest offensive technique cannot break it.
This is truly terrifying. It seems I must resort to the method I used last time to resolve the karmic tribulation. He closes his eyes, operating the fourth layer of the divine elephant suppressing prison technique, heaven and earth furnace, with heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the craft, with yin and yang as charcoal, all things as copper. There is no longer talk of capacity, this is the heaven and earth furnace.
This is several times stronger than the previously used hell melting furnace, much more overbearing.
As expected, once the heaven and earth furnace appears, the eerie figures around Qianlong are sucked in one by one, refined into pure energy to replenish himself. No. Why do you possess such a heaven-defying technique? Why, how can you keep absorbing karmic forces time and again? The ghosts wailed amidst the howls of wolves surrounding him. The law of karma is the supreme truth, but after all, it's merely a form of energy. Since it's energy, it can be absorbed. It's just that ordinary people can't do it. And me, I am no ordinary person, Qianlong said coldly, pausing between each word,
having been reborn with a system by his side.
How could Qianlong remain as ordinary as in his previous life? Crack. Qianlong's realm broke through, advancing to the rank of Emperor Sovereign. At the same time, he created a new realm within himself, a circular origin world. It's said that many small worlds are formed by the separation of the origin worlds within bodies of mighty beings above the rank of Emperor Sovereign, evolving over eons into their own realms. Qianlong spread his hands, feeling the familiar yet long-missed origin world inside him, and he smiled. In his previous life he had perished at the peak of Emperor Sovereign. This life he was destined to be invincible, not perishing like before. He aimed to achieve the position of a deity. Although he was not entirely sure how to become a deity, he had some guesses and just needed the right moment to test them.
Qianlong shook his head, not wanting to think further. Having ascended to
Emperor Sovereign, it was time to lead a massive army of beasts back. Right system. How long until the next check-in? Ding. Host, there are 21 hours until the next check-in. Qianlong's eyes brightened, his breathing quickened. Just 21 more hours. He was really looking forward to what the next check-in reward would be. Then, with the wings of a demon materializing on his back, Qianlong swiftly flew towards the city of 10,000 beasts.
In a moment, he was above the city, looking down at the resting army of countless beasts below.
The black rock lizard was the first to notice a shadow overhead, and upon looking up, it was overjoyed to see its revered leader. Boss, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Faced with the black rock lizard's flattering, Qianlong couldn't be bothered to respond and instead spoke abruptly. You all should know who I am by now, right? It doesn't matter if you don't, I'll tell you now. I am Qianlong, the supreme prodigy who has descended upon Jiuzhou. His words caused no ripples among the beast army below. They had already known this, having accepted the fact over the past 20 days. What else could they do but accept? They only had one path to death. Being cannon fodder in Jiuzhou meant death anyway. Following Qianlong back to Jiuzhou was also a path to death. Either way it was death, so what was there to fear really? Not a thing. Qianlong glanced around, and seeing that the beast army could accept this, he continued, I will take you back to Jiuzhou. You
don't have to worry about what I will do to you.
You will only be used for Jiuzhou to withstand the pressure. The black rock lizard was the first to express loyalty. Boss, don't worry, leave it to us, we can definitely help Jiuzhou share the pressure. The surrounding beasts looked at the opportunist black rock lizard, and although they had many things to say, they dared not voice them, such as the helplessness of depending on others. Qianlong nodded slightly. Good, all troops follow me back to Jiuzhou. Most of the beasts were reluctant, but bound by a blood oath, they had no choice but to comply. As the saying goes, a forced melon isn't sweet, but it sure is thrilling. Qianlong led the way with the massive army of beasts following behind, passing through the spatial rift leading to Jiuzhou and making a grand descent into the territory of Jiuzhou. The sudden emergence of a massive army of demons did not attract attention, as the arrival of such creatures had become a daily occurrence and people were accustomed to it. However, what they didn't realize was that this demon army descending upon the 9 provinces all belonged to their own side. Full speed ahead, and if anyone dares to leak this information, they will be shown no mercy. With those harsh words, Qianlong stirred his demonic wings and shot out, rushing towards the nearest black wall. He had to reach the black wall ahead of time to inform them of the situation and prevent any fratricidal conflict. They were all tools meant to alleviate the pressure on the 9 provinces, and reducing any meaningless losses was more than welcome. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Qianlong transformed into a streak of light and soon arrived above the black wall. Perhaps due to Qianlong's old self being there, the southern black wall had not faced a massive attack from myriad tribes. the cultivators of the 9 provinces on the black wall blinked their eyes looking at the figure in the sky, and suddenly the atmosphere exploded. Isn't that Qianlong? Didn't he just go back to rest? How come there's another one?
And he came from outside the city? What, are you joking, too? Qianlongs, is that even possible? Think before you speak, hiss.
Is there a possibility that there really are 2 Qianlongs? That can't be. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't believe it, but if it's Qianlong, it's not impossible, impressive, truly worthy of being the pride of the 9 provinces. Listening to the discussions among the cultivators of the 9 provinces, Qianlong smiled slightly and waved his hand to greet them. Long time no see, everyone. You've all worked hard during this time. His figure slowly descended onto the black wall. I know you're a bit puzzled. The Qianlong you mentioned who went back to rest is my old self. As for me, I went to the world of myriad tribes. What? You went to the world of myriad tribes? Someone exclaimed in shock. Hiss. It's always been the myriad tribes coming to our world. I never thought we people from the 9 provinces could also go to the world of myriad tribes. Ha, that's really satisfying. It's like getting revenge. Qianlong, can you tell us what the world of myriad tribes is really like?
Qianlong explained one by one. The world of the myriad tribes is strictly divided into smaller worlds, middle worlds, large worlds, and minor thousand worlds. If I'm not mistaken, they correspond to the realms of proof of path, longevity, emperor, and divinity. Hearing this, the cultivators of the 9 provinces gasped in shock. My goodness!
So the world of myriad tribes also has such divisions. No wonder the myriad tribes can continuously send a huge number of cannon fodder. I thought all the myriad tribes lived in one world. So did I. I was too naive. No, it's perfectly normal that we don't understand the myriad clans. Among the crowd there were cultivators from Jiuzhou eager to learn more about the world of the myriad clans.
However, hindered by pride and the awkwardness of asking, they hesitated. Qianlong looked at the Jiuzhou cultivators before him and smiled faintly. I have also brought a legion of demon beasts that have sworn allegiance to me, which should help alleviate some pressure off Jiuzhou. They should arrive at the southern black wall soon. They have sworn an oath of blood to me and dare not disobey my commands, so you need not worry about them harming Jiuzhou. The already shocked Jiuzhou cultivators were left speechless by Qianlong's words. What did they hear? A legion of demon beasts subservient to Qianlong, to share the burden of Jiuzhou? Could this be a bluff? Could the myriad clans really bow to someone from Jiuzhou? If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never believe it was true. It was absolutely preposterous. Just then, before the Jiuzhou cultivators could even react, they sensed a massive army of demon beasts approaching the city from outside, far fewer in number than any previous assault by the myriad clans. The number was not great, just about 300,000. In reality, the demon beasts from the minor worlds combined would be at least 1 million, even 10 million, but they had always been sent to Jiuzhou as cannon fodder. Nevertheless, this army of about 300,000 demon beasts could indeed resolve the pressing crisis of Jiuzhou and share its burden. A black rock lizard, panting, shouted loudly, "Boss, we've arrived." Qianlong nodded slightly, his expression cold and indifferent as he nonchalantly deployed them. Divide yourselves into 4 groups. Each group should have roughly the same number of beasts. All this was clearly recorded by a war correspondent into a video which was posted on Weibo and instantly topped the trending list. The first 3 spots were all related to Qianlong. Number 1, the real Qianlong goes to the world of the myriad clans, subdues a legion of demon beasts, relieves the pressure on Jiuzhou. Second, shocking, there are 2 Qianlongs, one from the past, one the true self. Third, the world of the myriad clans has a strict hierarchy, despite having no actual power. One word sufficed to rule the world. Truly, the foremost person of Jiuzhou. Is there something implied in your words? My goodness, Qianlong went to the world of the myriad clans, and even subdued a legion of demon beasts. It's hard to believe, taking the path of the myriad clans, leaving them no path to take. Absolutely brilliant. Well done. With this legion of demon beasts, the defensive line at the black wall will be much easier to hold against the massive onslaught of the myriad clans. In the northern frontiers of Jiuzhou, the supreme prodigies of the 5 great families fought valiantly. Their bodies covered in the blood of the myriad clans. The Xianyuan sword in Xianyuan Tian's hand was so covered in crimson blood that its blade was indistinguishable. Howoohoo! Finally, the northern army of the myriad clans was pushed back. Zhuge Jun stroked his chin beard and said leisurely, "Qianlong always manages to bring pleasant surprises.
Jiang Linxian nodded slightly. With the addition of about 300,000 demon beasts, the pressure on Zhou has indeed lessened quite a bit. Qianlong has done a good deed. Hearing Jiang Linxian praise Qianlong, Shen Yuantian felt a complex emotion stirring within him. He smirked and snorted dismissively. So what if there are about 300,000 demon beasts? Shang Wanqing could only smile helplessly, patting Shen Yuantian on the shoulder. Alright, distributing 300,000 isn't really that much. In the capital, the Zhuge family. The head of the Zhuge family was handling an ancient time-worn tortoise shell as usual. His brows were furrowed. Strange. Why is it different from the fate I calculated? It shouldn't be. Chen Ling should have brought a weapon capable of changing the course of the battle in Zhouzhou. But why this? The head of the Zhuge family was deeply puzzled. Nearly 300,000 demon beasts can alleviate some of Zhouzhou's pressure, but they are not enough to turn the tide of the war. Could it be, the time has not yet come? Yes, the opportunity has not yet arrived, but when it does, it will surely cause a sensation throughout Zhouzhou. The moment to turn the tide has not yet come. It should be within the next day or two. After saying this, the head of the Zhuge family coughed violently, coughing up blood. This old body of mine has seen off one after another. It truly is melancholic. I only hope that this time Chen Ling can outlast me. Outside the borders of Zhouzhou, it wasn't long before the myriad tribe's grand army received this shocking news. What did you say? A batch of demon beasts entered Zhouzhou territory without any issue? Damn it! Which world's demon beasts have submitted to Zhouzhou? These beasts have completely disgraced our myriad tribes. They must die. Only death can salvage some dignity for our myriad tribes. Within a small independent world belonging to Zhouzhou, the personified will of the world, somewhat translucent, seemed as if it could dissipate at any moment. Cough, cough, cough. I have dragged you all into this battle for a long time. It's indeed a place capable of becoming a minor thousand worlds. The world's will is much more tenacious than others. But how much longer can you maintain this state? A few days, half a month, or a month? The personified will of the world folded its hands together and said softly, does the duration matter? I will hold off the myriad tribes for as long as possible, even if it means the dissolution of my will. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then an anomaly occurred. A terrifying aura descended upon this small world, with myriad divine thunders flashing across the sky, dazzling in 7 colors. The Etian gods who had been commanding the myriad tribes were moved, lowering their proud heads. Welcome the Thunder God clan to the world. With a robust body and terrifying divine thunder power radiating all around, the Thunder God clan, born from the descent of divine thunder, naturally possessed the power of divine thunder and godhood, breaking through realms as easily as drinking water. This is the divine race. Deities are their starting point, yet for other races it is an endpoint. The Thunder God clan clenched their fists, blue divine thunder converging into a large sphere. My name is Lei Xing, representing the Thunder God clan, to personally end this epical war. The personified will of the world sneered coldly. Thunder God clan, ha, I didn't expect to have such a grand reception with 2 major divine clans coming against me at once. On the surface he was as calm as still water, yet inwardly he felt a slight worry. The intervention of the Thunder God clan introduced unpredictable factors, possibly reducing the support time, leaving Qianlong with not much time left. Go! Lei Xing launched the thunder orb in his hand at an extreme speed, even surpassing the speed of light, yet it did not cause any spatial disturbances, controlling the power to a fine degree. This clearly showed how terrifying Lei Xing's strength was. Facing the thunder orb that was close at hand, the personified world will try to resist, but with only a tenth of its strength remaining, it couldn't block it at all. Boom! The thunder orb blasted through the world will. The power of the thunder spread throughout its body, continuously damaging and breaking down its form. The personified world will weaken significantly, gasping heavily. The peak of the Dominion realm, all clans, have they become so desperate? Cough, cough, cough. Lei Xing's eyes flashed with lightning, hands clasped behind his back, he said leisurely, desperate? No, it's just that too much time has been wasted, far more than ever before. A minor world, though it qualifies to become a lesser thousand worlds, it still isn't worth the clans spending so much time. Hey! The world will scoffed coldly. At this moment a panicked warrior from the myriad clans rushed into the minor world, exclaiming, it's bad, it's bad. The Etian God clan warrior furrowed his brows and scolded, what's the panic? Speak quickly, don't disturb the respected Lei Xing dealing with the world will. Yes. Qianlong, the supreme genius of Zhouzhou, he He has somehow entered a minor world of the myriad clans and subdued a group of monsters. What? The Eteon God clan's warrior's eyes widened in shock. He immediately remembered the fall of an emperor-level powerhouse in a minor world a dozen days ago. Could it be related to Qianlong? But then again, it didn't add up. Qianlong was also fighting in Jiuzhou. How could he go to a minor world of the myriad clans? The Eteon God clan warrior was greatly puzzled, but then realized, considering Qianlong's mastery over the Time Avenue, it made sense. Damn it! We've all been deceived by Qianlong, the one fighting the myriad clan's army in Jiuzhou was him, an ancient self. Beside him, Lei Xing raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a meaningful smile. Interesting. Is this Qianlong the top figure obstructing the myriad clans in Jiuzhou? Yes, Lord Lei Xing, it's just a minor character, no need for you to take action. No, Lei Xing shook his head. I love hunting geniuses, especially the top figure of a world. But what about the world will? I will split a part of myself to meet him, the Eteon God clan felt uneasy, whispering softly, Lord Lei Xing, this isn't wise. That person from Jiuzhou is very peculiar. He holds a heaven-defying technique, his combat power. Lei Xing was informed about everything concerning Qianlong. If he's capable, let him slay this body of divine thunder. I'd like to see how strong Jiuzhou's #1 Qianlong really is. Lei Xing's thoughts moved, and a part of the divine thunder around him gradually condensed into his features and form. Go, let me see how strong he is. Not far away, the personified world will, despite its unwillingness, was helpless. It no longer had extra strength to aid Qianlong, only hoping he could survive. Lei Xing twisted his neck, turning his head towards the world will. It's time to end this all. End me, you can't directly erase me either. After numerous battles, the monster beasts from all over Kyushu were dispatched to various regions to alleviate the pressure, allowing some cultivators in Kyushu to catch their breath and rest. The continuous high-intensity combat day and night was so grueling that many feared they would die of exhaustion before falling at the hands of the myriad tribes. Finally, a moment to rest, Tengu sighed as he lay on the ground. Yes, Qianlong brought so many monster beasts this time, it should be enough to support us for a few days, Yi Lingling said, pursing her lips. Alas, after fighting for so long, I am completely drained, both physically and mentally. I wonder when all this will end. There will come a day with Qianlong here, it won't be too far, someone responded. Even if I can't see it, the future generations of Kyushu will. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, it's almost time for us to head back and do the deed to continue our lineage. Amidst the crowd, Yi Lingling blushed deeply, lowering her head, too embarrassed to look around. Haha, we'll definitely make up for your wedding ceremony another day. Congratulations to you both, destined to be together. The people of Kyushu around them laughed heartily, sending their blessings. In the eastern frontier of Kyushu, Qianlong and Gu Jinwen sat opposite each other, chatting effortlessly. Qianlong, which realm have you reached now? Gu Jinwen asked curiously. Qianlong shook his head with a smile and simply said, Emperor. Gu Jinwen gasped, just having broken through to the manifestation realm himself, while Qianlong had reached the Emperor realm. We're both human, why is the difference so vast? After a moment, Gu Jinwen gave a thumbs up to Qianlong. You're unbelievably powerful. Compared to you, I'm just trash. Actually, Jinwen, you're quite formidable too. It's only in comparison to me that you feel otherwise. Feeling a rare moment of warmth, Qianlong hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Taking advantage of a brief respite, he took a moment to rest. Honestly, Qianlong was tired and weary from his continuous battles up to now. But he knew he couldn't stop. Kyushu was relying on him. Do you have your time orb with you? He asked. Yes, Gu Jinwen replied, taking out a dimly glowing orb from his storage bag emanating a faint power of time. Seeing this, Qianlong activated the power of time, infusing it into the orb to replenish its consumption, and even altered the flow of time within it to last much longer. There, your time orb is restored to its original state, and the flow of time is now faster than before. A day outside is like a year when using it. Hearing this, Gu Jinwen swallowed hard and gripped the orb, sincerely thankful. Thank you, Qianlong. He waved his hand with a smile. We are both from the 9 provinces, no need to thank me. We share the same goal, and I don't want to find myself amidst the myriad tribes without anyone by my side. Gu Jinwen grinned, slapping Qianlong's shoulder heavily. Don't worry, I will always stand by your side. Note, including the top geniuses of the 5 great clans. Though I haven't seen their techniques firsthand, their deeds are well known across the 9 provinces, and they are hardly inferior to me. Qianlong remembered the quintet vividly. They were a perfect combination, working seamlessly together. If there was a chance to compete, he should be able to last over 20 rounds against them. This was not an exaggeration at all, he knew. Their strength methods and trump cards. After all, in his previous life he had fought alongside them, how could he not be clear? They were formidable, truly deserving the title of top geniuses. Gu Jinwen blinked. You know them? I don't know them personally, but I know of them. Do you realize how confusing that statement is? Curse you, enigma.
Suddenly, the sky above the dark wall thundered menacingly, as if a great terror was descending, with divine thunder intertwining within the dark clouds. An ominous sight indeed. Boom, boom. Boom, Gu Jinwen abruptly stood up, hissing, "This aura, it's terrifying. This scene feels eerily familiar. Could this be another thunder spirit?" Chen Lang narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the distant clouds, and said slowly, "This isn't just a thunder spirit. It is dozens of times stronger than the previous one." Upon hearing this, Gu Jinwen's eyes widened in astonishment. "That exaggerated. He's here. My name is Lei Xing from the Supreme Thunder Divine Clan. Are you Chen Lang, the so-called number one in the 9 provinces?" Lei Xing's eyes shone like piercing thunderlight fixed on him. Chen Lang frowned, feeling the oppressive might from the heavens, sensing something ominous. "Divine Clan? In my past life I only ever clashed with the Etian Divine Clan and never encountered others. I wonder how strong the Thunder Divine Clan might be." He had a strong premonition that the Thunder Divine Clan was much stronger than the Etian Divine Clan. Thunder Divine Art. Thousand Birds. Lei Xing raised his left hand, connecting to the thunderclouds above, and formed a thunder-shaped bird in his hand, which flew towards Chen Lang. Whoosh! The 1,000 birds moved faster than light, and Chen Lang couldn't react in time, taking Lei Xing's strike head-on. Perhaps due to the divine elephant imprisoning strength having fully transformed into the dragon elephant, his physique had reached a terrifying level. Lei Xing squinted. "Is this the improvement brought by the heaven-defying technique, to withstand my strike in the Emperor's realm without harm? Truly worthy of being the number one in the 9 provinces. Now this is getting interesting. It excites me." The hunter of geniuses, with his hands spread open, Lei Xing spoke grimly, completely disregarding Chen Lang. As a member of the Divine Clan, they pride themselves as superior, looking down on those not of noble races, let alone the people of the 9 provinces who could easily be manipulated by the myriad tribes. If it weren't for Chen Lang's reputation as the number one in the 9
provinces, widely discussed among the myriad tribes, Lei Xing would not have condescended to meet Chen Lang. On the other side, Gu Jinwen's expression was solemn as he continuously moved backwards. He knew the battle was terrifying and beyond his ability to intervene. He must not hold Chen Long back. "Chen Long, please be safe." Chen Long twisted his neck, activating the divine elephant imprisoning strength, with a phantom of a dragon elephant appearing behind him. "Thunderous God Clan, kill." With a single hand he formed the Nether God Spear, stepping forward, and in an instant he was before Lei Xing, thrusting violently. The sharp Nether God Spear pierced into Lei Xing's body, yet not a drop of blood fell. Instead, the power of divine thunder emerged, forcing Chen Long back. His brows furrowed tightly, his palm tingling with numbness. "This divine thunder is even more overbearing than the thunder I faced during my tribulation." Lei Xing clapped his hands together. "Not many can withstand my divine thunder without injury. You are the first, ha ha.
This hunt is the most thrilling since my birth." The
Thunder Punishment Divine Sword. Lei Xing raised his right hand, pulling a divine sword wrapped in thunder from the dark clouds. Chen Long's pupils shrank slightly. "A divine weapon? This sword, every member of the Thunderous God Clan possesses one. This is the disparity between gods and non-gods. Warm-up is over, it's time to get serious." Before his words fell, Lei Xing charged at Chen Long with a swoosh sword, reaching him before he did. Chen Long grabbed the Nether God Spear to block.
Boom! A terrifying shockwave ravaged all around, shattering space within a mile, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to split. Such a commotion was hard for the cultivators of Jiuzhou to ignore. "What's happening? What's going on over there? Look, isn't that a person in the sky?" Hiss. Wrapped in thunder, definitely one of the myriad tribes. Damn it, why didn't we feel the presence of someone from the myriad tribes arriving, who was engaging him? The direction. Isn't that where Chen Long was resting? Another assassination attempt on Chen Long? Alas, our power is too weak to aid Chen Long. Every assassination attempt on Chen Long by the myriad tribes has failed, and this time it seems stronger, but I firmly believe Chen Long will be fine. Right, Chen Long kept retreating, the divine thunder wrapping around him. He decisively activated the divine elephant imprisoning strength to refine and absorb this divine thunder power. Every encounter affected him with the power of divine thunder. The Thunderous God Clan was a formidable race. Lei Xing twisted his neck, looking extremely pleased. "Your weapon is pretty good, not a divine weapon, yet it can withstand a strike from one
This must be because of your incredible technique. Qianlong took a deep breath, stimulating the 840 million particles within his body like a terrifying dragon elephant charging forth. Facing this powerful adversary, he had to give it his all. Emperor Bird's possession, a cry symbolizing the dirge of calamity echoed through the heavens, merging with Qianlong, boosting his combat strength by 20%. His eyes dark and deep like an abyss, drawing one in irresistibly. Lei Xing's eyes widened, his breathing slightly hastier. The bird of calamity, Emperor Bird, so the calamity the myriad tribes have been desperately seeking, is you. Another reason to kill you. Qianlong remained calm and composed upon hearing these words, showing no signs of panic. He spoke lightly. Kill me. I've heard that countless times, and yet no one has been able to do it. You think just because you command the Time Avenue you can? How arrogant. Do you really think I haven't killed those who mastered Time Avenue before? Lei Xing, enraged, stepped forward and engaged in a fierce battle of swords and spears with Qianlong. The two, a man and a god, were evenly matched for a while, neither able to gain a significant advantage over the other. During the battle, Qianlong used the Time Avenue to unravel Lei Xing's tricks multiple times and even resorted to using Time Resurrection 3 times. Despite going all out, he still couldn't defeat Lei Xing, which showed the formidable strength of the Thunder God race. Any other race would have been easily suppressed by him. Suddenly Qianlong had an ominous premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. Gu Jinwen, 10 miles away, swallowed hard as he witnessed the battle between the man and the god. This is too strong. Even Qianlong can't kill a member of the Thunder God race. Alas, one of the major races among the myriad had finally made a move. He hoped that the 9 provinces could withstand this wave. For some reason he felt a sense of danger and death looming over him. Gu Jinwen quickly set up a simple array around him to give himself enough reaction time. It wasn't just him. People across the 9 provinces felt it too. It was targeting not just Qianlong and Gu Jinwen, but the entire 9 provinces. Lei Xing spread his hands with divine thunder coursing through his palms. Qianlong, I admit you are strong, absurdly so. You are a disaster and a formidable enemy to the myriad races. Although I can't kill you, I can still make you pay a heavy price. With these words, Qianlong's foreboding feeling intensified, and he looked solemnly at Lei Xing, ready to defend at any moment. I am the body of divine thunder, willing to transform into myriad thunder clones to exterminate the people of the 9 provinces. Qianlong's pupils shrank sharply, and he threw the spear of the underworld god, trying to stop Lei Xing's next move. Qianlong, you can't stop me, ha ha ha. Myriad races, do you really think the 9 provinces have no one left? Have you forgotten the depths of the 9 provinces? The newcomer was indeed a red-armored warrior. After the fall of the 4 strongest, the remaining red-armored warriors obeyed Qianlong and the Zhuge family head, keeping an eye on every move in the 9 provinces. Now, with this new powerful race emerging on the eastern frontier of the 9 provinces and even threatening to destroy the entire region, it was time for the red-armored warriors to act. Suddenly, a figure in red armor appeared from afar, stepping through the air and in 2 steps was in front of Lei Xing. With a flick of a finger, he disrupted the spell and sent Lei Xing flying. Lei Xing's body flew backwards, crashing outside the city and stopping only after leaving a long trench in the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Xing struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. So this is the final reserve of the 9 provinces. As strong as the rumors say, it's no wonder that not many strong warriors from the myriad races dare to come to the 9 provinces, fearing they will be slain. The red-armored warrior turned around, facing Qianlong for the first time, the man currently in charge of the 9 provinces. He looked at Qianlong, and Qianlong was looking back at him. The red-armored man, entirely covered in red armor, his features and eyes obscured. No one knew what he looked like in life. You must defend Zhuozhou well, and as for the enemies you cannot fend off, leave them to us, the red-armored man. Before his words fell silent, a thunderous punishment exploded 10 miles away at the speed of light, with the divine thunder punishment sword slashing towards the red-armored man. Let me see just how formidable the red-armored men really are. The red-armored man glanced from the corner of his eye, raised his hand to catch the incoming thunder punishment sword. The power of divine thunder spread from the blade throughout his body, yet it had no effect on him. The supremely powerful red-armored man was not someone to be easily subdued, even if you are the so-called new deity. No amount of red-armored men would hesitate to strike you down. The red-armored man's body flickered with a blinding red light piercing through the thunder punishment, who couldn't dodge in time. Pft, pft. The body of thunder punishment dissolved into a speck of divine thunder and dispersed between heaven and earth as if it had never existed. This scene left Qianlong utterly shocked. this is the last bastion of Jojo, the Red Armored Men. In his previous life he had never seen the so-called Red Armored Men and was always curious about their appearance and prowess. He never expected to fulfill this curiosity in this life. The next moment, the powerful Red Armored Man who had defeated Thunder Punishment landed on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Huff, huff, huff. Shenlong's pupils shrank as he rushed to the Red Armored Man's side. How are you? The Red Armored Man waved his hand, indicating he was all right. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. It's normal for every Red Armored Man. Every use of the Red Armor's power comes at the cost of life. Cough, cough, cough. That's why we Red Armored Men refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Shenlong narrowed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Perhaps I have a way to solve the cost of using the Red Armor. The Red Armored Man shook his head. Shenlong, are you thinking of using the power of time to reverse my timeline? Honestly, if that were effective, Jojo wouldn't have listed the Red Armored Men as a last resort. Shenlong frowned. How many Red Armored Men are left now? 12. Do you have any other questions? I will answer them truthfully. Your name? This question made the Red Armored Man pause and shake his head. I don't know. I've lived for over 1,000 years, many memories are forgotten. I only remember I am a Red Armored Man, the last bastion of Jojo, only to be deployed in the most desperate circumstances. This. Shenlong felt both heavy-hearted and sympathetic, unsure of what to say. The Red Armor originated from the technology of the Yada world over 1,000 years ago, crafted from the top technologies and source stones of an entire world. The Red Armored Man muttered to himself. Source stones. Upon hearing this, Shenlong's eyes widened, exclaiming in surprise, indeed, how else could a technological civilization create such a terrifying artifact without source stones? Shenlong was somewhat puzzled. Why did the meticulously crafted red armor of Yada world end up in the hands of Jojo? There were a total of 108 sets of these red armors created by Yada world, but at that time there were hardly any natives left in Yada world. They could only gift the remaining 29 sets to Jojo, who had once aided them, hoping that Jojo would not suffer the same fate of annihilation. This was the origin of the red armor. Shenlong suddenly realized such a precious item would not be given away if there were enough people to wear it. Honestly, the situation in Yada world was quite tragic. They crafted the red armors, but in the end, there were not enough people to wear them. Fortunately, the situation in Jojo was much better than in Yada world. Cough, cough. It's time for me to leave. Jojo will have to rely on you and others from now on. Take care. Before leaving, the red armor wearer muttered softly, audible only to himself, hoping for a chance to return one day. He stumbled forward and vanished after a few steps. Whether he could survive or not was now up to his fate. Wearing the red armor came at the cost of one's life. Not long after the red armor wearer left, Gu Jinwen hurried to Shenlong's side, looking around anxiously. Shenlong, was the Thunder God clan's punishment resolved by the red armor wearer? Shenlong nodded slightly. Yes, this was my first time seeing a red armor wearer and witnessing his power. Gu Jinwen was incredibly curious. The red armor wearers were the backbone of Jojo, well known yet shrouded in mystery. Could you satisfy my curiosity, Shenlong? After some thought, Shenlong shook his head, choosing not to satisfy Gu Jinwen's curiosity. Although the red armor wearer hadn't specified whether or not the details could be disclosed, since so few knew, it was better not to speak of it. Shenlong couldn't break the rules. Gu Jinwen pouted, disappointedly lowering his head. Okay. Then a smile crept onto his face. Though I don't know the specifics about the red armor wearer, this was the closest I've ever been to one. I have no regrets in this life. Elsewhere, the monks of Jojo atop the black wall saw the battle behind them conclude, each filled with excitement. I knew that no matter what kind of myriad tribes came, none could defeat Shenlong. Indeed, the Thunder God clan was unheard of. Their power far surpassing any major clan we've encountered before. Yes, the Thunder God clan, with their natural control over divine thunder, is much stronger than the Tian God clan we previously met, who were natural divine archers with innate divine strength. Each divine clan had its characteristics. In the midst of the battle, Lei Xing, who was fighting against the manifested will of a small world, suddenly sensed that his divine thunder form was dissipating. Lei Xing narrowed his eyes and retreated, explosively surprised that his divine thunder form was defeated so quickly. Soon memories about his divine thunder form flooded his mind, and he roughly understood Shenlong's methods. I didn't expect a mere emperor to be able to match my divine thunder form. Ichou of the Tian God clan, a powerful being, had his pupils dilate. Lei Xing, sir, that guy cannot be seen as a common race. Lei Xing nodded slightly. Indeed. You are right, he possesses various means and also holds the emperor bird talent, considered a catastrophe by all tribes. What? Qianlong has the emperor bird talent? In this moment Ichou Qian felt a shiver in his heart, sensing great trouble. The eyes of catastrophe live up to their name, bringing disaster, though sadly they have no effect on me. But what about you, Lord Lei Xing, with your body of divine thunder? The warriors of the 9 provinces clad in red armor shall be slain by me one day to honor my body of divine thunder. Listening to the dialogue between the two divine races, the personified will of the world breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Xing twisted his neck, his eyes brimming with soaring thunder and overwhelming murderous intent. Unable to make Qianlong and the 9 provinces pay, then it's your turn, will of the world. Empty threats, who can't make those? Kill. Lei Xing transformed into fierce divine thunder, and in the blink of an eye he blasted through the unprepared will of the world. You've dodged me many times, but finally I've caught you. As the personified will of the world returned to normal, it slowly closed its eyes, murmuring, I am willing to transform into the annihilating divine will to exterminate all tribes. What? A strong scent of death invaded Lei Xing's mind. He grabbed Ichou Qian beside him and threw him forward. Block for me, I'm leaving first. Lei Xing, you can't do this, you are provoking a war between 2 races. Ichou Qian roared in anger. Although he was extremely respectful to Lei Xing when it came to life and death, he wouldn't foolishly rush to the front. This would be the last madness, the ultimate peak of the will of the world. Few of the myriad tribes in this small world might escape. Only Lei Xing could do it by sacrificing others to buy himself some time. In the eastern border of the 9 provinces, Qianlong and Gu Jinwen parted ways. Qianlong found a secluded place, sat cross-legged and spoke to himself. To ascend to the realm of emperor, one must create and fill one's own origin world, increasing its mass. Commonly called a world, the more it resembles the laws of a real world, the more successful the origin world becomes, eventually enhancing one's strength significantly. This is why thousands of emperors cannot defeat a single one in the realm of emperor. The gap between them is too vast. If it weren't for Qianlong obtaining the miraculous technique Divine Elephant Imprisoning Force from a sign-in, he wouldn't be able to fight across levels. System, how long until the next sign-in? Ding. Host, 10 more hours? 10 hours? Time moves so slowly. System, remind me when it's time. Host, rest assured the system will remind you once the time comes. Qianlong closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began to cultivate the Divine Elephant Imprisoning Force. The spiritual energy within several miles centered on him, swirling into his origin world like a vortex, enhancing its mass. The origin world expanded visibly, its contained spiritual energy growing more abundant. Over time, Qiantong integrated the invincible path and the power of time into the origin of heaven and earth, making it more like a world unto itself. During this period, the regions of Jiuzhou were relieved of much pressure as a group of mythical beasts joined forces to resist the armies of myriad races. This is wonderful. With over 70,000 mythical beasts joining us, all of us in the southern frontier at the Black Wall can take a half-day rest. Yes, indeed, after resting for half a day, I feel much more lively and spirited. Before, I was groggy, almost like a walking corpse. Unfortunately, we still need to stand firm and not ignore these beasts. You are still too kind. They helped us, but they were forced by Qiantong to swear an oath of bloodline allegiance. If we could gather a group of beasts every few days, we might resolve the current peril in Jiuzhou. It sounds easy, but is it possible? Indeed, if the myriad races knew, they would be on guard, making it hard to succeed. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye 10 hours have passed. Qiantong opened his eyes. The time had finally come. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, he solemnly said, "Check in." Ding, check-in successful. You've obtained the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Hall of Heroic Spirits can transform the souls of the deceased into undying heroic spirits. The higher their realm, the more they can condense into a physical form. Qiantong had thought it would be a new talent, but who could have expected it to be the Hall of Heroic Spirits, transforming the souls of the dead into undying heroic spirits? Qiantong gasped in shock, thinking, Jiuzhou has been at war for 1,000 years. If all were transformed into undying heroic spirits, wouldn't that turn the tide of the battle in Jiuzhou? At this thought, he was at a loss for words. Shaking his head, Qiantong muttered, "No. This is disrespectful to the deceased. I must not do such a thing." Ding, host, rest assured, the Hall of Heroic Spirits will not force any soul. it will transform them into undying heroic spirits according to their will. With the system's response, Chen Tong's hanging heart was finally put at ease as he patted his chest. That's good, ding, gentle reminder. The host needs to place the Hall of Heroic Spirits on open ground for it to operate. Chen Tong nodded slightly, found an open space and placed the Hall of Heroic Spirits there. A majestic, mysterious building stood before him, its overall structure shining in bright white, inside gold and white intertwined, with a statue over 2 meters tall standing in the center exuding a sacred and inviolable aura. Chen Tong strode into the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Aside from the central statue, it was empty around, making him frown. Is this the Hall of Heroic Spirits? It seems a bit simplistic. Ding, host, wait for good news. A system product is guaranteed to be a fine product. Alright, I'll wait. Lusan, who died in the eastern frontier, heard a series of calls. If you were given a chance to revive, would you still wish to defend Jiuzhou? At first, Lusan was dazed, but upon hearing the question about defending Jiuzhou, his expression became resolute and he solemnly said, I am willing. If there is an afterlife, I still want to defend Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou is my home. Would you be willing to defend Jiuzhou in a new form? Without hesitation, Lusan nodded decisively. I am willing. As long as I can defend Jiuzhou, whether as a man or a ghost, it doesn't matter to me. Good, I will fulfill your wish. Lusan's spirit flickered with specks of golden light, feeling as though he was being sublimated. For the first time he felt a slight sense of reality in his entire being, though not by much. Gazing at his own form, his face lit up with ecstatic joy. Am I really alive? You have become an immortal spirit able to fulfill your deepest desires. Lusan's pupils contracted in shock, his expression astounded as he looked at his hands, hardly believing. An immortal spirit? Is this what you call my new form? Ha, I love it. I can finally protect our land forever. Don't you want to know the price of becoming an immortal spirit? Without hesitation, Lusan replied, I don't care what the cost is. Suddenly remembering his manners, he quickly bowed. Lusan hereby thanks the senior. No need for thanks. When the chance arises, you might visit the Temple of Spirits. The Temple of Spirits? Alright, I will remember that. This scene was a microcosm of many places where countless spirits willingly transformed into immortal beings, none concerned about the cost. Lusan looked up, returning to his homeland, wondering if his friends were still around. With that thought, he couldn't help but rush to the black wall. Climbing the black wall, he first saw a group of monsters helping the cultivators of his land fend off a massive enemy army. Lusan's eyes widened, his mouth agape in astonishment. Since when did our land have monsters? And they're helping fend off the massive enemy army? What's going on? His words caught the attention of the surrounding cultivators. What's going on? Explain clearly. Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Is it you, Lusan, you weren't you dead? How are you alive again? Did you not die? Lusan's close friend Wang Dexiong exclaimed excitedly. Lusan shook his head. No, I have died once already. The surrounding cultivators and Wang Dexiong were instantly confused. Died once already? How could you come back to life? Could it be that the enemy possessed your body, or controlled your corpse? Beyond this, Wang Dexiong could not fathom how a dead man could appear so alive. His expression turned furious and he roared, the enemy has gone too far, too far. Seeing his old friend Wang Dexiong coming at him, Lusan quickly explained, Wang Dexiong, listen to me. Do you remember the promise we made as children, that we would always defend our land together? Whoever flees the battle is a cowardly dog. Damn it, the enemy has gone too far, even the memory of my close friend has not been spared. Wang Dexiong grew even angrier, unable to accept the reality. It's not like that. Lusan wanted to explain, but no one was willing to listen. Instead, the cultivators from the 9 provinces sensed something amiss. If he truly were possessed and controlled by someone from the myriad tribes, wouldn't he avoid doing something so foolish? At the very least, wouldn't he focus on harming the interests of the 9 provinces rather than wasting time in idle chatter? Stop, Wang Dexiong, someone interjected. There's something strange about this. Let him finish his story. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. Alright, I want to hear what excuses you can come up with. Taking a deep breath, Lusan began to explain how he had transformed into an immortal spirit. The crowd was baffled. Seeing their disbelief, Lusan with a hardened heart conjured a blade of spiritual energy and slashed his hand, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. This convinced them of Lusan's truth. Wang Dexiong, his close friend, was overjoyed and embraced him. No matter what you become, you will always be my friend. In Kyoto, at the Zhuge family residence, Zhuge Qingyun suddenly stood up.
His time-worn face, seldom seen smiling, now burst into laughter. Ha ha, the tool that
could reverse the battle situation in the 9 provinces has finally emerged. I'm eager to see what kind of tool it is. Zhuge Qingyun had foreseen this, but was unclear about the specifics. I never imagined my son would one day control the 9 provinces. I was right about you, my son is truly fit to govern the 9 provinces.
Hearing this familiar yet strange voice, Zhuge Qingyun was initially startled, then trembled as he turned around. Standing behind him was his father Zhuge Liang.
Father, weren't you killed by the backlash of the heavenly secrets? Zhuge Liang smiled and nodded slightly, sort of, but I've returned from a journey through the gates of the underworld. He went on to explain the whole story to his son, who was rendered speechless by the incredulity of it all. Such an outrageous tale. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it was true. So father, are you now an immortal spirit?
You seem no different from a normal person. I can't
tell at all that you're an immortal. Zhuge Liang stroked his beard. Well, about that,
I'm not sure either.
There might be no difference between an immortal spirit and a normal person unless we try to find out. Zhuge Qingyun broke into a cold sweat at his words. No, we can't joke about life like that. Come now, calm down. Aren't you the head of the family? Zhuge Qingyun became even more anxious, repeatedly refusing. Father, now that you are alive again, the position of family head should rightfully be returned to you. No need, said Zhuge Liang. Let my son remain as the head of the Zhuge family. I want to visit the frontiers of the 9 provinces. I spent my earlier days calculating the heavenly secrets within the 9 provinces. Now that I have the chance, how could I not explore its frontiers? He sighed. I just didn't expect the 5 major battlefields to collapse so soon. Fortunately, that old fellow Su Wanyang established a new defensive line.
Mentioning Su Wanyang's name made Zhuge Qingyun think.
Father, now that you're alive, does that mean the 4 great powers of the 9 provinces might also have a chance to return? Zhuge Liang's pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated such colossal upheavals in the 9 provinces after his death. Even the 4 mightiest had fallen. He remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, if this phenomenon occurs throughout the 9 provinces, then even the 4 strongest can become undying spirits like me. Zhuge Qingyun nodded
slightly. No wonder my calculations showed that Chen Liang could turn the tide of war in the 9 provinces.
It turns out that all the dead in the 9 provinces can transform into undying spirits. Over the past 1,000 years, countless billions from the 9 provinces had fallen, turning into undying spirits. The Black Wall would find it hard to fall indeed. Chen Liang, he is the foremost genius of the 9 provinces. Zhuge Qingyun then proceeded to tell his father all about Chen Liang's great achievements. Unexpected, truly unexpected that such a paramount genius has emerged from the 9 provinces. Zhuge Liang couldn't stop smiling, feeling nothing like an elder. Perhaps being revived had subtly changed his mindset. I must go. Laughing, Zhuge Liang shook his head, tore through space and arrived above the Black Wall at the border of the 9 provinces.
Beasts fighting for the 9 provinces, how peculiar.
This must also be Chen Liang's doing. Zhuge Liang chuckled, then calculated with his fingers and found it to be just as he had expected. I am increasingly curious about this Chen Liang, the number 1 person in the 9 provinces capable of such astounding feats. Then his gaze fell upon countless people hugging and weeping on the Black Wall. Touching his chin, Zhuge Liang mused, just as I thought, the souls of the dead in the 9 provinces have indeed become undying spirits. Such sudden developments are unthinkable for most. The war correspondent recorded the scene immediately and uploaded the video to the trending searches. Number 1, shocking. People who died decades ago have returned.
Number 2, the resurrected dead, existing as spirits. What exactly is the Temple of Spirits? Number 3, undying spirits. This will rewrite the battle scenario of the 9 provinces. Discussions about the undying spirits and the Temple of Spirits that revived the deceased filled the 9 provinces online. Could this all be an overt conspiracy? Hard to say. These spirits retain their memories from life and are not controlled. Could they truly be here to help the 9 provinces? As long as we stand united against outsiders, whether they are spirits or not, as long as they are from the 9 provinces, all is well. Right. If one day I too were to die, wouldn't I also transform into a spirit? Perhaps with the addition of spirits, the 9 provinces might stand a slight chance of resisting the great armies of myriad races. Doesn't anyone else wonder how these spirits came about? It seems they came from the Temple of Spirits, but how did the Temple of Spirits come to be? Why is it specifically located within the 9 provinces? Regarding the online discussions among the people of the
9 provinces. Chen Liang merely glanced through before promptly posting a message. The Hall of Valor established by Qianlong the prodigy from the 9 provinces allows all the deceased from the 9 provinces the choice to transform into heroic spirits without coercion. Instantly, monks from across the 9 provinces flooded into the message just released by Qianlong. Oh my goodness! I never expected you, Qianlong, to be involved with the heroic spirits. Now I don't have to worry about it being a conspiracy. Qianlong, you are the hero of the 9 provinces, forced into becoming a heroic spirit. Isn't it a joy to defend the 9 provinces in another form? I think anyone from the 9 provinces would choose to become a heroic spirit, right? Thank you, Qianlong. I really can't thank you enough. Without you, I might never have seen my mother again. Sobs. You are not alone. At the northern frontier of the 9 provinces, as the group of 5 from Xianyuan returned to the Black Wall, they saw
a crowd embracing and crying. What's going on here? Zhuge Jun frowned. Something was off. I don't remember there being so many people here.
That's when a monk from the 9 provinces named Su Fingyan stepped forward to explain. You might not know, but many here are in their heroic spirit forms. Xianyuan was puzzled. Heroic spirit forms? Yes, they've all transformed from the deceased of the 9 provinces into heroic spirits, all thanks to Qianlong, the foremost person of the 9 provinces who personally established the Hall of Valor. The group suddenly realized. What did you say? Qianlong created the Hall of Valor, Xianyuan exclaimed in response. Yes, what about it? Is there a problem? Xianyuan was profoundly shaken. He couldn't fathom how Qianlong managed to create the Hall of Valor and enable the deceased to transform into heroic spirits. It was outrageous. Despite his disbelief, the reality was right in front of him. But Xianyuan felt that this was too mystical. Jiang Linxian slightly raised her eyebrows and, with pursed red lips, said, Qianlong, if possible, I would like to meet Qianlong. Her words instantly sparked jealousy in Xianyuan, unsettling him. Meanwhile, this also made him realize the great gap between himself and Qianlong, not only in strength but also in achievements. He was no match at all. Xianyuan suddenly felt a darkness looming over his future. Feeling somewhat withdrawn,
Shang Wanqing patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. It's not that easy to get over someone, you know. What Lin Xian is like, she's not someone frivolous. Since the Hall of Valor appeared, more and more of the 9 provinces deceased have transformed into heroic spirits, but a very small portion did not transform. The 4 strongest in the 9 provinces did not choose to become heroic spirits. Isn't this our chance to defend the 9 provinces anew? Don't you want that? Su Wangyang shook his head with a smile. Having guarded the 9 provinces for over 1,000 years, we 4 have expended too much energy. Everyone gets tired. The future of the 9 provinces is a new era, a new beginning to be written and defended by Qianlong and others. Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd become a witness to history. At the eastern frontier of the 9 provinces, after touring around the Hall of Valor, Qianlong found nothing else special. System, apart from transforming the deceased into heroic spirits, what else is the Hall of Valor good for? Ding, responding to the host. The Hall of Heroic Spirits has 3 main functions. Firstly, as the host mentioned, it converts heroic spirits. Secondly, when heroic spirits arrive here, they can advance their realms more rapidly. Thirdly, even the strongest beings in the world cannot break through the Hall of Heroic Spirits. After hearing the system's description, Qianlong stroked his chin, pondering. Heroic spirits can also cultivate. The thought sent shivers down his spine. If that's the case, could every heroic spirit cultivate to the next realm or even reach the level of gods? Given enough time, reaching the realm of gods shouldn't be too difficult, right? After all, the nature of heroic spirits is to be immortal and indestructible. Even a mere pig given eternity might ascend to godhood, though it would take an incredibly long time. Suddenly Qianlong sensed someone approaching the Hall of Heroic Spirits. It was Lu San, the first to be transformed into a heroic spirit. Lu San looked up at the majestic and impressive Hall of Heroic Spirits, his excitement indescribable. Is this the Hall of Heroic Spirits? With a trembling heart, he stepped forward and walked into the hall. Somehow, as Lu San entered the Hall of Heroic Spirits, his heart felt more at ease and the trembling subsided. Moving forward, Lu San saw a statue at the center of the hall. In an instant, a sacred and inviolable aura overwhelmed him. Lu San, out of respect, maintained a distance from the statue. Footsteps echoed behind Lu San and he turned around to see the legendary Qianlong. Seeing the face of the most renowned person in the land of Jiuzhou, Lu San's pupils dilated and he froze on the spot.
It took him a moment to regain his composure, his expression one of excitement. You're Qianlong? Qianlong nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed him. Lu Sen, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, Qianlong, you are my lifesaver. Thank you, without you, I would never have been able to meet my dear friend again in this lifetime. Qianlong responded indifferently, it was your choice, you don't need to thank me specifically,
Besides, we are both from Jiuzhou, our own people, sharing the same ideals, wanting to defend Jiuzhou.
Lu San's gaze softened, mixed with gratitude and admiration. He revised his impression of Qianlong, the number one person in Jiuzhou. Unlike the arrogant prodigies of his memories, Qianlong was approachable and down to earth. I won't say much more. The Hall of Heroic Spirits can accelerate the cultivation speed of heroic spirits. You and other heroic spirits are welcome to cultivate here. I'll take my leave first. With those words, Qianlong transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Lu San's sight. He then found an unoccupied house to stay temporarily, altering the flow of time in that place. A day in the outside world equated to 2.5 years inside. Over a few days he accumulated a lifetime's worth of cultivation. Qianlong sat cross-legged, not immediately entering a state of cultivation but contemplating his next moves. At this stage, with a group of demon beasts and indestructible heroic spirits involved, the Black Great Wall was nearly impregnable. Unless the myriad races deployed deities or stronger beings, breaking through the Black Great Wall would be nearly impossible. Qianlong was full of confidence in the grand formation he had set up. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and started operating the divine elephant, imprisoning strength, absorbing a massive amount of spiritual energy to replenish the fundamental quality of his own world. The will of the world transformed itself into the annihilation divine will, ruthlessly crushing the multiracial army that couldn't escape in time, sparing only Lei Xing, who managed to flee. Feeling a touch of fatigue, the will of the world closed its eyes, sighed deeply and murmured, from now on, it's all up to you, Qianlong.
And up to Kyushu to survive on its own.
With those words, the will of the world vanished into the ether as if it had never existed. From then on, Kyushu had to rely solely on its own strength to defend itself, without any familial will to buffer the pressure. Lei Xing, who had escaped into a void fissure, extended his divine consciousness outward, confirming the disappearance of the world's will before returning to the minor world.
He.
Finally, the world's will has perished. This time it's a boon for the Thunder God clan. Lei Xing, gazing at the origin stones floating in the distance, revealed a smile on his face. After all, wasn't he here for the origin stones? With the help of these stones, he was certain his realm would advance further. Just then, countless god-slaying warriors from various races descended upon the area. Lei Xing, that's quite underhanded of you. How can you hog it all to yourself? Exactly. So many origin stones and not a peep to us. Upon hearing the voices behind him, Lei Xing's expression changed drastically and he snorted coldly. You really know how to pick your timing, don't you? Whether in the past or now, aren't we all the same? Lei Xing turned around, surveying the powerful figures from the multitudes of races that had arrived. Almost half were from divine and demonic races, along with newly emerged races such as the Destruction God Clan, Life God Clan,
Spirit Demons, Undying Demons, Abyssal Demons.
All of them were here to contest for the origin stones, officially kicking off the great conflict among the races. Why waste words? Whoever has the power claims the origin stones, right? 1 stone per person, that's only fair. Talking about fairness when you do anything to obtain power, Lei Xing retorted with mocking laughter. Such thick faces, the feeling is mutual. With that, Lei Xing, enveloped in purple divine thunder, gathered all his thunderous power and launched an attack on the distant multiracial warriors. The leader of the Destruction God clan, Hu Yan, smiled sinisterly, his aura terrifying. Lei Xing, you're too impatient, my friend. Destroy. Hu Yan held a black substance in his hand, brimming with rampant destructive power, which obliterated the incoming purple sky divine thunder, leaving not a trace behind. Each godly and demonic race had their unique divine powers and special methods. With a heavy expression, Lei Xing surveyed the circle of multiracial warriors, sighed deeply and declared, I'll take 1 piece of the origin stone, the rest of you can divide up the others. Hu Yan clapped his hands, that's more like it. Hogging it all is never good. With 1 origin stone in hand, Lei Xing tore through the space and left the minor world. What followed was a fierce battle within the small world, as every warrior from the multitudes of races vied for an origin stone. In this era, to become stronger, one must compete against heaven, earth people, and all the races. Seize the opportunity that belongs to you. This is the best of times, it is the worst of times. The focus returns to Chen Tong, who for some Reason feels as though he is being watched. Suddenly he opens his eyes wide, looking around, but there is nothing. Strange.
Why do I feel like I'm being spied on, but there's nothing around?
Could I be mistaken? Oh, buzzing, a profound and mysterious voice echoes in Chen Tong's mind. Chen Tong, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have grown so fast, even turning the tide in the Jojo battlefields. His pupils shrink slightly. The will of the world? How fares the small world's battle? I have perished, leaving behind only a lingering thought to communicate with you. Chen Tong's heart trembles, his eyes flicker, moistening with emotion. Then, what can be done in the future?
Nothing.
It's extremely difficult for a world's will to be born. Without hundreds of millions of years, a new world's will cannot emerge. The future of Jojo now relies on you all. I place my hopes in you, wishing that one day you can change the situation of the myriad races. Goodbye. With the last sound, the residual will of the world dissipates into the universe, leaving behind a final source stone. Chen Tong looks at the source stone floating in front of him, his eyes brimming with hatred for the myriad races. Myriad races, he clenches his teeth. Though I haven't interacted with the world's will many times, everything I've done has been for Jojo. Oh no, to be precise, it's for the entire Blue Star, only that apart from Jojo the rest has been conquered by the
myriad races.
Chen Tong grasps the source stone, takes a deep breath. The spirit of the world's will I shall inherit. I will protect Jojo well for you. With it, he activates the divine elephant imprisoning strength, absorbing the source stone into his own origin world. Perhaps due to the terrifying energy contained within the source stone, it instantly fills Chen Tong's origin world. However, his realm has only reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Lord.
Chen Tong opens his eyes and exhales a breath
of stale air. The path of cultivation in the Emperor Lord realm is long and arduous. It's not an overnight journey to reach the peak. The origin world, commonly known as a small world, must be perfected step by step, becoming more and more like a small world. With dense spiritual energy and several great paths, it hardly resembles a small world. Simply put, Chen Tong's origin world lacks vitality.
This is why some say that the origin world nurtured within the Emperor Lord realm resembles a small world. Vitality. I need a lot of vitality.
Chen Tong murmurs to himself, standing up and striding out of the room. It's time to deal with the continuous waves of the myriad races' armies. It will also provide vitality for my origin world. Chen Tong's next actions will be rather domineering and ruthless, but since his target is the myriad races' army, it's not that cruel. With one step, Chen Tong appears instantly on the Black Great Wall. Chen Tong, you are my lifesaver.
Thank you for allowing me to defend the 9 provinces once
again. Chen Tong, are you about to slaughter through the armies of myriad races again? Ever since a group of monsters and heroic spirits joined the battle, the difficulty of resisting the armies of myriad races has greatly decreased. By the way, Chen Tong, I have a question for you. Why didn't the heroic spirits resurrect immediately after being killed? Aren't they supposed to be immortal? Surrounding cultivators from the 9 provinces asked in a buzz, and Chen Tong just felt his head swell. He didn't really want to deal with this kind of situation even in his past life. However, some questions needed to be answered by Chen Tong. Heroic spirits are immortal, but if they are killed too many times, they also need some time to reshape their new heroic spirit form. Oh, suddenly a laugh came from afar. Ah, finally, the old man has seen the number 1 person in the 9 provinces.
Young friend, I see that you have an extraordinary demeanor. You will surely become a great
figure in the future. You have the qualifications to become a ruler. The speaker was Zhuge Liang, who had transformed into a heroic spirit form. During the time Chen Tong was cultivating, he had reversed many parts of the dark black wall, brilliantly strategizing, and by his own power he forced the myriad races army to suffer losses of hundreds of thousands, forcing them to retreat.
Zhuge Liang's reputation was greatly celebrated, and he was also a well-known figure in the myriad races
realm. Following the sound, Chen Tong saw an old man with white hair, his forehead full of wrinkles, but his eyes were spirited and his face bore a smile.
At first glance he was a man with a story. You are.
Chen Tong frowned, as he had never seen this person's face in his memory, so it must have been one of the heroic spirits transformed from past strong practitioners of the 9 provinces. I am Zhuge Liang, the former head of the Zhuge family. With this statement, Chen Tong's pupils slightly constricted, and he clasped his fists in greeting. Junior has seen the senior.
Zhuge Liang nodded continuously in satisfaction, stroking his chin. What a formidable younger generation. Indeed, you are the blessing of the 9 provinces. As the current controller of the 9 provinces, you are humble, neither servile nor overbearing. You are indeed the first. Zhuge Liang praised Chen Tong without evasion, considering him the most outstanding junior he had ever seen. Unlike the arrogant and inflated Shenyuan Tian from the Shenyuan family, may I ask, senior, what brings you to me?
Ha ha ha, nothing much, just came to see what the number 1 person in the 9 provinces is really like.
Do whatever you want to do, I won't disturb you anymore. Chen Tong manifested the wings of a demon on his back, shot forth alone, and entered the army of myriad races. The moment they saw him, the army of myriad races was thrown into confusion, their morale shattered. Look, isn't that Chen Tong, SSS? He had just calmed down. Why is he here again? It's over, we're done for, TCH. During this period I don't know what madness has taken over the 9 provinces. They have counterattacked us many times, forcing our army of myriad races to pull back the front lines. Moreover, with Chen Tong and several other supreme young talents frequently striking, what can we do? Right, the army of myriad races is almost all cannon fodder. The real strong ones are scarce, and with the Black Wall, this indestructible defensive line, we simply can't win. The army of myriad races recalled the terror of being dominated by Chen Tong alone. Too terrifying, too frightening. Without the strong practitioners above the divine realm, no one in the army of myriad races is his match. Actually, it's not that the myriad clans cannot send people, rather, they are fighting over the origin stone. Powerhouses from various divine realms are balancing each other out, hoping to snatch the stone for their clan. Once the battle for the origin stone concludes, that will be the time to unleash the calamity of myriad clans upon the 9 provinces. A large number of demigods and pseudogods will descend on the 9 provinces, exerting a pressure far greater than these cannon fodders. As the myriad clans discussed Chen Lang, he released his perception to gauge the scale of the myriad clans' grand army. With a low shout, Time Seal Sky Lock, a natural formation formed by time chains rose, trapping the entire myriad clans' grand army within, leaving no escape. Faced with the sudden entrapment by the Time Seal Sky Lock, each of them was terrified. It's over, completely over. We are all going to be slaughtered by Chen Lang alone. If we must die, then let it be. Are you afraid of death? Even in death, we must die with purpose, self-destruct. A dying struggle is useless. Or should we just sit and wait to die, wait for death? Hai Changkong stepped forward, tearing through space, and stepped into the river of time. He aimed to block the endless power of time with his own strength. It was a sacrifice of the self for the greater good. However, the moment Hai Changkong stepped into the river of time, he was struck by the power of time and turned into nothing but bones. After several lessons, Chen Lang had become wiser and had placed some time marks in the river of time beforehand. Anyone who entered would be corroded by the power of time. Outside the Time Seal Skylock, Zhuge Liang squinted his eyes. Is this your technique? It's quite extraordinary. Mastering the heaven-defying techniques, the myriad clan's calamity, the emperor of the birds, the path of time, a master of formations. It's hard to believe this all comes from one person, truly a miracle. And those who had been transformed into heroic spirits from past generations of 9 provinces cultivators were dumbfounded. This was their first time witnessing the terrifying power of Chen Lang, the foremost person in the 9 provinces. This is completely overpowering the myriad clans. This is outrageous. Is this even human? Remove even, he's not human at all, he's a monster. If it were in the past, I wouldn't have believed that the 9 provinces could have such a supremely talented figure. My goodness, he alone could annihilate here the grand army of myriad clans. Terrifying indeed. And this is just the mild part. You don't know how crazy he is. He keeps slaughtering through the myriad clans' grand army. Won't the myriad clans send out their strong ones? Yes, but however many come, that many will die. None are a match for Chen Lang. Wow. This is even stronger than I imagined. Listening to the surrounding people's comments about Chen Lang, Zhuge Liang's face was filled with a smile. Being praised by everyone in the 9 provinces, this treatment is better than any previous ruler of the 9 provinces. It shows how deeply Chen Lang is revered. It's no wonder, after all, he single-handedly established the Hall of Heroic Spirits, giving the lost souls of the 9 provinces a chance to return and defend the 9 provinces. This feat is indeed unprecedented and unmatched. To be honest, Zhuge Liang was very curious about how Chen Tong managed it. Despite calculating the secrets of heaven at all costs, he could never see through them. He assessed that there was a great terror behind this man with the secrets of heaven tightly concealed. This person is truly a great boon for the 9 provinces. Within the time-sealing heavenly lock, Chen Tong did not slaughter as the myriad clan's army had expected, but instead
He silently operated the divine elephant suppression prison technique, melting heaven and earth. Apart from the time-sealing heavenly lock, the Myriad Clan's army inside the formation only felt their power slowly draining away, flying towards Chen Tong. No, my power, return my power, Chen Tong. Some powerful beings among the Myriad Clans could not sit still, using their divine powers to attack Chen Tong.
However, their divine powers were mercilessly absorbed, followed by all their strength being drained, and finally their vitality was sucked away. Their appearance visibly aged at a rapid pace, ultimately dying of old age. This scene terrified the Myriad Clan's army below. They wanted to resist but were powerless. A sense of despair arose, seeing no hope at all. Who would have thought that I would die this way after spending my whole life striving? I am so unwilling. This sentence expressed the feelings of the Myriad Clan's army present. Having cultivated to such a realm, leaving their homeland to come to a foreign world only to serve as cannon fodder was bad enough, but to be tormented by Chen Tong was a tragic fate for these monstrous beings, a grand tragedy. As time passed, more and more energy and vitality were absorbed, flowing into Chen Tong's original world. Especially as vitality flowed in, he could feel his original world seeming to become more vibrant. However, the vitality was still too little to completely cover his entire original world. If it could cover the entire original world, Chen Tong's realm would undoubtedly advance further. Meanwhile, the weaker members of the Myriad Clan's army aged and died, leaving only those above the Emperor realm still desperately holding on. Damn it! Chen Tong, he's using us as nourishment. He's even more sinister than us Myriad Clans. He is the real evil. I'd rather die than be absorbed by Chen Tong again. One of the Myriad Clan's powerhouses roared and charged towards the time-sealing heavenly lock, exploding his body. Where there was one, there were more, and the remaining powerhouses of the Myriad Clans, unable to bear the humiliation, also chose to self-destruct. In just 5 minutes, the time-sealing heavenly lock was
devoid of living creatures. All of this occurred within 5 minutes, leading to the death of a large part of the Myriad Clan's army at the hands of Chen Tong. This batch of the Myriad Clan's army successfully helped him advance his realm to the late Emperor stage. His original world underwent earth-shattering changes. It contained more spiritual energy and vitality than any person or Myriad Clan's original world, nourishing various medicinal herbs. Chen Tong's original world was becoming more and more like a small world. Just then the sky exploded, turning into a bizarre blood-red color. Child of the 9 provinces, how dare you commit such atrocities? Aren't you afraid that the karmic forces will entangle you, perhaps leading to a short life? Chen Tong looked up, his face full of disdain. Karmic forces? What can they do to me? Such arrogance, truly worthy of being called the number one. Let me, the blood demon, personally measure your strength, blood demon domain. As his voice fell, a crimson aura enveloped Chen Long, but it proved to be useless. Seeing this, the blood demon's face changed slightly. The invincible path, no wonder my blood demon domain doesn't affect you. I admit it's a unique path, but unfortunately no one in this world can push the true path of invincibility to its limit. Who can truly be invincible?
Chen Long replied indifferently, if no one can be invincible, then I will be the first. How arrogant! The blood demon's pupils burst with a sinister red light. Blood demon curse. Chen Long only felt the blood in his body surging, and he frowned slightly, silently operating his divine elephant imprisoning strength to suppress it. His gaze was sharp and fierce as he stared at the blood demon in the sky. You think you can disturb my blood energy? You should weigh the gap between our strengths. Though you are a realm higher than me, the gap between us isn't that large, Chen Long said confidently. Chen Long stomped his foot, and a phantom of a primal elephant emerged behind him, its roar echoing through the heavens, causing space to fracture and the ground to split. Spear of the Nether God. A black spear formed from the aura of hellish whirlwinds, gleaming darkly. Holding the spear of the Nether God, Chen Long thrust it repeatedly towards the blood demon, sending out specks of starlight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The piercing sound of tearing through the air rang out fast as lightning, aimed directly at the blood demon.
In a flash, from the palm of his hand, fresh blood flew out, quickly transforming into a blood sword to block the incoming starlight. Bang bang bang. The blood demon's face showed a hint of a smile as he clapped his hands in approval. Not bad, a draw in the first round. He twisted his neck, opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, looking truly ghastly, and said, warm-ups over, time to get serious. The blood demon grabbed the blood sword and instantly appeared above Chen Long's head, slashing down fiercely. Terrifying divine power fluctuations came, and Chen Long was too late to dodge, forced to defend passively. Nether God Guardian. a phantom of the Nether God flew out, blocking the might of the blood demon's sword. Crack, the Nether God guardian tested countless times before was directly shattered by the blood demon's sword this time. Qianlong's pupils dilated. He grabbed the spear of the Nether God to catch the falling blood sword.
Clang, 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 the terrifying shockwaves ravaged all around, neither spear nor sword yielding to the other.
Ha ha ha, you're stronger than I expected. Enough talk. Qianlong's eyelid twitched. Just fight, why waste words? Really can't resist a taunt, can you? Blood demon transformation. Seeing the blood demon now emitting red vapors all over, his combat strength more than doubled. Qianlong felt an ominous premonition. Blood demon avatar, roar. After a furious roar, the blood demon transformed into a colossal avatar, towering like a supreme being looking down on ants. Qianlong, this ends now. The blood demon raised his hand, a 50-meter-long blood sword carrying the force of the path and the power of the blood demon, slashing towards Qianlong with overwhelming momentum. In this moment, Qianlong displayed an air of serenity and calm, his mind as still as water, harnessing the powers of the primal forces, the invincible paths, the divine elephant suppression force and the emperor bird. All these forces were infused into the spear of the underworld he wielded. The spear shone brilliantly, illuminating the heavens and the earth, shattering the blood demon's domain and turning tens of thousands of miles of space into chaotic void streams. This scene left the cultivators and heroic spirits on the black wall of Jiuzhou utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly the strength of Jiuzhou's number 1-inch Qianlong? It's terrifying. My goodness, I feel like even all of us combined are no match for him alone. Isn't that obvious? Zhuge Liang stroked his beard and spoke leisurely. Such prowess across all ages belongs only to Qianlong. He will dominate an era, suppress an era. This is an intuition and experience I have developed over the years, and it is never wrong. After all, there is only one outstanding person like Qianlong in Jiuzhou. In his presence, the supreme prodigies of the 5 major families are not worth mentioning at all. Qianlong shines like a dazzling star, whereas the top talents of the 5 families are merely ordinary stars, perfectly highlighting his brilliance. Holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars, there is no one in the world like me. Facing Qianlong's all-out strike, the blood demon felt an unprecedented pressure and sensed a touch of death he had never experienced before. Swallowing hard, his expression was extremely solemn. The spear's light and the sword's shadow collided, causing a massive explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom. The area for miles around was leveled, leaving behind a vast crater, merely a byproduct of a minor skirmish outbreak. Qianlong roared, and the spear of the underworld flew from his hand, inch by inch shattering the blood sword and ultimately piercing through the blood demon's proud demonic form. No, in a cry of defiance, the merciless spear stabbed through the blood demon's physical body. The terrifying force spread through his organs, breaking his ribs as his body transformed into a streak of light and flew backward. Qianlong, flapping the demon wings, tore through space to pursue the blood demon. He did not believe that the blood demon would be so easily slain. Sure enough, when Qianlong arrived, he saw the blood demon crawling out from a collapsed mountain. Ha ha ha! You can't kill me, the blood demon sneered, spreading his hands. Where there's blood I can stand invincible. Qianlong narrowed his eyes, and with his right hand the spear of the underworld returned to him. No matter, I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times. You will die eventually, just harder than the rest of the myriad races. These words were a complete dismissal of the blood demon. To put it bluntly, it was a naked humiliation. The blood demon's face turned very ugly, his veins throbbing like thunder, his teeth clenched as he pronounced each word deliberately. Qianlong, Qianlong shook his head, stowed away the spear of the underworld. I overestimated you with my strength. I don't need the spear of the underworld to kill you countless times. Too much bullying, too much bullying. Zuemozi was furious and chose to burn his essence blood for a burst of temporary power. Blood demon 7 kills. Zuemozi transformed into 7 dark shadows, blocking all escape routes for Qianlong. Prepare to die. Qianlong's eyes suddenly burst forth with invincible golden light, blinding Zuemozi. With his fingers clenched into a fist, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a barrage of golden punches. Boom! The massive golden punches sent the 7 Zuemozis flying backward. With a whoosh, Zuemozi silently appeared above Qianlong's head. Hee. The real killing move starts now. Blood demon burst. Zuemozi bit his fingers, sacrificing a drop of blood and merging it with all his power, striking towards Qianlong. In a split second, instead of retreating, Qianlong advanced, shouting heaven and earth furnace. Zuemozi's strongest strike unexpectedly benefited Qianlong, terrifyingly enhancing the quality of his innate energy. Crack! his realm as he wished reached the pinnacle of Emperor's Peak. This scene turns Zhuemozi's face black with rage and frustration. Damn it, you've gone too far, Qianlong, you're using my energy as nourishment. Qianlong raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms and coldly said, not convinced?
Come on then and see how quickly I can kill you with my improved realm.
Zhuemozi, overwhelmed with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the most infuriating and unbearable thing he had ever experienced, as one of the supreme prodigies of the Blood Demon clan, to come to Jiuzhou and be tormented by Qianlong to the point of neither death nor life, completely without pride. How embarrassing it would be for the Blood Demon clan if word got out.
Qianlong stepped forward, followed by another golden punch, sending Zhuemozi flying tens of thousands of miles away
into the chaotic void streams. Shortly after Zhuemozi walked out from the chaotic void streams, I told you, it's not that easy to kill me. Qianlong shook his head, sighed deeply and said, it's really annoying dealing with your kind who are so tenacious at clinging to life. Since it's so hard to kill you, I shall sever your river of life. Upon hearing this, Zhuemozi's face drastically changed, a mix of shock and confusion evident. You,
just a mere Jiuzhou person, how do you know about the River of Life?
The River of Life, even more secretive than the River of Time, known only to the great clans, a place that no one can touch. Yet here was Qianlong threatening to sever Zhuemozi's River of Life. How could Zhuemozi not be shocked or puzzled? River of Life. Qianlong smiled faintly, a secret he had learned by chance in his past life. Every life form is a part of the River of Life, only ordinary people don't know it, nor can they find it.
Of course, among the myriad tribes some are involved
with the River of Life, but Zhuemozi is not at that level yet, he just doesn't know. At this moment Zhuemozi was utterly panicked, afraid that he might actually be severed from the River of Life by Qianlong, the top figure of Jiuzhou, having cultivated to the peak of divinity, holding a supreme position in the Blood Demon clan. Zhuemozi naturally feared death, afraid of losing everything.
Truly fearless of death were few among the myriad tribes, and certainly not the supreme prodigies of a clan. The reason is simple. They all hold high positions and their realms are beyond what ordinary people can imagine.
How could they wish for death? Qianlong watched the panicked Blood Demon, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In truth, he had no idea how to sever the life stream of the Blood Demon along with his own. He was merely bluffing, and indeed he had successfully frightened him. Qianlong took a step forward, causing the Blood Demon to retreat in terror, pointing at him with a trembling hand. You, don't come any closer.
If you come any closer, I will.
With a smile still on his face, Qianlong instantly appeared in front of the Blood Demon, grabbed him by the collar and said, your time is up. The Blood Demon's pupils shrank and he shook his head frantically, like a doomed man nailed to a board ready to be slaughtered. No, don't kill me, I can be of value to you. Qianlong raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. What value can you provide? I can have my clan send a large batch of cultivation resources.
Whatever you want I'll give, just don't kill me. Anything is negotiable. I could even have the females of our Blood Demon clan too.
Before he could finish, Qianlong slapped him across the face. It was unbelievable that a supreme talent of the Blood Demon clan, a Blood Demon, was also a major filial figure. Being from the same clan yet so willing to betray his own kind, truly a grand display of filial piety. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Qianlong would not have believed such filial people existed in the world. Well, as they say, a forest is big and houses all sorts of birds. Just then Qianlong sensed a
disturbance in the sky. Looking up, he saw a figure resembling the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon looked intently and exclaimed in shock, Blood Marquis, save me. Blood Marquis glanced indifferently at the Blood Demon. You disgrace our Blood Demon clan. You can't even defeat a junior from Jiuzhou. What a waste. Qianlong frowned, observing the two lost in a brief contemplation. The gap between them was not minor. Blood Marquis, like himself, was at the peak of the Emperor's realm, while the Blood Demon was at the peak of the Divine Spirit's realm, a whole major realm below.
Qianlong couldn't understand why the Blood Demon respected Blood Marquis so much. Blood Marquis slowly landed. My name is Blood Marquis, the first in line of the Blood Demon clan. May I ask you to spare the Blood Demon for my sake? I can compensate you with resources. Qianlong smirked coldly. Spare the Blood Demon for your sake? Resource compensation? Ridiculous. I don't need it. Jiuzhou doesn't need it. Who do you think you are?
I have said before, no matter how many come,
I will slay them all. Even if the Overlord himself were here, the Blood Demon must die. Chen Tong's gaze was fierce and deadly as he sentenced the blood demon to death. Blood Marquis waved his hand a few times. Very well, I have no choice but to resolve this violently. Seeing Blood Marquis's right hand condense into a blood sword, he stepped forward, each step imprinting on the ground. Though it was an ordinary-looking blood sword, it exerted an invisible pressure on Chen Tong. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, the first in line of the blood demon clan, huh? Seems I need to get serious. Chen Tong grasped the spear of the underworld vortex formed by spiritual qi, the spear of the nether god. Pulling a figure from the river of time, he guarded the blood demon with it. Chen Tong, holding the spear of the nether god, also moved towards Blood Marquis. Man and demon stood off briefly, then clashed together, turning into a streak of light, their spear and sword colliding continuously, creating powerful shockwaves that merely shattered a bit of space and the ground beneath their feet. Without the power of the great Tao or various divine abilities, they merely drove their spiritual qi into each other. Boom, boom, boom. In his first clash with the Blood Marquis, Chen Long took a half step back. So strong. Is this the might of the Blood Demon clan's premier echelon? Chen Long was somewhat puzzled. Why was Blood Marquis's realm only at the peak of Emperor Sovereign, yet his power far surpassed that of the Blood Demon child? What was this bizarre situation? He himself possessed the mighty divine elephant imprisoning force among various other techniques to be this powerful, but what did Blood Marquis have? Blood Marquis with keen interest stared at Chen Long, licking his lips, intrigued. More interesting than I imagined. While Chen Long marveled at Blood Marquis's strength, the latter had similar thoughts about him. Having cultivated for 100,000 years and bathed daily in divine medicine, how could he not defeat a junior from the 9 provinces? It was a great disgrace for Blood Marquis. Blood demon transformation. Red mist swirled around Blood Marquis, his combat power soaring 2.5 times. Chen Long's eyes emitted invincible golden light, enhancing the spear of the nether god with the powers of the invincible path, the time avenue, and the divine elephant imprisoning force. Buzzing sounds filled the air. The brilliant golden light illuminated heaven and earth, causing Blood Marquis's pupils to shrink in shock. Blood Demon Sword. Blood Marquis drew his divine artifact, which merged seamlessly with his blood energy and then slashed a 1,000-foot-long gash across several miles, the blood energy soaring into the sky. Kill. Chen Long exerted all his strength, hurling the spear of the nether god, piercing through space, colliding with the blood streak. Boom. The fierce collision caused shockwaves, collapsing the space within miles and creating turbulent voids. Chen Long frowned. Continuing this battle would soon turn the outskirts of the 9 provinces into a chaotic void. Repairing it wouldn't be difficult, but it would take some time. Chen Long had to finish the fight quickly. Time overlap. Chen Long raised his left hand, enveloped by the power of time, and the thrown spear of the nether god also carried the force of time. In the blink of an eye, one spear of the nether god split into 2, each from different timelines. Faced with the 2 spears of the nether god, Blood Marquis Yi's blood demon sword couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. Under the overwhelming force, the fragments of the blood demon sword turned to dust. Blood Marquis's expression turned grave as he retreated backward, transforming into a red light, casting a great divine technique. Blood Demon Treasure Art. An ancient blood demon appeared above Blood Marquis's head, its roar spreading across the 9 provinces, splitting the land beneath them, creating a chasm thousands of meters deep. Kill. Controlling the 2 spears of the nether god, Chen Long shot them, fiercely clashing with the ancient blood demon. Crack. In just a moment, the ancient blood demon was pierced through by the 2 spears of the nether god. No. Blood Hui screamed in disbelief, unable to accept that he had been defeated by a youngster from Jiuzhou. After all, he was the first in line among the blood demon clan, an exalted position. How could he lose to a mere Jiuzhou person? Filled with reluctance, Blood Hui gritted his teeth and summoned one of his trump cards. I, Blood Hui, beseech the ancient blood demon ancestor to manifest in this world. Chen Tong's pupils shrank suddenly as he stepped forward, extending his hands to grasp the twin spears of the underworld god, positioning himself right in front of Blood Hui, ready to strike him down. Just as he lunged, a supreme force descended, rendering Chen Tong immobile. This power surpassed even the sovereigns. It was a realm beyond. Even with Chen Tong's invincible path, advancing further was nearly impossible. You dare to kill the foremost of my clan, roared the blood demon ancestor, his oppressive might forcing Chen Tong back several meters. Suddenly, a figure clad in red armor appeared from the sky, casually remarking, has the myriad clans forgotten that Jiuzhou still has its foundations? Dare to send an avatar here, aren't you afraid of losing it? the blood demon ancestor's face paled and he turned to Blood Hoey. Leave now.
With a bow, Blood Hoey thanked the ancestor for his intervention and tore through space to make his exit without a backward glance, not
even sparing a glance at the captive blood demon child. To the blood demon clan, as long as the first line was unharmed, all else was negotiable. The life or death of the blood demon child was irrelevant, such was the cruelty of a great clan. Chen Tong looked up at the red-armored figure in the sky, his brow furrowed. Is it you? The red-armored figure shook his head. The one who saved you last time has passed away. At these words Chen Tong's eyes widened, tears shimmering as he choked up. Then you? The red-armored figure looked up, eyes fixed forward. Everyone dies, some heavier than Mount Tai, others as light as a feather. For Jiuzhou, even if the red armor is gone, it is worth it. Chen Tong's expression turned somber and he communicated internally with the system's system. Can the red-armored person become a heroic spirit after death? Ding.
Host: the red-armored person is unique, with neither soul nor spirit remaining after death, thus cannot transform into a heroic spirit. Chen Tong opened his mouth, his emotions suppressed, unable to utter a word. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath and muttered, every red-armored person deserves to be remembered by Jiuzhou. Unsure if the current red-armored person would meet the same fate as the first, the blood demon ancestor's eyes brimmed with wariness. He was loath to contend with a red-armored person, an encounter not without significant loss for him. Compelled by the captivity of the blood demon child, he looked at the old day Chen Tong holding the child. Ancestor, save me. The blood demon ancestor grimly smiled, spreading his hands. Actually, we could consider a different approach. It doesn't have to be a fight to the death. Chen Tong, channeling the invincible path and divine elephant imprisoning force against the might surpassing the sovereign, stood tall. Think you can exchange resources for the blood demon child's life? Think again. Besides, I lack neither cultivation resources nor does Jiuzhou need them. Facing Chen Tong's firm stance, the blood demon ancestor deeply regarded the blood demon child, slowly raising his finger towards the old day body. Then I have no choice but to show no mercy. As his words fell, the blood demon child's pupils dilated, his eyes bloodshot as he rasped, Ancestor, why must you? Boom! The captive blood demon child burst into a pool of blood, marking the fall of a prodigious talent of the blood demon clan. Watching the blood demon child perish at the hands of the blood demon ancestor, Chen Tong's eyes deepened, his voice cold. What a blood demon clan, not even sparing your own kin. This too is a helpless act. Qianlong, Jiuzhou. My blood demon clan will one day repay this debt. When that day comes, it will be a disaster for Jiuzhou, bear the wrath of thousands of clans that has accumulated for over 1,000 years. If not for the world will's desperate support, it wouldn't have taken so long. Mentioning the world will, a fierce light flashed in Chen Long's eyes. One day, I will trample over all the clans and avenge the world will. The ancestor of the blood demons chuckled sinisterly, about to add a remark when suddenly a figure in red armor turned into a streak of light and appeared before the blood demon ancestor, uttering a single word, slash. Hearing this, the blood demon ancestor turned into a shadow of blood and fled, not forgetting to leave a harsh threat before escaping. Soon you'll suffer the disaster of 1,000 clans. I want to see how many in Jiuzhou can still stand up to it. The blood demon ancestor fled like a dog who had lost its home, unwilling to stay in Jiuzhou for even a moment longer, fearing truly being slain by the red-armored figure. At the level of the blood demon ancestor, losing a blood clone was not a big deal, but it would still take time to recover from the injury. Now, time is money and one cannot afford to waste such an opportune moment.